Chapter 1. Call me Courtyard. This is a remarkably beautiful little town renowned for its exquisite wine production. The townsfolk enjoy a relatively affluent life due to this bounty. Centuries ago, the great King Ac unified this land, ushering in peace that allowed children to partake in education. Yet, within the modest academy of this town, a boy clad in a school uniform was stealthily maneuvering through the rose garden, crouching low. Judging by his uniform and the emblem adorning it, he was a first-year student in the Academy's Department of Magic. The Academy was divided into a foundational school and specialized institutes. All children of nobility and wealth entered the foundational school at the age of 6, where they studied literacy, the fundamentals of magic, physical training, and basic swordsmanship. Upon completing 6 years of study, students would be allocated to different departments based on their individual talents: the Department of Magic, the Department of Swordsmanship, and, of course, a department designated for those who failed to learn anything. Known as the Life Experience Department. Courtyard was the name of this student who was attempting to sneak out of the academy. At 13 years of age, he had entered the Department of Magic with the second lowest score, the lowest being a student who was ill and could not take the exam, according to the principal. If it were not for the reluctance to create a separate life experience class for Courtyard, such a wretch would never have been permitted to advance in the swordsmanship qualification exam. Courtyard received an E for physical fitness, a score given out of pity, as he nearly earned an F. His swordsmanship also garnered an F, as he had inadvertently flung his sword, damaging the principal's cherished rose garden. His speed was rated D, placing him second to last, only ahead of the student who did not participate in the examination, in the magic qualification exam. His mental strength was rated E, as it took him half an hour to gather enough magical energy to conjure a small fireball. His control was D, as the fireball veered off target by 15 meters, despite him being only 25 meters away. On the 10th day of his studies in the Department of Magic, Courtyard felt a wave of drowsiness after lunch and yearned for a comfortable nap. Just as he was about to lay his head on the table and drift into slumber, a sense of unease seized him, prompting him to execute a backflip to the wall at the back of the classroom. Upon glancing back, he saw a small water orb burst open on his desk. Lucky, Courtyard muttered, patting his chest in relief that his hairstyle remained intact. Meanwhile, the entire class, including the teacher, stared at him in disbelief, unable to fathom how someone with such abysmal physical test scores could perform such a flawless backflip. However, Courtyard paid little mind to their astonishment. His sleepiness vanished entirely. Tio passed the time during the tedious magic knowledge lesson. He seized the moment while everyone else was in a daze and slipped out of the classroom through the window. The teacher, realizing what had transpired, promptly reported the incident to the Academy's educational office. Courtyard crouched in the garden, devising his escape plan. He intended to sneak through the garden, bypass the playground, and then leap over the wall. Through the gaps in the garden, he spotted a teacher from the educational office, brandishing a wooden stick, searching for him within the academy grounds. A mischievous grin crept across Courtyard's face as a small magical circle, no larger than a palm, materialized on the ground. Having completed this, Courtyard stood up. The teacher from the educational office immediately spotted him. "Stand there and don't move." With that, he approached menacingly. 0.3 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter. Courtyard watched the teacher's footsteps intently. As the teacher raised his hand, he shouted, "Binding spelled." In that instant, Courtyard darted to the side like lightning, hurling an exceedingly small water orb that struck the magical circle he had drawn. This was an ice magic trap. Any object that landed upon it would activate the spell. The tiny water orb transformed into an ice ball in an instant, and the teacher, unable to stop himself, stumbled forward and inadvertently pointed his wand at himself, rendered immobile by the binding spell. "Ha ha!" Courtyard grinned mischievously as he rifled through the teacher's belongings, quickly locating a magic card. Gazing at the card in his hand, Courtyard abandoned his plan to scale the wall and swaggered towards the Academy's entrance. With a swift swipe of the magic card against the door, it swung open. With a hearty laugh, he vanished into the town. Simultaneously, a young lad dressed in fine garments stealthily emerged from the back door of an elegant mansion, glancing behind him to ensure he was unobserved before dashing into the streets. Bang! Both boys collided, clutching their heads. Each was so preoccupied with the fear of being pursued that they had failed to notice the other ahead of them. Courtyard glanced at the elegantly dressed lad, quickly deducing that at this hour, apart from the very poorest families, everyone else should be studying at the academy. and he certainly did not appear to be impoverished. Appearing to be of a similar age to himself. Who are you? Are you skipping school too? From the Swordsmanship Academy? Corey inquired. His own record of truancy was piling up, and he couldn't even remember all his classmates. So he merely asked based on his recent experience of not noticing anyone else who was also skipping. Wow, you're quick, and you changed your clothes too. Quite impressive, Corey remarked as he reversed his uniform to conceal its insignia. The finely dressed boy, still dazed from the collision, took a moment to gather himself before hastily replying, I am not skipping school that I'm not at ha. What's there to fear? I'm also skipping. I am Le Corey, from the Department of Magic. Are you from the Department of Swordsmanship? Corey laughed heartily. The boy remained seated on the ground, watching Corey chuckle. Quickly, he removed the insignia from his clothing and tucked it away before saying, My name is Juana. The boy abruptly halted mid-sentence. Corey, didn't dwell on it, that you're called Juana. There aren't many with the surname ya. Just call me Le or Corey. Since we've met, it must be fate. Let us explore together. Juana, relieved that Corey asked no further questions, quickly agreed. Sure, lead the way. Noticing Juana's keen interest in everything along the street, Corey remarked. You must be from outside the city, just like me. My home is a small town 20 miles east of here. This wretched academy never lets anyone out. It's pitiful that I don't even know what the city is like. Juana nodded in confusion, but did not fully understand. Come, freshly baked coconut meat bread. A vendor's call from a nearby stall caught their attention. Corey eyed the delectable bread, swallowing hard. Boss, how much for one? 5 copper coins each. How many do you want? The vendor replied. Corey turned his pocket inside out, finally finding 6 copper coins. Boss, how about 2 for 6 copper coins? The shopkeeper, upon hearing this, retorted, No haggling, if you're not buying. Then move along. Juana rummaged through his own pockets. Realizing he had no coins with him due to his hasty departure, he pulled out a gold ornament. Boss, how much can this be exchanged for? Before the shopkeeper could respond, Corey snatched the ornament from Juana's hand, declaring, No exchanges, come with me, or you'll be embarrassed. With that, he dragged Juana away. Don't worry, we'll have money soon. Corey led Juana through the streets, running back and forth until they finally stopped. Here we are. Juana looked up to see the words gold and silver guild emblazoned above the entrance. What is this place? Juana inquired. A casino, where I go to get money. Corey replied nonchalantly, stepping inside. Juana had no choice but to follow, whispering close to Corey. Casinos aren't a place for us. It's a very bad place. Corey paused. A bad place. That's something those old geezers probably taught you. Who cares if it's good or bad? I like it. Just watch me. Juana was entering this kind of establishment for the first time, and his curiosity overpowered all else. He nodded silently and followed Corey as they explored the casino. Corey held his 6 copper coins tightly, refraining from placing any bets just yet. Instead, he led Juana through the bustling casino, which was vast, filled with dozens of tables surrounded by people engaged in games he could not decipher. Juana, look at that man. Following Corey's gaze, Juana spotted a middle-aged man, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead, gulping down drinks in a frenzy. Corey commented, That guy keeps losing. Today, it seems like he has the worst luck in the house. Juana nodded, noticing the expression of discontent on the man's face, but he did not grasp why Corey had pointed him out. Suddenly, Corey squeezed to the edge of the table, which was set for a game of high-low. The middle-aged man placed several silver coins in the larger circle, while Corey grinned, placing his 6 copper coins in the smaller circle. Once you place your bet, it's final. Let us see. The dealer called out loudly, before suddenly shouting, Open, small wins big. Corey's copper coins transformed into 12. With each subsequent round, he placed his coins after the middle-aged man, winning every time. After 5 rounds, he had amassed 3 silver coins and a pile of copper. Thank you, big brother. Corey tossed 10 copper coins to the dealer, pocketing the rest. The dealer pocketed the 10 coins, saying, Little brother, you've got good luck. Come play often. Corey laughed heartily as he led Juana out of the casino. Why is your luck so good? You win every time, Juana finally asked after they had walked quite a distance from the casino. Corey's eyes widened as he stared intently at Juana's face. This is a secret technique. You must never tell anyone that I'll treat you to some bread. With that, Corey strode ahead, leaving Juana curious yet hesitant to chase after him. Before long, they returned to the small shop selling bread. Boss, 4 freshly baked coconut meat breads, please. 20 copper coins were tossed onto the counter by Carrie. After running about all morning, the two individuals were indeed feeling somewhat famished, and they swiftly devoured the bread in just a few bites. "If only we could have a couple of fruits as well," Warner remarked. Patting his stomach contentedly, Carrie was momentarily taken aback, but then chuckled and chided. "You rascal, you truly know how to enjoy life. Come, let me take you to find some fruit." Carrie led Warner towards the outskirts of the city. Observing the numerous fruit vendors along the streets, although Warner found it peculiar that Carrie continued to venture outward, he decided not to question it, as he anticipated the delightful surprises Carrie often had in store for him. "Slow down. Be gentle, and keep your voice down," Carrie suddenly whispered to Warner. "There's a large dog over there, quite fierce, about this big." He exaggeratedly gestured. Warner nodded in understanding and mimicked Carrie's stance, carefully bending low as they crept along a fence. Suddenly, Carrie raised his hand, signaling Warner to halt. In the distance, a large dog was pacing back and forth. "On my count, we'll jump the fence," Carrie whispered urgently to Warner as soon as the dog settled beside a small house. Carrie sprung up and leaped over the fence with a somersault, while Warner, lacking such agility, tore a long gash in his clothing as he struggled to climb over. Upon landing, Warner discovered they had entered an orchard, and Carrie was already sprinting deeper into the grove. He intended to inquire, but decided to follow Carrie instead, curious about what wonders awaited him. "Ah, phew. Let us take a break. We're safe now." "That dog won't come in here," Carrie sighed, leaning against an apple tree, exhaling deeply while plucking 2 large, red apples. "Warner, come, have one. I assure you it's fresh and sweet." "Fresh?" Warner thought with a wry smile. "Only a fool wouldn't know these are fresh." Carrie wiped the apple on his clothes and took a hearty bite, mumbling, "So sweet, so sweet." Warner, holding his apple, hesitated to eat. "Carrie, do you know the owner of this orchard?" Carrie paused, then grinned mischievously. "I do. He's a rather fierce middle-aged man, though he doesn't know me." Carrie chuckled wickedly, his gaze fixed on Warner's face. Warner's expression changed. "You." He started to speak, but Carrie covered his mouth. "Keep it down. Don't disturb anyone." Warner pushed Carrie's hand away. "I send this stealing." "I can't be a thief." Carrie shrugged nonchalantly. "You've already stolen. That's evidence." Upon seeing the apple in his hand, Warner plopped down on the ground, staring blankly at the fruit. Carrie ignored him, busily searching the trees for more large, red apples. After filling his pockets, he turned to Warner. "Are you done daydreaming? I'm leaving. If you don't hurry and get caught, it's not my concern." Warner was caught in a moral struggle. His upbringing taught him such actions were wrong. Yet he had indeed done it, he thought. It's just an apple, not a grave matter. Finally, he gritted his teeth. "Fine, let us go. I'll just steal it." Carrie laughed heartily, patting Warner on the shoulder. "That's the spirit. Life is all about joy. Do as you please, just don't harm others." As they returned to the fence, Warner still harbored doubts about the theft, and in a moment of distraction, he stumbled and fell heavily to the ground. The vigilant dog immediately noticed the two who dared to disregard its territory. After a furious bark, it charged toward them. "Run!" Carrie shouted, grabbing Warner and fleeing. Warner suddenly realized Carrie's speed was astonishing. He quickly cast a hastening spell on himself to barely keep up. He believed Carrie was running at his own pace, for he hadn't heard any incantations nor sensed any magical aura emanating from him. The dog was fixated on them, fiercely dedicated to its duty. It pursued them like a mad creature. Suddenly, Carrie came to a halt, crouching low as he swiftly drew a magic circle in the dirt, exclaiming, "Earth-binding circle." Just as he shouted, the dog lunged at them. But Carrie's tiny magic circle activated just in time, ensnaring the dog's hind legs with several vines. The dog's sharp teeth were mere centimeters from Carrie's face. "Phew, that was close," Carrie exclaimed, pulling Warner to continue running. "Hurry, that circle won't hold the ferocious dog for long. We just need to make it back to the city to be safe." The guards at the city gate paid no mind to the 2 children rushing inside, and they collapsed against the city wall, panting heavily. Half of Carrie's apples had fallen, and he lamented, "What a shame. What a nuisance. I need to treat myself." Carrie gasped. "Treat yourself? How do you plan to do that?" Warner asked, noticing Carrie's strange smile, a wave of unease washing over him. Yet, the curiosity of youth overcame his morals and reason, and he resolved to follow Carrie no matter what mischief he conjured. Climbing walls and scaling trees seemed to be Carrie's unique modus operandi. Warner felt certain this new friend would never walk normally down the street. They found themselves in a beautiful courtyard, undoubtedly belonging to a wealthy family. Carrie motioned for silence, caution, and slowness. Fully committed to accompanying Carrie, Warner heeded his instructions, carefully navigating the courtyard while avoiding passing servants. Thankfully, there were no dogs here, which relieved Warner considerably. Look, there's a gold coin. Warner suddenly halted Carrie, pointing to a nearby corner. Carrie scoffed at the sight of the coin. Gold coin? Huh. It's a trap. With so many servants constantly tidying up, a gold coin would never be left unguarded. Such a simple trick. Without a backward glance, Carrie pressed forward, ever cautious. Meanwhile, in a chamber of the courtyard, an elderly man with graying hair observed their antics through a magical mirror. Ha ha, that little rascal is making progress, the old man chuckled, stroking his beard in delight. He then instructed a nearby servant, "Fetch me some fine pastries." "Yes, my lord." The servant replied with a bow before departing the room. Having evaded numerous traps and servants, Carrie finally arrived at a door. Taking a deep breath, he pushed it open. "Old man, I'm back again." The elderly gentleman, who had been watching Carrie intently, appeared quite pleased. He pointed at Carrie's trousers and smiled. Warner glanced down to see a white mark on Carrie's pant leg. Carrie, noticing it as well, sighed. "Ah, you sly old man. You've outsmarted me once more." As he presented the apples he had brought, he thought to himself that he had successfully avoided all traps. The old man picked up an apple, inhaling its aroma, very fragrant, as if just plucked from the tree. "My old teeth aren't good. Please slice it for me." Carrie complied without further ado, taking a fruit knife from the table to begin peeling. Just then, the servant returned with a tray of pastries, bowed to the elder, and quietly left the room. "Old man, are these pastries for me?" Carrie asked, not hesitating to pop a piece into his mouth before introducing Warner. "This is my new friend I met today, named Warner." Warner respectfully performed the appropriate etiquette for a noble, and the elder merely raised his hand in acknowledgement, ignoring him afterward. "Old man, here's your apple." Carrie meticulously peeled the apple, cutting it into small slices and skewering them with toothpicks. After placing the apple down, Carrie, feeling at home, opened a cabinet in the elder's room and pulled out a chess set, setting it up before the elder. "Old man, if I win this year, I want to pluck 3 of your beard hairs." The elder nibbled on a slice of apple, savoring its sweetness. "If you lose again, you'll have to massage my legs. At my age, they always ache. It's fortunate you're here." The elder's demeanor suggested he expected Carrie to lose. As the two began their match, Warner took the opportunity to observe the room. Although not lavishly decorated, it exuded a sense of ancient elegance that was quite comforting. The dark wooden furniture contrasted beautifully with the white carpet, and several potted plants on the windowsill added a touch of greenery. The books on the shelves captivated Warner's attention. Many were rare handwritten manuscripts, unique volumes that left him astonished. Among them, the treasured military treatise by the former National Marshal, Begier, was particularly notable. High-ranking military officers were willing to pay a fortune for that book, yet none had succeeded in obtaining it over the years. Further down, many of the books were highly sought after by collectors willing to spend lavishly, if not for the sake of politeness. Warner would have longed to examine them at this moment. The chess game between the two had reached its climax. Carrie stood on his chair, raking his hair in frustration, while Warner, unfamiliar with chess, deduced that Carrie was undoubtedly at a disadvantage. "Old man, you're cheating. You deceived me into a trap, and I refuse to accept it." Courtyard suddenly shouted from his seat. "Ha ha, cunning. Young one, you must understand that strategy is inherently a form of deception. The ability to outwit your opponent is what defines a good strategy. That if you fall for it, it simply means you are foolish." "Ha ha." The elder chuckled heartily, stroking his beard. Courtyard muttered under his breath, but remained squatting before the elder, diligently massaging his legs. The elder was quite pleased with Courtyard's humble acceptance of defeat and remarked, "Playing chess is akin to 2 armies clashing. It is about leveraging one's strengths while exploiting the weaknesses of the opponent. That is the essence of the game. The highest form of skill lies in making your opponent play according to your design. And for that, one must employ deception." Courtyard glanced at the chessboard and nodded in understanding that as he was about to leave, Courtyard took all the pastries from the table, and the elder did not object. Closing his eyes to rest, when Courtyard exited, he no longer scaled the wall, but was escorted out by a servant. Young master, this is a gift from the master, the servant said at the door, producing a box for Courtyard. Upon opening it, he discovered a whole box of pastries. Courtyard remained silent, accepting it and departing. Who was that old man? Warner inquired. A trickster, a wily old fraud, Courtyard retorted. 3 years ago, I was being pursued and fled into this courtyard, where I happened to encounter the old man tending to his garden, and he hid me. Ever since that day, I have frequently visited here. Courtyard halted his narrative at this point, unwilling to elaborate further despite Warner's persistent questioning. All right, dusk is approaching. Let's unwind a bit, Courtyard suddenly exclaimed with excitement, pulling Warner back to their escapade of climbing walls and trees. Wow, why is the security here so tight today? But I love it. The more perilous, the more thrilling. Courtyard nearly shouted with exhilaration as he scaled the wall and climbed a large tree. Concealed by the leaves, he cautiously made his way to a branch sturdy enough to sit on, taking out the pastries to munch on while observing a nearby room. What is happening over there? Warner asked curiously. Shoo, keep quiet. Just watch that if you want pastries. Help yourself, Courtyard replied without turning, fixated on the window. After a while, Courtyard's breathing became increasingly rapid. Warner glanced towards the room and saw numerous women disrobing. You, Warner started to say, but upon seeing Courtyard's intense focus, he fell silent, turning his head away, determined not to gaze upon anything inappropriate. Inside the room, several women had removed their outer garments and began to assist a little girl in preparing for a bath. Ah, is there a mistake? It's just a little girl. What is there to see? What a letdown, Courtyard exclaimed in disappointment. Hearing the noise from outside, the little girl let out a shriek. Courtyard, startled, nearly fell from the tree but managed to catch a branch with his hand, though his unfortunate face was seen by the girl in the room. Hello, beautiful lady, he grinned, quickly climbing higher into the tree and telling Warner, you hide here. I'll distract them. Let us meet at our usual spot tomorrow morning. No sooner had Courtyard spoken than he darted away like an arrow. At that moment, the little girl finally reacted, shouting, Pervert! Pervert! The guards in the courtyard began to chase after Courtyard's fleeing figure. Warner, upon hearing the screams, stealthily peeked through the gaps in the leaves towards the window. And what he saw nearly gave him a heart attack. The little girl in the window was his own sister, Waz. Warner felt his heart nearly burst once the sound of the guards faded. He stealthily returned to his room to change clothes before heading to the hall. Meanwhile, Waz rushed down and ran to Warner. Brother, just now a pervert tried to peek at me while I was bathing. The people here are truly wicked. The little girl pouted. Having clearly remembered Courtyard's face, and the identity of the pervert lingered in her mind for years. Warner felt a surge of anxiety. Did they catch him? Ugh, that guy ran faster than a demon rabbit. What use are those guards? They are all utterly useless. Waz was still fuming. Meanwhile, Courtyard was still on the run. Not daring to return to the academy, he entered an abandoned granary, planning to spend the night there. Fortunately, he had some pastries to serve as dinner. This is quite comfortable. I didn't expect there to be such a pile of hay here, softer than my bed, Courtyard cheerfully remarked while arranging the hayt that moment. In the opulent courtyard, a young man clad in fine garments entered the hall, casually tossing his hat, which a servant rushed to catch but missed, letting it fall to the ground. Useless, you can't even catch a hat. Someone take him out and beat him, the young man in fine clothes kicked the servant in the face. When he turned and saw Warner and Waz, his expression immediately softened into a smile. Did you enjoy your day? This place is nothing compared to the royal city. There's nothing worthwhile here. Yet you still insist on coming out. Waz completely ignored the kicked servant, skipping over to him. Brother Walsh, you've been out all day and didn't play with me. When are we returning to the royal city? Warner observed the kicked servant with a frown, but quickly masked it with a calm demeanor. Humph. Today has been most displeasing. Just a retired noble, and he dares to refuse to see me. What guest could possibly be more important than I? Walsh switched back to a cheerful expression for Waz. We shall return to the royal city tomorrow. We'll set off at noon so that our little lazyhead can rest a bit longer. Ugh, when have I ever been a little lazyhead? Waz vigorously shook Walsh's arm. Warner, I heard you also went out today, sneaking out through the back door. Not forget your station. Warner was taken aback, but quickly replied respectfully. Brother Walsh, I understand my mistake. It won't happen again. Walsh nodded. Prepare to leave. We will return to the royal city tomorrow. Yes, Brother Walsh, Warner responded, not daring to lift his head and speaking in a hushed tone. Suddenly, he remembered his rendezvous with Coryai and added, "Brother Walsh, I ordered a headpiece for Waz in the market. I need to pick it up tomorrow morning. What could possibly be good here?" "Very well. Go quickly and return swiftly. Honor is a virtue of utmost importance." "Yes, Brother Walsh, I shall return to my room to pack my belongings." Warner, seeing Walsh nod, dared to back away from the hall. As he exited, a middle-aged man standing at the door bowed to Warner before entering the hall. "Esteemed Prince Walsh, Princess Waz, I just overheard at the door that you are departing tomorrow. I have a small token for the princess to play with." He presented a brocade box containing a pearl the size of an egg. Waz was about to exclaim in delight when Walsh shot her a glare. Waz quickly replied coldly, "Thank you, Lord Mayor. I accept your kind gift." A maid stepped forward to take the brocade box, and the mayor expressed his gratitude. It was then that Walsh spoke. "Lord Mayor, your diligent governance and love for the people in this region shall be reported to His Majesty the Emperor as commendable. You may take your leave." "Thank you, Prince Walsh. I shall take my leave." The mayor was indeed shrewd, delivering gifts to the right audience. In this generation of the Yas family, the most favored was none other than Princess Waz. And all the princes adored her, making gifts to her far more effective than to the princes. The next day, before dawn, Prince Warner Yas stepped out of the mayor's residence alone, heading towards the place where he had arranged to meet Coryai the previous day. Meanwhile, our young hero Coryai had battled with a rat all night, barely managing to sleep. He also arrived at the rendezvous point before dawn. Upon seeing each other, they joyfully embraced. "Warner, yesterday was truly unfortunate. I had hoped for a glimpse of something alluring to lighten my spirits, but instead encountered a flat little girl." Warner was drenched in sweat, knowing he could not reveal his royal status or that the girl was his beloved sister, the most cherished Princess Waz. Such an admission would forever sever their budding friendship. Life in the royal palace was incredibly dull, and knowing a friend like Coryai brought him immense joy. "I must leave. Today is the day." Warner spoke with a heavy heart, truly reluctant to part ways, as yesterday had been the happiest day he had experienced in many years, thanks to Coryai. "Ah, you're leaving? Then I must send you off with a gift to remember me by." Coryai rummaged through his belongings, finally producing a small knife he had carried since childhood, a rather ordinary blade. Warner, seeing this, took out a dagger from his own possession. "Let us exchange. This shall be a testament to our friendship." "All right, let us do it." Coryai, without a second glance, tucked Warner's dagger into his pocket, unaware that it was a precious gift from the Emperor on Warner's 8th birthday, adorned with the royal crest and inscribed with the Emperor's handwriting of Warner's name. "Good brother. I look forward to the day we reunite," Warner said, touched. Coryai playfully kicked Warner. No. Your expression is so strange. I have no interest in men." He laughed heartily. Warner's face turned green with anger as he retaliated with a couple of playful punches. "You little rascal. Always so irreverent." After a brief scuffle, Warner suddenly exclaimed, "Hurry, help me find a jewelry shop. I promise to bring back a gift for my sister." "Sister," Coryai repeated, and Warner's expression urged him to stop. Suddenly, Cory exclaimed, "Your sister is my sister as well. I must prepare a gift for her. Fortunately, the night sessions at the casino have yet to conclude, so let us go and earn some money." Without waiting for Warner's response, he seized Warner's hand and dashed toward the casino. At that moment, the casino was filled with gamblers, their eyes bloodshot, perhaps from a night devoid of sleep or from sheer excitement. "Today, you shall witness my gambling skills. This is the very source of my livelihood." "Young Master Lay," Cory declared proudly. The pair approached a table, a free gambling platform for the game of higher or lower, where no house dealer was present, and players took turns as the banker. If the banker won, they merely had to pay a small fee to the casino. "Come, allow me, Master Lay, to take the banker's position." Cory unceremoniously snatched the banker card. "You little rascal, do you have any money? How dare you take the banker's spot?" Several gamblers shouted in anger. Warner, however, had brought money with the intention of buying a gift for Wazid. A pouch of coins was tossed onto the table, revealing a bag of gold coins. Warner then produced several magic crystals and placed them on the table. Cory, seeing this, was unfazed. After all, they were brothers, and Warner's money was as good as his own. He slapped the table forcefully and proclaimed, "I, Master Lay, have plenty of money. Dare to gamble? Those with courage, stay. Those without money or guts, get off my table and stop taking up space." Several gamblers, upon realizing their funds were insufficient, quietly withdrew. Of course, some affluent players, seeing the high stakes, squeezed in, and soon the table was filled with gold coins as bets. The casino owner, displeased by the all-gold table, dispatched several henchmen to stand around and block the onlookers. Gentlemen, this is the finest set of gem dice available. May you all enjoy your game, the owner said, treating them like esteemed guests, as the casino benefited from such high-stakes gambling. Thank you, proprietor. Corey turned to the table and shouted, with such excellent equipment. Do not be stingy, place your bets. At this moment, nearly all the gamblers at the table were nobles, indifferent to Corey's tone, and began placing gold coins before themselves. Old chap, look at the others. You only betting 2 coins, Corey shouted, pointing at a gambler who had only placed 2 coins while others had wagered 10 or more, all regarding him with derision. I haven't finished yet. 20 coins. He gritted his teeth and tossed a pouch onto the table. Very well. You go first and I will make the final throw as the banker. The dice spun within the bowl, stirring the hearts of all gamblers and onlookers alike. 5. Ha ha, 5. The miserly gambler shouted in delight. Meanwhile, some mourned with clenched teeth, while others danced with joy at rolling 6. Finally, it was Corey's turn. This was crucial, and the crowd shouted, "No points, no points." The dice came to a stop, revealing 3, 4, and 5. The cheer erupted around him. What's the rush? There are still 2 chances left. Watch the luck of Master Lay, Corey declared, holding the dice in his hands, blowing on them twice. With divine luck, may the gambling god bless me. He suddenly tossed the dice into the bowl. The first die stopped on 4, the second on 5. The surrounding crowd began counting down, 3, 2. Yet, Corey, with one foot on the table, shouted louder than anyone. 6, 6, 6. Splendid. 4, 5, 6. Double kill. Ha ha, double kill. In stark contrast to Corey's exuberance, the other gamblers bowed their heads, counting out the matching gold coins to push forward. Excitedly, Corey swept the coins toward himself, adhering to the rules by first setting aside half for the casino. Following this, Corey rolled 4 and 5, resulting in both gains and losses, as the stakes escalated at the table. Particularly after a gambler won 80 coins from Corey, he placed a magic crystal coin down. Determined to challenge Corey, the miserly gambler also bet 50 coins in a frenzy. 4, 5, 6. The gambler who staked 100 coins shouted, anticipating winning 2 magic crystals, feeling a bead of sweat form on his brow. Corey realized that all the gamblers at the table were high rollers. Gritting his teeth, he tossed the dice, then closed his eyes, unable to bear the suspense. The dice gradually came to a halt, and silence enveloped the casino, devoid of sound. Slowly, Corey opened his eyes. Ha! Ha! A straight 1. 10. Banker's tenfold kill, tenfold kill. With a thud, someone fainted on the spot. However, Corey remained unfazed. The casino had its own rules. Since they collected a portion of the winnings, he need not concern himself with collecting debts. Even if someone lacked sufficient funds, the casino would cover the shortfall and subsequently seek repayment. Young man, you have extraordinary luck. According to the house rules, after a straight 1, you must release 10% to the players present. Then this table will close and reopen. Do you have any objections, young master? The casino owner inquired politely. Rest assured, I am a regular and know the rules that I, Master Lay, will release 15% for the players to enjoy. Corey called out loudly. Since the majority benefited, no one felt sympathy for the unfortunate gambler whose face turned green from losses. And they all cheered for Corey. At this moment, a petite girl squeezed her way to the front of the table and said to the miserly gambler, "Sir, my lady said she isn't feeling well and wishes for you to return home early." Slap. The girl's face bore a red imprint as she was struck. Get lost. It's all your fault. I lost money because of you. Damn it. 5 magic crystals, he yelled, preparing to strike again. Warner was about to intervene when Corey jumped forward. Stop. Look at these gentlemen. Which of them isn't a casino patron? See how composed they are. What does a little money matter? Corey's words struck a chord with the other losing gamblers, prompting them to step forward and intervene. The miserly gambler glared at the girl and threatened, "You'll get it when you get home." Hearing this, Corey threw 5 magic crystals into the air. "I'll buy her. Is this price agreeable?" Upon seeing the 5 magic crystals, the miserly gambler's demeanor transformed into a smile. "Young master, you truly are generous. I shall prepare the paperwork for you. Such transactions, where people were bought off, were not uncommon in the casino. The necessary documents were quickly prepared, and the miserly gambler signed as a witness. The gambler felt pleased, knowing that the girl was an orphan he had purchased from human traffickers for a silver coin, with a substantial haul, and the girl he had won. Corey, along with Warner, swaggered out of the casino. "What is your name?" Corey inquired. "Master, my name is Lacey," the girl replied timidly. "Ah, splendid. My name also contains the character Lay." Corey chuckled, though as a low-ranking noble, he had never had servants. However, Warner understood that a servant's name should not share a character with their master. Lacey, realizing this, immediately knelt. "Master, Lacey deserves to die. I will change my name." "No need. This name is quite lovely. I am Leiku Rue. Keep it," Corey said, handing the document to Lacey. Initially hesitant to accept, she carefully took it, fearing to offend Corey. To be why this time, daylight had fully emerged, and shops along the street began to open. Corey led Warner to a jewelry shop. "What can I help you with, young masters? This shop is the finest in the entire city." The clerk greeted them with a beaming smile, eager for business. "I'm looking for old Jack. Tell him Master Lay has arrived." As soon as Corey uttered these words, a commotion erupted from the back of the shop. Corey, hearing the noise, rushed in and grabbed the old man by his beard. "You little rascal, you plague. Last time you made me redo dozens of pieces of jewelry. Now you come to stir trouble again." Old Jack bellowed, nearly tossing several gold ornaments into the furnace upon hearing Corey's arrival. Corey chuckled, taking a hearty bite from a piece of bread on a nearby table before saying, "I'm here to bring you business. As far as craftsmanship goes, I dare say you are the best in the kingdom. Point one magic crystal coin for a top-quality piece." Old Jack took the magic crystal coin and scrutinized it closely. "When did you become so wealthy? Is this for that little girl?" Lacey quickly interjected, "No, I don't deserve it." Corey glanced back at Lacey and replied to Old Jack, "This is a gift from my brother's sister. I need something exceptional, better than what a princess would use." Then turning to Lacey, he added, "Choose something you like. Consider it a welcoming gift from me." Lacey immediately knelt. "Thank you, master." "Humph, you've come to the right person. I happen to have a rare item here that took me 2 years to craft, but one magic crystal coin is a bit too little," Old Jack leisurely remarked while sipping tea. "Show it to me. Don't just boast," Corey said, tugging at Old Jack's beard again. Old Jack yelped in pain. "Let go. You little rascal. I'll get it." An antique box was placed on the table, revealing a floral-shaped golden headpiece adorned with 16 emeralds, surrounding a large ruby. "Old man, I'll offer 30 magic crystals for it." Warner instantly recognized the piece as a treasure, both in craftsmanship and the selection of gemstones. Old Jack glanced at Warner and nodded. "Old Jack, does this shabby item truly warrant such a price? Is it really that good?" Corey still expressed skepticism. Old Jack remained silent as Warner explained, "All 17 gemstones are naturally formed, intricately carved by a master artisan. The entire headpiece is a seamless creation. I doubt many can achieve such craftsmanship." Turning around, he offered a slight bow to Old Jack and inquired, "May I ask what connection you have with the esteemed Master Fernanda?" "Good eye. Indeed, this piece is from the hands of my master. However, I shall not part with it for less than 50 magic crystal coins. If it weren't for that scoundrel Corey, I wouldn't even let anyone else take a glance at it," Old Jack replied. Without a word, Warner prepared to take out the money, but Corey stopped him, saying, "I will pay." He then placed 47 magic crystal coins on the table. "Old Jack, this is all I have, so do not be too greedy." Old Jack swiftly handed the box to Corey, snatching up the coins with remarkable speed, and remarked, "I knew you would haggle. I was originally prepared to let it go for 35 coins. He chuckled heartily. Enraged, Corey hurled the box into Warner's embrace and lunged at Old Jack, attempting to reclaim the coins. "Corey, stop. If this were in the Imperial City, it wouldn't even fetch 200 magic crystal coins." Warner hurriedly intervened, but Corey refused to relent, and a tussle ensued between the old man and the young lad. After some time, Old Jack, clearly fatigued, suggested, "How about you select 5 more items from the shelf?" 10. Corey gasped, still unwilling to let go. 7. Old Jack countered. 8. Corey retorted, "Deal." With that agreement, Corey stood up, helping Old Jack to his feet and brushing the dust off him. Little did anyone know that Old Jack had offended the powerful, changing his name and living in obscurity never concerning himself with money. Had it not been a piece from his master, he would not have minded gifting it to Corey. Corey began to survey the shop, searching for items that caught his fancy, while Warner carefully wrapped the ancient wooden box, fearful of damaging it by mistake. Lace, go choose a few items you like. Corey found little interest in the shop's offerings. And as he was not inclined to gift anything to a girl, he also did not wish to carry anything unnecessary. Yet, he felt it would be remiss not to take something for himself. Master. I like that brooch, Lace timidly expressed. Having been sold to a noble as a slave, she had come to believe deeply in her master's words, feeling compelled to obey his commands. This was the first time she had received something so wonderful, and the overwhelming emotion left her feeling nervous and scared. Corey, I must take my leave, and I look forward to the day we reunite. My dear brother, my only friend, Warner said, placing a hand on Corey's shoulder. Tears welling in his eyes, he produced the very ordinary knife Corey had gifted him and pressed it into his palm. Observing this, Corey wiped the smile off his face and, using the dagger Warner had given him, pricked his own palm. Good brother, good friend. The two young men clasped hands tightly, their blood mingling between their palms. Wiping away his tears, Warner turned and walked away without a backward glance, fearing he might impulsively decide not to return to the imperial city. Dreading the idea of forever longing for the carefree life he had shared with Corey, gazing at the wound in his palm, felt a pang of concern for his somewhat clueless yet congenial friend, who had been shunned by peers throughout his life. His classmates at the academy deemed him a poor student, reluctant to associate with him for fear of tarnishing their own reputations. Old Jack. Noticing the dagger in Corey's hand, his eyes glinting for a moment before returning to normal, remarked, "Is this the token of your exchange? You found yourself a good friend, lad." Old Jack's tone was peculiar, but Corey was too preoccupied with his sorrow over a friend's departure to pay it any mind. Yet, 10 seconds later, Corey's sadness dissipated. "Old Jack, I want this snuff bottle and that brooch. You can hold the rest for me. I'll return to select more later." Corey resumed his usual demeanor, comfortably sitting at the counter, casually enjoying Old Jack's breakfast. Old Jack chuckled, retrieving another snuff bottle from beneath the counter. "Lad, if you wish to curry favor, at least offer something presentable. This will suffice for our current account." Corey held both items in his hands, unable to discern the difference between the two. "What if you deceive me? I'll take both, and that brooch, and then we are square." Quick as a flash, Corey snatched 2 magic crystal coins from Old Jack's possession and dashed out onto the street with Lace. Old Jack, stroking his beard with a chuckle, casually tossed the remaining coins into a hole in the ground. It was at this moment that Corey suddenly realized the predicament he faced after acquiring Lace. The academy would not permit her entry, and he had no suitable place to house her. "Lace, here is a bag of gold coins and 2 magic crystal coins. Take this money and return home." Upon hearing this, Lace burst into tears. Corey had never encountered someone crying before, leaving him flustered and unsure. "Don't cry. What's wrong? Please, stop crying." As passers-by turned to look, Corey felt a surge of panic. "Master no longer wants me. I have no home. What will I do now?" Lace's sobs grew louder. Corey, truly alarmed, exclaimed, "Stop crying. I never said I would abandon you, that I'll find a way to take care of you." Lace, upon hearing this, immediately ceased her tears. "Really? Master won't drive me away. I won't. But calling me master feels strange. Let's find another name." Corey wiped away her tears while his eyes scanned the surroundings, noticing people pointing and laughing. He snapped, "Haven't you seen someone cry before? What are you staring at?" Although Lace had stopped crying, Corey felt overwhelmed. Suddenly, he recalled the gift he had prepared for Old Jack, and a smile broke across his face. "Come with me. I will take you to a wonderful place." Shortly thereafter, Corey arrived at the entrance of a beautiful courtyard. "Hey, I'm here to see the old man." Corey had never inquired about the old man's name, nor had he ever revealed his own, yet their visits had continued unabated. The gatekeeper, upon recognizing Corey, immediately donned a smile. "Young master, what brings you to the front gate today?" "I shall inform the master at once." In a short while, a servant returned, saying, "Young master, the master invites you in to share breakfast in the dining room." They traversed the garden and arrived at the dining room. This courtyard was quite expansive, but it was Corey's first time entering the dining area. He had always gone to the old man's study before. Upon seeing Corey enter, everyone in the dining room retreated, leaving only the old man and Corey. Lace, understanding that such a place was not for her, halted at the door. "Old man, I have a gift for you, and I need your assistance." Corey, as if at home, sat down to eat and placed the 2 snuff bottles on the table. Pointing to one, he said, "Old Jack claimed this one is of good quality, while this one is ordinary and I don't know much. So I brought both for you." The old man examined the 2 snuff bottles for a moment before placing them both in his bosom. "What troubles have you encountered?" he inquired, pouring himself a glass of wine and taking a sip before slowly asking. As Corey devoured his meal, he pointed to Lace at the door and relayed the events surrounding the casino. "I need to find a way to take care of her. It would be inconvenient to bring her with me back to the academy." After listening, the old man picked up a small bell and rang it. The servant entered, saying, "Master, take that young girl to wash up and change into clean clothes." The servant bowed and exited, but Lace refused to move, fearing Corey might discard her. After much coaxing from Corey, Lace finally complied and followed the servant away. "I have a small courtyard on the east side of the city, which has gone unattended for years. I can rent it to you for 1 gold coin per month, but you must pay me 6 months' rent up front." The old man continued to toy with the snuff bottles. "1 gold coin? That's rather steep. 4 gold coins for 6 months? I am but a poor man. I do not possess such wealth." If Corey did not attempt to negotiate, he would not be Corey. The old man nodded, observing that Corey had finished his meal. That he then rang the bell again, summoning a servant to set out fruits and drinks in the study. Corey retrieved his pouch of coins, preparing to pay 8 gold coins up front. Accidentally, Warner's dagger fell out, causing the old man's previously half-closed eyes to snap wide open. "What is that?" "This? A token exchanged between friends, just like that fellow you met yesterday," Corey replied, presenting the dagger before the old man. The old man waved his hand, signaling the servant to leave, then carefully took the dagger in his hands, inspecting it. Initially surprised, he quickly regained his composure and smiled, saying, "Since it is a token between friends, it must be cherished. Let us play a game of chess. Today I will teach you a few good moves." Upon hearing this, Corey perked up. "Let us go. Today, I must win." In the study, the servant had already set up the chessboard. The 2 sat on opposite sides, and the servant bowed and stepped outside. The old man picked up the queen and slowly began. The queen is the fastest moving piece, with the greatest control over the board. But she is not the trump card at the right moment. Any piece can capture her. Therefore, the most crucial aspect of chess is to thoroughly understand each piece's strengths, effectively utilize them, and ensure all your pieces work as a cohesive unit, complementing one another. Only then will you be at your strongest. Corey listened, utterly bewildered, tugging at his hair. "Old man, I don't understand. Let's just play." Surprisingly, this was the first time the old man had earnestly explained something to Corey, repeating his previous words in various ways until Corey could grasp the meaning. "Old man, you cunning fellow, why didn't you teach me this before?" Corey finally understood the old man's teachings, and although grateful in his heart, he maintained his usual demeanor. The elder smiled faintly and took out a snuff bottle to inhale its contents. "Today, I find myself in good spirits, and besides, a game of chess without an opponent is rather dull," the elder remarked, gesturing towards the bookshelf. "Please fetch the 13th book from the second shelf," counting from the left. Following his instructions, Corey retrieved the book, which bore no title on its cover. Upon opening it, he discovered it contained the elder's handwritten analysis of chess strategies. "A splendid find. Allow me to peruse it a little longer." "You may examine it as long as you wish. It is a gift for you. Study it diligently, and when you feel you have made progress, return to challenge me. Furthermore, there is a sword on that shelf. Please bring it to me." The elder stood up slowly, removing his long robe. Accepting the sword that Corey presented with both hands, he began to perform a dance of swordplay. "Have you taken note, young one? My body is no longer what it used to be after a single set of moves. I find myself fatigued. Come, give my shoulders a good massage." As Corey observed the elder's swordplay, he diligently tried to memorize the movements. However, lacking any formal training in swordsmanship since childhood, he could only grasp the form without understanding its essence. After the elder enjoyed Corey's massage, he instructed a servant to lead Corey to a small courtyard in the east of the city. Once they arrived at the courtyard, the servant departed, leaving Corey to push open the gate. Filled with delight, upon entering, he discovered a very short path flanked by a garden on one side and a small pond on the other, albeit only palm-sized, yet Corey found it utterly charming. 2 small rooms were built against the back wall, each occupying over 10 square meters. Let us go on a shopping spree to procure some supplies for the household. Ignoring the dust that covered him from tidying up the room, Corey eagerly dashed into the street. 3 days later, Corey had transformed the quaint little courtyard into a delightful space. Lace, this money is for you. I must return to the academy. Please look after the house. If anything arises, seek out the elder. He will assist you. Corey had faith that the elder would care for Lace, especially given the fine garments he had given her, which were worn by his esteemed servants, along with some trinkets. Young master, I shall certainly take good care of this place, Lace assured him, kneeling at the door to bid Corey farewell. Corey frowned slightly. I detest such kneeling. Let us change that in the future. It was at that moment Corey suddenly realized that Lace was a remarkably lovely young girl. After 4 days of skipping classes, Corey felt an exhilarating sense of freedom. Were it not for the fear of causing his mother distress, he might have fled forever. He had already contemplated the route back to the academy. Deciding to scale the low wall beside the garden, naturally, it was prudent to investigate the surroundings first. A fist-sized stone was tossed over the wall. Corey crouched at the corner, straining to listen. But there was no sound. Inwardly, he mused that the coast was clear, presenting a safe opportunity. With a single hand grasping the wall, he leapt over effortlessly. Ah! A series of anguished cries erupted from the other side. Corey found himself pinned beneath the foot of a robust middle-aged man, who clutched his head with one hand, while wielding a stick with the other, delivering merciless blows to Corey. The man's body and face were wrapped in layers of gauze. You little brat. I knew it was you. You left me sprawled in the flower bed, covered in thorns from the roses. Now you dare to throw stones at me. Let me teach you a lesson. How could Corey stand against the director of the education department? Not only did he receive a thorough beating, but he was also dragged into the headmaster's office. Headmaster, this boy is incorrigible. He has escaped the academy for 4 days and even harmed a minor. He must be severely punished, the director bellowed, continuing to kick Corey. While Corey adeptly dodged the more painful blows, he chuckled and spoke to the headmaster. Oh, esteemed headmaster, you are exceedingly kind, and I see from your distinguished beard that you possess the finest taste in the entire kingdom. My minor transgressions, under your great benevolence, shall soon transform me into an exemplary student. Corey had observed that the headmaster devoted most of his time to grooming his beard, followed closely by tending to the garden. After delivering a few flattering remarks, the headmaster smiled faintly. How shall we deal with you? You may choose your own punishment. Upon hearing this, Corey felt a sinking sensation. It appeared the headmaster would not let him off lightly. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to choose a rather severe punishment. Most illustrious headmaster, I believe I should receive 100 strokes of the cane. Headmaster, 100 strokes is far too lenient. This boy has ruined your rose garden, the director interjected. The moment those words left his mouth, the headmaster's smile froze. Ah, Corey, you are still young. Corporal punishment might be excessive. What if you injure your hand and can no longer write? Very well, I shall confine you to the old storage room for a month. Before Corey could react, the headmaster added, you shall receive only bread and water daily, under strict supervision. Oh, headmaster. Tears streamed down Corey's face as he rushed to embrace the headmaster's leg. If I do not attend classes for a month, my studies will surely suffer. My poor grades would tarnish your illustrious reputation that I promised to be a good student. The headmaster chuckled. That can easily be arranged. You shall also be required to copy the spells of this month's studies 100 times each day. Upon hearing this, Corey was left dumbfounded, quickly wiping away his tears. Without looking back, he trudged towards the old storage room, plotting how he might exact revenge on the headmaster, for Corey Liu was a young master who always repaid his debts. The old storage room had once served as the academy's equipment depot. A few years prior, several outstanding students had gained admission to the Royal Academy, earning the kingdom's generous reward of new equipment and books, leading to the establishment of a new library and storage facility. What remained here were merely discarded items: a lamp, a large bag of the poorest quality paper, and 2 broken pens, confined within the old storage room alongside the director. Corey found himself embarking on a life of confinement for the first time. You, a brainless wild boar, shall see that I, Corey Liu, will escape. Corey cursed vehemently, wishing ill upon the director's relatives for 18 generations. Only when he grew weary of his tirade did Corey begin to contemplate where he might sleep that night. He arranged several tables together, finally creating a makeshift bed, after clearing a clean spot with a broom from the corner. Corey understood that he would not be escaping anytime soon. The news of Corey's confinement spread like wildfire throughout the academy. eliciting great joy among the instructors, who relished the punishment of such a troublesome student. The female students, particularly those in higher grades, rejoiced as well, for they could finally enjoy a peaceful night's sleep, no longer haunted by Corey's ghostly presence in their dormitories. Ever since his antics of releasing mice and snakes in the girls' dormitory, escalating to stealing undergarments and peeping at them while they changed and bathed, the girls had been too embarrassed to speak out against him day an hour after Corey was locked away, in the very study where he often played chess with the elder. A servant reported to the elder, "Master, the young master has been confined to the old storage room, expected to remain there for a month." The elder smiled slightly and waved the servant away. In his heart, he mused that experiencing some hardship would be beneficial for Corey. Ah, how dreadfully boring. Let me out. I might perish from this tedium. Corey's cries of exhaustion grew quieter until they faded to near silence. Outside the storage room, the director secretly reveled in his satisfaction. Another dawn broke, and the sun's rays gradually illuminated the interior of the storage room. Corey, his eyes bloodshot, hair in disarray, and covered in dirt, sat on a rickety chair, staring blankly at the sky outside the window. Beneath the low window hung a small blue basket containing 6 pieces of bread and 3 water bottles. It had been 2 days since Corey had eaten or drunk anything. Merely gazing out at the clouds by day and the stars by night, never before had he yearned for freedom so intensely. With a long sigh, Corey finally stood for the first time in 2 days. With a thud, the book he had been holding fell to the ground. It was the very volume containing the elder's handwritten chess insights. Bored to the core, Corey slowly retrieved the book and casually opened it to the first page. Several large characters caught his eye. Chess, for the sake of competition, the heart, for the victor. Corey was unsure why he suddenly felt invigorated, flipping to the next page, which was filled with smaller text. It began with the words, "In victory, do not be arrogant. In defeat, do not be disheartened. The strategies of chess are also the strategies of the heart. Only a heart as tranquil as still water can remain undefeated. To rejoice in favorable circumstances is to invite defeat. To despair in adversity is to ensure hopelessness. To rejoice in favorable circumstances is to invite defeat. To despair in adversity is to ensure hopelessness." Corey repeated these 2 phrases, recalling the moments spent playing chess with the elder. When he successfully captured his opponent's pieces, he was elated, yet he was swiftly and decisively defeated by the elder. Conversely, if the opening moves did not favor him, he often surrendered within just a few turns. Yet now, he realized that being confined did not preclude him from engaging in numerous other activities. With that thought, Corey rushed to the low window, grabbing a piece of bread to eat. He vowed never to allow the director to belittle him. Psychologically, he would never concede defeat after satisfying his hunger. Corey took out the dagger given to him by Warner and began crafting a simple chess set from the wooden scraps in the storage room. Each day was filled with eating, sleeping, and diligently studying the elder's chess insights. He had no idea how many days had passed, but a smile had returned to Corey's face as he read. He absent-mindedly arranged pieces on the rudimentary chessboard he had created. But the incessant buzzing of pesky flies drove him to distraction. Swatting at them, he found it futile. No matter how he tried, he could not rid himself of the multitude of flies. "Do you think you can bully me?" Corey Liu, by refusing to vanish. Driven to the brink, Corey lit a torch, specifically targeting the flying insects. However, swinging too hastily, the flame extinguished quickly. Time and again, he relit the torch, eventually discovering that a pronged torch would not be extinguished. "Behold the prowess of my swordsmanship. For I, young Master Lei, am about to demonstrate it." Ha! As Corey flailed about with his sword, he inadvertently executed a technique taught to him by the elder, a move characterized by a single word: speed. The flying insect he aimed at was effortlessly struck, turning to ash in the flickering torchlight. Corey, eager to refine this technique, found himself at a disadvantage due to his lack of understanding of swordplay. Unbeknownst to him, the elder had imparted a remarkably sophisticated skill, yet with this single maneuver, Corey gradually began to grasp its essence in his sparring with the insects by a stroke of serendipity. He transitioned from clumsily attempting the move to gradually mastering it, until it flowed from his heart as if it were second nature. The swarm of flying insects continued to trouble him while he was engrossed in his chess studies. With a slender wooden stick in hand, Corey could strike with precision, guided solely by sound, hitting his mark every time. Perhaps the absence of Corey's usual curses had unsettled the director of the education office. Or perhaps he was genuinely concerned about Corey's well-being. Regardless, he appeared at the warehouse door. "You little rascal, are you comfortable in there?" Corey, having finally quieted his mind and set aside thoughts of his confinement, was filled with resentment upon the director's arrival. "I, young Master Lay, am doing quite well, and perhaps you wish to join me in this comfort." While Corey might be persuaded to comply in spirit, he would never yield his tongue. "Humph, enjoy yourself slowly. There is plenty of time yet." The director muttered a few parting words and departed. Corey glanced at the book in his hands and the chess set on the table. But his mind was restless. The mere thought of the bothersome director sent waves of anger coursing through him. "I cannot allow this to stand. I must find a way out." Corey began rummaging through the warehouse, hoping to discover some tool to aid in his escape. If not for the fear of setting fire to the place and perishing in the flames, he might have already ignited the warehouse. After a lengthy search, he finally unearthed a rusty shovel. Excitement bubbled within him for a full minute, only for his smile to freeze in place as he attempted to use the shovel against the door. The ancient tool crumbled, its blade disintegrating into scrap metal, leaving only a short handle in his grasp. "I will not give up. I shall find a way." Corey resumed his thorough search of the old warehouse, determined to locate something more suitable. Most of the better items had been taken, leaving only broken swords and battered staffs. "Rope!" Corey suddenly exclaimed, then swiftly clamped a hand over his mouth. A grin spread across his face as a plan formed in his mind. As night fell, the skylight of the old warehouse was opened, and a figure emerged onto the rooftop, stealthily moving toward the girls' dormitory. Creak. A door was pushed open. Corey, knife in hand, entered the room with a mischievous grin. Easily sliding the small latch aside, he first admired the two beautiful senior girls slumbering nearby, gently kissing the cheek of the more attractive one. Hee, sweet. Taking a deep breath, he felt a surge of delight. "Damn it. I came here for a purpose." Corey lightly chastised himself, then removed the curtains and began to search through the girls' lingerie. Moving from one room to the next, he couldn't resist kissing any beautiful girl he encountered, careful not to make too much noise lest he awaken anyone, for that would spell his doom. Not only would the girls retaliate, but the director would surely expel him, and his mother would be heartbroken upon his return home. With the countless pieces of lingerie bundled within the curtains, Corey stealthily exited the girls' dormitory. He dashed toward another building, evading the patrolling guards and leaping over low flower walls, moving swiftly through the academy grounds. In terms of agility, any swordsmanship instructor would have awarded him top marks. Chapter 3. A heart both pained and resilient. Once again, sunlight crested the horizon, replaced by the sound of startled screams instead of the wake-up bell. In the girls' dormitory, without exception, every resident discovered their wardrobes had been rifled through, the source of the screams being the dark handprints left upon their chests or faces. Of course, the handprints on the chests of the attractive girls were particularly unsightly, while those on the faces of the less fortunate were even more so. "Principal, we have a dire situation. Something terrible occurred in the girls' dormitory last night." The dormitory supervisor burst into the principal's courtyard, only to be startled by a loud roar from within. She was not the only one affected. Dozens of instructors rushed into the education office director's room as the commotion originated from there. All stood in shock, for the director was frantically attempting to remove numerous pieces of lingerie from his person, only to find the more he struggled, the tighter they became. Upon seeing the multitude of instructors enter, he panicked, unable to free himself, and fell onto the bed. Hearing the morning's cacophony of screams and the thunderous shouts, Corey chuckled to himself, drifting back into slumber, confident that he would have a beautiful dream. Who did this? The director's furious bellow, echoing from the depths of his being, while reduced in volume by the time it reached Corey, still sounded delightful and melodious to him. "Tonight, I shall escape and see Lace," Corey mused. Pondering how Lace had fared in the courtyard during his confinement, Corey slipped into dreams. The director, blushing profusely and clutching a pile of lingerie, stood in the principal's office. In that moment, the burly man appeared as bashful as a young girl, unable to raise his head. "Principal, this sigh." After a long sigh, the director sank to the floor, his hand inadvertently resting upon a piece of lingerie, causing him to jump as if he had touched a cactus. Retreating to the corner of the room, the dormitory supervisor approached the principal, whispering, "Principal, the handprints left on the girls' chests and faces are quite small." Upon hearing this, the principal nodded. "Order that the boys' dormitory be locked starting at 8 tonight. No one is to leave. Set traps in the girls' dormitory to prevent any further mischief." The principal took the matter lightly, believing it to be a mere prank orchestrated by some boys, and certainly a coordinated effort. However, He did not dismiss one particularly suspicious individual, Corey. Go check on Corey and see what he is up to. Inspect the doors and windows of the old warehouse. After considering this, the principal instructed the education director. Upon hearing this, the director sprang into action, grabbing a wooden stick and heading straight for the old warehouse. Get up, get up. Corey, lost in pleasant dreams, was roughly yanked from his slumber. He rubbed his face, and upon seeing the education director, his expression fell flat. Is it morning? Are you about to let me out? Out. Just wait that you've got another 2 weeks to go. The education director growled, beginning to inspect the doors and windows, leaving no nook or cranny unchecked. Before thoroughly searching every corner of the warehouse, Corey stifled a laugh. How could this fool, the director of education, expect young Master Lay Corey to be foolish enough to bring evidence back for him to find? After an extensive search, the director, having turned the warehouse upside down, found nothing suspicious. Corey had hung the ropes from the beams, and though the director saw them, he thought nothing of it. With a loud bang, the door to the old warehouse was slammed shut and locked from the outside once more. A pig is still a pig. Ah, no, he's even more foolish than a pig, to dare oppose young Master Lay Corey. This is the consequence. Corey cursed silently to himself and rolled over to resume his sleep. While Corey enjoyed his dreams during the day, the rest of the academy's students endured a waking nightmare. As the education director wielded his authority to its fullest extent, your attire is untidy. Run 10 laps around the track as punishment. Your incantation was sloppy. Rewrite it 1,000 times. In summary, the students' torment was palpable, yet as students, they could do nothing but endure, moving cautiously about the campus. As night once again descended and the moon had yet to rise, the academy fell silent. Of course, all of this was instigated by Corey. What a delightful feeling. I had such a wonderful dream. Upon awakening, Corey felt the need to stretch his limbs. 167 flying insects had met their demise beneath his wooden stick. And after quenching his thirst with a refreshing drink, Corey was off once more. The girls' dormitory was rigged with hundreds of traps, and the female instructors and dormitory staff stood vigilant, ready to defend against any intrusions. Meanwhile, our young Master Lay Corey found himself in the academy's cafeteria. Curtains had become essential items, and he raided the lockers for ham, sausages, and anything else he deemed delicious. After a thorough plunder, Corey departed the academy via his usual route. In the dimly lit city, just as night began to settle, passers-by could see a large sphere darting across the street, supported by 2 slender legs moving at an astonishing speed. Lace, I have returned. Corey banged on the door of the courtyard. Before long, Lace emerged from her room, clad in a light green nightgown, her hair cascading down her back. Though still a girl, her grace rendered Corey momentarily speechless. Young master, you have returned. Lace's voice snapped Corey from his reverie. Lace, I must say, you are quite lovely. You've grown into a beautiful woman. Lace's cheeks flushed at the compliment, and she shyly replied, Thank you for the praise, young master. Corey then set down the large bag he was carrying. This is some food for you. I've been out of the academy lately, so take good care of yourself. As they spoke, they pulled the bag into the room. Young master, you have not returned for the past 2 weeks. The person who brought us here last time has come twice. Delivering a multitude of items, he mentioned that it was sent by his master. Lace remarked, gesturing towards the many items in the room, particularly the food, which was enough for her to indulge for half a year. Suddenly, Lace recalled something. Young master, have you had dinner? I can prepare some for you. Indeed, it would be nice to have an improvement in my meals, Corey thought to himself, feeling uneasy at the memory of 2 weeks of dry bread. Despite her youth, Lace had been trained extensively by human traffickers who sought to sell her at a good price, and after spending several years as a servant in a noble household, she had become exceptionally skilled in domestic affairs, particularly in the culinary arts, excelling in taste, aroma, and presentation. Delicious, absolutely delicious, Corey exclaimed, his mouth dripping with oil as he ate too rapidly, leading to a slight choking. Young master, please eat slowly that I have also prepared dessert for you, Lace quickly offered, handing him juice and patting his back. Corey took a bite of the sweet treat. Lace, please make another portion of this pastry. I intend to take it with me. Of course, young master, but are you leaving so soon? I must depart immediately. I wish to thank the old man for taking care of you, and I need to return to the academy before dawn. Being caught would not bode well. Corey mumbled as he continued to eat, and Lace could barely catch his words. hastily preparing the pastry. The moon rose, and the streets were devoid of pedestrians. Once again, Corey wandered through the streets, opting not to return directly to the academy, but instead following his old route of climbing walls and trees. Arriving at the old man's home, the elder was practicing swordplay beneath the moonlight, and Corey quietly observed from the garden pavilion, choosing not to interrupt, despite his lack of understanding of swordsmanship. "Come down. It is your first time visiting my home at night." The elder had already sensed Corey's presence and spoke only after finishing his practice. Corey grinned and leaped down from the pavilion. "Old man, taste Lace's culinary skills. This pastry is delightful." The elder took the towel offered by a servant to wipe his hands before savoring a piece of the pastry. Quite good. Alas, at my age, I cannot indulge in too many sweets," he said, waving his hand for the servant to take the small package from Corey. "Old man, I came tonight intending to challenge you to a game of chess," Corey announced, heading straight for the elder's study. The servant glanced at the elder, who nodded, prompting the servant to follow and prepare for the game. As Corey departed, the elder stroked his beard, a smile appearing on his face. He was now certain that the chaos that had erupted at the academy the previous night was indeed Corey's doing. "Young lad, the essence of chess lies in balance, the equilibrium of the entire board. Mindless aggression is merely a tactic of the ordinary. When faced with true masters, such recklessness can lead to demise. Offense, defense, collaboration, all are interconnected. From today onward, abandon the physical board and envision a game in your mind." The elder was quite pleased with Corey's progress, offering additional insights. Though Corey claimed he wanted to play, he felt a sense of bitterness whenever he was defeated by the elder as he neared victory. So he played several more games. Suddenly glancing at the time, he leaped up, exclaiming, "Oh no, old man, I must leave. Thank you for taking care of Lace." Before his words could fully escape, Corey was already outside the study. The sky gradually lightened, and Corey, consumed by anxiety, rushed toward the academy. He calculated that no one would be awake yet, hoping to return unnoticed. "Halt! I thought it was someone else." A loud shout plunged Corey into despair. Thinking it was all over, the director of the educational office had spent the night awake, patrolling the campus to catch the mischief maker from the previous night. Corey was taken to the principal's office, where the female dormitory supervisor presented a piece of women's lingerie, pressing Corey's hand against it for comparison. Meanwhile, the dining hall administrator reported the incident of the previous night's robbery. "Mr. Corey, I believe you are unfit to continue your studies at the academy. Please leave," the principal stated curtly. "Principal." No matter how much Corey pleaded, the principal did not turn back, while the director of the educational office was overjoyed, eager to expel Corey from the academy. Touching the academy's gates, Corey felt an overwhelming reluctance to leave. He bore no fondness for the institution, yet his mother's hopes for him to succeed weighed heavily on his heart. Corey felt an immense sadness. "Get out! Hurry up and leave, you scum!" the director shouted. "Wait a moment." A tutor rushed forward. He was the head of Corey's class. "Corey, you are a good boy. Keep these books," he said, handing them to Corey. "Thank you." Corey bowed deeply. He was leaving the academy where he had spent 7 years. Corey, at 13 years of age, became the first student in the history of this small town to be expelled from the academy, while the children of the impoverished, those with a bit of wealth, and all noble offspring of his age continued their studies in various academies. Corey returned to his small courtyard, instructing Lace to pack their belongings. Seeing the expression on Corey's face, Lace did not dare to ask further. Quietly gathering their things. "We won't need the other items. Just take the money and personal belongings." Corey spoke in a hushed tone, so low that Lace might have missed it if the room had not been exceedingly quiet. For the first time in 7 years, Corey donned attire other than the academy uniform, preparing everything. He locked the gate of the small courtyard and proceeded to the elder's home. "I am leaving. I have been expelled from the academy." Corey attempted to keep his voice steady. The elder sipped his tea, quietly listening to Corey's tale without uttering a single question. Suddenly, Corey knelt down. The elder assumed Corey had a request, but he was mistaken. "Old man, thank you for saving me once. If it weren't for you, I would have been expelled 3 years ago. Thank you. I must go now. I do not know when I will have the chance to return here. Please take care of yourself." Corey wept. The first tears he had shed in his life. He had not cried even when his father beat him bloody with a whip. Just as Corey turned to leave, the elder called out, "Wait." The elder stood up. "Child, remember, there are many ways to rise above. If you are willing, you can certainly achieve it." The elder opened his cabinet, retrieving a sword and a chess set. "This is a keepsake for you. Do not forget to visit this old man when you have the chance." Corey knelt, accepting the elder's gifts with both hands, not forgetting the etiquette expected of even a low-ranking noble. Outside the city, a boy and a girl strolled slowly along the roadside, their faces and clothes covered in dust from the passing carriages. 20 kilometers from the city, in a small village, lay Corey's father had just received the academy's notice. The elderly father sighed heavily as he sat in a chair. Alas, what kind of person has such a son? That disgrace truly brings shame upon us. The speaker was Corey's second mother. Following her, the third and fourth mothers joined in with cold mockery that Corey's mother was an ordinary farmer who had married his father when they were both commoners. However, after a few years, his father achieved military success and was granted a title, eventually becoming a baron. Due to her poor health, Corey's mother had never been able to conceive. After his father married 3 other wives, her status began to decline, especially as these 3 wives bore sons. Additionally, her humble origins and ignorance of noble etiquette led to her gradual neglect by her husband, relegating her to his servants' quarters. Dressing similarly to the servants. It was only in her 40s, after his father drunkenly spent a night in her room, that she bore Corey, the only time in over a decade. However, the other 3 stepmothers regarded Corey as a bastard. Although his father firmly believed he was his son, he was constrained by the influence and reputation of the third wife's family. Thus, Corey took his mother's surname. In his youth, he was cared for by his older brothers and managed to survive. It was only due to their strong insistence that he was sent to the academy. Now, the youngest of his brothers was already 16, attending an advanced academy, while the oldest was in his 30s. Serving in the Imperial Army. 2 of his sisters were married, and 2 remained at home, waiting for marriage. The 2 sisters who remained at home inherited the stepmother's bitterness, taking turns to ridicule Corey's mother. Upon returning to the small village, Corey did not dare to go home immediately. Instead, he visited the home of a childhood friend. "Sooty, I'm back. Young Master Corey, is that you? It has been 7 years since we last saw each other." The boy named Sooty was chopping firewood and could hardly believe his eyes. For 7 years, Corey's stepmothers had prevented him from returning home, forcing him to remain at the academy, and apart from sneaking back to see his mother, he had seen no one. "It is I, Corey, the young master. Ha ha ha, I am back." Corey laughed heartily, yet could not conceal the pain in his heart. "We have all heard about your expulsion from the academy," Sooty said softly. Corey's smile faded. "Do me a favor, let her stay here for a few days. I want to visit my mother." The villagers were all tenants of Corey's father and were somewhat aware of his family's affairs. Without hesitation, Sooty agreed to Corey's request. Corey handed him a gold coin. "Take this." Seeing the gold coin, Sooty's eyes widened. For people like them, it was a rare opportunity to touch a gold coin. He hurriedly clutched it in his hands, afraid it might slip away. Sooty's home was only a few dozen meters from Corey's own. Standing at the door of his house, Corey hesitated to enter. A servant, broom in hand, preparing to sweep in front of the house, spotted Corey and, without a greeting, said dully, "You have returned. The master is in the front hall," and went back to his tasks. Corey, indifferent to the world around him, stepped through his own front door. Instead of heading to the foyer, he made his way directly to the quarters where the servants resided, intent on first visiting his mother. Upon entering, he found her engaged in needlework, kneeling on the floor, and he bowed deeply in respect. "My child." Corey's mother embraced him, weeping uncontrollably. Corey gritted his teeth, refusing to shed a tear at the sound of the servant's report. His father appeared at the doorway, accompanied by his 3 stepmothers, all of whom, along with his 2 sisters, held handkerchiefs to their noses. One sister remarked, "How dare you return? Truly disgraceful. You're just as contemptible as your wretched mother." Hearing this, Corey sprang to his feet and delivered a resounding slap across his sister's face. Using all his strength, her cheek immediately began to swell. "You little brat, are you trying to rebel?" Corey's father shouted in fury. But Corey remained silent, drawing the sword gifted to him by the elder and thrusting it towards his father's throat with lightning speed, consumed by rage. "Stop!" Corey's mother screamed, bringing him back to his senses as the tip of the sword pressed against his father's throat. Blood seeping from the cut, the 3 stepmothers and his sister were too frightened to even scream. Corey sheathed his sword, returning it to his satchel, and took out a handkerchief to wipe away his mother's tears. "I am Corey. Remember this." Corey made it clear that he bore a different surname, one that they had never recognized him by as a member of this family. Recovering from her fright, one stepmother screeched, "Brat, We pay 20 gold coins annually for your tuition and 50 for your lodging. Do you think that's nothing? If you have any guts, return the money. Carrie scoffed. I thought it was something of significance. He tossed 13 magical crystal coins onto the ground. Is this enough? If not, I'll toss you 2 more. He flung down another 2 coins. Mother, we are leaving, he declared, attempting to take his mother away. No. Carrie's mother broke free from his grasp. He is your father. This is my home. Child, admit your fault, and your father will forgive you. Carrie glanced at his mother, then at his father and the 3 stepmothers. He knelt before his mother, bowing 3 times, then turned to his father and did the same. Tightening his grip on his satchel, he assured, Mother, I will return to Carrie will come back in glory to take you away from here. Carrie had no desire to remain in this place for even a minute longer. A home that had never brought him joy since the day he was born. Hey, don't be so stubborn. If you have the ability, then never come back again, to spare us the shame, one stepmother sneered. Her contempt for him reaching a peak. He could not be bothered to argue with such a woman. Pushing past his 2 sisters as he squeezed through the doorway. He understood that he could not support his mother in this condition if he were to take her away. What if she suffered further? Carrie's father intended to call him back, but the 3 stepmothers prevented him. As the commotion drew the attention of many servants, Carrie produced a pouch of gold coins from his cloak, scattering them into the air. This is a reward for you all. Should anyone disrespect my mother again, when I return, it will be their death, including you. Carrie glared menacingly at the 3 stepmothers and his 2 sisters, causing them to instinctively back away. As he exited the house, he heard the sharp voices of his stepmothers behind him. Who told you to pick them up? Do you think you deserve to take gold? It seemed that the 3 stepmothers did not regard even this small sum highly. Unbeknownst to Carrie, they scolded the servants while scrambling to collect the magical crystal coins he had discarded. In that moment, the semblance of harmony among them shattered, leading to a chaotic brawl. His 2 sisters joined in, not aiding their mother but rather fighting their own battles. The servants, accustomed to such scenes, quietly picked up the coins closest to them and departed. Carrie's father, watching his son's retreating figure, was overwhelmed with tears, finally comprehending Carrie's hatred for this family and for him. Remembering the struggles of his first wife, who had once stood by him in his poverty, regret welled up within him. Now, in his advanced years, he no longer possessed the vanity and stubbornness of his youth. Someone, prepare a room for the lady and take good care of her. For the first time in over 20 years, Carrie's father publicly acknowledged the identity of Carrie's mother in front of the servants. He had aged. Each time he beheld his 3 vain stepmothers, a deeper sense of helplessness filled his heart. As Carrie left home, he felt a twinge of regret for his earlier outburst. With only 20 or so silver coins remaining in his pocket, he had nowhere to go. Young Master Carrie, I thought you would stay at home, Sudi exclaimed, clutching a gold coin tightly in his grasp, reluctant to part with it. Upon seeing Carrie's return, he hurried over. Carrie patted Sudi's shoulder, saying, I am now homeless. He proceeded to recount the events that had transpired at his home. When Sudi heard about Carrie's generous shower of coins among the servants, he cheered loudly. What a display. Young Master Carrie, I believe you will surely become a great figure in the future. Carrie chuckled bitterly. I was generous, and now I've scattered all my money that I still don't know where to find shelter. Upon hearing this, Lacey produced the money Carrie had previously given her. Sudi glanced at the gold coins in his hand and extended his hand, saying, Here, take this back. Ha ha ha, I am Carrie. Can one expect to reclaim what has been given away? Carrie laughed heartily. Sudi's hand remained raised when he suddenly exclaimed, Young Master Carrie, I just remembered. My father used to go hunting in the forest with the villagers, and they built a small cabin there that I've been there before. However, since the emergence of the swift wolves in recent years, we haven't returned. It might still be usable. Swift wolves, surely you jest, such a terrifying creature. Carrie smiled wryly, but seeing the genuine concern in Sudi's eyes, he replied, All right, even if I must coexist with swift wolves, it is better than staying at home. Lead me there. Without hesitation, Sudi fetched a cart from his home and helped Carrie and Lacey aboard. Meanwhile, at Carrie's home, the 3 stepmothers vehemently opposed the idea of Carrie's mother moving into the main residence, having just emerged from a chaotic altercation, disheveled and untidy, now standing united in their grievances. Get out. All of you leave. Carrie's father slammed his palm against the table in anger, his face flushed crimson. The 5 women, sensing his fury, quickly retreated. I was so foolish in my youth, allowing you to suffer. Now even my son has run away in anger. Carrie's mother was an exceptionally strong woman. Otherwise, she could not have endured these years. Lay is our son. Perhaps you have never truly paid attention to him. I believe in him. He will return. I will wait for Lay to return. Riding a magnificent steed, clad in shining armor. That night, the two elderly individuals, both past their 60s, sat in silence, remaining together until dawn. Before darkness fell, Carrie arrived at the forest cabin. This isn't half bad. The scenery is lovely, and there's a stream behind the house, he remarked loudly, admiring the log cabin. Breathing in the fresh mountain air, all his troubles seemed to vanish. As long as you like it. I will bring you food in a week. You two settle in, Sudi said, placing the provisions he had prepared for Carrie inside the cabin before preparing to return to the village. Sudi, wait, Carrie called, tossing all the money he had on into Sudi. Take this. I want to need money here. Sudi accepted the pouch without hesitation, planning to bring Carrie something nice during his next visit. His entire cart of provisions amounted to only a few silver coins, and Carrie had already given him a gold coin. Young master, sit down and rest for a bit. I will clean the house, Lacey offered, wiping a wooden stool clean and placing it before Carrie. Carrie did not sit but pulled Lacey close, saying, Lacey, I didn't expect you to suffer alongside me. Hand me the contract. Although Lacey was puzzled, she retrieved the well-preserved contract of servitude. Carrie took it and burned it with a small fireball. Young master. Lacey was taken aback, unable to comprehend Carrie's intentions. When I entrusted the contract to you, it was always with the intention of granting you your freedom. You may leave whenever you wish. After speaking, Carrie entered the cabin to tidy up. Lacey stood outside, stunned for a while, before rushing inside, declaring, Young master, I want to leave. I will serve you forever. Lacey wept as she embraced Carrie. Cough, cough. I can't breathe. You're choking me. Carrie could not bear the thought of Lacey leaving but was unwilling to let her suffer with him. Let go of me. If you don't leave, then clean the house, he insisted. Only then did Lacey release her hold, a shy smile breaking through her tears as she grabbed a bucket and ran to fetch water from behind the cabin. The small cabin contained 3 beds, a table, 3 chairs, 2 stools, and some kitchenware. Carrie set up a fire in front of the door using 3 stones to cook, and that was all there was to the cabin. Exhausted, the two collapsed onto the beds and fell asleep. The howls of the swift wolves in the mountains did not disturb them at all, but the second night was different. Lacey huddled in a corner of the cabin, trembling with fear. What are you howling about? Come out and face me if you dare. Carrie, unable to bear Lacey's frightened demeanor, rushed out of the cabin, lacking experience in comforting a frightened girl. The moment he stepped outside, he was enveloped in a chilling sensation, surrounded by various panting sounds. Slowly adjusting to the darkness, he spotted a dozen glimmering green eyes moving towards him. Swift wolves. As Kurue found himself encircled, retreating to the cabin became a futile endeavor. Sweat began to beat on his palms, and his heartbeat quickened. A sword. Kurue unsheathed his longsword, thrusting it towards a pair of rapidly advancing green lights. In terms of swordsmanship, Kurue was far from skilled, yet this thrust exhibited a certain grandeur. After 2 weeks of battling the flying insects, this strike was flawless in accuracy, speed, and force. Blood splattered onto Kurue as his sword pierced the eye of an oncoming swift wolf, penetrating its brain, while the other green light gradually dimmed until it vanished. The scent of blood ignited the frenzy of the remaining swift wolves, their howls rising and falling like a haunting melody. A small fireball appeared in Kurue's left hand, momentarily halting the wolves' advance. Seizing the opportunity, Kurue lunged forward, delivering 3 swift thrusts. One strike missed and struck a swift wolf's ear, but the other 2 found their marks, plunging into the eyes of 2 swift wolves. The swift wolves were momentarily startled by the sudden appearance of the fireball. However, the small size of the flame, combined with the pungent scent of blood, only served to incite the surrounding wolves further. Though Lacey was terrified, her concern for Kuwait battling the pack outside outweighed her fear. Peeking through the crack of the door, she saw the fireball in Kurue's hand halting the wolves and, emboldened by an unknown courage, she seized an oil lamp and rushed out of the cabin, shattering it against the pile of firewood outside. Fortunately, Kurue heard the commotion and, with all his might, unleashed 3 fireballs towards the woodpile before sprinting towards it himself. He first thrust his sword into the throat of a swift wolf lunging at Lacey, but he was unable to strike the second wolf in time, hastily positioning his body to shield Lacey. Ah! Kurue cried out in agony, enduring the sharp pain as he retaliated with a thrust to the swift wolf's eye. Just then, The fireball exploded upon the woodpile. One, then two bursts. Finally, flames erupted, forcing the pack of wolves to retreat in fear from the blazing inferno. Seeing Kurue injured, Lacey was paralyzed with fear, unsure of what to do. He gritted his teeth and touched his back, exclaiming how fortunate he was that it was merely a scratch, a slight tearing of flesh. Lacey, press this cloth against my wound. I'm losing too much blood. Remarkably, Kurue managed to smile. Kneeling on one leg with his sword planted in the ground for support, Lacey quickly tore a strip from her skirt and pressed it against his back. All right, I hope the fire lasts until dawn. Otherwise, these flesh-eating creatures won't spare us. Kurue gently poked the fire, controlling the flames. Lacey, still naive, said, we have meat inside. If we feed them, will they leave? Kurue chuckled, but his pain shot through his wound. He winced and replied, fool, we are the meat. These creatures intend to feast on us. Lacey clamped her mouth shut, realizing the gravity of their situation. Hey, little wolves, Master Kurue's flesh is quite delectable. Come bite me. Knowing that the swift wolves wouldn't approach the fire, Kurue shouted defiantly. Though the swift wolves dared not come near, they circled around the two, persistently stalking their prey. Irue, despite his curses, did not dare to relax, gripping his sword tightly, prepared for any reckless wolf that might charge at them. The swift wolves fixated on their quarry, while Kurue, the prey, was determined not to be consumed. Carefully tending to the fire, he occasionally dispatched a leaping wolf with a well-aimed strike. The night dragged on in a stalemate. And as the sun pierced through the foliage, the swift wolves retreated. Iru exhaled deeply, feeling every part of his body ache. Meanwhile, Lacey had fallen asleep on his back. Wake up, it's time for meat. Kurue nudged Lacey, who remained lost in dreams, mumbling, I don't want to be eaten, please no. Kurue chuckled and shouted, the wolves are coming to eat you. Startled awake, Lacey clung tightly to Kurue, pleading, no, I don't want to be eaten. Kurue sheathed his sword and gently patted Lacey's head. Silly girl. They fled. Though his words were light-hearted, a hint of fear lingered in his heart. What if those creatures decided to hunt during the day? Lacey peeked around, noticing the swift wolves that lay dead nearby. Picking up a stick, she poked at one, confirming its demise before venting her frustration on its head. This is for hurting my master and scaring me. Despite her small stature, her furious strikes shattered the wolf's skull, revealing a bloodied green orb. Initially mistaking it for the wolf's eye, she realized it was merely a magical core. In the 4th chapter, the idyllic life in the secluded paradise began. Around, sparkling green orb appeared in Lacey's hand. What a treasure! I learned about this at school. Magical beasts possess a core, akin to our hearts, differing only in location. This must be the swift wolf's magic core. Kurue took the core from Lacey's hand. Lacey. Hurry! I remember that the hide of the swift wolf is incredibly tough. When freshly killed, it's soft enough for ordinary knives to cut through. We must act quickly before it hardens. Upon hearing this, Lacey dashed back to the cabin to retrieve several knives of varying shapes. Irue dragged the wolf to the stream's edge, and with the knife Lacey handed him, he swiftly cut open the swift wolf's neck, extracting the magic core before slicing open its belly to begin skinning it. What are you doing, young master? Lacey inquired, confused. Kurue continued his task without slowing down, replying, I've seen clothing and armor made from magical beast hides in the city. They fetch high prices. We don't know when these hides will harden, so we must hurry. Though a bit squeamish about blood, Lacey picked up a knife and started working on a dead wolf. I'm so tired. I've counted 7 here. How about you, Lacey? After washing his hands in the stream, Kurue noticed that Lacey had already piled up far more wolf hides than he had. As Lacey finished cutting open the last wolf, she extracted the magic core. Master, look, if you draw a circle here, then carefully use a thin knife along the belly to separate the hide without damaging the meat. The hide will peel right off without any mess. Impressive. You're quite meticulous, aren't you? Let's cut off the wolf legs. Last night, they wanted to eat us, and now we shall feast on them. This is poetic justice. With a swift motion, Kurue severed a wolf's leg. A satisfied grin spreading across his face, Lacey snatched the knife from Kurue's hand. Master, allow me to handle this. You should rest for a while. I'll call you when the meat is ready. Given the looming threat of the swift wolves returning, Kurue indeed needed to recuperate. Lacey, don't stray too far from the cabin. Stay safe. Yes, young master. Go rest now. Lacey gently pushed him back into the cabin. After a night of tension, Kurue finally relaxed. collapsing onto the bed and drifting into sleep. Uncertain of how long he had slumbered, Kurue awoke to the enticing aroma of cooked meat. Stepping outside, he found Lacey boiling large chunks of wolf meat in a big pot, while the cabin was adorned with hanging wolf legs, wrapped in large leaves. "Young master, you're awake. Dinner will be ready shortly. Go wash your face in the stream." Lacey was still busy gathering firewood, preparing for the swift wolf's potential return that evening. "Are you not afraid?" Kurue asked as he helped Lacey stack a large bundle of wood. She smiled sweetly. "If young master is not afraid, then neither am I." Kurue affectionately stroked Lacey's cheek, an instinctive gesture that caused her to shyly lower her head. That a warmth enveloped Kurue's heart, a feeling he hadn't experienced before. Even when he had sneakily touched girls' faces in the dormitory, feeling slightly embarrassed, he said, "I'll go wash my face," and hurried off. After enjoying the wolf meat, Kurue began whittling wooden sticks with a small knife, intending to craft traps for the swift wolves. These traps were skills he had learned from visiting an elderly man's home in the past, designed to ensnare wolves by placing pieces of their own kind nearby. Once they bit into the bait, they would be impaled by sharp stakes. As night fell, devoid of moonlight or stars, a chill wind swept through the forest. He donned a cloak fashioned from wolf pelts that Lacey had tied together. As he had neither needle nor thread, and even if he did, the tough hide would be impossible to sew, Lacey remained inside the cabin, where the doors and windows had been reinforced. Peering through a crack in the window, Lacey watched as darkness deepened. Sitting atop the cabin, Kurue breathed in the cool evening breeze, his mind tranquil. The wisdom of an elderly chess master echoed in his thoughts. Tranquility is akin to still water, especially crucial before facing a formidable adversary. His sword lay across his lap, one hand resting lightly on the sheath while the other gripped the hilt. The rustling sounds from the forest grew closer. Slowly, the green lights became clearer. Kurue recognized that the swift wolves were approaching, though he could not discern whether they sought vengeance or merely intended to devour him. The swift wolves neared the traps he had laid. Both Kurue on the roof and Lacey inside the cabin felt a thrill of anticipation. The swift wolves did not disappoint, eagerly tearing into the flesh of their fallen kin. "Good," Carrie smacked his thigh, exclaiming inwardly. Dozens of sharp wooden stakes sprang forth in a row, striking the body of the swift wolf with precision. Just as Carrie was preparing to celebrate once more, the stakes fell to the ground, and the swift wolf did not even glance back, continuing to devour the flesh it had been feasting upon. Smack. Carrie's palm struck his own face. "Fool! How could I forget that these creatures possess remarkably tough hides? Not to mention that ordinary blades would scarcely harm them." Once the pack of wolves had gorged themselves, they began to circle the small cottage. "It seems you seek vengeance. Let us further deepen the enmity between us." Carrie tightened the wolf pelt that was bound around him, grasping a torch in his left hand and a sword in his right as he leaped from the rooftop. Left eye, right eye. Carrie's greatest strengths were his speed and agility. Reflecting on the years past, he recalled his escapades, stealing, sneaking into the girls' dormitory, and mingling in gambling dens. Had he never misstepped, the ability to escape was paramount. He swiftly maneuvered his body. He endeavored to avoid encirclement by the pack, while simultaneously launching lightning-fast strikes at the swift wolf's eyes. In no time, Carrie had elevated his accuracy from 2 successful strikes out of 3 to 6 out of 7. If the wolves' assaults faltered, and seizing the opportunity, Carrie dashed into their midst, landing 3 lethal thrusts that claimed the lives of 3 wolves. A howl resonated from afar, causing the entire pack to retreat. Leaning against the cottage, Carrie panted lightly. He was acutely aware that their leader, the Wolf King, had arrived. Indeed, the pack parted to create a path, revealing a towering, colossal wolf before Carrie. "Haha, we have struck gold. This creature's magic core must be worth a fortune," Carrie proclaimed with laughter. Despite the bravado, he felt a twinge of anxiety. This was merely a fade to reassure himself and Lace. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to calm his racing heart and slowly approached the open ground before the cottage. Standing poised to confront the Wolf King, the pack retreated further, granting ample space for their duel. The Wolf King did not attack immediately but circled Carrie instead. Carrie remained steadfast, refusing to follow the Wolf King's movements, his gaze fixed on the 2 immense green orbs. Gradually, the Wolf King's form seemed to fade, leaving only the vibrant green points within Carrie's vision. In an instant, the Wolf King lunged at Carrie, who was momentarily taken aback. Anticipating an assault, he leapt back, regaining his balance. And as the Wolf King turned, Carrie, brimming with confidence, thrust his sword toward the creature's eye. However, the strike missed, producing sparks as if he had struck armor. Startled, Lace, who had been watching from within the cottage, clutched her chest. Carrie, devoid of fear, leaped forward, attempting to evade the Wolf King's claws that were now perilously close to his face, grazing past him. "Huh, come at me if you dare," Carrie taunted. Creating distance between himself and the beast, he knew that in close combat, he stood no chance against the Wolf King's prowess. Having accidentally dropped the torch, he hastily wiped his bloodstained sword with his free hand. Checking for any injuries, upon realizing he was unscathed, he sighed in relief, exclaiming, "If you mar my handsome face, I shall flay your hide and strip your sinew." Inside the cottage, Lace chuckled at Carrie's words, thinking that even if the beast had not harmed him, he would still flay the great wolf regardless. Thus, Carrie and the Wolf King engaged in a fierce exchange for half an hour. The Wolf King was exceedingly swift, and Carrie's closest strike barely grazed the creature's upper eyelid. The wolf's eyelids, however, were not as tough as its hide. Blood began to flow steadily, staining half of the wolf's face crimson. Fortunately for Carrie, he had not sustained any bleeding injuries. Although the Wolf King had landed a few strikes, the protection of the wolf pelt had spared him from severe harm. Yet, Carrie was already gasping for breath, fully aware that if he continued to expend his energy here, he would surely perish at the paws of the Wolf King, perhaps even by its teeth. Just as he contemplated his next move, he stumbled over the corpse of a fallen wolf, causing him to lose his balance. The Wolf King seized this opportunity for its first pounce of the night. A smile crept onto Carrie's face as he bent his legs to regain his equilibrium. This was the moment he had been waiting for. The stumble had been deliberate, as he recognized the Wolf King's cunning nature. Blood splattered as he struck, causing the Wolf King to emit a pained howl as it retreated into the forest. Carrie sighed deeply, realizing that he had not struck true, having only wounded the eye without piercing the brain. The injured Wolf King, blood streaming over its remaining eye, let out a long howl before leading the pack away. "Don't you dare flee. Just wait until young Master Carrie turns you into a wolf pelt coat." Carrie plopped down onto the ground, breathing heavily as he pulled out a handkerchief to wipe the blood from his sword. As the sun rose, a new day dawned. The two continued to sit by the stream, merrily preparing wolf pelts and extracting sinews. They wrapped wolf legs in leaves, simmering wolf meat in a large pot, and stored the magic core in a small jar. However, Carrie vowed never to set traps again, at least against the swift wolves. They were of no use, perhaps due to the Wolf King's injury. The night passed peacefully, and the pack did not return. Carrie did not dare relax, rising before dawn to practice swordplay earnestly for the first time in his life. Honing his singular technique, he worried that the Wolf King might reappear. Recognizing his own inadequacies, for their safety, he had to ensure he could protect himself. After lunch, Carrie either taught Lace to read or entertained himself with chess. A week swiftly passed. Suddy arrived with a cart laden with delectable provisions. Entering the forest. As he neared the cottage, Suddy could hardly believe his eyes. Small heaps of bones lay beside the cottage, and the area was adorned with items wrapped in leaves, while the large pot in front wafted the enticing aroma of meat. Carrie, I have arrived." Suddy burst through the door, finding Carrie engrossed in a game of chess while Lace organized a mountain of swift wolf pelts. Suddy stood awestruck, his mouth agape in disbelief. Lace, noticing Suddy's arrival, took the bag from his hands, saying, "Suddy, you're here. We cooked meat. It smells delightful. Next time, bring me some spices to enhance the flavor." After setting down the items, Lace poured a cup of water for Suddy. "Wolves. So many swift wolf pelts," Suddy exclaimed, his eyes sparkling as he beheld the pelts, suddenly shouting, "What about the teeth? The wolf teeth. They are the most valuable besides the magic cores. All the teeth of a swift wolf combined are worth at least 2 magic cores." Carrie, slowly putting away his chess pieces, replied, Money. You seem well aware of their worth. Let me see what you have brought us." Ignoring Suddy's excitement, Carrie approached the cart, discovering fruits, meats, pastries, and bread atop it, prompting a broad smile to spread across his face. Suddy scratched his head. "I've always wanted to be a merchant, so I pay close attention to these matters." He felt a bit embarrassed. Lace led Suddy to the back of the cottage, saying, "Can these things be sold?" She pointed to several corpses of swift wolves, which, after some time, had become too rotten to skin or extract their magic cores. "Don't worry. With a special potion, they can be preserved. That's worth money too. What about the wolf teeth? Did you throw them away? And the wolf bones, those are all valuable items. What you have hanging there are the wolf legs, right? Also good stuff." Sooty quickly calculated the worth of these items, although he was merely the son of a tenant farmer. He had long dreamed of becoming a merchant. At 14, he had already begun to buy daily necessities in the city to sell back in his village. Lace pointed in the distance. There's a big pit over there. We toss the wolf corpses there. They'll start to smell if left too long. Carrie, let me take care of these things. I promise I can fetch a good price for them. What do you say? Sooty did not rush to the pit, but instead sat in a chair opposite Carrie. Carrie's eyes brightened at the mention of making a profit. But first, let us agree on how to split the earnings. If it sounds fair, I'll hand them over. These are your items. I'll just help you sell them. Just give me a small fee for my trouble. Sooty considered for a moment before providing his answer. All right, deal, but don't let anyone else know, especially. Carrie hesitated to mention family, unwilling to utter the word. Sooty understood, saying, Don't worry, I know what to do. You've never acted like a young master with me, treating me as a friend, but I see you as a kind young master, and I won't betray you. After saying this, Sooty began loading the cart with wolf pelts, bones, and legs, taking a variety of items, though he barely filled 1/10 of what was available. Hey, Sooty, don't come at night, remember? Carrie shouted after the departing Sooty, who called back, Don't worry, I'm cautious. For my safety, I certainly won't come at night. Sooty's destination for selling was, of course, the small town, which hosted the largest market. Soon enough, discerning merchants purchased all his goods. And after receiving his payment, Sooty first bought several fine weapons and armor from a weapon shop before returning to the forest. Now, he no longer needed to think about selling. His only responsibility was to transport the items into town. And the prices were indeed quite favorable. Carrie examined the sword Sooty had brought back, testing it out. While it did not compare to the ornate sword gifted by the elder, its sharpness surpassed it considerably. Bolstering his confidence for another encounter with the Wolf King, in the following days, Sooty diligently cleared away the foul-smelling pit, leaving only a few wolf legs behind, as he removed all other items from outside the house. The money he received was exchanged for magic crystal coins, totaling over 30 pieces, which he entrusted entirely to Lace for safekeeping. Sooty dared not bring his earnings home, as Corey had already taken 2 magic crystal coins for himself. If his family found out, his brothers would surely divide his earnings amongst themselves. Therefore, he only handed over a few gold coins and 2 bags of silver coins as an explanation for his recent absence from home duties. Corey, holding a jar, remarked, Here are 100 magic cores, along with a map. You are to deliver this to the head of a household in the city, an elderly gentleman. Let him know it is from the person who played chess with him and gifted him a sword. He then produced 2 additional magic cores, meant for Sooty's sisters, and reserved another 2 for Lace. Rest assured, I shall ensure they reach you. Sooty wrapped the jar in cloth and placed it on the cart, after completing the final delivery. The merchant generously handed Sooty 3 magic crystal coins. Isn't this a bit excessive? The payment for this delivery should have been 2 magic crystals, 67 gold coins, and 52 silver coins, Sooty remarked, checking the cart and confirming the jar was still there, which left him puzzled. The merchant laughed heartily. Young brother, the excess is my gift to you. Here, take this cloak as well. It is a small token of my appreciation that in the future, should you have more goods, send them my way, and I shall offer you a fair price. Having observed that Sooty had delivered 12 carts of magic wolves over the past 3 days, the merchant understood that such a haul could only have been amassed with the aid of many others, perhaps even a mercenary group. Young brother, what about the magic cores from the Swift Wolves? Why are they not for sale? The merchant inquired, noticing their absence from the inventory list. They're all here. My master instructed me to gift them to a friend. Reserving 2 for my sister and another 2 for Lace, Sooty replied earnestly. The merchant smiled and produced a catalog. Some items fetch a handsome price. If you manage to acquire them, I will buy them at a premium. This catalog contains the details. With newfound clarity about the excess payment, Sooty understood the merchant was looking to buy out his goods, a form of investment. After expressing his gratitude, he accepted the offer. My master mentioned he recently encountered the Wolf King. That beast is said to be 3 times the size of an ordinary swift wolf. What price would you offer? Sooty asked suddenly as he prepared to leave. 3 times the size. The merchant pondered for a moment. If you can bring it to me whole, I will offer 10 magic crystal coins. If its magic core is exceptionally bright, I shall add another 10. What do you say? The merchant presented a high bid without hesitation. Very well, I shall certainly bring it to you, Sooty affirmed, driving the cart to the elderly gentleman's doorstep. Upon seeing the dilapidated cart and Sooty's peasant attire, a guard approached with a scowl. What business do you have here? Do you even have the right to tread this path? The guard's words held merit. This road required even the Lord to pass slowly. I am delivering goods for my master, Sooty hastily explained. But the guard, preparing to dismiss him, paused to inquire. And who is your master? My master instructed me to say that it is from the person who played chess with him and gifted him a sword, Sooty replied. Producing the map Corey had drawn. Recognizing the location, the guard immediately understood the situation. Wait here, I shall fetch the steward. Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged man emerged, asking detailed questions about the master Sooty had mentioned. Before finally leading him inside the garden's pavilion, the elderly gentleman was enjoying tea and flowers. Sooty quickly knelt before him. Reciting Corey's words, he then presented the jar with both hands that a servant accepted it and placed it on the stone table. The elderly gentleman took a handful of magic cores and inquired, "How did your master slay the magic wolves?" "Sir, I did not witness it myself, nor did I inquire with my master. However, every slain magic wolf appeared to have been pierced through the eye by a single sword strike. I believe that is how they were dispatched," Sooty recalled from his experience collecting the heads of over 100 wolves. Upon hearing this, the elderly gentleman's smile widened. "Bring forth the rewards," he commanded. And a servant promptly presented a pouch of coins to Sooty. "Thank you for your generosity, my lord, I am most grateful," Sooty replied. "Return and inform your master that I am very pleased with his thoughtful gift." "You may leave now," the elderly gentleman waved, and a servant escorted Sooty out of the estate. As he made his way back, Sooty opened the pouch to discover 2 gold coins and 50 silver coins. He pondered how Corey had come to be acquainted with such a prominent figure. Upon returning to the woodland cottage, Sooty found Corey practicing his soul sword technique in the clearing before the door. While Lace stood a few meters away, hurling stones at him, which Corey deftly deflected with his sword. Noticing Sooty's arrival, Corey gestured for Lace to seize her projectiles. "Sooty, you must leave at once. Ensure you exit the forest before nightfall," Corey urged. Donning light armor, with his original sword at his waist and the one Sooty had procured for him in hand, his demeanor betraying a hint of anxiety, initially puzzled by Corey's sudden focus on swordsmanship. Sooty soon understood the gravity of the situation. "Is the Wolf King approaching? I must stay to witness it." Just then, the horses suddenly neighed, restless and agitated, and Sooty struggled to calm them. "It's here. I didn't expect it would arrive before nightfall." "Truly an impatient creature," Corey remarked, sensing movement in the darker parts of the forest, surprised it was so close to the cottage. Enough for the horses to detect the impending danger. Corey swiftly pulled Lace toward the cottage, shouting to Sooty, "Quickly, bring the horses inside." Just moments ago, Sooty had expressed his desire to observe the Wolf King, but now fear gripped him, his hands trembling as he unhitched the horses, too frightened to retrieve anything from the cart. Following Corey into the small wooden cottage. "What are you so anxious about? You are more timid than a young girl," Corey teased, observing Sooty's demeanor. Unfazed, Sooty retorted, "Do not mock me. Aside from managing accounts, I cannot even tend to the fields properly, nor do I possess swordsmanship or magical knowledge. Naturally, I am afraid." Corey laughed heartily, retrieving items from the cart as Sooty hastily secured the door upon Corey's return. "Corey." "No. Lord Corey, I wish to accompany you from now on. It is far better than toiling away in the fields at home," Sooty declared, even altering his form of address, realizing the significant wealth they had amassed. He felt Corey's connections to prominent figures were remarkable, and perhaps his own dream of becoming a merchant could be realized. Upon exiting the elderly gentleman's estate, he had already resolved to this course of action. Corey glanced back at Sooty, a sly grin forming on his lips as he scrutinized Sooty's expression. "Very well, you shall sign a contract of servitude. I shall accept you," he jested. Sooty felt lightheaded at the prospect. Corey laughed. "Huh, look at how tense you are. Following me is no great matter." Sooty's expression grew serious as he knelt, declaring, "I, Sooty, swear loyalty to Lord Corey, and I shall never betray you." Rising to his feet, he continued, "Lord Corey, I am not jesting. I am utterly sincere." As a tenant farmer in Corey's household, Sooty had always been regarded as a servant, yet their age parity meant Corey had never treated him as a master. Hearing Sooty's declaration felt unfamiliar to Corey. "Sooty, have you eaten something spoiled, or are you dizzy? What is this sudden behavior today?" Corey wondered aloud. Sooty chuckled, reverting to his usual demeanor, though his address had changed. "Lord Corey, it is certainly advantageous to follow you. Just days ago, you were lamenting poverty, and now, Look at how we have secured over a dozen magic crystal coins that I am convinced that aligning with you will yield great benefits. Corey chuckled in response. You sly one. Just like in our childhood, you truly possess a natural talent for commerce. Sooty laughed back, but then grew serious once more. I meant my vow. I am serious. Do not dismiss it as jest. Suddenly, Corey raised a hand, silencing Sooty. He peeked through the door crack, whispering, The Wolf King has arrived. Listen, the swift wolves are utterly still, and the forest is hauntingly quiet. The night had fallen, and Corey believed the Wolf King would soon appear in the clearing before the cottage. Hearing this, Sooty turned to see a sword still in the cottage, hastily grasping it in both hands, nervously positioning himself behind Corey. Be careful. You might stab me with that. It would be better if you left such dangerous things alone, Corey admonished. Snatching the sword from Sooty's grasp and tossing it aside, he then addressed Lace, Let us eat. That beast will take a while to arrive. Corey maintained an air of calmness, appearing as composed as ever, though inside his heart raced. However, Corey's tranquil demeanor provided reassurance to the two, leading them to believe that with Corey present, no ordeal was insurmountable. The Wolf King was simply worth 10 magic crystal coins. After all, Lord Corey, a great merchant, has offered 10 magic crystal coins for the Wolf King's carcass, and he stated that if the Wolf King's magic core is exceptionally bright, he would add another 10 magic crystal coins to the offer. This is quite a handsome sum, Sooty exclaimed, placing 2 pouches on the table. He gestured to one. Lord Corey, this is the reward from that gentleman. 2 gold coins and 50 silver coins. Corey pushed the pouch back towards Sooty, saying, You are now our steward. You shall manage the finances. Since this pouch is a reward for you, keep it. Sooty nodded in understanding, entrusting the magic cores to Lace while taking charge of the gold and silver coins, which he stored in a small wooden box in the corner of the cottage. After satisfying their hunger, night fully enveloped the surroundings. The wolf pack howled outside the cabin, while Corey lay nestled in bed, allowing himself to reach a state of optimal mental readiness before venturing out. His objective for the day was clear. He intended to render the Wolf King completely blind, targeting its remaining eye. As the moon ascended to its zenith, the impatient dire wolves began to ram their heads against the wooden structure. Only then did Corey rise from his bed, declaring, Once I step outside, ensure the back door is secured. Sooty nodded vigorously in understanding. This time, Corey had miscalculated. The Wolf King had come not for a duel, but for vengeance. He observed the Wolf King standing at the rear, as dozens of dire wolves lunged toward him. Yet, the training he had undergone over the past few days bore fruit. With a swift motion, he pierced the eyes of several of the attacking wolves with his sword. Sooty cheered loudly from within the cabin. Spotting the Wolf King hiding behind, Corey charged forward, fully aware that if he could eliminate the Wolf King, the rest of the pack would retreat, deterred from troubling him in the future. However, the Wolf King was not so easily thwarted. It howled, urging the pack to assault Corey. Time and again he attempted to reach the king, only to find himself gasping for breath. The dire wolves, cunning creatures, seemed to hesitate in their ferocity, perhaps out of fear or some other reason. Whenever Corey refrained from advancing, the surrounding wolves attacked with less urgency. Drawing in a deep breath, Corey suddenly surged towards the Wolf King once more. This time, he succeeded. Although he did not strike the king's eye, he managed to wound its head. The pack immediately retreated, howling in despair. It appeared they were unwilling to continue the fight alongside their leader. Corey noted that not far from the Wolf King stood several enormous dire wolves, each significantly larger than the average member of their kind. A realization dawned upon Corey. Should the Wolf King fail to kill him, it was likely that those larger wolves would take its place. A defeated king could no longer claim the title. Come forth. 10 magic crystal coins are about to find their way into my pocket, he shouted. A tactic he had recently discovered helped regulate his breathing. The one-eyed Wolf King slowly approached Corey, likely aware of its precarious situation. It refrained from attacking and began to circle him instead. Corey had transformed into a much more formidable opponent than he had been just a week prior. With newfound speed, precision, and ferocity, he charged at the Wolf King, striking once with his sword, which plunged into the king's eye and into its brain. The ferocious creature howled in agony, thrashing about with the sword still embedded in its skull before finally collapsing. Drawing another sword from his waist, Corey remained vigilant, eyeing the larger dire wolves. The colossal wolves let out a few cries, prompting the entire pack to retreat into the depths of the forest. Their choice of a new leader was no longer Corey's concern. Ha ha ha, I have slain the Wolf King. The tension that had gripped Corey dissipated, and he shouted joyfully, prompting Soothie and Lacey to rush outside in excitement. Soothie approached the fallen Wolf King, attempting to extract the sword, but despite his efforts, he could not budge it, even with Corey's assistance. The force Corey had exerted in that last strike had been immense, indeed exceeding his usual limits, embedding the blade deep within the Wolf King's skull. Never mind, remember to have that merchant pay for the sword as well, or we will face significant losses, Corey remarked. Feeling utterly exhausted and indifferent to the sword's fate, relieved it was not the one gifted to him by the old man. The following morning, Corey continued to slumber while Soothie had already risen. With Lacey's help, they exerted considerable effort to hoist the Wolf King onto the cart. Lacey, take good care of the young master. I intend to return before nightfall, as I plan to procure some items in town. Unlike before, Soothie did not cover the cart with cloth. He was tempted to display a sign proclaiming it the dire Wolf King. Even so, the sight attracted numerous onlookers who pointed and whispered, "My lord, the young man who delivered gifts the other day has returned with a massive dire wolf, at least 3 times the size of an ordinary one. The beast is uninjured, its left eye hollowed, while a sword is embedded in its right, nearly reaching the hilt." Upon hearing this report, the elder chuckled, patting the armrest of his chair. "Excellent, this lad is quite impressive. Have someone keep a discreet watch on the young man with the cart. I am curious to see what else he can bring." "Yes, sir," the servant responded, bowing low before departing to the merchant's mansion. Soothie animatedly recounted the tale of Corey's battle against the wolf pack and the subsequent slaying of the Wolf King, captivating even the merchant's attention. However, Soothie refrained from mentioning Corey by name, instead referring to him simply as "my young master." No one doubted his tale. The sword, with its hilt barely visible, was evidence enough that such feats could not be achieved by an ordinary swordsman. After exhausting himself with storytelling, Soothie finally leaped from the cart and, with a hoarse voice, addressed the merchant. "You must at least add 30 gold coins. This sword cannot be removed. It is my young master's favorite." The sword was indeed of fine quality, having cost Soothie 12 gold coins, crafted from high-grade steel. "Ha ha!" The merchant suddenly burst into laughter, leaving Soothie bewildered. "Bring me 30 magic crystal coins, along with 2 finely crafted steel swords by renowned masters." The Wolf King had exceeded the merchant's expectations, and the most remarkable aspect was that the beast bore no wounds. The effort required to create a trophy from it could easily fetch over 30 magic crystal coins, not including the magical core and other materials. Naturally, a creature of such immense size would possess a valuable core as well in high spirits. The merchant ordered that Soothie be gifted a 2-horse cart, a set of splendid garments, and 2 illustrated volumes depicting various magical beasts along with their prices. Soothie quickly grasped the implications. Clad in new attire, with 30 magic crystal coins in hand, and driving a 2-horse cart, he felt elated. Experiencing such fortune for the first time in his life, he procured enough goods to fill an entire cart. Dividing them into 2 piles, a small portion was meant for the forest cabin, while the larger portion was intended to bring joy to his family in the village, hoping to inspire envy among peers of his age. Upon returning to the village, dressed in splendid clothing, driving a beautiful 2-horse cart laden with gifts, Soothie delightedly scattered copper coins before the children. After witnessing Corey's display of gold coins, he too yearned to experience such a moment. And upon trying it, he found it truly gratifying, wondering what it must feel like to distribute gold coins. The 3 bags of copper coins were worth only 3 silver coins, but for Soothie, it was a modest sum. Nevertheless, it incited great envy among the villagers. Each household received gifts, albeit simple necessities, yet they sparked excitement, drawing crowds to Soothie's home. His family donned the new clothes he had purchased, warmly welcoming him. The visitors came not only to express gratitude, but also to inquire about the sudden fortune that had befallen Soothie, despite the relentless questioning from his family and the villagers. Soothie maintained a single response. "I merely aligned myself with the right master. My young master is truly an extraordinary individual." At this, someone remarked, they wish for their own children to follow in Soothie's master's footsteps for a chance at advancement. Soothie, of course, refused, knowing that Corey's affairs were not to be shared indiscriminately. Observing the time, he declared, "I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave." His family had prepared food for the cart. Knowing better than to hinder Soothie's important business, especially since he had just provided a year's worth of household expenses. As Soothie prepared to depart, he suddenly spotted a sturdy youth standing at a distance. It was Manka. a boy of the same age with whom he had played in childhood, the only villager absent from his home that day. Sooty hopped off the cart and approached Monka. "Monka, let us leave together. But you must swear loyalty to our master." Monka remained silent, feeling slightly displeased with Sooty's newfound glory, as he was one of the only two boys aged 13 to 15 in the village besides Cory. "Make a decision quickly," Sooty urged. "Once you meet our master, you will understand why I invited you." Monka nodded. "I trust you, but I need to inform my family." He dashed towards Sooty's home, where most villagers had gathered. "Mother, father, I wish to accompany Sooty." Monka was not particularly articulate, but he possessed remarkable strength, easily surpassing even 18-year-olds. Upon hearing this, Monka's family was overjoyed, continuously advising him to perform well and not to forget his home. Others looked on with envy, knowing how long they had waited for an opportunity. Yet Sooty had not agreed to take anyone else along. Sooty entered, handing Monka as parents 10 gold coins. "This is from my young master. He is a very generous person." This amount was equivalent to what he had given his own family, although his own family's contribution was at Cory's behest. "Thank you. You must serve your master well." Sooty spoke little, leading Monka to the cart as they swiftly made their way towards the forest. On the cart, Monka finally inquired, "Are we heading to the forest? Who is this master you speak of?" Sooty smiled. "Of course, it is young Master Cory. Who else could be so magnanimous? Our master is the best." The tales of Cory's generosity with gold coins had circulated throughout the village, and Monka was no exception. He had long admired Cory, much like Sooty. Sooty chuckled. "Wasn't I impressive scattering copper coins today, even if it pales in comparison to my master?" "Impressive," Monka replied succinctly. The two arrived at the cabin, where Lacey was preparing dinner while Cory sat alone on a stone, engrossed in a game of chess. Upon witnessing Minka, a surge of excitement washed over me. "You must be Minka, looking so robust." Truly unexpected. Minka did not respond to Cory's words but knelt on one knee, declaring, "I, Minka, pledge my loyalty to Master Cory, and shall never betray." Cory, taken aback, exclaimed, "Not this again. Who taught you this?" Sooty interjected, "Master Cory, is what we said incorrect? I witnessed a night in our village last time, and the chosen one spoke just like this." "All right, rise. Let's have dinner together," Cory, who despised formalities and conventions, replied. During dinner, Sooty recounted the tale of Cory's fierce battle with the Wolf King, embellishing it to such a degree that Minka and Lacey were utterly captivated. Cory was astonished at Sooty's eloquence. It was truly unexpected. After the meal, Lacey took charge of preparing fruit for everyone. Sooty first recounted the expenses from the day, then produced 2 albums, placing them alongside the original one. "Master Cory, the merchant we acquired from mentioned that if we slay a white-backed black bear, he would offer at least 120 magic crystal coins. This book contains information on the white-backed black bear." Sooty quickly flipped to the relevant page, having learned a fair bit of reading as a child with dreams of becoming a merchant. "Magic wind cannon," Cory exclaimed mid-sentence. "This creature is terrifying. The magic wind cannon is a formidable spell, and this beast can unleash it from its mouth. If we were struck, we would certainly perish. It's too dangerous. We must be cautious when hunting wolves." As he spoke, Cory flipped through the album, noting that every beast valued over 100 magic crystal coins was no benign creature. After several perusals, although some knowledge was gained, Cory concluded that the swift wolf was the most worthwhile target, easily dispatched, and 5 could be exchanged for a single magic crystal coin. At dawn the next day, Cory organized his gear, intending to venture deeper into the forest to explore potential discoveries and perhaps practice his swordsmanship by hunting a few swift wolves. Lacey carried provisions and water. Sooty held the album, while Minka wielded a double-handed sword. Cory led the way, all eager to encounter magical beasts akin to the swift wolves. Only Cory perceived the swift wolves as manageable. Hunters and even swordsmen detested such opponents due to their sturdy hides and swift movements. Most daunting was their tendency to appear in packs of no less than 100. Naturally, no one, save Cory, would practice his remarkable sword techniques solely on the art of poking eyes. "Master, over there are 5 silver coins worth of magic deer, and that's a mountain cat worth 1 silver coin," Sooty observed, continuously scanning the surroundings for magical beasts. Suddenly, he joyfully shouted, "Master Cory, a 4 magic crystal coin magic pig, full name." Just as he was about to utter the full name, Sooty fell silent, realizing the gravity of a 4 magic crystal coin beast. "Master Cory, this creature can breathe fire and utilize the fireball spell." Sooty was now exceedingly anxious, pulling Lacey back. The magic pig noticed them and began charging in their direction. Corey, observing the pig's movements, chuckled, "A pig is still a pig, fit for consumption." With a swift strike, he pierced the magic pig's left eye. As he withdrew his sword, the pig stumbled forward for several paces before collapsing, its fiery breath extinguishing with its demise. "Soothie, you mentioned last night that the Wolf King's hide was intact, hence its high value. This pig should certainly fetch more than 5 magic crystal coins," Corey stated nonchalantly, viewing such beasts with disdain compared to the Wolf King. At that moment, Monka demonstrated his prowess, effortlessly hoisting the magic pig onto his shoulder, something Corey could not manage. "Let us head back. Tonight we feast on deer meat." Just as Lacey was about to inquire why there was no deer meat in the cabin, Corey darted out like lightning, swiftly dispatching a young magic deer and returning, struggling to balance it on his shoulder. Noticing this, Monka took the deer from Corey, placing it on his own shoulder. "Master Corey, allow me to handle such labor." Thus, each morning, Corey led the trio into the forest to hunt and practice swordplay, subsequently enjoying solitary chess games under the sun, and before dinner, he would teach the three to read. Lacey took care of their daily meals, while all physical labor fell to Monka, and Soothie was tasked with external trade matters. The young men lived quite comfortably. "Hey, everyone, look, it has finally snowed," Lacey exclaimed one morning as she opened the door. Momentarily blinded by the dazzling silver light, it was the first time in her life that snow brought her such joy. Corey perhaps could not fathom the terror associated with snow, but Monka, Soothie, and Lacey understood the benefits that a pile of coins could bring. The cozy cabin was adorned with fine velvet, the floor covered with luxurious wool carpets, and the fireplace burned not wood, but specially purchased charcoal. A warm winter allowed one to appreciate the beauty of snow rather than fear it. Recalling the previous winter, when families huddled indoors, fathers braving the wind and snow for firewood, and the scarcity of food that compelled them to ration their meals to survive the lean season, Soothie and Monka wept profusely. Corey approached, patting their shoulders. "Why are you crying? We are men. What is this display?" "Master Corey, we have enough food and warm clothing. We can play in the snow." Soothie sobbed more intensely, while Monka wailed even louder. "Of course, the provisions in our cabin can last through 2 winters. What is there to be astonished about?" Though Corey endured discrimination from his 3 stepmothers, he had never faced hunger or cold. After entering the academy, surrounded by nobles and wealthy merchants' children, he was well cared for. Snowy days became the most enjoyable for them. Cold and hunger were foreign concepts. "Master Corey." Soothie recounted the hardships his family faced over the years, revealing that their total annual income barely reached 4 gold coins, and they never dared convert their savings for fear of loss. Such a loss would be catastrophic. Silver coins were scant and kept in the safest corner of their home. Lacey moved a stool for Corey to sit, preparing breakfast. Soothie and Monka continued to cry while eating. Corey furrowed his brow, reflecting that his lack of hunger and cold was thanks to his father and home. Despite their mistreatment of his mother, his father had ensured she never suffered. This realization filled him with melancholy. Just as the young men were steeped in sorrow, Corey shouted, "Get back inside." Soothie and Monka also heard the sounds emanating from the forest's edge. A colossal creature was trampling through the woods. Monka swiftly lifted Soothie with one hand and Lacey with the other, throwing them inside the cabin. There was no time to retrieve his sword. He grabbed a sturdy piece of wood and stood beside Corey. Taking a deep breath, Corey wielded his sword in one hand, and a creature towering 5 meters appeared before the cabin. The white-backed black bear. Soothie's scream nearly caused Corey to faint. How could such a fearsome beast appear? "Soothie, you fool! Why shout so loudly behind me? Isn't this creature supposed to be hibernating?" Corey yelled, attempting to quell his own unease and fear. Soothie hastily flipped through the album. "Master Corey, that beast must be hungry. It has awakened early. The book states that if the white-backed black bear does not consume enough food before winter, it may stir during the season and become frenzied." The last 2 words were unfamiliar to him. "Frenzied? Are you certain?" Upon hearing the term frenzied, Corey felt his fear intensify. Targeting the eyes of this 5-meter creature was no trivial matter. Soothie, fearing he misread, urged Lacey to confirm. Her words sent a rush of dread through Corey's mind. "Master, it is indeed extremely frenzied. Moreover, it will attack animals pretending to be dead." Corey shouted. Realizing this was a battle for survival, he tightly bound the sword handle to his hand with cloth and charged at the fearsome foe. The eyes, regardless of being an animal, human, or magical beast, were the greatest weakness, and Corey firmly believed this. Throughout his encounters with various magical beasts in the forest, none were immune to eye strikes. This tactic was always effective. Having faced numerous magical creatures, Corey's precision in strikes and dodging improved rapidly. Not even the white-backed black bear, let alone a dragon, can withstand the blade of Master Corey, he bellowed as he charged forward. As the white-backed black bear raised its paw to deflect the heavy wood hurled by Munka, Corey seized the moment to plunge his sword into its eye, though he too was struck painfully by the bear's forelimb. The sword broke within the bear's eye, and the already frenzied creature became even more unhinged, wildly flailing its claws, effortlessly snapping trees as thick as a man's thigh. Minka hurled the heavy wood at the bear and rushed to Corey. Lifting him from the ground and carrying him back to the cabin, Suthi quickly handed Corey another sword. Cough, cough, this beast is indeed formidable. Kneel, Minka, I'll climb onto the roof. I can't jump right now. Although Corey had only sustained a scratch. The pain was intense, and he mused that had he received a solid blow, he would surely have perished. Standing atop the cabin, Corey instructed, Munka, lure it over here. It would be best if it charges. Corey removed the broken sword handle from his hand, binding it to another sword. With the broken handle clenched between his teeth, he endeavored to calm himself that he knew he had but one chance. Success meant survival for them all, while failure would lead to their demise. The ferocious bravery of Minka is truly palpable. Lacking any knowledge of swordsmanship or martial arts, he hefts an exceedingly thick log and charges at the white-backed black bear, unleashing a flurry of strikes upon it. Breaking one log only to grasp another. All right, hurry back and get inside, Corey shouts from the rooftop. Without hesitation, Minka discards the log and dashes towards the small house, oblivious to Corey's presence as the bear. Intent on pursuing the audacious challenger, follows closely behind. O sword, you must perform admirably and pierce this creature's brain. Corey murmurs as he raises his sword as the bear draws near. He leaps from the rooftop. With a thrust devoid of the sword's hilt, Corey uses his full body weight to drive the blade into the bear, swiftly gripping it with both hands as he anchors it against his shoulder. The white-backed black bear does not even have the opportunity to grunt before it lunges forward a few steps, taking Corey along. With a kick, Corey propels himself backward, landing safely in Minka's arms. The bear collapses in the snow before the small house, a wound in its eye spilling just enough blood to stain the ground crimson. Corey sits, panting, while Minka approaches to kick the fallen bear. And Suthi and Lace watch in stunned silence. After a considerable pause, Lace is the first to exclaim, "Wonderful! Young Master has slain the white-backed black bear. Truly, young Master is remarkable." A smile slowly spreads across Suthi's previously rigid face. Young Master Corey. That's 150 magic crystal coins. That exceeds our entire savings. Corey maintains a stoic demeanor, giving Minka a pat on the back. Bind this creature to the back of the carriage. He then strides into the house. Suthi, fetch more coins that we are going to town. Suthi nods eagerly, preparing to comply. As the carriage departs the forest and reaches a fork in the road, Corey suddenly instructs, turn right. Suthi halts the carriage and glances back at Corey. The left path leads to the town, while the right veers back towards the village. Upon seeing Corey nod, Suthi deftly turns the reins and cracks the whip, upon arriving at the entrance of their estate. The household servants notice the opulent carriage approaching and hurriedly come to greet it. When they see Corey disembarking, perhaps due to his recent lavish distribution of gold coins, they half kneel in deference. Young Master Lay. You have returned. I shall promptly inform Master and Madam. Just as Suthi prepares to swing the door open for Corey, he hears Corey say, Suthi, Minka, you go home and check in. Leave 30 gold coins for the household. And distribute 10 gold coins to each family in the village. Unbind the bear, and then hurry back. Go. Corey's gaze remains fixed on the estate gates, standing motionless in the snow as Lace holds an umbrella behind him. Yes. Young Master Corey, Suthi replies, pulling Minka, still in a daze, to help unbind the bear with swords lodged in its eyes. Then they hastily return home with the coin pouch. Corey's father, sipping tea by the fireplace, hears of his son's return and rushes to the estate door without donning his outerwear, even losing a shoe in his haste. He appears at the entrance barefoot. Son, you have returned. Upon seeing Corey suddenly stop. The years of estrangement between father and son weigh heavily on him, unsure if resentment still lingers in Corey's heart, especially recalling the hatred reflected in his son's eyes when he departed that fateful day. Father, the grace of your nurturing surpasses all else. Regardless of your past, you will always be my father, Corey replies, draping his fur coat over his father's shoulders. Lace, understanding the moment, shields Corey's father from the snow. However, I shall not step through this doorway now. I wish to return in a grand manner. The cold grows fierce. In this white-backed black bear I felled with my own hands. You are not in good health. Let me make you a fur coat. Son. Corey's father reaches out, yearning to embrace his son, yet he is rooted to the spot. I must take my leave. Take care of yourself. Corey bows deeply, then swiftly mounts the carriage, heading towards Sudi's home. Son. Corey's father's long call echoes far, while Corey drives the carriage with an unchanging expression, reminiscing about the few joyful moments spent with his father in his childhood. Hearing the news, Corey's mother and 3 stepmothers rush outside. Corey's father gently strokes the fur of the white-backed black bear. Someone, lift this creature back inside, and summon the finest craftsman. We shall have it mounted. This is my son's trophy, and I want it displayed prominently in the hall. The white-backed black bear is an exceedingly precious find, particularly in winter, when such creatures are rare due to hunger. A specimen in pristine condition could fetch as much as 500 magic core coins, after brushing the 2 swords still embedded in the bear's eyes. Corey's father beams with pride as he thinks to himself that once the mount is complete, he must retain these swords. With a beaming smile, he turns to Corey's mother. Our son has returned, and this is his trophy. Only a proud paladin could vanquish such a beast, and this is a gift from him to me. Corey's mother, draping Corey's fur coat around herself, remains silent as she walks back into the estate. The 3 stepmothers and sister exchange glances, their minds already scheming over the bear's valuable magic core, an exquisite decorative piece. Just then, Sudi rushes home, still clutching the gold coins, when he hears the sound of hooves outside. He quickly steps out to see young Master Corey. Sudi is momentarily taken aback, but quickly regains his composure. Please, come inside for a cup of warm milk. Corey nods and enters Sudi's home with Lace. Sudi's family seems unsurprised by Corey's arrival. They bustle about, pouring water and adding firewood to the hearth, caught up in a flurry of activity. Mother, this is what young Master Corey has gifted our family, Sudi announces, finally placing 30 gold coins on the table. Thank you, young master, for your generosity. The Sudi family expresses their gratitude, while Corey, lost in thoughts of his father, merely offers a faint smile. Sudi leans closer to his mother and whispers, young Master Corey just returned home. It appears he did not enter. The family understands and refrains from disturbing Corey. Mother. I'll step out for a moment. Young master asked me to give each household in the village 10 gold coins. Sudi dons his outer coat, preparing to leave, when his father pulls him back. Wait a moment. You should rest a while. With such generosity from young Master Corey, how can they not bow in gratitude? At his father's signal, Sudi's brothers dash out to inform the villagers, summoning the heads of families. Munka, a man of few words, returns home and tosses the coin pouch toward his father. This is from the young master. He remains silent as he sits down. When he hears the commotion of neighbors, Minka's father steps out to inquire. Learning of Corey's distribution of coins at Sudi's home, glancing into his own pouch, he muses, Son, this must be from young Master Corey that I shall go to Sudi's home to thank him. The father and son proceed to Sudi's house together. Sudi is busy arranging the coins into piles of tin. When he finishes, Corey has already returned to the carriage. Sudi realizes Corey wishes to leave the village quickly, so he distributes the coins and exits his home. Upon seeing Munka rushing towards him, he greets him, and the carriage heads back toward the forest cabin that the villagers gather. They bow in gratitude to the departing carriage, deeply appreciative of Corey's generosity. In a matter of days, the tale of the white-backed black bear spreads throughout the region, and the merchant who frequently purchases Sudi's goods hears of it and promptly arrives at Corey's home with gifts. My Lord Baron, I have heard that your estate possesses a white-backed black bear. Might you consider parting with it? The merchant's inquiry is met with a courteous refusal from Corey's father. This is my son's trophy. How could it be sold? Upon learning of the bear's demise, the merchant had already envisioned selling it to his clientele who deal in magical beasts. He quickly adds, My Lord Baron, I have heard that the white-backed black bear was killed by having its eyes pierced. I have been acquiring numerous magical beasts over the past few months. While they may not compare to this one, I have captured fireboars, storm bears, and even a 3-meter-long swift-wolf king, all of which met their end by having their eyes pierced out. I am fortunate to have crossed paths with your esteemed son. I am willing to send my finest craftsmen to mount this bear free of charge. I'm sure you have seen smaller specimens. Corey's father nods. He is aware of the merchant's reputable craftsmanship and quality materials. Free of charge seems implausible. Merchants must earn their keep. Name your price. Corey's father is eager to find a skilled craftsman. The merchant smiles slightly. If my Lord Baron is agreeable, I shall boldly propose this. I will offer 300 gold coins and 20 gemstones. Using the magic core of the white-backed black bear to create a necklace. I only desire the bear's bones and meat. Very well. A deal. The arrangement proves mutually beneficial, as both parties find it favorable, once mounted. The bones and meat would otherwise be discarded, at least for Corey's father, while the merchant undoubtedly has his own uses for them. Soon, a roaring white-backed black bear is prominently displayed in the hall of Corey's home. With a beautiful necklace adorning Corey's mother's neck, as winter gives way to spring, Corey continues his life in the forest, hunting, practicing swordplay, and playing chess in solitude, with newfound confidence after defeating the white-backed black bear. He ventures deeper into the forest. Suddenly, a howl pierces the air. The four friends share a laugh. It has been ages since they heard the howl of the swift wolves. Following the sound, Corey and his companions delve further into the woods. Not long after, the howls of the swift wolves resonate around them. It appears that a certain animal is under siege here. The foliage is exceedingly dense, allowing not a single ray of sunlight to penetrate. The four individuals can only see their feet clearly with the aid of torches, and in the distance, they glimpse a white creature beset by a pack of swift wolves. Upon approaching, they realize it is a white horse. Sooty, does the compendium contain any magical beast resembling a white horse, or could this simply be a regular horse? Corey inquires as he draws his sword. Sooty frantically flips through the pages of the compendium, confident that he has memorized its contents long ago. Not a single magical beast bears resemblance to a white horse. The unfortunate swift wolves sense Corey's presence, the human responsible for the demise of countless companions and the slaying of their wolf king instills fear in them. In an instant, the entire pack vanishes from view. Young master, it seems they fear you. Lace giggles, bounding to Corey's side. Humph, a bunch of cowardly wolves. Corey scoffs, sheathing his sword and stepping closer to the white horse. What a beautiful creature. Despite numerous minor wounds adorning its body, the horse's beauty remains unblemished, and its size is perfectly suited to Corey's stature. Monka, procure some herbs to staunch its bleeding. The white horse appears to comprehend Corey's words, ceasing its frantic movements and allowing him to apply the herbal poultice. Gratefully, it nudges Corey's face with its head several times. Let us depart. We shall not hunt today. Back to the cottage, Corey declares, leading the white horse ahead. In the sunlight, its coat gleams brilliantly, revealing it to be not merely white, but silver. Lace cannot help but caress the silky fur of the silver steed, marveling at its softness. Young master, bestow upon it a name, she suggests, embracing the horse's head. Silverbolt. The silver lightning must run incredibly fast, Corey replies. Equally enamored, he instructs Sooty to venture into the city to acquire healing potions and consult experts on the best fodder for horses, under Corey's meticulous care. Silverbolt regains its former glory, its silvery coat and flowing mane dancing in the wind. When Corey mounts it, it lives up to his expectations, galloping at breakneck speed, undeterred by the forest's treacherous paths. Once they reach the plains, Silverbolt unleashes its full speed, resembling a flash of lightning. Sooty, craft the finest saddled, must be a custom fit, ensuring it does not chafe here, Corey directs, pointing at the two protruding bones on Silverbolt's sides. Knowing that a standard saddle would cause discomfort. Yes, young master, rest assured, I shall see to it, Sooty replies. That evening, Sooty returns from the city, driving a cart laden with supplies and clutching a notice. Young master. Good news, he exclaims. Corey glances at the notice, recognizing it as an announcement for admissions to the Royal Academy, and tosses it aside without reading it. He is well aware that someone expelled from the academy, like himself, stands no chance of being accepted into the Royal Academy. Sooty promptly retrieves the notice. Young master, listen to me. The announcement states that this year, in celebration of His Majesty's 60th birthday, individuals recommended by non-ordinary academies are permitted to sit for the examination, provided they are under the age of 22, including commoners. The deadline is August 15th, and there are 100 spots available. Corey glances at Sooty but remains silent. Returning to his chess game, Sooty continues. The examination consists of 3 parts. The first assessment involves a magical power test and battling magical beasts. Young master, the beasts you face should be familiar to you. Those we have encountered are likely unknown to many. You will surely pass the first round, with the top 1,000 qualifying. Corey nods slightly, beginning to contemplate. Young master, the second round involves actual combat, where participants face off in one-on-one duels. Given your swordsmanship, there should be no issue. After this round, only a small number will remain. Although Sooty knows little of swordsmanship, having witnessed Corey's strikes, which are akin to the force of thunder, he assumes it to be exceptional skill. The third round merely states that the Academy's instructors will conduct specialized tests based on individual capabilities. Young Master, while the specifics are unknown, there remains at least a 50% chance of success. Sooty truly piques Corey's interest. Corey recalls a former student of the Royal Academy from his own school, whose dean was particularly welcoming if he could don the Royal Academy's uniform. Returning to his hometown academy would be a source of great pride, providing him with a sense of honor when visiting his mother. Very well. Gather our belongings that we shall depart within 2 days, Corey declares, slapping his thigh and rising to his feet. Young Master, there is still half a year left. Are we not acting prematurely? Sooty remarks after a glance at the notice. Corey realizes he may have been overly excited, clearing his throat. Not too early. We can venture out to explore the world. It would be prudent to exchange our cart for the finest in the city, so we may arrive in the royal capital in style. Yes. Sooty, who has only ventured as far as the nearby village, exclaims excitedly, calling Lace and Monka to assist in preparing their supplies. Corey instructs Sooty to procure a box, carefully cleaning the chess set and sword gifted by the elder, lining the box with velvet, and storing them with great care. Lace, these 2 items must be preserved with utmost diligence, even if we lose all our possessions. These 2 must be safeguarded. Lace accepts them with both hands. Yes, young master. She then wraps the box in cloth and places it within the large chest of valuables as the time to depart approaches. Corey feels a twinge of reluctance. While Sooty prepares the cart, Corey takes a moment to caress the trees surrounding the cottage. Sooty hands Corey his cloak. Young Master Corey, I have entrusted my brother to look after this cottage. When we return, everything will be just as it was. Corey nods, while Lace clutches the cloak to her chest. Sooty sits at the front, guiding the 2-horse cart, which is the highest class of carriage that a non-titled noble might possess. Monka stands at the rear, clad in armor, with a heavy sword secured at the back of the cart, readily accessible. Silverbolt trots alongside the cart. After a morning of vigorous travel, Corey and his companions reach the edge of the province. Sooty halts the cart, stepping onto the boundary stone, and calls out towards their village. We shall return. I will drive back in a 4-horse gilded carriage. The 4-horse gilded carriage is reserved for the highest nobility. Nobility is categorized into 7 ranks: king, duke, marquis, earl, viscount, baron, and knight, with the 3rd rank being the highest and the 1st the lowest. Among kings, there are only 2 types, princely and ducal, with only royalty eligible for princely titles, while commoners may aspire to be dukes. The duke level includes not only the 1st to 3rd ranks of dukes but also a grand duke. High-ranking officials and provincial governors fall into this category. Corey's father holds the rank of a 2nd-tier baron, which is considered lowly among nobility. The distinction between lords and commoners is minimal, as many endure poverty despite their noble status. Fool, you lack ambition, Corey exclaims, extending his hand out the window and playfully punching Sooty. I desire a 6-horse carriage adorned with gems, with a guard escorting me. That would truly be impressive. Sooty's mouth drops open. He knows such a privilege is reserved for those of the noble rank of prince in the entire history of the kingdom. Fewer than 10 individuals have been granted such titles, and he grimaces as he replies, Young Master, I do not wish to return to the village in my old age. Upon hearing this, Corey erupts in anger, wishing to chastise Sooty further. You are truly lacking in ambition. Let us find a town where we can rest. Corey dismisses any further conversation with Sooty. Yet, his desire to become a prince is nothing more than a daydream. Corey's father served in the military for 30 years, earning countless accolades before being granted the rank of a 2nd-tier baron. Upon retiring, he was awarded a small village as a reward. Furthermore, in the kingdom's history, since the founding of the realm by the great Emperor Yassi, no family has risen by more than 4 ranks in a generation. Of course, royalty is an exception, as they are inherently noble. Corey recalls the most remarkable family in history, the current right-hand family of the kingdom, the Sikfine family, which ascended from baron to marquis in a generation, and subsequently, after 3 generations, their eldest son inherited the title of Grand Duke. After receiving a couple of reprimands from Corey, Sooty falls silent, driving the cart onward. Suddenly, a group of people appears in the middle of the road. Sooty gasps, pulling the cart to a halt. Do you wish to perish? Do you not see the cart? As he focuses, he is startled to see several individuals brandishing swords and knives. Some wield wooden clubs, others hold shovels, and a few carry rakes. Sooty fears they may have encountered bandits and turns to open the window of the cart. Young master, we are in a bit of trouble. Corey leans out to assess the situation, spotting a burly man stepping forward, brandishing a large knife. You must hand over your money. I will ensure your safety, he stammers. Revealing his nervousness, a laugh escapes Corey, who cannot help but find the scene amusing. Hearing the commotion, Monka leaps from the cart, brandishing his heavy sword in a menacing manner. The group retreats a step. Startled, ha ha ha. Corey bursts into laughter, stepping down from the cart, bemusing the would-be robbers who now seem disoriented. Upon realizing that the cart is filled with teenagers, their courage swells, and they begin to encircle the group. Due to the inability to devise a solution, Corey could only laugh incessantly, and it was only natural that his stomach ached. Upon hearing the somewhat nervous tone of his adversaries, he glanced at the crowd before him. Although there were several hundred individuals, aside from a few leaders, none were armed, and their clothing was tattered and thin, with gaunt faces that bespoke of starvation. They appeared more like refugees than brigands. With this thought, Corey scoffed, "You lot dare to call yourselves robbers, a bunch of fools, worthless, imbeciles, and one stutterer." As soon as the leader heard the term stutterer, he quickly interjected, "I am not a stutterer. I merely feel a bit anxious." Upon hearing this, both Sooty and Lace chuckled, and even Monka couldn't help but crack a smile. "Nervous, are we? Is this your first time attempting a robbery? I can tell just by looking at you that you lack professionalism. There are techniques and intellect involved in robbery. Do not presume that numbers alone make you formidable." Corey took the cloak from Lace's hands, adjusted the sword hanging at his waist, and slowly approached the leader of the group, despite the leader's imposing size. Being at least twice Corey's bulk, he appeared exceedingly anxious upon Corey's approach, involuntarily stepping back 2 paces. "You stay right there. Do not come any closer." Corey smiled faintly, continuing his slow advance. The leader was as tense as could be, and his smile was merely a facade to mask his own unease. "Do not be afraid. I shall not harm you. Allow me to elucidate why you are fools, worthless, and imbeciles." This group consisted entirely of homeless commoners who had banded together out of desperation. They specifically targeted passing small caravans, and when confronted with larger merchant convoys or those protected by mercenaries, they dared not emerge. Today, upon spotting Corey's single carriage, they had seized the opportunity. Although they were a ragtag bunch, their number of 200 to 300 posed a significant threat to traveling parties. They had not anticipated encountering someone who would not immediately capitulate and relinquish their valuables. Hearing Corey's insults initially sparked some anger. But more so, they felt helpless and resigned. Their leader was already cowed, and these individuals, who had only recently taken up the mantle of robbery, lacked the courage to collectively attack. "You fools, let me explain one crucial aspect of robbery, the selection of your location. This is a plain. Even if we were frightened, we could swiftly turn our horses and escaped. Do you not realize how foolish that is?" Corey attempted to pat the leader on the head, but given his own stature, he settled for patting the leader's belly instead. Sooty and Monka were taken aback, their eyes nearly popping out in surprise. The leader, instead of becoming enraged, nodded in agreement. "You speak true. It is indeed reasonable. I am a fool." Corey's confidence swelled, and he gestured for Sooty to fetch a folding stool. He then seated himself on the grass by the roadside, while the bandits gathered around him on the ground. Eager to hear Corey's teachings on how to be a proper robber, Corey clapped the leader on the shoulder. "What is your name? Look at how poorly you are leading. See how starved your followers have become. Look at what my people wear." The leader's face flushed with embarrassment, and he lowered his head. "My name is Blondie. Just 10 days ago, we were farmers, but the governor imposed a head tax, and those who could not pay were forced into labor. Then he decreed that we must offer beautiful maidens to the prince. We had no means of survival, which is why we turned to robbery." Corey was left dumbfounded. He could scarcely believe such circumstances existed. He had assumed they were merely a group of individuals unwilling to toil in the fields, seeking a quick buck. That moment, Lace returned with a tray of snacks and juice. Blondie and his companions watched, swallowing hard. "Sooty," Corey called out, and Sooty hurried over. "Yes, young master." "Sooty, take a few of them and procure some food." Upon hearing this, Blondie exclaimed in astonishment, "Are you truly serious? You would really provide us with food?" "Indeed. Have 2 strong individuals assist in carrying the provisions. However, they cannot sit on my carriage. My cushions are new." Corey replied with a smile. Blondie promptly knelt. Thank you, generous young master. He then selected 2 robust individuals to stand at the back of the carriage. Cautioning them repeatedly not to soil it, Sudi quietly asked, Young master, how much should I spend? Corey turned and smiled. Such trivial matters do not require my input. You may decide. Sudi nodded and hurried off with his 2 companions toward the nearest market. Was what you mentioned earlier true? Corey still found it hard to believe that such pitiable individuals existed. Indeed. Generous young master. Aside from the governor, our master also seizes young girls, claiming they must first be inspected and trained in etiquette. However, that beast, Blondie's voice faltered, and upon hearing this, Lace turned pale. Corey immediately inquired with concern, Lace, what is the matter? Lace burst into tears. Young master, Lace remembers that when she was a child, the beautiful girls in the village were too afraid to adorn themselves, even smearing dirt on their faces. My sister, after washing her face by the river, caught the eye of our master and was taken to the estate. The next day, she jumped into the river and drowned. She was only 16. Lace wept sorrowfully. Her tears flowing freely, Corey embraced her gently, patting her back, unsure of how best to comfort her. She was truly a pitiful soul, having been sold by human traffickers after her family fell apart. Blondie, noticing Lace's exquisite attire, assumed she was the daughter of a wealthy family. Unaware of her tragic past, he retrieved a necklace made of colored stones, painstakingly crafted into a diamond shape and strung with fine twine. This is for you. I had intended it for my sister, but I never had the chance to give it to her. Blondie's sister was also 16 and now unaccounted for. No, I cannot accept this, Lace protested, understanding the necklace's value. It was a token of a brother's love for his sister. My sister is 16 as well. Taken by the governor that I fear I shall never see her again, do not be saddened. I hope this can bring you some joy. Blondie grasped Lace's hand and placed the necklace into her palm. When Lace attempted to return it, Corey held her hand firmly. Accept it. A heartfelt gift from another is priceless, just as I wish you to safeguard my belongings diligently. Thank you. I will take good care of it, Lace whispered. Blondie's face turned crimson. May I place it around your neck myself? Lace nodded, and Blondie clumsily adorned her with the necklace, being exceedingly cautious not to brush against her skin. At that moment, Sudi returned, followed by 7 or 8 carts laden with goods. Young master, I have procured some old clothes. 2 carts are filled with them, and 6 are filled with food, totaling 72 gold coins and 30 silver coins. It was not that Sudi was stingy. The 2 accompanying him had only requested modest provisions and used clothing, as they were all impoverished commoners. Please arrange for everyone to share the bounty, Corey instructed Blondie. Blondie nodded and, along with a few capable individuals, began unloading the goods from the carts, distributing them to the crowd. Sudi had also purchased some fine food and invited Corey to dine in the carriage. While seated, Corey suddenly noticed that the group only took a few bites before carefully wrapping their portions of food, and the clothing was treated similarly, as they did not immediately don them, but instead stored them carefully. Go inquire why they are not eating, Corey commanded. Sudi complied and rushed off to ask. After questioning dozens of individuals, he returned. Young master, they said they cannot bear to eat. They wish to take the food back for their families, who are still starving. Sudi felt a deep sympathy for them. Corey, upon hearing this, leaped down from the carriage. Blondie, who was busy packing excess food, hurried over upon hearing his name. Generous young master, what is your command? What generous young master? I am Corey. Tell me, do you have many elderly and weak individuals among you? Upon this inquiry, Blondie suddenly knelt again. Young Master Corey, please help us. The companions who accompanied Sudi returned with tales of your deeds. We are willing to work hard, no matter the toil or risk, as long as we can feed our starving families. Corey felt overwhelmed, unsure how to assist. Taking in these individuals would surely exhaust him. Financial aid was finite, after all. Alas, what a predicament, Corey mumbled. Blondie persisted, pleading, Young Master Corey, please guide us. We fear neither hardship nor death. Corey gazed at this group of brigands and had a sudden epiphany. Sudi, Monka, Lace, what do you think about us posing as robbers for a few months? I feel that robbery could be quite an exhilarating endeavor. The 3 stared at him, bewildered. Corey himself was merely contemplating the idea whimsically. Blondie, rise, select 20 individuals who can drive a carriage, and do so quickly. Blondie, realizing Corey was willing to assist them, hurried off to choose the individuals. Corey then instructed Sudi, purchase 20 carts filled with food and daily necessities, and also procure some weapons and tools. Nothing excessive, just enough for several dozen people. Then head directly to their stronghold. I will await you there. Young master, do you truly intend to become a robber? Sudido inquired with a hint of curiosity. And Corey chuckled, what is wrong with being a robber? We still have time. It's not too late to play for a couple of months before we continue our journey. I have a plan. So off you go. Only then did Sudido respond affirmatively, leading the chosen individuals by Blondie towards the marketplace. Blondie, gather everyone. Then return to your base to take a look. I, Lord Corey, intend to indulge in some robbery for a while. It will also serve as an opportunity for you to witness what true robbers are like. The more Corey contemplated, the more delighted he became, his face beaming with pride. Lace, puzzled, asked, My lord, aren't robbers bad people? Why would you want to be one? Corey smirked slyly. Do you perceive them as bad? They are planning to rob us. Lace shook her head. They are good people. Regardless, Lace had long since resolved to follow Corey forever. Indifferent to whatever mischief he might engage in, Corey harbored another thought. Those starving individuals could be immensely grateful for just a few carts of food. What greater benefits might they offer if given more? Reflecting on Sudido, Monka, he realized that merely filling their pockets with a few gold coins and slightly enriching their lives had garnered their unwavering loyalty. Despite his youth, Corey had no intention of playing the philanthropist. He might occasionally act with kindness, but only if it amused him. Otherwise, he would refrain. The pitiful band of robbers resided in a valley, and upon seeing their abode, Corey lamented their dire circumstances. Their shelters were constructed from mere branches, akin to living like beasts. Upon inquiry, he learned that their primary food source was hunting, yet it scarcely sufficed to fill their bellies, thus driving them to the life of a robber. The mountains here were perilous, far more treacherous than the forest cabin Corey was accustomed to. Not long into their journey, the cart could no longer proceed. Blondie, though not the sharpest, devised a simple solution, with a command. Dozens of young men hoisted Corey's cart onward into the valley. As they traversed the valley, Corey pinched his nose against the foul odor that gave him a headache. Blondie, your living conditions are abysmal. Corey was reluctant to venture any further, leaving Blondie at a loss for words, scratching his head in embarrassment. Those who had returned earlier shared their meager leftovers with the locals, pointing at Corey and indicating that it was the generous young lord who had provided for them. Although these unfortunate souls were baffled as to why a noble would assist them, no one could resist the allure of food, especially the children, who eagerly snatched at it. Can you ride a horse? Corey asked, turning around. I can, Lord Corey, Blondie replied. Come, accompany me for a ride. Overwhelmed by the stench, Corey instructed Monka, stay here and look after Lace. After saddling the horses that had originally pulled the cart, Corey mounted Silver Lightning and, along with Blondie and the previously hunting youth, ventured into the mountains. What is your name? Are you from around here? Have you ventured into these mountains before? Corey questioned the young man. Esteemed Lord Corey, my name is Kond. I often roamed these mountains. Aside from the treacherous terrain, I have not encountered any formidable magical beasts here. Kond replied with utmost respect, leaving Corey astonished by how a single meal could garner such reverence. He inquired further, are there any picturesque locations around here? Kond glanced at Corey and then at Blondie, utterly perplexed by the concept of scenic beauty. Esteemed Lord Corey, I do not comprehend your meaning. Corey internally chastised him for his ignorance, but opted for a simpler explanation. Places with mountains. Very clear streams, or small lakes. Just somewhere beautiful. Upon hearing this, Kond finally grasped it. After a moment of contemplation, he exclaimed, Oh no, Lord Corey, I know of such a place, but it is home to terrifying creatures, a breed of fire-spitting boars. Are they not just fire boars? There are a few hundred of them, Corey retorted, viewing the fire boars as delectable meat or 5 magical crystal coins, hardly concerning to him. However, if there were indeed hundreds, he would choose to flee. The sight of so many boars unleashing fireballs would be quite intimidating. Unexpectedly, Kond shyly admitted, there are 7 too large and 5 small. I visited them 5 days ago. Let us take a look. If that place is truly remarkable, I shall reward you with 2 gold coins, having grown accustomed to bestowing rewards. Corey felt an inexplicable satisfaction at the prospect of rewarding another. Kond hastily responded, I will lead the way, but there is no need for a reward, as I have already received your kindness. Blondie chimed in, Lord Corey, there is no need to reward him. This is a trivial matter. Just give the orders. Both men thought about the previous 8 carts and the additional 20 carts of goods they were now dispatching. Calculating how much it would cost, they nearly suffered a mental collapse at the thought of the immense sums involved. After about 2 hours of travel, they arrived at a precipice. The view was breathtaking. Endless mountains rolling in lush greenery, with several small streams flowing into a lake the size of Corey's estate. Not far from the lake stood a towering peak that pierced the clouds. Beautiful. This is a splendid place, Corey exclaimed, tossing out 5 gold coins in his delight. Con has an eye for beauty. I like this spot. Con caught the coins and glanced at Blondie, only daring to tuck them into his pocket once Blondie nodded in approval. Corey dismounted, with Blondie and Con hastily following suit. Blondie, since you expressed a desire to join me, heed my words. If you do, you shall not regret it, Blondie replied with unwavering conviction. As long as you ensure that we are fed. My life belongs to you, Lord Corey. Excellent. Corey clapped Blondie on the shoulder, who was kneeling before him. Then we shall abide by my rules. Everything must be according to my directives. Is there any objection? Blondie and Con responded in unison. We shall heed your commands, Lord Corey. Corey nodded, elated. The feeling of being in charge was exhilarating. He had never felt this way even when Sudido and Monka followed his lead, as they were of similar age. But having a robust man like Blondie listen to him was truly remarkable. First, we shall relocate the camp here, cut down trees to build a wall, and then construct small wooden houses. Most importantly, no one is permitted to relieve themselves indiscriminately. The camp must remain clean, with designated individuals responsible for its upkeep. Any objections? Corey adopted a serious demeanor, attempting to project the image of a leader. It was pitiable that Corey was still quite young and lacked authority. But thankfully, Blondie and the others did not mind and promptly agreed to set things in motion. Being farmers, they were accustomed to hardship and found it perfectly normal to relieve themselves wherever necessary. The two were somewhat perplexed by Corey's demands, but since he had proposed them, they were willing to comply, even if it meant reporting their needs to him daily. Blondie returned to the valley immediately to arrange for the move. If the tools for building the houses are insufficient, instruct Sudido to accompany you to procure more. Just let him know what is lacking. Also, conceal my cart and transfer its contents over here. Everything is to be under Lace's command. Corey stood at the edge of the precipice, allowing the wind to tousle his hair and cloak, while Blondie and Con awaited his orders behind him, feeling as if he were the epitome of grandeur. Blondie acknowledged the command and rode off. Corey then instructed Con, take me to find those fire boars. Con felt a twinge of fear, but Corey's insistence left him no choice but to lead the way. The demise of a few fire boars would provide Corey with an opportunity to showcase his prowess, leaving Con in awe of the young lord, a sentiment that would soon spread among the others. With lightning speed, Corey executed a 7-strike flurry, pushing beyond his own limits, as he could typically manage only 4 strikes before needing to adjust his stance. Fortunately, with 5 small boars, their slow pace worked in his favor, and Con, lacking knowledge of combat, was oblivious to the struggle. In the end, Corey's final 3 strikes were haphazardly executed, nearly causing him to topple over. Lord Corey, your swordsmanship is extraordinary, Con exclaimed, his mouth agape in astonishment. Of course, fire boars were formidable foes for an ordinary person. Had they charged at Corey, he would have found himself at a loss. Corey circled the lake twice before arriving at a small stream flowing from the lake. Let us build several small wooden houses here. It will be convenient. All waste must be disposed of here. No one is to dump anything into the lake. Anyone who disobeys will be punished. As Corey spoke, Con diligently took notes and marked the ground with a twig. Corey outlined the camp's boundaries near the lake, demanding that all trees within that area be uprooted, and the ground leveled with gravel and soil. By the time Corey finished his instructions, Blondie had returned with the first group of workers. This new group consisted entirely of young men and strong women, ready to prepare the camp before calling the others over. Con, I have a task for you. From now on, ride around this area and sketch the terrain for me. Are you capable of doing that? Corey found speaking quite taxing. But this time he was mistaken, for Con replied, Lord Corey, you desire a map of this area, correct? I can manage that. Go on. Ensure it is detailed, especially regarding all the major and minor roads leading in, as well as the paths around the mountains. Most importantly, if you discover any routes through the forest or mountains, examine the surroundings thoroughly. Corey continued to issue directives. Con nodded. My lord, I understand what needs to be done. The little man conveyed the instructions you had just given him regarding the camp to Brother Burundi before departing. Con, being a hunter by trade, excels in such endeavors. Corey noticed that Lace and Monka had also arrived, and he guided them to the wild boar. Lace, the flavor of this small pig must be exquisite. Let us roast one. Lace smiled in agreement and promptly called over several girls of a similar age to assist her in preparing the roast pig. Corey mused to himself that Lace had quickly bonded with these individuals and made new friends at that moment. Burundi approached to report to Corey. Young Master Corey, Brother Sooty has returned with supplies. But the cart cannot enter the valley that I have sent people to carry the items, and more will arrive shortly. Corey nodded. How many do you have? Please be more specific. Burundi had not conducted a head count. Young Master Corey. We have over 300 able-bodied men, more than 200 women, and perhaps 100 or 200 elderly and children. I will tally the numbers and provide you with precise figures. Corey halted him. No need for that. Let Sooty handle it. You should take the men to construct wooden houses. With this many people, building 10 or 8 in a day should not pose a challenge. Hiki, young Master Corey. I may not excel at other tasks, but you can rest assured about this labor. Constructing 30 to 50 in a day is certainly within our capability. Once the wooden houses are completed, we will build a wall and then level the ground. You can take it easy and just call for me if you need anything. Burundi shouldered an axe and headed off to chop wood. At this moment, Monka experienced what it meant to be a strong adult. He felled a tree with a trunk as thick as his embrace after 26 swings, while Burundi chuckled, having done it in 19. Not convinced? Let's go again. Despite being only 15, Monka stood at an impressive height of over 1.80 meters. With muscles well defined. As spring had just arrived, the weather was still somewhat chilly. Monka, bare-chested, lifted his axe and approached another tree, swinging vigorously. Hold on, kid, that you've got some strength. Let us change the game. Each of us will chop down 30 trees and see who finishes first. Burundi also stripped off his shirt, his physique far more robust than Monka's. Monka did not back down, replying, fine. He moved to another tree, which he had already struck once, deeming it unfair. Corey found the scene amusing. Watching a child compete with an adult in strength was truly a display of brawn over brains. Nevertheless, he remained interested, observing from a distance. Chopping trees required not only strength but technique as well. Corey had underestimated Monka this time. All the firewood in Monka's home had been cut down by him in the forest, giving him considerable experience in tree felling. The two of them, one with brute force and the other with deft skill, soon cleared a significant area, with over 20 trees falling behind them, by the time they reached the 30th tree. Neither had managed to gain a clear advantage. Stop, Corey shouted, causing both of them to pause in their chopping. They were puzzled as to why Corey called for a halt just as they were about to determine a winner. If Burundi won, it would be against a child, but losing would be far more embarrassing. Corey had thought of this very scenario. You two are tied. Both Burundi and Monka had their own thoughts. Burundi considered that Monka was Corey's ally, and he could not afford to start off on the wrong foot. Meanwhile, Monka was feeling the strain in his arms, finding it difficult to hold the axe. Corey, unaware, realized that his mind had become more agile and calm compared to before, all thanks to the old man's chess insights. The elder had infused practical wisdom into his teachings, and no one knew that this chess wisdom, if transformed into military strategy, would surpass even the handwritten manuscript of Duke Beagle, the former marshal of the kingdom. Beagle was indeed the elder, who had chosen a life of seclusion in a small town. With only a handful of servants aware of his true identity, let alone outsiders, the royal family was, of course, an exception. Prince Walji had sought an audience with him, only to be turned away when he arrived just as Corey and Duke Beagle were engaged in a game of chess. For years prior, Corey had accidentally trespassed into the Lord's manor. It was entirely unintentional. Corey was still young and naive, and he ended up being chased for 5 streets before finally escaping into the old man's residence. Duke Beagle had taken a liking to Corey, a mischievous child, and began teaching him chess, setting traps in the garden for games. It was only after Duke Beagle saw Prince Warner's dagger that he realized Corey would inevitably be drawn into royal affairs, prompting him to formally teach Corey various skills, including chess as a means of self-defense, and the same applied to swordsmanship. That a few days later, Khan prepared a detailed map for Corey, and the camp began construction of a wall. Burundi, select 200 men to accompany me. Let me show you how I, young Master Corey, conduct a robbery. Corey had long awaited this day, having chosen a route through the valley on the map. It was the only path leading to another province, and the best part was that the road was only 3 carts wide, flanked by steep cliffs. As you command, young Master Corey. Burundi's booming voice resonated. causing Corey's ears to ring. What about us? What should we do? Sooty inquired. Sooty, I need you to handle something important. I've heard of an organization called the Mercenary Guild back at the academy. Go find out if we can apply for a mercenary group. With so many people, it would be quite troublesome without a legitimate reason, understand? Corey had been contemplating this thoroughly. Sustaining such a large group was no easy task. Understood. Young master, I've heard of it before, and I know how to proceed if we can apply. What should we name it? Sooty asked. Let us call it the Thunder Eagle Mercenary Group, and I, young master Corey, will be the leader. You, Monka, Burundi, and Khan will be the vice leaders. Thank you, young master. Sooty was elated, now a vice leader of the mercenary group. He couldn't wait to boast about it back in the village. His face beaming with pride. After spending half the day, Corey arrived at the chosen location. Burundi, gather 100 men to prepare large stones for me to place on either side of the mountain. Corey gestured with his hands, and Burundi immediately took his men to comply. Khan, you take 100 men to gather large trees and lay them on the mountain sides of the valley. Lastly, find some vines. When the trees are cut, they will fall and block the path. Understood, young master Corey. I'll get right on it. Khan also took his men to work. The group was very obedient to Corey, as he provided them with food and clothing. Along with the tale of how he had single-handedly defeated 7 wild boars with 7 swift sword strikes, which had earned him their respect, Corey was still 3 months shy of 14. Slightly taller than the average child, yet he appeared small among these adults. Nevertheless, this young boy, merely 3 months away from his 14th birthday, issued commands, and everyone followed without question, executing his orders with utmost seriousness. The only issue that troubled Corey was the matter of convenience. While the women managed well at the designated area, the men had not changed their old habits. After expressing his frustration, and with Burundi applying some correction, it was finally agreed that as long as it was done outside the camp or within 100 meters of it, the problem would be resolved. Corey, accompanied by Monka, patrolled both sides of the mountain, checking on the work of his subordinates. If a conflict were to arise, this group would be a disorganized rabble, easily dispatched by even a dozen trained individuals. And Corey was averse to bloodshed. As they were humans, not beasts, he preferred to engage in clever tactics to seize some goods instead. After a long afternoon, all preparations were complete, and they awaited the arrival of their quarry. During this time, many merchant caravans passed by, and Corey had previously instructed that upon seeing anyone, they should all hide. That night, over 200 people camped on the mountain, and Corey called for Burundi. Your shout today was quite impressive. Tomorrow, you will stand in front of me. You will do the talking, and remember to project your voice, sounding fierce. Whatever I say, you must echo loudly. Corey pondered whether he had overlooked anything in his plans. Burundi was puzzled. Young Master Corey, you are the leader. Of course, it is you who should speak. I wouldn't dare stand in front of you. Fool, be as foolish as you like. I'm just a child. Upon hearing my voice, they will likely laugh rather than fear me. Remember to follow my instructions tomorrow. Also, everyone must cover their faces. I do not wish for any of you to be recognized. Corey was exasperated, unable to comprehend how Burundi could lead this group with such slow wits and apparent foolishness. His only redeeming quality was his great strength. Yes, I am foolish, Burundi replied, unfazed by Corey's remarks. Feeling rather endearing instead, the next morning, 80 individuals climbed each side of the mountain. 5 men were stationed at each mountain pass, while Corey led 30 men to ambush mid-slope. As dawn broke, merchant caravans began to pass through the valley. Everyone kept a vigilant watch for Corey's signal. As long as he remained still, they would not move. Corey was waiting for a larger caravan to arrive, for a first robbery. It was essential to achieve a substantial result. 200 people ambushing a few carts would be quite embarrassing. The struggles of those from humble beginnings were truly different, despite the chilly spring weather. The 200 remained perfectly still, quietly concealing themselves in their positions. Finally, a caravan of 30 carts entered the valley, accompanied by dozens of armed guards, with a heart brimming with excitement. Kelly patiently awaited the moment when the entire caravan had entered the valley before rising from his hidden position. As soon as the others noticed Kelly standing, 5 men at one end of the valley began to sever the vines, causing a cascade of trees and earth to tumble down from the mountainside, effectively obstructing the caravan's path. Observing that Blondie had yet to react, Kelly gave him a swift kick. Hurry, you move to the front. Minka, block my way. Only then did Blondie snap to attention, rallying 30 men to stand in the center of the path. Shouting at the top of his lungs, halt, this is a robbery. Leave your valuables if you wish to pass unharmed. The caravan's guards, upon seeing the number of assailants, drew their swords and prepared for combat. Quickly, raise your hands and signal the others to throw some stones. Kelly whispered behind Blondie. Blondie raised his left hand and waved it 3 times, indicating that each person should throw 3 stones. Regret flooded Kelly's mind. He should have been more explicit. 3 stones per person would amount to 480 stones, which would surely damage all the carts below. He quickly amended, 1 stone each. Unfortunately, Blondie, in his flustered state, misinterpreted the gesture, and the men above, thinking it meant to add another stone, unceremoniously hurled down 4 stones each. Kelly's intended signal had been for stones of 30 centimeters in diameter. And soon a rain of stones fell into the valley, forcing the caravan to dodge left and right, resulting in numerous injuries. The carts were utterly ruined, and only 1 horse survived. Dizziness engulfed Kelly. Without carts, how could they carry their spoils back? Nevertheless, the robbery had to continue, so he steeled himself. Chapter 7. Ha! I am the bandit, Blondie. Signal for everyone to raise 1 stone, but do not throw them. Remember, it's a raise, not a throw, Kelly instructed cautiously, feeling no concern that the caravan would discover him. They were already paralyzed with fear. If the stone throwing persisted, even the most skilled martial artist would meet their demise. This time, Blondie finally got the signal right. The men on the mountain held their stones aloft, awaiting further orders. Go tell them to drop their weapons and retreat 50 meters. Kelly felt the intimidation was sufficient. Blondie nodded and relayed the message loudly. That moment, the caravan had lost all inclination to fight, discarding their weapons and retreating considerably. Kelly muttered under his breath at Blondie. You fool. Now all the carts are ruined. And the horses are dead. If we had just pulled the carts away, we could have pushed the fallen trees aside and blocked their pursuit. Now what are we supposed to do with all this? Upon hearing Kelly's words, Blondie finally grasped the severity of the situation. The others, however, regarded Kelly as exceptionally clever. Sighing, Kelly turned to one of the men beside Blondie and said, You go summon 40 men from each side down here. We'll have to carry everything on our backs. Tell those 5 brothers to return after cutting the vines. We must ensure they don't pursue us once we leave the valley. The men nodded and began their ascent. Go on. You lead the way and collect the weapons. Do not touch anything on the carts until our men arrive. Kelly gently urged Blondie. The defenseless caravan had completely surrendered, gathering at a distance. Kelly selected a few sturdy guards to assist him. See if there are any usable carts left. We'll take them with us. Kelly remained close to Blondie, relying on him to communicate. 80 men descended from the mountain. It was only then that Kelly instructed them to check the contents of the carts. They should prioritize valuable items in case they couldn't take everything. Oh. Suddenly, a gasp erupted from the crowd, and Kelly rushed over to see why. It was no wonder. There stood 2 chests, 1 large and 1 small. The larger contained a fortune in gold coins, while the smaller was filled with magic crystals. Judging by the size of the box, there were at least 200 magic crystals. Minka, take a few men and lift these 2 chests. He then turned to Blondie, saying, Instruct everyone not to be greedy. Just take a little each. This haul is already more than sufficient. Having never before seen so many gold coins, Blondie was no longer tempted by greed. He urged everyone to take a few items and then began their retreat. Kelly had lost interest in whether there were more valuable items among the caravan. From years of experience playing chess, he had concluded that greed led to disaster. Fortunately for Kelly, there were indeed valuable items in this caravan. As the caravan members were likely considering desperate measures to protect their possessions. If those items were lost, the caravan would be doomed. The compensation alone would be a burden, not to mention the wrath of their adversaries. As long as those items remained, negotiations would be feasible. Thus, Kelly was fortunate. Had a fight ensued, there would surely have been casualties on his side, and he would have had to take lives, a prospect he wished to avoid. As Kelly and his men exited the valley, the 5 remaining guards severed the vines, and those holding stones gradually dispersed. Young Master Kelly, shouldn't we have searched them earlier? I've heard of something called a magic crystal card, where money can be stored. I've never seen one, but with all that wealth, they must possess some. I would love to take a look at it, Khan remarked as he and others gathered at the assembly point. That card is useless to us. Even if we stole it, we couldn't access the funds without a drop of blood from the owner. It's completely ineffective. I've sent Sooty to apply for a mercenary group when they arrive. I'll get you each a card, Kelly replied, feeling elated about the success of their initial raid. Just as he prepared to instruct the group to return to camp, a sudden inspiration struck him. Khan, Take 5 men and explore the nearby town. Stay for 5 days, then return. Kelly opened the large chest and handed Khan a handful of gold coins. The others looked on, wishing to accompany Khan for a taste of urban life. But Kelly added, disguise yourselves as small merchants and gather intelligence on any major caravan movements. Also, inquire about any discussions regarding our recent robbery. Remember not to return empty-handed. Upon realizing there was a task involved, the group considered their qualifications. In the end, Khan selected 5 of the most astute individuals, taking a bag of coins before departing. All right, let us head back, Kelly declared with a flourish. The crowd cheered in unison. Except for Blondie, who, due to his earlier blunder, was tasked with carrying the chest full of gold. Remarkably, Blondie, with his immense strength, swiftly bore the large chest that would typically require 4 men to lift. Their return journey was far more burdensome than their departure. Even without greed, each individual still carried substantial loads, and the treacherous mountain path delayed their arrival at the camp until deep into the night. Hey, we back. Start the fire and cook some meat. Let everyone enjoy a hearty meal. Blondie shouted even before reaching the camp. The weary travelers perked up at the mention of meat. Suddenly feeling invigorated. At the sound of the alarm, the guards looked out to see that everyone was laden with heavy packs, and leading the group was Blondie, who bore the large chest, excitedly ringing the alarm bell. The alarm bell stirred not only the able-bodied but also the elderly, who rushed out armed and ready to defend their home. But as they reached the entrance, they finally noticed Blondie with the chest. An elderly man, wielding a stick, was scolding his son, exclaiming, "You foolish boy! Ringing the alarm? Do you have any sense?" Blondie grinned widely, setting the chest down. "Come and take a look." As the chest opened, a dazzling array of gold coins glimmered within. Blondie reveled in the astonished expressions of those who had stayed behind. All mouths agape and eyes gleaming with greed. When one person reached out to touch the coins, Blondie swiftly kicked the lid shut. "No touching. Young Master Kelly hasn't given the word yet. I just wanted to feel a little." "Ha ha," the man chuckled, but Blondie scowled. "No touching. Everyone, gather around." Kelly did not join the throng. Instead, he sat atop a large stone beside the empty camp, feeling weary from the long trek, especially the gnawing hunger. "Young Master Kelly, where shall we place these items?" Blondie pondered, instinctively believing they should be handed over to Kelly rather than considering how to distribute them among the others. Lace had already brought hot water for Kelly, who took a sip before saying, "Let the brothers who went out rest for a moment. That we need 100 young women to come out and start counting these items. Lace, you'll keep the record. The older ones should prepare some food. Blondie wants meat, so let us cook a large pot of it. The rest of you, grab torches for illumination." "Yes, young Master Kelly," the former village chief quickly responded. Personally organizing the arrangements, he selected meticulous young women to assist Lace, and sent his wife to prepare the food, while he helped Lace keep track of the inventory. "Village chief, you can write. Can you manage the accounts?" Kelly jumped down from the stone and approached the village chief. The chief bowed before replying, "I can manage accounts. I was an accountant for a merchant caravan in my youth. What do you require, young Master Kelly?" Kelly waved for Lace to come over. "Lace, hand the record-keeping over to the village chief. He will be our accountant from now on." The village chief, now aged and unable to perform physical labor, was grateful for the opportunity. "Now, I find myself indulging in a life of leisure, and the thought that I might be able to contribute brings me immense joy. Young Master Corey, rest assured, I shall exert myself to fulfill my duties," I declared. "Young Master Corey, I recall in my youth while traveling with the merchant caravan, they would bind every 10 gold coins with a fine string, and then bind those bundles again. This method allowed for both secure storage and easy counting. What do you think about adopting a similar approach?" The village chief, taking on the role of accountant, promptly offered this excellent suggestion. Corey had no objections, the most crucial aspect being that he was indifferent to how the gold coins were stored, back in the forest cabin. They had simply been piled up. Fortuitously, among the spoils of their recent endeavors, there was fine string. The young girls, possessing nimble fingers, quickly mastered the binding technique, transforming the large chest of gold coins into bundles of 10, then neatly stacking them on the ground. "Hold on, Elder Kai. Let us first set aside some coins to distribute one to each person. The rest can be bundled afterward." Corey noticed the glances of those holding torches, their eyes gleaming with a longing that was not mere greed. Even those preoccupied with cooking would occasionally cast a glance in this direction. "Young Master Corey, perhaps it is best not to distribute them just yet. Here, we provide food and shelter. They have everything they need. Giving these youngsters gold coins would be of no use to them." The village chief's reasoning was sound. They collectively purchased their food and necessities. Corey, seated beside the village chief on the ground, said, "Elder Kai, listen to my words. Firstly, these people have never seen gold coins. Giving each a coin would surely bring them joy. Secondly, we are like one family. Yet we do not support the idle. Everyone has their own responsibilities. Take you, for instance. Despite your age, you still wish to contribute. And your wife is preparing our meal, is she not? I propose we reward individuals based on their contributions each month. Those who work diligently should enjoy better food, while those who are lazy will have to make do with less. Those who are too old or too young to work shall be supported by the camp." Corey's idea struck him in a flash. And the village chief, being a former leader, immediately grasped Corey's intentions. He had often educated the youth on the importance of hard work. "Young Master Corey, I understand. I shall set this in motion, but we lack copper coins. And gold coins are not practical for everyday use." The village chief seemed somewhat inflexible. "Elder, we can simply seize some copper coins next time. If that fails, we can exchange gold coins. When young Master Corey's cart heads to the city, it can be said to be for distributing rewards to the servants. Any moneylender will gladly make the exchange." Blondie, overhearing the conversation, recognized the village chief's shortcomings. However, Corey appreciated this kind of steadfastness. Such adherence to rules would prevent disorder in the camp. The village chief nodded in understanding and promptly summoned a few literate individuals to create a roster of names for the camp. He personally counted the small box of magic crystal coins 3 times before recording it and presenting the box with both hands to Corey. "Young Master Corey, here are 250 magic crystal coins, which I shall keep in your room. No, hand them all over to you for safekeeping. Tomorrow morning, have Blondie construct a few wooden houses. This currency should be stored in one of them, free from other items." Corey thought to himself that he desired to acquire even more funds. These 250 magic crystal coins were merely a trifling sum. The village chief, deeply moved, responded, "I shall ensure they are safeguarded diligently." He then called for Blondie, saying, "Kid, until our treasury is built, you must hold on to it while you sleep. If even one coin goes missing, I shall have your head." The village chief harbored concerns that the sight of such wealth might awaken greed among the camp's inhabitants. Corey, not wishing to witness their bustling activity, wandered alone to the lakeside. In spring, a thin layer of ice still rested on the water, shimmering under the moonlight. Monka noticed Corey heading toward the lake and followed suit. "Young Master, I heard that robbers who are caught are executed by hanging." "I know, and I have heard that the sensation of being hanged is quite unbearable. They do not die immediately but linger for quite some time before succumbing." Corey responded with a grin. "But what if one is not caught? Or if no one knows you are a robber? What then?" Monka could not fathom the answer, nor did he comprehend Corey's implications. Corey certainly understood the fate that befell captured robbers. He was not one to fear death. Nor did he wish to meet his demise at such a tender age. If he were to say that becoming a robber was a momentary impulse, he had indeed contemplated ways to bring it to an end. "Monka, worry not, we shall not only survive but also enjoy life together. Moreover, I am determined to attend the Royal Academy." Corey's words instilled unwavering confidence in Monka. He was certain that Corey would achieve his aspirations. "Young Master, your meal is ready." Lace approached Corey with a tray of food. "Monka, you may eat by yourself. Today, we have cooked all the meat we stored." Lace added. As Corey dined, Lace read aloud a list of items. "Distribute everything except for the currency and have Elder Kai oversee it. Keeping those items serves no purpose. Inform Elder Kai that we shall only retain coins, weapons, and provisions moving forward." Corey conversed while eating, still contemplating whether their next venture should solely target gold coins or similar valuables. Before Lace finished reading the list, upon hearing Corey's words, she initially intended to relay the message but reconsidered and said, "Young Master, I have yet to finish. There are some valuable items, such as jewelry and crafts. Should we not distribute those as well?" Corey finally realized, those items, how troublesome. They cannot be consumed or utilized. Very well, let Elder Kai handle it. Distribute whatever can be. Corey was undoubtedly averse to complications. He could ruminate over matters he enjoyed for days. But the thought of displeasing tasks would give him a headache. Yet, sitting by the picturesque lakeside, savoring exquisite food under the moonlight, was a delight that uplifted his spirits, just as Corey completed his first heist. Sudi arrived at the mercenary guild in the city. Despite his young age, Sudi was quite astute. Upon entering the city and inquiring a little, he discovered the location of the mercenary work, a place marked by a sign depicting shields and swords. Rather than a guild, it resembled more of a tavern. Aside from a few square tables in the corners bearing documents, the rest were round tables occupied by a diverse crowd, most of whom were gathered around to drink. Unbeknownst to Sudi, these individuals were mercenaries awaiting assignments. "Excuse me," Sudi began, only to be seized by the shoulder by a towering figure. "Hey, kid, are you in some kind of trouble? Perhaps your wife has been abducted or you've lost something." Our mercenary group excels in such matters. This startled Sudi, but fortunately, he was dressed in lavish attire. A young woman soon approached, saying, "Release your filthy hands. This guest has matters to discuss. Please, come and sit over here." Evidently, even the reception staff of the mercenary guild mistook Sudi for someone seeking a job. I came to inquire about how to apply to the mercenary group," Sudi shouted at the burly man. The man was initially taken aback but burst into laughter, and soon, everyone present joined in. The young woman coldly remarked, "Being a mercenary is not a child's game. It can lead to death." The mercenaries waiting for tasks in the guild jeered loudly, "Kid, you can hardly wield a sword. You certainly don't look like a magician. Better go home and enjoy your mother's embrace." Their taunts made Sudi's face flush with embarrassment. "Enough. Who here has single-handedly slain a rapid wolf king, battled against hundreds of rapid wolves, or killed a white-backed black bear?" Sudi shouted in frustration. The moment he spoke those words, the room fell silent. The swordsman clad in white stepped forward, clasping his hands in a salute. "Might I inquire if you are the illustrious Ray Corey?" Sudi was taken aback. Realizing that Corey's reputation had even reached the mercenaries, it seemed that slaying the white-backed black bear was indeed a remarkable feat. "I am not, but my young master is. Young Master Corey sent me to inquire about applying to the mercenary group." Sudi felt a swell of pride as he held his head high. Unbeknownst to him, since winter, they had not ventured from the forest cabin, and when spring arrived, Sudi had only gone to the city once for supplies. After the great merchant had commissioned Corey's father to complete the taxidermy of the white-backed black bear, he returned with the skeleton to create a complete display alongside the rapid wolf king, fireboar, and other formidable beasts slain by Corey. As Corey had killed these creatures with a single thrust to their eyes. The merchant had the brilliant idea to place swords, some intact, some broken, in the bear's eye sockets for effect. With a bit of promotion, the allure of the rapid wolf king and the white-backed black bear attracted nobles from several nearby provinces to bid for these specimens. Consequently, many swordsmen wished to witness the truth behind the tale of a single thrust to the eye. The merchant made 2 trips to Corey's home, offering a handsome sum to Corey's father to exhibit the bear's taxidermy. Upon hearing the merchant mention the opportunity for the public to witness Ray Corey's extraordinary swordsmanship, Corey's father agreed. However, to prevent the merchant from secretly selling the specimen, he personally accompanied the display. It was during this time that Ray Corey's name became known to the world. The 13-year-old boy, who had slain numerous high-level magical beasts, was touted by the merchant, eager to sell more goods at the exhibition. As having preserved the complete magical beast hide, hence his choice to strike at the beast's eyes. When the swordsman in white heard Sudi mention he was there on Corey's behalf, he continued, "Please convey my regards to young Master Corey. I am white-clad Shimo, and I look forward to the opportunity to spar with young Master Corey." Upon hearing these words, the mercenaries present pondered silently. It is worth noting that the enigmatic swordsman by Isher-Mo-Lite has garnered a modest reputation within the mercenary realm. Registered as a solitary mercenary at a D+ rank in a town of this size, he is considered a significant figure. A solitary mercenary does not belong to any mercenary guild, engaging instead when commissioned by guilds for substantial tasks. The D+ rank signifies an imminent upgrade from D rank, while those newly elevated to D rank are referred to as D-. Perhaps due to Leiku Rue's modest fame, a middle-aged man emerged from the inner chamber and seated himself at a square table. "Young brother, you mentioned wanting to apply for a mercenary guild. Please come sit here." After Sudi paid his respects to Bai Isher-Mo-Lite, he approached the table. "Young brother, newly registered mercenary guilds are classified as N rank, the lowest tier. Even a prince registering would be treated the same. The guild will elevate your rank based on the tasks completed. Regarding task assignments, you may only accept those of your guild's rank or lower. Although there are also unranked tasks available. It is crucial to note that the difficulty of unranked tasks will not be less than that of S-rank missions." As Sudi listened to the middle-aged man, he nodded attentively. "Uncle, do you have any manuals for sale? I truly cannot remember all that you've said." Sudi interrupted the middle-aged man, who chuckled softly. "My intention in sharing this information is to ascertain whether you genuinely wish to register a guild. Of course, My young master has commanded it, and it must be done, Su Di affirmed. The middle-aged man gestured, and a young girl responsible for reception brought forth a magical board. Young brother, these are tasks below K rank. Take a look. Su Di took the board and observed that it contained tasks such as locating lost cattle or procuring monster meat for restaurants, as well as transporting goods of minimal value over short distances. The middle-aged man thought to himself that this child might be acting on impulse, merely toying with the idea of a mercenary guild, and that upon seeing the tasks, he would likely lose interest. Uncle, you haven't told me how to apply yet. Su Di, undeterred by other considerations, was resolute in his intention to apply, as per Kurei's instructions. Noticing Su Di's determination, the middle-aged man continued. A mercenary guild must consist of at least 3 members, with no upper limit on numbers. You will need to submit a deposit of 10 magic crystals, after which the guild will open an account for you and issue a magic crystal card. This card allows you to withdraw funds from any mercenary guild or money exchange in the kingdom. As your capabilities grow, the deposit amount will increase correspondingly. However, if your credit remains high, the deposit may be adjusted. After completing each task, the guild will automatically transfer the funds to your account, deducting a 10% fee as guild dues. As the middle-aged man spoke, he produced a form. Sud glanced at it and placed 10 magic crystals on the table. This action astonished the lower-ranked mercenaries in the room, who had not anticipated that such a young boy would carry such wealth. The name of the guild, the name of the guild leader, the name of the vice leader, and the number of members, the middle-aged man inquired while holding the form. The Laying Mercenary Guild. The leader, of course, is Lei Kurue. Su Di then recited the names of the 4 vice leaders. When it came to the number of members, Su Di calculated the total in the camp and stated, 1,000. The middle-aged man collapsed onto the table, while the other mercenaries behind Su Di fell to the ground in shock. It is known that a mercenary guild with 1,000 members would already be ranked above D. Historically, there has never been a record of a newly established guild with such numbers. The highest recorded was 50 members 76 years ago. 1,000. Young brother, you did not misstate this, did you? The middle-aged man, fearing he had misheard, asked once more. Sud began to recall, uncertain of the total number. Uncle, I have never counted, but I believe it surely exceeds 1,000. The middle-aged man inscribed the figure of 1,000 onto the magical board. He then produced 6 cards and 2 magical boards. Pay a fee of 10 gold coins. This is the guild card, the leader's card, the vice leader's card, along with the task magical board and personnel record board. He pointed at the personnel record board. Regardless of whether you truly have 1,000 members, have everyone inscribe their names and place a drop of blood here, then press their thumb down. Once the crystal glows, it will be complete. Su Di nodded to indicate his understanding. The middle-aged man then held up the magic crystal card and stated, the guild card requires all leaders and vice leaders to provide a drop of blood and thumbprint. The leader's card, each individual must provide their own. Su Di carefully gathered these items and produced 10 gold coins. I am Su Di, vice leader of the Laying Mercenary Guild. The middle-aged man altered his address. You are not yet able to accept tasks. The guild must first acknowledge your identities after the blood drops are completed. Tasks will appear on this magical board, and as long as a leader-level card is placed upon it, operations may commence. This is the operation manual. Su Di found it remarkably easy to accomplish and felt a surge of joy as he stored the manual. Preparing to return to the mountain, however, just as he stepped outside, Bai Ishir Imo Laite followed him. Vice Leader Su Di, I would like to request an audience with Leader Kurue. Could you facilitate an introduction? Su Di was momentarily taken aback, unsure of the man's intentions. However, recalling that Kurue was engaged in illicit activities, he feared the danger of exposure. Immediately, he shook his head. No. My young master has been exceedingly busy lately, and it is difficult for me to see him. Sure Imo Laite discerned Su Di's deception with a glance and responded with a smile. Then please extend my regards to your leader. He then turned and walked away. Su Di promptly mounted his horse and rode off in another direction. Upon reaching the street corner, Sure Imo Laite smirked coldly and swiftly pursued Su Di. One rode horseback, while the other ran on foot. As Sure Imo Laite observed Su Di's distance, sensing his fatigue, he considered abandoning the chase. However, he soon noticed Su Di had ridden into the mountains, where horses could not run swiftly, prompting him to continue the pursuit. Thus, the two proceeded, one ahead and the other behind. Sud remained blissfully unaware of Sure Imo Laite's tailing. Given Sure Imo Laite's prowess, he would surely have been detected otherwise. Sudi's mind was solely focused on hastening back to the camp to share the good news with As dusk approached. Kurue, just awakened, was being attended to by Lacey while washing his face. Sudi, nearing the camp gate on horseback, exuberantly shouted in delight. However, Mon Ka, who had come to greet him, noticed the white-clad figure attempting to enter the camp. "Who is he?" Mon Ka inquired, and upon turning to look, Sudi let out a startled cry. Mon Ka, realizing this was not one of their own, drew his heavy sword and swung it with both hands. Mon Ka understood swordsmanship, relying solely on brute strength and experience akin to chopping wood. The heavy sword sliced through the air towards Mo, who adeptly parried with his own sword, using the momentum to leap aside. Mon Ka remained silent, his heavy sword moving faster than others wielding lighter blades. Mo was not intimidated by Mon Ka. Rather, he had no intention of instigating a conflict, fearing that injuring the opponent would be ill-favored as the battle ensued. Blondie, noticing Mon Ka struggling against Mo, approached with his own heavy sword. "Stop," Kurue commanded, hearing the commotion. Upon seeing a young man in resplendent attire approach, Mo sheathed his sword and clasped his fists. "May I inquire if you are the esteemed Lei Kurue, leader of the Laying Mercenary Guild?" Upon hearing this, Kurue mused that Sudi must have accomplished his task, yet was puzzled by the sudden appearance of this white-clad individual, his gaze fixed on Sudi. Sudi rushed over. "Young master, this person has stealthily followed me and seeks to duel with you." Kurue nodded in acknowledgement. "I am Lei Kurue. May I ask your name?" "I am a solitary mercenary, known as by Jian Quang Mo, that I wish to duel with you." The title of white-clad sword madman suits him well, for he favors donning white attire, maintaining a pristine appearance. His greatest passion lies in seeking duels. Boasting neither of victories nor holding grudges for defeats, his reputation remaining commendable. "I do not practice swordsmanship, nor do I possess even the most basic magical skills, having been expelled from the academy for being a poor student," Kurue confessed, nearly causing Mo to faint. While Mo discerned that Kurue was not deceiving him, he struggled to reconcile this with the tales of the white-backed black bear and the swift wolf king. "May I ask if it was you who personally slayed the white-backed black bear and the swift wolf king?" "Indeed. I was the one who vanquished them," Kurue confirmed this revelation. Mo found himself utterly confounded, attributing it to Kurue being a concealed master, yet this reasoning failed to add up. If he were reluctant to duel, he could easily claim he had not slain the white-backed black bear. Yet having admitted to it, he then claimed not to know swordsmanship. "I do not comprehend. The surrounding provinces are abuzz with tales of you piercing the eyes of monsters with a single stroke. Yet you profess to lack sword skills. If it were mere luck, it would not account for the slaying of multiple beasts." Mo's mind raced as he grappled with this contradiction. Kurue, unwilling to delve into excessive explanation, had no intention of engaging in a duel. Mo appeared to be an exceptionally skilled swordsman, and Kurue's meager skills would only serve to embarrass him. He finally stated, "I have received some instruction in swordsmanship, but I have yet to master it. Thus, I cannot agree to a duel. Please take your leave." Mo was not so easily dissuaded. "Leader Kurue, I shall not relent until you agree to duel with me. That I will remain here until you are willing." This declaration caused Kurue considerable distress that a duel was impossible, yet with Mo refusing to depart. He could not simply force him away, lest it escalate into violence. Most perilously, he was engaged in banditry. Should this come to light, it would spell disaster. Force would not suffice. Perhaps a gentler approach would work. Kurue smiled deviously, formulating a plan. "Then I shall arrange for a room specifically for you. Stay for as long as you wish." Upon finishing his words and casting a significant glance, Sudi comprehended the unspoken message and proceeded towards the barracks with Mo. "Lacey, ensure that someone is assigned to meticulously oversee his meals. Take good care and ascertain if there are any foods that might induce gastrointestinal distress. If uncertain, consult the village elder. He will certainly be informed." The mischievous grin on Kurue's face revealed his intention to make Mo uncomfortable enough to leave. Lacey chuckled softly. "Young master, you are quite wicked." Kurue laughed proudly. "Do you not know who I am? I am the esteemed young master Lei Kurue." Clearly, Kurue misinterpreted Lacey's jest as a compliment. Blondie, swiftly notify everyone. Conceal the items we seized last time. We cannot let that formidable individual lay eyes upon them. Moreover, station someone along the route to keep watch. When Khan returns, inform him of this matter. But remember to exercise utmost caution. Although Blondie was somewhat slow to react, he grasped the gravity of the situation. Being discovered as thieves would be catastrophic. Following Su Di into the camp, Sure Mo Lai Te scrutinized the composition of its personnel. Throughout his journey to his quarters, he encountered not a single individual skilled in swordsmanship. As for the earlier assailant, Meng Ka, he recognized that brute strength alone lacked finesse. Wielding a heavy sword without any semblance of technique. At this moment, Sure Mo Lai Te couldn't help but feel a profound skepticism towards this newly formed mercenary group. Chapter 8. The Thunderhawk mercenary group. As the sun began to peek over the mountains, the camp was already abuzz with activity. All able-bodied youths gathered, brandishing various weapons, forming ranks in the central clearing. Hey! Ha! Ha! The sounds of their drills reverberated through the air, and Sure Mo Lai Te observed with keen interest. Soon, he discerned a peculiar pattern. Those wielding light swords executed merely 3 maneuvers: thrust, slice, and parry. Likewise, those with heavy swords and large blades performed 3 actions: slash, 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 merely at different angles, for a full hour. He watched as they repeated these 3 moves, and then each picked up a large axe, charging out of the camp, followed by the sound of trees crashing down. Meanwhile, children ran around the inner walls of the camp, engaging in their morning exercises, while the elderly, after a brief physical activity, saw smoke rising from the cooking fires. Those washing clothes were busy, as were those tending to the houses. No one remained idle. Where was the commander? He wondered. Sure Mo Lai Te suddenly realized he had yet to spot Lei Kuru. He began searching the vicinity, while Kurue, having risen early, sat on a large stone by the lake, waiting for the sun to rise, idly drawing patterns in the dirt with a twig. Commander Kurue, do you not practice swordplay in the mornings? Sure Mo Lai Te approached him. Irue glanced back and continued his doodling, responding nonchalantly. I have already mentioned I am not well versed in swordsmanship. If you are interested, I might be inclined to play a game of chess with you. Observing the drawings on the ground, Sure Mo Lai Te realized it resembled a chessboard. Kurue no longer required an actual board, as he could visualize every move in his mind with just an outline. Lacey approached with a plate. Young master, your breakfast is ready. She then turned to Sure Mo Lai Te and added, Sir, your breakfast has already been delivered to your room. Sure Mo Lai Te expressed his gratitude and turned to leave. Observing his retreating figure, Kurue mischievously made a face at Lacey, who responded with a sweet smile. And an hour prior, Kurue had completed his sword practice with Meng Ka and had ventured into the kitchen. Village elder, how are the preparations coming along? Kurue clapped the elder on the back, startling him as if he were a thief. The elder held a plate of vibrantly colored mushrooms, and Kurue reached out to grab one. Quick-witted, the elder slapped his hand away. Young man, he had intended to warn about the toxicity, but then realized he had just struck Kurue's hand. Standing there foolishly. Kurue was taken aback as well. Young Master Kurue, I am a fool, the elder exclaimed, preparing to chastise himself, but Kurue seized the elder's hand and chuckled. No harm done, village elder. We agreed we are family, and besides, it is for my own good. Kurue's smile returned, and he felt a peculiar warmth, reminiscent of a time in his childhood when his father had once scolded him for sneaking treats meant for guests, after which no one had ever reprimanded him again. Young Master Kurue. The elder was momentarily at a loss for words. Irue, he pointed at the colorful mushrooms. These look exquisite. I assumed beautiful things were the most delectable. The elder explained, pointing at the mushrooms on the plate. This one induces hallucinations. This one causes dizziness, and this one leads to incessant vomiting. He meticulously described each variety before inquiring, which one shall we use, young Master Kurue? Kurue grinned mischievously, and the elder felt a chill run down his spine. Instinctively sensing that Kurue was concocting something devious, sure enough, Kurue said, let us use a bit of each, finely chopped. For breakfast today, we shall feast on mushrooms, but let us ensure he does not discover it. The elder nodded, gesturing to a large basket in the kitchen. Rest assured, I have prepared dozens of baskets. As Kurue prepared to depart, the elder added, young Master Kurue, earlier. Kurue interrupted, village elder, I feel an unusual sense of kinship. It has been many years since I experienced such a feeling, truly. Kurue's serious demeanor hinted to the elder that he harbored an extraordinary childhood. Returning to his quarters, Shir-Imo-Lai-Te discovered a large bowl and a plate on the table. The bowl contained mushroom stew, while the plate held some bread. He scooped a piece of mushroom with his spoon. His eyes widened in shock. This was a type of toxic mushroom that would induce relentless diarrhea, among others that could cause hallucinations and drowsiness. This was hardly breakfast. It was a bowl of poison, promising nothing but suffering. Even if it did not kill, the aftermath would be far from pleasant. Contemplating this, Shir-Imo-Lai-Te carried the bowl to the camp's large kitchen. Along the way, he observed others seated around, all enjoying their bowls of mushroom stew. "Uncle, there is something wrong with these mushrooms. They could harm people. You must warn everyone to be cautious." Shir-Imo-Lai-Te's heart was in the right place, fearing for the other's safety, unaware that he was the sole one with a bowl of toxic mushrooms. "Oh, poisonous mushrooms. That fool brought back toxic mushrooms." The village elder realized immediately, first swapping out Shir-Imo-Lai-Te's bowl, then earnestly calling over dozens of young girls to inquire who foraged these mushrooms. The girls, clueless, pushed blame onto one another, resulting in the elder merely laying out a few varieties of mushrooms, cautioning everyone to be wary. He then expressed his gratitude to Shir-Imo-Lai-Te before dramatically inspecting the stored mushrooms and those simmering in the pot. Of course, there would be no more poisonous mushrooms, and Shir-Imo-Lai-Te, having received a new bowl, felt quite pleased, relieved that the children had been spared from such a fate. "Mr. Shir-Imo-Lai-Te, you seem quite knowledgeable about mushrooms," the village elder probed cautiously. This latest plot with the poisonous mushrooms had failed. He needed to devise another scheme. To his surprise, Shir-Imo-Lai-Te replied, "Uncle, I often wander in the wilderness and know a bit about herbalism." The elder nearly dove headfirst into the pot. Not only would he be exposed for toxic mushrooms, but even the slightest hint of foul play would be uncovered. Still, he smiled and said, "You are truly remarkable, truly remarkable." Shir-Imo-Lai-Te smiled back and returned to his room with his bowl. Upon his departure, the elder immediately summoned 2 young men, instructing, "Go, seal off those 5 small houses, including the windows." The 2 understood that trouble had arrived last night, with all the camp's inhabitants hiding their gold coins, especially as 2 guards had been stationed at their treasury. Clearly, the village elder intended to secure not only the treasury, but also the storeroom. It seemed they were preparing for a prolonged battle against Shir-Imo-Lai-Te. "Damn it, this is a complete failure," Kurue exclaimed in frustration upon hearing reports from his team about the morning's kitchen debacle. "Young Master Kurue, rest assured, the village elder has already instructed everyone, and just now called Xiaohu and the others to seal off our storeroom." Upon hearing this, Kurue leaped down from the stone. "Fools, sealing it off will only draw that fellow's attention. Reinforce it properly and assign someone to keep watch. Post a sign indicating it is a storeroom. This way, he will avoid it to stay inconspicuous." The team quickly relayed this new plan to the village elder. A horn blared, signaling an assembly called by Kurue. Soon, the troops, having finished their breakfast, gathered in the central clearing of the camp. "Listen up. We are now the Thunderhawk Mercenary Group," Kurue proclaimed from a specially constructed platform, prompting Blondie to echo his words loudly to the crowd below. "Now, arrange yourselves according to your practice teams. 5 make a squad, 15 form a company, and 50 constitute a battalion. Begin lining up, squad leaders. Please account for your members." Kurue's method of organization was improvised on the spot. It bore no resemblance to traditional mercenary divisions or any known method. Once he saw everyone assembled, he continued, "Mercenaries are here to complete tasks for gold. Henceforth, our rule will be that those who earn more will enjoy better food and clothing." "Excellent, excellent, excellent. Young Master Kurue is wise." The crowd erupted into a cacophony of cheers, and Kurue raised his hand to quiet them down, signaling for silence. "Listen closely from today onward. Address me as Captain Cory, and then there is Vice Captain Burundi, Vice Captain Khan, Vice Captain Sudi, and Vice Captain Monka. Is everyone clear on this?" "Understood," came the synchronized response from those below. Cory then proceeded to announce the names of the squad leaders, captains, and major captains, instructing everyone to draw blood on the magical board and inscribe their names. "Listen closely. From now on, the village elder will manage the accounts, and all payments will be dispersed through him. Sudi is responsible for assigning tasks, so rest assured, the tasks will be exceedingly simple and easily achievable." Cory had reviewed the task list the previous night, noting that the majority of the tasks which the mercenary group deemed beneath them, were low-level assignments. Tasks such as procuring game for restaurants or assisting merchants with deliveries for these former refugees who could scarcely afford a meal. Such tasks were well within their capabilities. Khan's assignment was to lead a large team as a hunting party, specifically to hunt in the mountains and deliver the game to the restaurants. Naturally, since Khan had not yet returned, Corey merely made preliminary allocations. Burundi's task involved leading all capable individuals in horse-drawn carts, traveling between nearby towns and villages. Sooty's role required more frequent visits to the mercenary guild and various merchants. In addition to regularly checking accounts, he was to bypass the guild and liaise directly with merchants and restaurants to earn a bit more coin. The mercenary guild favored this approach, as they had grown weary of low-level tasks, labor-intensive and undesired by the mercenaries. Save for the newly established ones. After Corey completed the arrangements, many captains approached with numerous questions, as none had prior experience as mercenaries. Shimolet proved to be an invaluable asset, assisting Corey in addressing the captain's queries and offering numerous suggestions. Having been a mercenary for many years, following the meeting, once all capable individuals had departed the camp, Shimolet sought out Corey once more. "Captain Corey, I simply wish to spar with you and witness your exceptional swordsmanship that felled the white-backed black bear. I must confess, if I were to face such a creature, I would choose to flee," Shimolet stated candidly, making Corey feel quite embarrassed. "My friend, you have already assisted me greatly. You have imparted much knowledge about mercenary life to us, for which I am profoundly grateful. That I owe nothing to anyone. I am willing to repay this favor with gold, but I cannot agree to a duel." Corey wore a pitiful expression, as though he were deeply distressed. Understanding Corey's reluctance to spar, Shimolet recognized that if he were to press the issue, Corey would be compelled to retaliate, thus undermining his own dignity. "Captain Corey, I do not seek gold. I ask for nothing more than a glimpse, just a single glimpse of the move you employed to slay the white-backed black bear." Corey found himself at a loss against Shimolet's persistence. The longer this individual lingered, the less opportunity Corey had to engage in looting. Corey was also quite anxious and had to be exceedingly cautious each day. "Very well, just one move, and do not trouble me further. Also, do not divulge the location of this place to others," Corey stipulated. Upon hearing Corey's agreement, Shimolet felt a surge of joy, thinking to himself that today he would witness something remarkable, and in the future, he could return for further opportunities to spar. That he readily acquiesced. "Step back 10 paces. Then pick up a stone and throw it at me with all your might." Following Corey's instructions, Shimolet complied. Corey grasped his cloak with his left hand, pointing his sword toward the ground with his right. He called out, "Come." Shimolet, summoning all his strength, hurled a stone the size of an egg, propelled by the sound of whistling wind towards Corey. Each morning, during his practice sessions with Monka, Corey chose to throw tiny stones the size of fingernails, and he would cast them in handfuls. Corey had trained himself to pierce a single red-marked stone from a large handful, and compared to the egg-sized stone, he was well aware that no preparatory movement was necessary. Shimolet stood directly in front of Corey as he observed Corey's body shift, a flash of white light, and the stone landed in Corey's hand. Corey's movements were so swift that even Shimolet could scarcely discern them. "Is that sufficient?" "The transaction is complete," Corey stated, tossing the stone back to Shimolet. Upon inspecting the stone, Shimolet noticed a small hole at its center, precisely where the sword tip had pierced it. He could not help but take a deep breath. The speed of drawing and sheathing the sword, coupled with the precision of halting the stone mid-air, indicated that Corey's swordsmanship had reached an ethereal level of mastery. He could scarcely believe such skill belonged to a mere youth. Shimolet reflected on his own position as an advanced swordsman and D-rank mercenary. Should he engage in a duel with Corey, he was certain he would fall to Corey's blade unless Corey struck first, aiming for his eye or throat. Otherwise, Corey would undoubtedly prevail. However, could Corey truly contend with such a skilled swordsman? Corey himself was uncertain, for swordsmen differed from beasts. They possessed the instinct to evade danger and would use their swords to defend, whereas beasts lacked such intelligence. "Captain Corey's swordsmanship is truly commendable. Until we meet again," Shimolet declared, clasping his hands in salute, preparing to return to the city to await a worthy task from the guild. Upon hearing Shimolet's intent to leave, Corey felt an overwhelming sense of relief. "Then I shall not see you off. Do visit us often." Corey's words were meant as a polite gesture, a phrase he had often heard his father say to departing guests in his childhood. Shimolet turned back, nodding. "Rest assured, Captain Corey, I shall certainly come to disturb you often. Your swordsmanship inspires admiration. Corey felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, regretting his courteous remark to the utmost degree. As he watched Shimolet disappear into the distance, he struck his mouth several times in frustration. Someone come. Corey shouted from atop a large stone by the lake, and immediately, a nearby team member rushed over. What is your command? Captain, send someone to locate Khan. I intend to stay in the city for a few days. Convey the message that everyone should focus on completing mercenary tasks during this period. As soon as Corey finished speaking, the team member felt a surge of joy and promptly relayed the message. It was well known that these individuals had once been ordinary citizens, driven to undertake thievery merely to survive. They faced not only the terrifying consequences of their actions but also the moral struggle of taking lives, as 99 of them found it unbearable to harm those they robbed. Even though the mercenary tasks consisted solely of undesirable errands such as transporting goods or providing game for restaurants, earning only a few silver coins each time, everyone felt a profound sense of happiness, for it meant stability and peace. However, Corey remained oblivious to these sentiments. He was merely anxious about Shimolet discovering his secrets. Once the team member conveyed Corey's message to everyone, they all felt immense joy, their gratitude toward Corey deepening even further. Upon Corey's departure from the Thunder Eagle camp, he arrived at the nearest small town and purchased a modest inn, establishing it as the sole contact point for the Thunder Eagle in the city, where he settled. Captain, please assign us tasks. We have idled for 2 days. As everyone discovered Corey's approachable nature and his fondness for humor, coupled with his youth, they gradually began to draw closer to him. In his room, a squad leader lounged about. Corey sat cross-legged on his bed and shouted, "What noise is this? Sooty is currently reconciling with the guild. We shall discuss matters upon his return." Meanwhile, at the mercenary guild, the middle-aged man was responsible for attending to Sooty. Sooty had become a figure of considerable importance, necessitating a dedicated reception by the local overseer, and he was placed in a distinguished inner chamber. Vice Captain Sooty. According to guild regulations, upon completing 75 transportation tasks and 30 tasks delivering game to restaurants, the Thunder Eagle Mercenary Group will be elevated by 1 rank, as certified by the guild. Furthermore, your completion rate has reached 100. And the guild is granting you a special reward of 50 gold coins. The middle-aged man pushed the items across the table to Sooty. Sooty meticulously verified the guild's accounts without lifting his head. He stated, "Our captain has instructed us to undertake all in-rank tasks except for those involving item retrieval. Is that agreeable to you?" "Certainly, and the guild has also decided to waive the commission for your in-rank tasks." The middle-aged man pondered that now the Thunder Eagle had attained M-rank status, they would no longer engage in the lowest-level tasks, and he was considering ways to encourage them to accept more assignments. However, in-rank tasks, irrespective of quantity, will not elevate the mercenary group's rank. Sooty was unconcerned with rank. He simply followed Corey's directives. "Uncle, what M-rank tasks are available?" Upon completing the reconciliation and finding no issues, Sooty inquired while returning the guild's documents. M-rank tasks. In truth, all tasks below K-rank are considered ordinary. For instance, you could previously manage the transport of a single cart's worth of goods, whereas now you could handle 2 carts over several days. Only upon reaching K-rank may you undertake combat-related tasks, such as escorting. The middle-aged man produced several magical boards. "These are for you. This one can be used for account reconciliation, while these 2 are the same as the ones previously given to you, allowing you to accept tasks directly. Given your swift and efficient task completion, we have provided you with 2 additional boards at no extra cost." The middle-aged man spoke with great courtesy. Sooty quickly stowed the magical boards in his bag, wary that the middle-aged man might change his mind and demand payment. However, the middle-aged man continued, "I have heard that you have established direct contacts with several restaurants and shops, which have provided you with tasks." Upon hearing this, Sooty felt a wave of anxiety and hurriedly shook his head. "No, they approached us." The middle-aged man chuckled. "There's no need for you to be anxious. The guild does not mandate that tasks must be undertaken through it. If you possess the capability, you are entirely welcome to accept assignments independently. However, for tasks rated at K level or higher, a management fee must be paid to the guild. Additionally, if you go an entire year without accepting a task through the guild, you may be required to be downgraded." The mercenary guild has thrived for many years, undoubtedly possessing its own unique operational strategies. Sud scratched his head, embarrassed, and let out a sheepish laugh. "We will take heed of that. And I shall take my leave now." With that, Sudi prepared to make a hasty exit. The middle-aged man did not detain him, exchanging a few polite words as he escorted him to the hall. As Sudi passed through the hall, he overheard some individuals mentioning the name Carey. One mercenary exclaimed, "Have you heard? The newly established Thunder Eagle Mercenary Corps, led by Carey, has displayed extraordinary swordsmanship, effortlessly convincing the renowned lone mercenary Shimo Light to abandon any thoughts of a duel with just one strike. Recently, many have spotted the white-clad Shimo frequently practicing his swordplay in the woods outside the city. I was aware of that long ago. Do you recall that high-priced task from last time? A sea-level assignment worth 200 magic crystals, which involved eliminating a white-backed black bear that had invaded the city. It took a B-level mercenary group with 10 members to accomplish it. And even 2 were injured. Yet, that leader of the Thunder Eagle Mercenary Corps managed to dispatch the bear single-handedly. Surely, he cannot be an ordinary person. Perhaps he is a disciple of some reclusive master." Sudi listened to these discussions for a short while before losing interest. In his mind, Carey's prowess far exceeded the speculations of this group. Little did Carey know how others were discussing him. He would likely find it quite bothersome as more and more individuals returned to the small inn after completing their tasks. The place became crowded. Meanwhile, various captains gathered in his room, particularly the boisterous Blondie. "Young Master Carey, we have acquired more wagons. Why are we still limited to taking only 1 load of tasks? Wouldn't it be better to send out 10 wagons per team? Minimizing the distance we need to travel?" Blondie shouted loudly. Carey was beginning to understand the burdens of leadership, feeling a headache from the incessant noise generated by this group. "Silence, be quiet," Carey declared, splashing water from a jug onto the people in the room, instantly bringing about silence. "You two from the middle squads, I am assigning you a task right now. Go find someone to create some business cards, inscribed with the name of our Thunder Eagle Mercenary Corps. Then, proceed to the nearby towns and villages, visiting every shop, every merchant, and every restaurant along the streets to inform them that we, the Thunder Eagles, are responsible for transportation and wild game." Carey casually pointed to 2 individuals, forming a total of 30 people with the 2 squad leaders. The squad leaders immediately expressed their capability to complete the task. Just as the 2 were about to leave, Carey called out, "Stop." He tossed a bag of gold coins, saying, "Make sure everyone dresses well and rides on horseback. Appear presentable, and practice what you intend to say beforehand. Don't arrive at the shops unable to speak." "Yes, we will take care of it," the 2 squad leaders responded as they set off to prepare their outfits. Despite Carey having been with them for less than a week, they had gone from near starvation to being well-fed and warmly clothed, filled with energy, particularly now that they had work to do. Unwilling to be idle and receive free meals. Captain, Vice Captain Khan has returned." Just as Carey pondered how to manage the captains crowding around his room, Khan squeezed in. Upon his return, Khan was momentarily bewildered by everyone referring to him as the vice captain. After several explanations filled with chatter, he finally comprehended the situation. Carey had established a mercenary corps and was no longer resorting to banditry, which brought him joy. After all, a legitimate profession was far preferable to being a thief. "Everyone, get out. Let Khan report to young Master Carey," Blondie shouted, pushing and shoving the others out of the room, aware that he did not want too many ears overhearing their conversation. "Younger Master Carey, I have returned," Khan said, saluting, but he did not present the intelligence he had gathered, which surprised Carey, who wondered if Khan had failed to collect anything. Carey, thinking along these lines, spoke, "It's all right, after all. It's your first time gathering intelligence. Not being able to collect much is no issue." Carey intended to offer some comfort to Khan, but Khan replied, "Young Master Carey, I have actually gathered a considerable amount of intelligence. You are planning to establish a mercenary corps, aren't you?" Carey had yet to satiate his thirst for banditry. Although he had heard from Lacey that everyone was quite enthusiastic about becoming mercenaries and was immensely grateful to Carey. "Huh, who says I'm not a bandit anymore?" Carey chuckled, causing Blondie and Khan to become tense, for even if Carey didn't wish to return to banditry, they would have no choice but to follow him should he decide to do so. Especially since Carey had saved so many of them. Observing the 2 faces turning pale, Carey continued to smile and remarked, "Didn't the governor leave you homeless? We shall only rob from the governor's caravans and can also provide some relief to the needy. What do you think?" Carey had given this considerable thought, believing they should have a strong animosity toward the governor. Indeed, upon mentioning the governor, the 2's pale faces flushed with anger, their fists clenched tightly. "Khan, Keep the few individuals you selected in the provincial city and be cautious in gathering information about the governor. Observing the two's reactions, Carrie felt amusement and promptly assigned them a task. Upon hearing this, Khan knelt on one knee, declaring, "Young Master Carrie, I will ensure everything is arranged perfectly. That scoundrel governor must be made to pay for his wrongdoings. We shall avenge everyone." Blondie echoed, "We must find an opportunity to eliminate that scoundrel." Just then, the door to Carrie's room was pushed open. The captains standing outside all rushed in, their eyes reddened, fists clenched tightly, hatred radiating from their gazes toward the foe that had shattered their homes. "Shh! Do not shout." Carrie quickly gestured for those entering to silence themselves. Those leading the captains were somewhat capable or had their wits about them, understanding the gravity of the situation if things went awry. The governor might mobilize his troops, endangering many lives. Khan immediately instructed a few of his subordinates to scout the vicinity of the inn, returning only after confirming there were no suspicious individuals. Blondie then exclaimed, "You lot are fools, acting so recklessly." One stepped forward, saying, "Captain, my wife and 6-year-old son were killed by the governor's guards. My wife." He could not continue, tears streaming from the eyes of the nearly 2-meter-tall man. Carrie sighed, handing him a handkerchief. From the last head count, he had known that every individual in the camp was bereaved, with not a single intact family among them. "Everyone, focus on your tasks. I will handle the rest. No one is to speak out of turn or discuss this matter further." That understood. Carrie carefully instructed, genuinely fearing someone might recklessly divulge their plans. However, aside from the thrill of confronting the governor, he had other motives. "Rest assured, Captain, anyone who speaks out of turn will cut out their own tongue." The captains assured him in unison. At that moment, Su Di returned, and as soon as he entered, he was surrounded by the eager members of the corps. Someone quickly dashed upstairs to inform their captain. Upon hearing that Su Di had returned, all the captains bowed to Carrie before rushing downstairs. The quest for revenge against the governor required patience. While the immediate priority was task allocation, every team sought to earn a bit more, each desiring to be recognized as the one that completed the most tasks. Especially since Carrie had offered enticing rewards. As all the captains descended, a white figure discreetly moved away from the rooftop where Carrie was situated. Unbeknownst to Carrie, with his current level of awareness, he would not have detected the presence of someone sitting at his window unless he turned around. For Blondie and his subordinates, being common folk without professional training, it would be a significant feat if they could even detect a petty thief. Downstairs, Su Di stood atop a table, banging his shoes against the surface. "Quiet down. No one is allowed to make noise." Despite his small stature and soft voice, chaos reigned on. "Get out. Everyone, get out into the courtyard. Call in whoever is summoned." Blondie, with his imposing presence, managed to restore order, effectively silencing the commotion that Su Di had failed to quell. Sud jumped down from the table. "You truly are impressive, Brother Blondie. Otherwise, I might have been eaten by them." Just then, Khan approached, patting Su Di's face. "So delicate. You'd surely be delicious when roasted." Su Di shivered and hid behind Blondie. "Brother Su Di, let's get started. That wretched guild is truly infuriating. In a few days, they will require an account, and we won't be able to accept tasks during the auditing. It's simply exasperating." Blondie was exceedingly displeased with this requirement. Sud pulled a table over to the entrance and turned to Blondie, saying, "Rest assured, that rule applies only to the lowest level mercenary corps. That we are no longer at that level." He then addressed the individuals standing outside. "Before we allocate tasks, let me first announce the rewards for the 7 major teams." Although the Thunder Eagle Mercenary Corps had registered over 1,000 members, 1/3 of them were elderly or infirm, and some were women. Moreover, the camp required personnel for management. Thus, only 7 major teams, comprising 350 individuals, were able to earn a living. The first team has completed 31 tasks without a single failure. The reward is 15 gold coins, which will be distributed among the squads according to their respective conditions. For the second team, the distribution of gold coins was not handled directly by Su Di. Instead, he notified the captains with notes, and upon their return to the camp, the team leaders would collect their share from the village head, the custodian of the treasury, once the rewards were distributed. There were no further objections from the crowd, as everyone was acutely aware of who had contributed more or less. The only discontent arose from those clamoring for a few additional tasks. Su Di rapped on the table, and with Burundi's loud intervention, silence finally descended. Listen to me. Everyone, that we currently have 7 long-term tasks. These entail delivering goods from the merchant to their branches, with 10 to 15 carts dispatched daily from the provincial city to 6 small towns and 13 townships. Payment will be settled per cart, irrespective of distance. Each cart will yield 35 silver coins. Before Sudi could finish his statement, a commotion erupted below, with everyone vying for the opportunity to take on this task. In exasperation, Sudi glanced at Burundi, who seized a wooden stool and hurled it across the room, commanding silence. We will draw lots shortly. Whoever picks the lowest number will have the first choice of tasks. Besides these 7 long-term assignments, we also have 200 individual tasks sourced from the guild, with each person allowed to select only one at a time. Currently, the Thunder Eagle mercenary group was classified as M-level, and they typically lack the qualifications to accept so many tasks. However, the guild had made an exception due to their extensive completion of lower-level missions, granting them a few extra opportunities. Soon, the 7 captains gathered with their respective squad leaders in a circle on the ground, discussing how to select the tasks, unconcerned about the order of drawing lots, as that only pertained to the 7 long-term assignments. For the ordinary tasks, they believed it unnecessary to be choosy. They simply needed to identify those they could not undertake and pass on them cautiously. Corey particularly detested search and retrieve tasks. While his team members did not share his sentiment, they relished the prospect of chasing down stray cattle or rounding up wandering pigs, tasks that were not only simple but also quick to complete. Hunting, on the other hand, only piqued the interest of a couple of squads. When discussing these long-term assignments, everyone felt an immense gratitude towards Corey that it was crucial to recognize that such opportunities were typically not afforded to a low-level mercenary group like Thunder Eagle. 3 days prior, after Corey arrived in this small town, he found himself utterly bored. He mounted his silver steed and began to explore the surrounding towns. As he galloped across the plains, he unknowingly returned to the small town where he had once attended school. Although it was merely 20 kilometers from home, Corey was disinclined to return. Instead, he visited the old man's house and spent the afternoon playing chess with him. The following morning, after enjoying a splendid breakfast, he prepared to return to the small town where Thunder Eagle was stationed. While leisurely riding through the streets on his silver steed, a fearsome direwolf specimen suddenly caught his eye. Upon closer inspection, he recognized it as the trophy of the merchant who had previously purchased his game. Now, this specimen was prominently displayed in the center of the hall to attract customers. Who does not have an affinity for gold coins? Corey mused. Eyeing the Wolf King, its eyes resembling broken swords, he gently touched the specimen, fully aware that it was his prize. Young sir, this is our shop's non-saleable item. A staff member approached, though his tone was less than cordial, whether due to Corey touching the trophy, his youthful appearance, or the simplicity of his attire, it was unclear. I am merely admiring it. I can acquire as many of these as I desire, Corey retorted, displeased with the staff member's attitude. Surely, young sir, you jest. Such items are rare and in perfect condition. I doubt there are many in the kingdom. The staff member replied with disdain. Corey's eyes narrowed, and pointing at the Wolf King, he coldly replied, that Wolf King was likely purchased from me. I, Corey, can procure any game I wish. The staff member was taken aback, failing to recognize that he was addressing the esteemed Corey at that moment. A portly middle-aged man entered, the very merchant who frequently transacted with Sudi. Having expanded his business, he had relocated his main store to the provincial city and opened 5 branches. He was now at this original store, now a branch, to inspect the accounts. Master Corey, your visit truly graces our humble establishment, the merchant exclaimed, having already inquired about Corey's appearance and recognizing him instantly. Corey, bewildered, looked at the merchant. Who are you? And how do you know me? He replied curtly. Still harboring resentment towards the staff member, the merchant shot a glare at the staff member, who skulked away, before saying, the staff here lack proper training. I hope you won't hold it against us. Our shop has been in business with you for quite some time. The numerous game you have hunted have all been purchased by us. Corey nodded slowly, and the merchant continued, I presume the horse outside belongs to you as well. An excellent steed. Indeed. Just by observing the merchant's expression, Corey knew he had taken a liking to his silver steed. Mimicking the staff member's tone, he said, this is a non-saleable item of mine. The merchant initially paused, then burst into laughter. Master Corey, you jest. I merely admire it. I would never dare to covet another's possession. Why haven't I seen your servants trading recently? Have you lost interest in hunting? Hunting has become rather dull. I recently established a mercenary group, just formed, with only 1,000 members, Corey replied casually, examining the shop's wares while responding. 1,000 members, the merchant gasped. Master Corey, I must have misheard you. 1,000 members. Corey nodded. 1,000 members. As registered with the mercenary guild. The merchant's jaw dropped. He could hardly believe that a mere baron's son could engage in such extravagant ventures. Hunting high-level magical beasts and forming a mercenary group of 1,000 members was almost unheard of. The merchant's eyes gleamed, and he quickly inquired, might I ask if Master Corey's mercenary group is open to accepting transport tasks? Recently, he had been anxious, as no one was willing to take on such low-level assignments. He thought that since Corey's group was newly established, they likely had no tasks to sustain such a large number of individuals. Upon hearing of the opportunity, Corey grinned. Gold coins. How many would you offer? 1 gold coin for every 3 carts transported from the provincial city to my 6 branches. Daily, there will be 10 to 15 carts, settled monthly. The furthest distance is 130 kilometers, while the nearest is merely 20 kilometers. Would Master Corey be interested? Corey calculated in his mind. He could earn between 100 to 150 gold coins monthly. For an ordinary person, this was a substantial sum, and such a task could be accomplished with merely 20 or 30 individuals. That he agreed without hesitation. The merchant was thrilled and added, in inclement weather. The payment will double, and the cost for valuable goods will be negotiated separately. Corey immediately requested a contract, and the merchant, eager to secure a transport team, swiftly agreed. They signed the contract using Corey's mercenary leader card, solidifying their agreement under the guild's protection. With the contract finalized, Corey prepared to return with this good news. Just as he mounted his silver steed, the merchant rushed out after him. Master Corey, you truly have ceased hunting? I have 2 friends who run restaurants looking to purchase some game. If there are buyers, then of course, I have no objections that I can refrain from hunting. I have plenty of people to do that for me. As long as it is game, it need not be formidable magical beasts, Corey chuckled, dismounting. Could you kindly introduce me to your 2 friends? I may sell to them at a higher price. The merchant hesitated. These 2 friends were significant clients, each purchasing consistently, which could yield substantial profits. He was reluctant to share such valuable contacts. Master Corey, that may not be convenient, he stammered. Convenient? What does that mean? I do not understand. Corey feigned ignorance. The merchant, feeling cornered, explained. A merchant thrives by profiting from the sale of goods. Without profit, we would have no means of survival. Corey was well aware of this principle, having listened to Sudi's dreams of becoming a merchant for so long. Then provide me with a list detailing your purchasing prices. I shall consider it, Corey suggested. The merchant, amused, assumed Corey's youth made him naïve. He promptly fetched a list outlining the purchase prices for the most popular types of game. After leaving the merchant, Corey mused to himself about his good fortune. Even in aimless wandering, opportunities to earn money arose, leading him to decide to explore the bustling provincial city before returning to his small town. It was Corey's first visit to the provincial city, and he started by riding through its streets. Before long, he discovered a shop that resembled the merchant's branch in his small town. Irue amused to himself that this must be the main branch of the prominent merchant in the provincial capital. He first noted down the address before seeking accommodation at a nearby inn. Young sir, would you like to stay with us? The innkeeper greeted him warmly. Irue casually tossed 2 silver coins, which the innkeeper caught, his smile growing even brighter. He promptly wiped down a chair and brought a cup of water along with a warm towel. I would like the finest room available, and I am also curious about the most renowned restaurant in this area, Karue said, wiping the dust from his face and tossing another silver coin to the innkeeper, overjoyed at receiving the payment. The innkeeper eagerly shared the names and addresses of the finest restaurants in the provincial capital. All our rooms are of the highest quality. I shall change the bedsheets for you. Please rest well, he added as he led Karue to his room and prepared to leave. Karue called him back. Ensure my horse is fed the best fodder, and also fetch me a set of clothes for my servant. Another few silver coins changed hands, although the innkeeper was puzzled as to why Karue required servants' clothing. The prospect of a tip made him willing to part with even his own garments if necessary. After trying on the old clothes, which were somewhat oversized but still wearable, Karue slipped out through the back door of the inn and made his way directly to the merchant's shop. Arson was Karue's specialty and passion. He began by stacking firewood in the corner of the shop's backyard. Noticing how dry the wood was, he had no intention of burning down the establishment. Instead, he sprinkled some water on the wood and added a bit of horse manure on top. Irue divided the wood into several piles and drew small magical circles on the ground. As long as someone walked within a meter of these circles, they would activate. These fire magic circles were specifically designed for students to understand the concept of magic formations. Their power was less than that of a minor fireball spell and lasted only 2 to 3 seconds. Yet, for Kurue, this duration and power were more than sufficient. He placed some dry grass atop the magic circles, and when they activated, the grass would ignite, subsequently lighting the nearby wood piles. Chuckling to himself, Kurue sat atop the roof and hurled a fireball at one of the wood piles. The flames erupted, sending plumes of thick black smoke into the sky. Fire, fire. Smoke is often more visible than flames. And soon enough, the shop's workers noticed the blaze. A group rushed into the backyard with buckets of water. The other magical circles were triggered, and the entire yard was engulfed in flames. Come help. Quick. The shop's manager hurried over, knowing that the backyard housed their storage. That moment, Kurue jumped down from the roof and stealthily slipped into the shop's inner chambers. Who says a small fireball is useless? The instructors are fools. In the hands of a genius like me, Kurue, even a small fireball possesses immense power, he muttered to himself, beginning to ransack the inner room of the shop. Silver coins. Uffed. Useless. He scoffed at the sight of large chests filled with coins, believing there must be something of greater value hidden within. Aha! Account books. Now, this is a treasure, he exclaimed upon discovering a ledger detailing the shop's dealings with numerous important clients, including the names of 2 restaurants that he had been warned not to inquire about. Gold coins, magic crystal coins, gemstones. As he sang to himself, he started stuffing his bag with items, feeling no shame whatsoever. After all, the wealthy merchant had once undervalued the spoils he had acquired, making a considerable profit at his expense. He considered this a mere reclamation of what was rightfully his. Thieves typically operate under the cover of darkness. As Kurue swaggered down the street, laden with stolen goods, no one paid any heed to the young man in tattered clothes who had just pulled off a major heist, having stolen magic crystal coins worth over 100. Along with more than 20 gemstones, not even counting the gold coins that in Kurue's eyes, the ledger was the most valuable prize, for it was the lifeblood of mercenary business. When the merchants eventually discovered the theft, their thoughts and concerns were of no consequence to Kurue. He slipped back into the inn through the back door and first burned the old clothes he had worn. After changing back into his own attire, he summoned the innkeeper to procure paper and ink, copying down numerous client names from the ledger before burning the ledger itself. Truly, such greed is insatiable that I always say one should not be greedy, Kurue chided himself, slapping his own face as he stared at the mound of gold coins, which seemed a bit excessive. Approximately 500 to 600 coins weighed down his bag, making it quite conspicuous. How heavy, Kurue thought. Wrapping the coins in a bedsheet for easier handling. He regretted not realizing their weight during the theft. Had he known, he would not have taken so many, fearing discovery. Innkeeper, innkeeper, he called out, covering the bed with a blanket before raising his voice to summon the innkeeper. How may I assist you? The innkeeper's attitude was exceptionally accommodating towards this generous guest. Kurue began tossing a gold coin into the air repeatedly, drawing the innkeeper's rapt attention as he watched the coins ascent and descent. Then, Kurue spoke. Are there any good boxes available that can be strapped to a saddle? Indeed. There are. This is the provincial capital, after all, and we have many exquisite items. The kind meant for strapping to a saddle is specially made for travelers and would typically cost 3 to 4 gold coins. The innkeeper initially intended to say 3, but quickly corrected himself to 4. Placing 4 gold coins on the table, Kurue said, Bring me a cup of juice, and if you can return with the box before I finish my drink, the change will be yours. Without a moment's hesitation, the innkeeper dashed down the stairs to procure an impressively large cup of juice, snatching the coins from the table as he rushed out. So much, Kurue inwardly scolded the innkeeper for his greed, as the vessel he had brought was less a cup and more a bucket. Regardless of how conspicuous Kurue's attire might have been, the silver coins he carried were particularly eye-catching. Upon arriving at the restaurant, he was immediately provided with a waterproof cloth to cover the silver coins, a courtesy reserved for esteemed guests. The staff speculated that someone possessing such fine items could not possibly be an ordinary individual. The 2 silver coins he had tipped only solidified their belief in his significance. Is the owner of this establishment present? Kurue boldly inquired as he strolled toward the entrance, immediately having his cloak taken from him by an attendant. Sir, our owner is upstairs. How may I assist you? What do you mean, how may you assist? Surely, it is a matter of great importance, Kurue replied with an icy demeanor. The attendant, unsure of Kurue's intentions yet wary of offending him, promptly went to inform the owner. Boss, there's a young man downstairs who claims to have something of great importance for you. His attire is quite extravagant, and his horse is equally impressive. He seems to be of noble descent, the attendant reported, aiming to present Kurue in a favorable light to avoid any possible reprimand for interrupting the owner. Those in the restaurant business are often cautious not to offend anyone, and even though the owner could not ascertain Kurue's identity, he decided it prudent to meet him. Please, let us receive him. Bring the finest wines, the owner called out, personally welcoming Kurue at his door. Irue, unperturbed, strolled into the room and took a seat on a nearby chair. After sampling the wine presented to him with an air of sophistication, he finally spoke. I apologize for the intrusion. It may be somewhat presumptuous, yet I believe it is a matter beneficial to both our parties. The restaurant owner smiled slightly. Please, do continue. I have heard that your establishment requires a substantial quantity of game meat, and I am able to provide it, guaranteed fresh. Kurue declared. He had thoroughly examined the ledger and noted that the shop could supply only 1 or 2 magic deer and a handful of magic rabbits daily, with no assurance of consistent supply. Recently, a small shop in the city specializing in game meat had garnered immense popularity, much to the envy of the restaurant's owner. This small establishment boasted 3 major locations within the provincial capital and over 10 throughout the entire province, all of which were significant restaurants. However, they had never experienced the phenomenon of guests queuing at the entrance, while the small shop's roasted magic rabbits had caused lines stretching 2 streets long. It was unclear whether the scarcity of goods or the inability to prepare them was the cause. This shop only sold 100 rabbits daily, prompting eager patrons to line up before dawn. Considering this, the owner's smile faded. How much can you provide? What guarantees do you offer? Upon hearing the opening for negotiation, Kurue felt he had indeed come to the right place. He produced his mercenary leader card and placed it on the low table. I command a group of over 1,000 individuals, many of whom are expert hunters. Le Kurue have taken down formidable high-level magical beasts. Le Kurue, you are young Master Kurue. My apologies. The restaurant owner quickly rose and bowed slightly before calling out to the staff, bring in some decent appetizers. Kurue felt like laughing but forced himself to maintain composure. I have recently established a mercenary group called the Laying Mercenary Corps, primarily composed of hunters. Kurue continued to embellish, though he was well aware of the actual composition of his group, which consisted of fewer than 20 former hunters. If it were any other matter, the restaurant owner might have viewed Kurue with indifference, but as a renowned figure in the realm of magical beast hunting, Kurue was already recognized for his prowess, having taken down the pristine white-backed black bear, a feat not achievable by just anyone. You have yet to inform me how much you can supply, the restaurant owner pressed, no longer concerned with guarantees. The mercenary contract served as assurance. Kurue, uncertain of how much his group could actually provide, casually declared, 20 magic deer, 200 magic rabbits, and 200 mountain chickens daily. As for other items, I cannot guarantee supply, as the swift wolves in the nearby forest flee at the mere sight of me, making that meat impossible to procure. Regarding the swift wolves, there is no one who does not believe. Even the Wolf King was taken down by Cory, and the other wolves are not foolish, naturally. Survival is of utmost importance. Very well, I will take it all. If they are alive, I will add an additional 50% to the price. Furthermore, concerning the quantity, if sales are favorable, I hope that Master Cory can provide more. The tavern owner promptly agreed, and the two proceeded to sign the contract. After enjoying some exquisite appetizers, Cory rode his silver steed to a few more establishments. He signed a total of 7 agreements, precisely the number of squads he intended to divide. Cory mused that 1 agreement per squad would ensure a steady business, thereby eliminating competition and idleness. Make way, for black-armored knights were driving pedestrians aside with whips, and seated in the 4-horse carriage behind them was none other than the governor. When the black-armored knight raised his whip before Cory, he did not dare to strike. Uncertain of Cory's identity, he merely shouted, "Make way, the governor is on his rounds." Cautiously, Cory guided his silver steed to the side of the road. Locking eyes with the governor as he passed. At that moment, Corey felt an indescribable disdain for the governor. His appearance, attire, and demeanor were all irritating to Corey. If one were to compare the governor to his former director of the Education Bureau. The director, once the object of Corey's utmost disdain, now seemed rather endearing. "Stop," the governor commanded, and the convoy came to a halt. "Young man, your horse is quite impressive." The governor's gaze was fixed upon the silver steed. The steed whinnied twice, pacing in a circle, seemingly sharing Corey's disdain for the governor. Unfazed by the governor's status, Corey coldly remarked, "Your eye for horses is commendable." Taken aback by this remark, the governor began to scrutinize Corey, unsure of his identity. However, the captain of the governor's guard was less than pleased, exclaiming, "How dare you speak to him like that? Do you know who you are addressing?" The governor, indeed, the esteemed governor of this province. His Excellency, the Grand Duke. As a nobleman and a former student of a lower academy, Corey was well aware of these basic facts, just as the captain was about to erupt in anger. The governor chuckled heartily. "Young man, being overly brash is unwise." He then turned away, ordering, "Let us depart." The captain, perplexed by the governor's leniency towards Corey, voiced his confusion. The governor shot him a glare. "You witless fool. How old do you think he is?" "About 14 or 15, perhaps even younger." The governor nodded. "Now let me ask you, his attire denotes nobility, and a noble at the age of 14 should be where?" The captain inhaled sharply, quickly grasping the implication. Ordinary nobles remained in lower academies until the age of 16, while those of ducal rank received private education, always accompanied by attendants. The sight of Corey, alone and carrying a traveling trunk, raised suspicions about his true status. Use your brain. In the realm of politics, do not carelessly create enemies. The governor, being cautious by nature, opted for retreat in the face of uncertainty. The captain inquired further, "Sir, what do you believe he is?" "What he is, I cannot say for certain, but I caught a glimpse of a sword hilt beneath his cloak. Judging by its design, it belongs to an officer of the Royal Legion. It was merely a fleeting glance, and I may have been mistaken. However, his identity is undoubtedly not ordinary. Be vigilant if you encounter him again. Do not bring me trouble." The governor issued this warning with utmost care, to which the captain nodded repeatedly. The sword Corey carried was a commissioned piece, crafted to resemble the one bestowed upon him by the former marshal of the kingdom, Bejar, due to the substantial payment. The artisan had not inquired further, producing a nearly identical replica. As a former marshal, Bejar certainly had the right to bear the insignia of the Royal Legion. However, the craftsman had neglected to engrave the 7 stars on the hilt. Otherwise, the governor's keen eye would have recognized it as the unique symbol of the kingdom's marshal. Meanwhile, as Corey prepared to return to the small town, he erupted in a tirade. "That pig-headed governor, with a wolf's visage and a rabbit's mouth, dares to covet my silver steed. I, Lay Corey, vow to make you truly comprehend the terror of Master Lay Corey." The silver steed, as if understanding Corey's words, let out a defiant whinny. Although Corey noticed the distinct sound of his steed compared to ordinary horses, he was too preoccupied with his vitriol against the governor to ponder it. On his journey back to the small town, he unleashed a torrent of curses directed at the governor. Upon returning, he learned that the contracts would not take effect for 3 days, and the guild required them to send someone to verify the accounts. During this verification, no tasks could be undertaken. There was no alternative, for the Thunder Eagle was the lowest-ranking mercenary group. Once the accounts were audited and new missions distributed, Corey summoned several of Khan's astute subordinates. "Listen closely. I want to know which merchant caravans are under the governor's command, their transportation schedules, and the names of the goods." Corey handed each of them a pouch of gold coins. "Take this money. But be discreet. Do not attract attention. That scoundrel of a governor shall know what it means to fear me, Lay Corey." The group simultaneously pushed the coin pouches back toward Corey. "Master Corey, we do not seek a reward for dealing with the governor, but we are willing to face death." "Fools, fools, fools, fools," Corey exclaimed, striking each of them on the head. "This money is for you to gather intelligence. There will surely be expenses. You can also pose as merchants or travelers, correct? And you claim to be the smartest among us. Did Khan fall asleep when selecting you?" Corey's words left them all blushing with embarrassment. "Master Corey, we acknowledge our mistake. However, rest assured, we will procure the best intelligence for you." "That is more like it. None of you have shed blood on the Mercenary Guild's magic board. If caught, simply claim you were attempting to steal a trinket. Do not resist. I will find a way to rescue you." Corey meticulously instructed them. Their singular focus on revenge rendered them unafraid of death. Watching them depart, Corey then called upon Lace to pack their belongings in preparation for returning to the mountain camp. Corey believed he had taken great precautions, yet he could not foresee that he was being closely monitored as he left the inn. Several figures stealthily followed in his wake. Unbeknownst to him, the changes in the camp over the past few days had been significant. Though women, the elderly, and children were unable to venture out on missions, they had not idled away their time. The abundance of free hours allowed them to beautify the camp. The elders had even gone so far as to transplant flowers and plants from the mountains into the camp, excavating artificial waterways and creating faux hills and waterfalls at the plaza's edge. Tasteful. This truly resembles a home, Corey thought, nearly failing to recognize the place. The village chief chuckled, evidently pleased with the transformation. Master Corey, when one has idle time, it is best to find something to occupy oneself. Why have you returned so suddenly? Was everything proceeding smoothly? Everything has been arranged on that front. I have returned for a reason. Soon, 2 large squads will also return. I have secured a business deal for purchasing game. Upon finishing, Corey noticed an abundance of meat hanging in one corner of the camp. What is that? I don't recall any squads returning with meat recently. The village chief had been pondering Corey's mention of game procurement and, upon hearing the question, replied, Master Corey, the area is lush with water and grass, teeming with magical beasts. During our camp's establishment, did we not slay many formidable magical creatures? With the absence of threats from fireboars and swift wolves, lesser magical creatures like the magic rabbit have proliferated. These creatures can produce 7 or 8 offspring in a month, reaching maturity in 3 months. As Corey listened, he calculated in his mind, and soon felt overwhelmed, his head spinning. Village chief, by your account, there are indeed many magical rabbits nearby. The village chief stuck out his tongue. Not just many, it's a veritable plague. The grass on the nearby hillside has been completely stripped down to the roots. Countless magical rabbits, black-skinned sheep, and clucking chickens have been raiding our vegetable gardens day and night. In one night, we lost 90% of our crops before we even noticed. Such a terrifying prospect. It seemed that without natural predators, even these lesser creatures could become a plague. The village chief continued. We are considering capturing dozens of swift wolves or similar higher magical beasts from outside to suppress the rampant breeding of lesser magical creatures and restore balance to nature. Restoring balance to nature. How should that be understood? I do not comprehend, Corey admitted, for at his age, many concepts were still foreign to him. The village chief, unperturbed, ordered chairs and refreshments to be brought, taking the time to explain to Corey. Master Corey, swift wolves prey on magical rabbits, while magical rabbits consume grass. The grass flourishes best in the presence of magical beast droppings or corpses. Moreover, more formidable magical beasts will also hunt swift wolves. Have you not noticed that the higher the magical beast, the longer its juvenile phase, while the lower the beast, the shorter? Corey nodded, having read about this in books. Wolves eat rabbits, thus reducing their numbers. However, the growth rate of grass is limited, as rabbits decrease. The grass will not be overconsumed, allowing the rabbits to survive. Meanwhile, the swift wolves thrive by consuming rabbits, contributing to the balance. I understand. It is as if a balance inherently exists among the great magical beasts. A balance that enables all magical creatures to coexist harmoniously. Corey quickly grasped the underlying principle. He continued. Then can we take the place of the swift wolves to accomplish their task, capturing a multitude of low-level magical beasts. This way, the forest won't be stripped bare, and these low-level creatures can be exchanged for a significant amount of gold. Well, that is feasible, especially considering it's only the matter of these nearby dozen or so hills. As long as we set numerous traps in these mountains, I believe we can capture a sufficient quantity of low-level magical beasts, the village chief replied, summoning several seasoned hunters to discuss the plan thoroughly. Kurai suggested, what if we transform these nearby hills into a breeding ground for low-level magical beasts, much like how pigs are raised in the village? It could become our treasure trove. He reiterated the current market prices for wild game, causing the village chief's eyes to sparkle with excitement. Currently, they had set traps near the camp and were capturing over 1,000 low-level magical beasts daily. If traps were established on all the hills, their gold income would surely require carts for transport. Master Kurai, leave these matters to us old folks. We've been lounging around the camp all day, eating and sleeping, living like nobles. It feels quite unnatural. Now that we have something to do, aside from the children who are learning per your request, there are over 500 capable workers in the camp. Besides, Capturing low-level magical beasts isn't labor-intensive. We can manage it quite well. The old hunters chimed in, all of whom were renowned hunters in their youth. Setting traps was as easy for them as child's play. This time, Kurai truly witnessed the prowess of real hunters that he recalled his earlier attempts at setting traps in the forest cabin, only to be easily dismantled by swift wolves. Now he saw what true hunter traps looked like. The experienced hunters first set up large traps around the outermost edges of the dozen hills, specifically designed for formidable magical beasts that deal with the swift wolves. They utilized long, slender, and flexible vines. Should a swift wolf fall into the trap, it would be ensnared tightly, and the more it struggled, the tighter it would be bound. The traps scattered throughout the hills were varied and intricate, including nets, pits, and snares that in summary. They had traps for both live captures and lethal kills. Old man, don't think that just because you are a few years older than me, you're an expert in traps. Let me tell you, your design is rubbish. One old hunter picked up an axe and swiftly dismantled a trap crafted by another. The offended elder, infuriated, approached with a stick to argue. The others quickly intervened, pulling the two apart. Though they had set down their weapons, neither was willing to concede, hurling accusations at each other about the poor quality of their traps. Enough, stop the bickering, Kurai interjected, bringing silence to the dispute. However, both men glared at each other, clearly still unsatisfied. Kurai, who had been studying the traps with curiosity, found his mood dampened. Yet, observing the two elders squabbling like children amused him. Listen up. Each of you take some men, 2 hills apiece, and let us see who brings back the most game each week. The loser must treat the winner to dinner, with plenty of wine and meat. All right. Let the competition begin, they both exclaimed in unison, each leading a group of dozens in opposite directions. Kurai and the village chief exchanged amused glances, chuckling quietly. The chief remarked, only through competition can people invigorate their efforts. Kurai nodded in agreement, recalling how the 7 squads would compete for excellence while completing their tasks, often rewarded with bonuses for their efforts. Master Kurai, our lake is abundant with a precious red fish, renowned for its exquisite taste. Would you care to come to my home tonight to sample my wife's culinary skills? For the first time, the village chief spoke to Kurai in a calm tone, still using respectful forms of address, but with a hint of familial warmth. Kurai readily accepted the invitation. In the camp, the large kitchen was only utilized during busy work hours for lunch. For dinner, families prepared their own meals while the kitchen supplied ingredients, all of which had to be purchased. Master Kurai, this fish was freshly caught by my husband from the lake. It's incredibly fresh, the village chief's wife said, beaming as she prepared various delicacies in the kitchen. Lace assisted her, and the village chief's wife had taken a liking to the pretty and clever girl, gifting her a cherished pair of emerald earrings she had treasured for many years. Master Kurai, I heard you were going to study at the Royal Academy, the village chief suddenly mentioned. Kurai was momentarily taken aback, but quickly replied, Village chief, it's still early that I want to be leaving until summer, by which time our mercenary group should be operating smoothly, ensuring everyone can lead a good life. Chapter 10. Night Rain Organization. The village chief poured himself a glass of wine and placed another in front of Kurai, saying, Master Kurai, take a sip as a token of respect from this old man. Without you, we might have starved. Seeing the chief's heartfelt expression, Kurai took a small sip. Wow, that's strong. As a first-time drinker, he found the taste overwhelming. The village chief, instead of laughing, spoke with a touch of sorrow. We are grateful for our current way of life, truly content. However, Master Kurai, you may not realize that many still suffer from hunger and cold. The village chief downed a gulp of wine before continuing. Master Kurai, you possess a kind heart and exceptional talent, with unparalleled swordsmanship that I hope you become a great noble, ideally a governor of a province. That way, countless people might enjoy better lives. Kurai was taken aback by the chief's words. After a moment of silence, he burst into laughter. Old man, you must be drunk. I'm not drunk. The common folk only wish for a stable life, to be well fed and clothed, with a little extra to spare. Yet, we are denied even that. I've heard that a governor's meal can cost thousands of gold coins, with each dish barely touched before being discarded. That's the annual living expenses for our entire village. The village chief, fueled by the wine, grew increasingly passionate. Grass, magic rabbits, swift wolves, high-level magical beasts, fields, commoners, nobles, governors that a sudden comparison struck Kurai as he observed the village chief, now sprawled on the table, rambling incoherently. Kurai called for the village chief's wife to help him back to his room before departing with Lace. The spring night still bore a hint of winter's chill, and Lace offered to drape a cloak over Kurai. He waved her off. "I'm not cold." "Are you still pondering the village chief's words?" Lace inquired. Noticing Kurai deep in thought, he turned back with a smile. "Not anymore. These matters are not for us to worry about. They are the Emperor's concerns that we only need to take care of ourselves and seek out enjoyable activities." Kurai was soon to turn 14. Concepts like mission and life goals held no relevance for him. Saving these people was merely a fleeting act of kindness. Establishing a mercenary group was just to experience the feeling of leadership and find a way to provide for everyone. The societal issues had no bearing on him. "Master, if you truly become a governor, will you treat the commoners well?" Lace quietly asked, having overheard the village chief's words. "Governor, don't make me laugh. I have no interest in being a governor, not even if it were given to me for free. What's wrong with living freely? Don't joke about that." Kurai laughed heartily. Being an official, he had heard, meant even the emperor had to bow to his ministers, unable to do as he pleased, bound by numerous rules, let alone being an official, where there were even higher authorities to answer to. Lace whispered in a voice only she could hear, "I truly hope you can become a governor." Kurai, of course, did not hear Lace's words. He gazed at the moon reflected on the lake's surface, picking up a stone and tossing it, creating ripples that distorted the perfect circle of the moon. Suddenly, he shouted, "Who goes there?" Hearing Kurai's call, several night watchmen armed themselves and pointed toward the woods. Hundreds of magic rabbits burst forth from the trees, and Kurai chuckled. "You startled me. I thought someone was there." It seems the magic rabbits have really become a plague. Meanwhile, a shadow in the woods slowly retreated. Secretly relieved that the appearance of the rabbits had spared him from being discovered. Just moments ago, he had stepped on something soft. Indeed, it was a magic rabbit. Accidentally slipping, his commotion had caught Kurai's attention. "Quick! Catch those magic rabbits. They're headed for our kitchen." Kurai suddenly shouted, prompting everyone in the camp to rush out armed with various tools to fend off the throngs of rabbits. The kitchen was a crucial area. Allowing the rabbits in would mean days without vegetables. A cacophony of shouts filled the camp. Several old hunters arrived at the edge of the traps and found that the direction the rabbits had come from had dozens of traps overflowing with rabbits, rendering them ineffective. Consequently, the hunters rallied the others to work through the night, constructing hundreds more traps around the camp. As they were setting traps on the nearby hills, a few scouts returned with news about the governor. 2 large squads also returned, having come back to transport the wild game. Master Kurai, we've gathered crucial intelligence. The governor is set to transport this season's taxes to the royal city in 4 days, accompanied by a military force nearly equivalent to half a standard army, totaling over 900 men. Another individual spoke up. "Young Master Corey, should we summon everyone back?" Corey paced back and forth within the room, contemplating whether to dare devise a scheme to seize the taxes. "Do not call everyone back. Engaging them head-on, we would likely struggle to best even 100 men, let alone contend with their 900. If we are to raid, we must employ alternative methods." Corey furiously racked his brain, firmly believing that with the right strategy, it was possible to acquire the taxes without direct confrontation. Present in the room were the village chief, 2 captains, and several informants. They observed Corey's restless pacing and understood he was plotting. They held their breaths, anxious not to disturb him. It was not until over an hour had elapsed that Corey finally halted. "I have devised a plan. We shall position ourselves in the valley where we last executed our raid. I want Blondie and Khan to take 2 carts filled with lamp oil to the valley, but the other 5 squads must remain here, diligently and even more earnestly fulfilling their mercenary duties. This way, should the governor investigate in the future, our involvement will remain undetected. Do you understand?" "Understood. I will inform Brother Blondie at once," replied one of the informants, who promptly set off towards the town. Corey then addressed the others. "Village chief, assign 50 guards to form a team. Next, select 100 strong women to accompany us. You shall safeguard the home." The village chief nodded in agreement, refraining from further discussion. Upon exiting, he did not offer any explanations but gathered the required number of individuals as Corey instructed. That very afternoon, Corey arrived at the valley of their previous heist, accompanied by 250 people. Men as first and second teams, cover the cliffs with stones. Remember, Do not let anyone see us. Time is of the essence, so gather as many stones as possible. The third team shall arrange large boulders on both sides as we did before and secure them properly. Is that clear? Clear. The assembled team responded in unison before dispersing to their tasks. Corey then instructed the remaining 100 women, quickly gather firewood. The more the better. Everyone worked tirelessly without proper rest. Fearing discovery, they refrained from lighting fires for cooking, subsisting solely on dry rations and cool water. The teams along the valley's edges completed their tasks first and reported back to Corey. He then directed them to craft massive bows and arrows, positioning them along the valley sides. The team began by cutting down moderately sized trees, sharpening them, and subsequently hardening the tips over a fire. They promptly extinguished the fire to avoid detection. On the third night, Blondie and Con arrived with the lamp oil, quickly. Everyone placed the lamp oil into the leather bags and distribute them near the firewood piles. Corey had but one final night to prepare, and anxiety weighed upon him as he continuously patrolled the cliffs. Conducting final inspections, though he believed wholeheartedly in the triumph of intellect over might, the thought of possibly having to take a life left him feeling uneasy. Young Master Corey, I have gleaned new intelligence, one of the scouts returned. The leader of this expedition is the governor's captain of the guard. He is known to be exceedingly ruthless. At the mention of ruthlessness, many grimaced, evidently aware of the captain's notorious deeds. He must be eliminated. Blondie struck the stone with a fist. Corey tilted his head to glance at Blondie. What is it like to take a life? Blondie responded with simmering resentment. Killing? We do not kill. We merely slay that beast with the heart of a wolf and the head of a pig. Sighing, Corey reflected that failing to alter their strategy against the captain might incite collective wrath. Listen closely. Gather some sturdy, slender branches from the woods to fashion into javelins. Despite their fatigue, the troops, upon hearing Corey's command and the prospect of confronting the captain, found renewed vigor surging within them and resumed their labors. As dawn approached, aside from those on watch, most lay asleep among the woodpiles. Corey, unable to find rest, was uncertain whether it was excitement or anxiety keeping him awake, though it felt more like exhilaration. Master, we have committed acts of banditry, yet we target the wicked. Are we then good or evil? Lacey innocently inquired. Taken aback by the complexity of the question, Corey had never contemplated it. Now, as Lacey awaited an answer, he began to ponder. After a lengthy silence, he replied, Does it truly matter whether we are good or evil? In this day and age, who can discern the distinction? What matters is our happiness, as long as we engage in what we love. Lacey nodded, accepting that whatever Corey said must surely be right. Young Master Corey, we have spotted a contingent bearing the governor's banner, approximately an hour's journey from here. However, it seems their numbers exceed our expectations, surpassing 1,000, along with numerous cages. Cages? What are those? As Corey instructed Monka to awaken everyone, he inquired further. Young Master Corey, the cages are used for transporting prisoners. There are many this time, including an iron cage. I suspect it contains someone of significant importance. Corey mused that the governor's enemies might very well be his allies. Contemplating a rescue of those who were likely mere suffering commoners, he had no qualms about employing clever tactics multiple times. As the captain's troops entered the valley, a series of thunderous booms echoed, and countless boulders cascaded down to block their path. At that moment, several soldiers were currying favor with the captain. My lord, we have specifically selected a few attractive individuals not on the list to present to you. The captain, grinning lewdly, was about to commend his subordinates when the tremendous noise startled him. What is happening? Several soldiers rushed over. My lord, boulders have fallen from the mountaintop, obstructing our route. As regular troops and the governor's guards, they had long been accustomed to wielding power and had never encountered anyone daring to challenge them. At this juncture, none suspected they were under attack. The captain prepared to order the removal of the boulders. Corey appeared atop the mountain. With a sweep of his sword, countless boulders tumbled down from behind the valley, followed by an avalanche of stones aimed specifically at the cavalry. Defend, defend. Only then did the captain realize his forces were under assault. Standing atop the mountain, Corey issued a second command. The deluge of firewood began to rain down, followed by peculiar objects resembling demonic rabbits, essentially the skins of these creatures filled with lamp oil. Upon impact, they shattered, spilling oil onto the wood piles. The captain's command to defend prompted the long line of troops to constrict as they faced Corey's barrage of flying stones and firewood, which ultimately split their formation in three. My lord, they intend to use fire. Several soldiers shrieked, pointing towards the mountaintop, which was ablaze with torches that it was no wonder they were alarmed. In such a narrow valley, a fire would lead to fatal consequences, not to mention the suffocating smoke. The captain, discarding his armor, shouted up the mountain, "Who are you? Have the courage to reveal your name. One day I shall eradicate you." After a lengthy silence, the figures atop the mountain merely continued to hurl stones and torches without response. The captain regretted his oversight. In military maneuvers, such terrain should have warranted reconnaissance before proceeding. Having grown accustomed to a life of comfort, he had forgotten the most fundamental principles of travel. In a fit of rage, he commanded his men to clear the wood piles while hurling insults towards the mountain. This was but a small valley, with cliffs rising nearly 50 to 60 meters high, and his voice echoed clearly to the peak. "You cowards, is there not a single one of you capable of speech?" Corey burst into laughter, patting Blondie on the back as he shared a few words. Blondie first erupted into hearty laughter before declaring, "You shall meet your end clearly. We are the Gary Long bandits, here to deal with you. The one with a face like a dog. For daring to glare at our leader, I shall pluck out your eyes for my little cat to play with." Under Blondie's lead, a chorus of crude insults rained down from the mountaintop. Meanwhile, Corey, accompanied by Monka, began to assess the enemy's defensive formation. Noticing that their own supply of firewood was dwindling, he knew that if the enemy regained their strength, they would undoubtedly deploy crossbows. Observing that the foremost ranks were filled with soldiers, Corey steeled himself and issued a new command to prevent casualties among his side. First team, use the javelins. Though these were wooden javelins, their velocity from an elevated position was formidable. Heavily armored foes were easily pierced. And as one heavily armored cavalryman was impaled to the ground, the first team, their eyes clouded with bloodlust, relentlessly hurled javelins, each aimed at the enemy's body. After casting one, they would take cover behind the stones. The soldiers below, armed with crossbows, found it impossible to target anything, while the javelins could even penetrate shields, rendering defense futile. The bloodthirsty first team frantically hurled everything they could at their foes. The valley ran red with blood as Corey recalled an elder's words, "Treat friends like the warm sun of spring, and enemies like the cold wind and snow, merciless and unyielding. Indeed, if I do not eliminate them, Corey may very well perish." Corey sprinted forward, quickly reaching the position of the third team. "Attention everyone, slowly descend the narrow path into the valley and engage the enemy with javelins at close range. Do not let them extinguish the flames before you eliminate them all." The third squad faced the fewest foes, numbering less than 100, yet an abundance of cages surrounded them. Within these cages were both men and women, confined separately. "Do we have javelins as well?" inquired the captain of the second squad. "No, there are too many enemies on your side. Save the javelins for a critical moment. For now, carry the firewood over for the third squad, and do so at a slower pace. Once the first and third squads have vanquished their opponents, you may use the javelins," he instructed. The captain of the second squad nodded in agreement and swiftly organized the task. Suddenly, hundreds of javelins soared toward the more than 100 soldiers who were attempting to clear the woodpile. Another wave of javelins followed. Before the third volley could be launched, a furious Burundi charged down with his heavy sword. "Kill!" Burundi's eyes were ablaze, and his sword danced wildly. Even without formal swordsmanship, his sheer strength sent the soldiers scattering in retreat. "Monka, break open the cages," commanded Corey, tossing Monka a large axe. With a few powerful strokes, Monka severed the wooden bars of the cage, prompting a robust man inside to exclaim, "My shackles!" He spread his legs and sat on the cart, and Monka brought his axe down. The iron chain snapped in two. The burly man leaped up, drawing the heavy sword from Monka's back, and, like a madman, charged into the enemy ranks. Burundi and his comrades were already struggling fiercely, yet this new warrior wielded his heavy sword with such skill that dozens of sword shadows flickered in the air, blood spraying skyward as the heads of several soldiers fell to the ground. "What a masterful technique!" Burundi shouted in admiration, deeply impressed. The burly man glanced back at Burundi, giving him a grateful look, and continued to slash through the enemy ranks. With the addition of this fresh force, the more than 100 soldiers were swiftly obliterated. Other cages were similarly opened, and Corey commanded the women to lead their way down the narrow path toward the cliff. "No, we must fight too," the men insisted, eagerly picking up weapons from the ground. "Please, take the women away," Corey replied without elaboration. Glancing up at the cliff, the captain of the second squad signaled to him. and Corey understood that the first squad had also finished off the 200 or 300 soldiers. He issued the order to advance. From the mountaintop, both men and women from the second squad hurled all the javelins they could muster downwards. A fire pit separated the two groups, and the dense barrage of javelins produced a tremendous effect, though the soldiers regretted not having more javelins to throw. After the javelins were exhausted, the captain of the guard scattered the fire pit. "It's you," he immediately spotted Corey. Corey was cradling a severely injured comrade, his heart heavy with sorrow. This man was a carpenter, the craftsman behind all the furniture in Corey's room, and he was known for his jovial demeanor. Watching as the man's eyes slowly closed and his breathing ceased, Corey felt an overwhelming urge to kill for the first time, just as the captain of the guard lunged at Corey. Monka, Burundi, and the burly man sprang into action to block him. The burly man, having just descended from the cage, found it odd that a child in noble attire was issuing commands, but as he witnessed Corey under attack, gratitude surged within him, compelling him to step forward. "Stop!" Corey drew his long sword, holding it firmly that he advanced slowly. "Let me tell you, none of you will leave here alive today. The reason is that the despicable governor dared to covet my silver lightning. And you scoundrels have caused my friends great distress. You have the audacity to resist our slaughter and even to kill my comrades simply because I find you intolerable." Corey unleashed a torrent of grievances, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. Upon reflection, they realized these were trivial justifications, hardly worth fighting for. The burly man stepped forward, declaring, "I am willing to strike for you and present this man's head before you." He feared that Corey, being so young, might falter, a mistake he would regret for a lifetime, for Corey was his savior. "Do not interfere, let him come," came a voice from the mountaintop as a figure dressed in white dashed down. Followed by hundreds of soldiers, it was the white-clad Shimolate. The burly man, upon seeing Shimolate, performed an unusual salute. "We were prepared to ambush them in the woods ahead, but it seems someone acted first." Shimolate bowed to Corey, saying, "Thank you, please accept my sword." He presented a fine long sword, kneeling on one knee and holding it aloft in gratitude for Corey's rescue of his friend. Corey said nothing, tightly binding the sword's hilt with a silk scarf. The captain of the guard scoffed dismissively. He had no fear of a mere child, only wary of the sudden strike from Shimolate. As Corey closed the distance to the captain, he burst forth like lightning. Fueled by a tempest of rage, unleashing a powerful strike, the longsword sliced through the air, leaving a faint trail of light. The captain's sword was still raised, the blade extending behind his head, its hilt pressed against his face. Piercing through his eyes, Corey stared intently into the captain's other eye, which overflowed with terror, remaining utterly motionless. "Ray Corey," a soldier shouted, recognizing the name in this province. There was only one so young, 13 or 14 years old, who had slain countless high-level magical beasts with a single thrust of his sword. "Kill them, leave not a single one alive," Shimolate suddenly commanded, and his men sprang into action, all seasoned swordsmen of extraordinary skill. With the enemy general vanquished, the opposing force posed no challenge. Unable to organize even a semblance of defense, they were flanked by cliffs, and the chaos of battle surrounded them. Shimolate offered no chance for surrender. Annihilate them all. Ensure not a single one remains alive. The name of Captain Corey must not be known. Only then did Burundi and the others grasp the gravity of Shimolate's lethal orders and began to inspect the soldiers. Delivering a final blow to any who still drew breath, Corey, having recovered from the shock of his first kill, sought the key to unlock the solitary iron cage. Inside sat a middle-aged man clad in scholar's robes. Maintaining an expression of calm as if nothing had transpired, Corey opened the cage door and entered, sitting cross-legged on the cart. He took a sip from a water skin and then offered it to the middle-aged man. The old man once said, "Those who can remain unperturbed in perilous situations are remarkable, and those who can stay calm in adversity are even more extraordinary. You must be a person of great significance." The middle-aged man's calm demeanor shifted slightly. Astonished by Corey's words, though the change was fleeting, Corey sat beside him. The man slowly replied, "Ray Corey, you are indeed an extraordinary young MNT. Lead an attack with a group of ordinary civilians, numbering over 200, resulting in fewer than 30 casualties, and to defeat a regular army of over 1,000. Your composure in command during battle, your organized approach, and your calm observation of your surroundings, leading to accurate assessments, your courage, mindset, and insight are unparalleled at your age throughout the kingdom. Corey did not respond but snatched the water skin back, drinking again in silence, his expression somber as he mourned the fallen. The middle-aged man's keen eyes could not fail to perceive Corey's turmoil. Do you understand the feelings of the deceased? Look upon their faces. They passed with smiles, dying for the ideals they cherished. Enough with the platitudes. I have no taste for such grand philosophies. Do you play chess? In his sudden inquiry, the middle-aged man sensed once more that this youth was unlike any other. A faint smile crossed his lips. I do play chess. Do you have a set? Corey remained silent. Producing a wooden box from his cloak, upon opening it, a chessboard lay within, along with the pieces, which he began to arrange. Meanwhile, with Shimolate present, Corey knew that matters would be handled with utmost efficiency without his intervention. However, unbeknownst to him, those who had been monitoring him were indeed sent by Shimolate. Shimolate stabbed the corpse of the captain of the guards several times with his sword before instructing his men to use axes to reduce the head to fragments. What are you doing? Attacking the dead? Burundi questioned, perplexed, his tone rigid, revealing his discontent with such actions. Shimolate continued undeterred. A single strike through the eye if his body is discovered. What thoughts will others entertain? Who possesses such power? Master Corey, Burundi exclaimed, swiftly raising an axe to strike the captain's head, quickly reducing it to a mushy pile on the ground. He stood, spinning around. Now, no one will be able to tell, right? Shimolate offered a wry smile in response. Dispose of the soldiers' bodies in the fire. And what shall we do with our fallen comrades? We must leave here swiftly. Burundi contemplated bringing them all back, but quickly remembered they were now mercenaries and asked, what about the mercenaries? Each body must be cremated individually. And the ashes returned. Understood. Burundi immediately directed his men to set the soldiers' bodies aside, gathering unburned firewood and javelins to construct over 30 pyres, upon which they placed the corpses of their fallen comrades. All present observed Corey engaged in a chess match within the iron cage, neither side daring to interrupt. The members of the Ray Eagle Mercenary Corps were well aware that when Corey played chess, he found tranquility. Who among them wished to witness Corey shed tears? The individuals associated with Shimo Le would not dare to intrude, for the person confined within the iron cage is none other than their esteemed leader. They belong to an underground organization known as EU, which stands in opposition to corrupt officials across various regions, declared a rebellious faction by the kingdom. Governor Gary Shin, though having captured a middle-aged man, remains unaware that this individual is the leader of EU, Willie Hualai. The corpses of soldiers lie piled high, and Blondie knows that once they depart, the night will inevitably summon beasts to assist in their disposal. After tending to the injured, Blondie and his companions finally approach several large wagons. The men of Shimo Le have refrained from approaching these military spoils, adhering to the custom that these treasures do not belong to them. Magic crystal coins. Entire chests filled with them, Blondie exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment at the sight of 7 wagons brimming with such wealth, each wagon containing 4 large chests. The remaining 2 wagons were laden with various treasures, including jewelry and other valuables. Karn approached and promptly covered the chests with a lid. Brother Blondie, let us seal these chests. Blondie nodded in agreement, recognizing the protocol that even in division, the treasures must be carried back for equitable distribution. The team was well versed in these customs, swiftly procuring wooden poles to bind the chests for easier transport. Corey was still engaged in a game of chess with Willie, while Shimo Le and Blondie stood before the iron cage wagon after completing their tasks. As the game concluded, Shimo Le remarked, Leader, I apologize for the troubles you have endured. Leader, are you not a solitary mercenary? Corey inquired, putting away the chess pieces to address Shimo Le. Shimo Le bowed slightly before responding, Young Master Corey, I am indeed a solitary mercenary, yet also a member of EU. This gentleman before you is our leader, Willie Hualai. Corey had never heard of EU, but he knew of them as a legend among the people, a group dedicated to slaying corrupt officials and aiding the impoverished. Held in high regard by the suffering populace, Blondie, overwhelmed with emotion, fumbled awkwardly, unsure where to place his hands, as he attempted to bow to Willie. No need for formality, I must thank you for rescuing me, Willie replied with a smile. Blondie glanced at Corey, seeking his approval. Corey nodded, prompting Blondie to say, We are the Thunder Eagle Mercenary Corps, and I am the vice captain. Blondie, may I invite you to our camp as our honored guest? We hold you in the highest esteem. Certainly, it is my honor to meet a heroic young man like Corey is truly a privilege, Willie said, taking Corey's hand as they approached the pile of firewood. Together, they ignited a blaze. Willie stood tall, hand over his heart, while Shimo and his subordinates raised their swords to their chests in salute. Blondie and the Thunder Eagle team mimicked the gesture. Bidding farewell to the deceased, as the flames subsided, Willie took a piece of his garment and gathered the ashes of one of the fallen, inquiring, what was his name? Upon hearing the name from Blondie, Willie pricked his finger and inscribed it upon the cloth. Let us depart. Corey, shaking his cloak, was the first to leave this place. The massive stones on one side of the valley had been cleared, and Corey and Willie walked ahead, with the male members of Thunder Eagle carrying the chests while the female members cradled the ashes. Shimo brought up the rear, upon their return to the camp. Governor Gary Long personally arrived with thousands of soldiers. Many beasts were feasting upon the heap of soldier corpses, while the body of the captain lay reduced to a skeleton, indicating that his flesh had likely been quite delectable to the beasts. Attack! Governor Gary unleashed his pent-up fury upon the monsters. Sir Governor, I have discovered 30 peculiar piles of firewood that appear to be for handling corpses that I believe this attack was orchestrated by Yiyu. Yiyu, Governor Gary exclaimed, looking skyward. The loss of tax revenue would surely invoke the kingdom's wrath. And the gifts intended for distribution had been plundered. Enraged, Governor Gary cursed under his breath. However, now aware that Yiyu operated within his province, he dared not react excessively, opting instead to resort to his personal wealth to bribe high officials, hoping to evade accountability for his negligence, and that the kingdom would deal with Yiyu. Yet, regardless of the governor's intentions, all of this had become irrelevant to Corey. Willie Hualai's profound knowledge and unique perspective deeply impressed Corey. While Willie found himself intrigued by this extraordinary young man, despite their age difference, they quickly formed a bond of friendship. Corey, with proper training, utilizing your intellect, the battle in the valley could be fought without casualties, Willie remarked after honoring the deceased. However, Corey remained skeptical. Willie chuckled. Knowing Corey's nature, he would not easily believe anything unless he witnessed it firsthand. Shimo select 10 individuals to form a formation and compete against Corey's team. Turning to Corey, he added, choose 100 individuals for a trial with wooden swords. You will come to understand my point. Blondie, gather 100 people to compete against Shimo's 10. Blondie stood nearby, feeling indignant that 100 could be bested by just 10. The 10 did not congregate but rather positioned themselves strategically. Blondie led his men into a charge as 100 individuals surged from all directions in the camp as square. The 10 remained unfazed, demonstrating a blend of offense and defense, constantly shifting positions. Those struck would withdraw automatically, and soon, only 6 of the 10 remained, while every one of Blondie's 100 had been hit at least once. Corey's eyes widened in astonishment. Remarkable. This is indeed a formation that I once read about such strategies in an old man's bookshelf. Old man. Willie expressed curiosity about the elderly figure Corey frequently mentioned, who had taught him chess and swordsmanship, particularly the military tactics hidden within chess. Yes, an old man that I have never encountered anyone else in his household. He seems like a solitary elder, but he is very kind, Corey explained. Willie thought to himself, this solitary elder might well be a retired general living comfortably in retirement, and he did not delve further. Corey then inquired, Willie, which military unit do you believe is the strongest? Do not call me uncle. We have formed a bond. Just refer to me as elder brother. From now on, we shall call each other brothers, Willie said, as he and Corey sat upon a stone by the lake, with Lace bringing refreshments. Willie continued, the strongest defense is held by heavy infantry, while the most agile and powerful in attack is undoubtedly cavalry. Have you not noticed that the kingdom's most formidable legions are all cavalry units? Cavalry, Corey began to envision. Elder brother Willie, would you consider training our Thunder Eagle mercenary corps? Focus on cavalry. I desire a formidable cavalry unit. In time, who would dare confront us? Corey's imagination soared. Willie, of course, had no objections. Many of those they had captured had suffered severe injuries and required ample time to recuperate before they could leave. They could utilize this time to reciprocate Corey's kindness. Chapter 11. Golden Thunder Eagle. Upon hearing Willie's agreement, Corey felt a surge of joy. Lace, gather everyone. I have an announcement. Lace acknowledged and hurried off to make the arrangements. Corey sat upon the stone, tossing a piece of fruit from the plate to Willie, then inquired, what do you think we should name our cavalry? Name it. A mercenary corps cavalry requires a name. Willie found it somewhat amusing. Corey jumped up, standing before Willie, exclaiming, when I was at the academy, I heard that the most prestigious group in the kingdom is the Royal Knight Order, followed by names like Ironclad Legion and Whirlwind Cavalry. Are those not impressive? Willie burst into laughter. Frustrated, Corey attempted to strangle Willie, but Willie playfully blocked his hands. Corey, those are names for the kingdom's regular army, which is why they have titles. Generally, mercenary corps do not establish cavalry units, and if they do not typically name them. After hearing this, Corey turned away, dramatically shaking his cloak and drawing his sword, pointing it towards the moon. I, Lay Corey, shall name it as I please. If I desire a name for the cavalry, then it shall have one. Willie, sensing the seriousness in Corey's tone, realized he was not jesting. He felt a surge of excitement, thinking that Corey would undoubtedly achieve great things in the future. Very well. I admire your spirit. Let us call it the Golden Thunder Eagle Cavalry. This name was not solely Willie's inspiration. He had noticed the golden eagle embroidered on Corey's cloak, which coincidentally matched the name of Corey's mercenary group. Thunder Eagle. A splendid name. It takes a learned individual to come up with such brilliance. I shall also study diligently upon my return to the Royal Academy, Corey remarked, though in his heart, he found studying rather dull and doubted he would glean much from it. Lace ran over. Young master, everyone is assembled and awaiting your presence. Corey and Willie walked side by side to the platform. Village chief, bring me a chest of magic crystal coins and a chest of jewelry. Those items had been sealed away in the treasury and had not been opened since they were transported back. Upon seeing the chests laid out on the platform, Corey produced a list from his pocket and read aloud the names of the deceased, over 30 individuals. Listen, everyone. Although we have defeated over 1,000 of the governor's guard and slain the captain, we have lost over 30 brothers. Here, I wish to express my gratitude to elder brother Willie and the man in white. Had their people not come to our aid, we might have suffered even greater losses. As Corey spoke, he bowed to Willie, who promptly helped him back up. Addressing the crowd, Willie proclaimed, Corey is my friend, my brother. Though our acquaintance may be brief, we find ourselves remarkably in tune with one another. Is it customary for brothers to express gratitude? Willie enjoyed an impeccable reputation among the common folk, earning their utmost respect. His words were beyond reproach. Corey straightened up and made a face at Willie before addressing the audience again. You see, the reason we suffer casualties is that none of us comprehend formations or swordsmanship. We are utterly ignorant. Just now, you witnessed how 100 of us could not best merely 10 of Willie's men. Hence, I propose that Willie train you all, transforming everyone into cavalry. Splendid, wonderful. The crowd erupted in cheers. Corey raised his hand, and an immediate hush fell over the assembly. Now, I have a few matters to arrange. First, we shall cease all transport business. However, we will continue our existing long-term contracts. The elders and women in our camp can manage the hunting tasks. We shall designate a large detachment responsible for delivering goods to the city, while the rest will engage in training. Secondly, the knightly order shall be named the Golden Thunder Eagle Knights. Only those who meet the training standards will qualify for membership. Sooty, arrange for the knights to be fitted with golden armor. The horses must also don gilded gear. One day, I shall ensure that pig-faced, rabbit-mouthed fellow, Garanong, is made to look foolish. Another wave of cheers surged from the crowd. Blondie, Monka, open the chest and spill its contents. Corey stepped back, creating a space. Under the moonlight, a box brimming with amethyst coins and a plethora of jewelry shimmered in a riot of colors. Not only the members of the Thunder Eagle Mercenary Corps, but even a majority of the Night Rain organization had never laid eyes on such a fortune. Their eyes widened, and their mouths gaped in astonishment. Seeing their reaction, Corey hurled a handful of amethyst coins into the crowd, cursing, "Look at your expressions. It's merely a handful of amethyst coins. Close your mouths. One day, I, Master Corey, shall sit in the governor's chair with Garanong beneath my feet." Corey muttered under his breath, "That scoundrel dared to set his sights on my horse. If I don't teach him a lesson, it would make me, Master Corey, seem easy to bully." He turned to the village chief and said, "Elder Father, distribute one to each person. Let them return and examine it at their leisure." Willie, standing beside Corey, was taken aback by Corey's whispered remarks and inquired, "Corey, is your grudge against Garanong for such trivial reasons?" Corey glanced at Willie and replied softly, "Not entirely. There are other motives." Willie exhaled, thinking that no one would make such a fuss over a trivial matter. Yet, Corey's subsequent words left him astounded. "His appearance is simply grotesque, especially those rat-like eyes that disgust me. The most infuriating part is that his captain dared to shout at me. as Corey surveyed the amethyst coins on the ground. He chuckled, "Brother Willie, let us keep accounts clear among brothers. You must realize that had we not intervened to save you, we could have simply resolved matters with stones or fire. Although Shimmelet assisted us, I shan't share the amethyst coins with you." Willie forced a wry smile. Even though he had no intention of claiming such treasures, he couldn't help but feel that Corey's thoughts shifted too rapidly, leaving him bewildered. Perhaps only during chess matches or life-and-death situations would Corey display such composure. Willie recalled the day Corey cradled a dying comrade, his gaze icy as he fixed it on the captain, culminating in a fatal confrontation. All of this unfolded before Willie's eyes, and he remembered how Corey had played chess with him that moment. Someone who had observed countless people was astounded by Corey's calmness, especially considering he was merely a 14-year-old boy amidst a scene of bloodshed and chaos, where Corey's serene demeanor stood out as exceptionally rare. "Master, how much gold is required to forge the golden armor? Not only is the price a concern, but the weight might be too much for an average person to bear. Consider this. We can barely move 10 bags of gold coins, and Monka can only manage a few more." Sooty interrupted, snapping Willie from his thoughts. Before Willie could respond, Corey interjected, "Young brother, no one truly forges armor from pure gold. You can opt for high-quality ordinary armor and simply gild the surface. This way, it serves as golden armor while remaining practical." Corey had initially envisioned using pure gold, but upon hearing Sooty, he realized he had been rather impractical. Yet, once Willie provided clarification, Corey quickly took over the conversation. "Fool, can't you comprehend such a simple matter? Let us also provide each person with a cloak embroidered with a golden eagle." Sooty nodded vigorously. The following day, the 5 teams engaged in their tasks received the directive to expedite their assignments, each bringing back 2 horses to the camp. A new lumber competition commenced, with Blondie and Monka vying for first place. Even the burly men from the Night Rain organization, who had emerged from the cage, readied their axes for a showdown. "I, Blondie, challenge you. Your swordsmanship is admirable, but when it comes to lumbering, victory is not guaranteed." Blondie spat into his hand and rubbed it with dirt. "I, Janudik, accept your challenge, but I shall employ this." Janudik indicated his hefty sword. Blondie hesitated, then acquiesced. "Very well, do as you wish." Roaring, Janudik unleashed a powerful horizontal slash with his heavy sword, sending 3 trees crashing down. Yet, it became evident that such tactics were taxing. After a deep breath, Janudik adjusted his approach, methodically chopping down trees one by one. Meanwhile, Blondie's axe flew effortlessly, toppling 2 trees. Trees, after all, are not human. Though Janudik displayed remarkable strength, he struggled to fell the 3rd tree. Panting heavily, Blondie, however, continued to wield his axe with ease. "I concede." Janudik, a true warrior, sat down, grabbing his water pouch and gulping it down. "Try this." Blondie tossed aside his axe and sat as well, offering Janudik a water pouch. After taking a sip, Janudik exclaimed, "Good, excellent wine." The two exchanged hearty laughter. After several days of diligent effort, a cavalry training ground measuring 5 kilometers in length and 200 meters in width was established, featuring a straight path for sprint drills and cavalry formations, alongside curves, rocky terrain, and trees for horsemanship training. Amethyst coins flowed abundantly for Corey, amounting to a quarterly tax revenue of a province. While such a sum may seem inconsequential for a province, for a mercenary corps of 1,000 members, it meant they could practically sleep atop piles of amethyst coins. Hundreds of splendid golden armors were displayed in the camp square, encircled by tents, designated for those who successfully completed their training. Each breakfast, the members gathered in the square, gazing at the golden armors, silently vowing to qualify and don those magnificent suits of armor. Those in white attire. Let us compare our speed. Corey was aware of Shimmelet's name, but was reluctant to utter it, especially since he knew Shimmelet had been monitoring him. Shimmelet, however, bore no resentment. He had no intention of quarreling with a mere child. Compare. How shall we do so? Corey held up 2 fingers. "We shall have 2 races, one on foot, the other on horseback. If I win, you must remain with our Thunder Eagle mercenary corps forever." Corey was keenly calculating, having witnessed Shimmelet's exceptional leadership and prowess these past few days. He sought to recruit him. "If I win, you must duel with me, an official duel." "Agreed. Let us commence." Corey tossed his cloak behind him, standing at the starting line in his athletic attire. Shimmelet, equally unyielding, changed into suitable clothing and stood beside Corey. "Ahem. While in the academy, I I was assigned to the magic department. For the sake of fairness, I shall refrain from employing any supportive magic. Corey boomed, not merely for Shimolet's ears but for those around them. He had no knowledge of supportive spells, at most casting a few fireballs. Shimolet, indeed, fell for the ruse, proclaiming, "Very well, we shall compete using only our physical abilities." Upon hearing this, Corey secretly rejoiced, while he might falter in other areas. Years of evasion had honed his speed to an extraordinary level. "I shall give the signal." Willie stood at the starting line, the only one qualified to officiate. 3, 2, 1. Go. This was a revelation for all present. Tale spoke of the swiftness of magical hares and the agility of magical deer. Yet witnessing Corey's prowess rendered these comparisons trivial. Even the famed swift wolves would concede to Corey's speed. Shimolet found himself dumbfounded, having only run a few paces before standing a considerable distance from the starting line. Surrendering. Anyone witnessing Corey's speed would assume a grand mage had cast a double speed enhancement spell. However, here, no magical aura could be felt as Corey returned. Shimolet expressed admiration. "Such speed commands my utmost respect. Truly unparalleled. Yet, I wish to challenge Commander Corey to a contest of horsemanship. Mastery over a horse's speed hinges on one's ability to control the steed." Corey's mind raced once more. "I am young and small, unable to ride a large horse. Instead, I shall ride my Silver Lightning. But be forewarned, Silver Lightning runs exceptionally fast." Shimolet, a renowned swordsman, was unperturbed by such a modest request when Silver Lightning appeared at the starting line. The astute Willie scrutinized the magnificent horse with keen interest. After a considerable moment, he stepped back with a smile, convinced that Shimolet was about to lose once again. Shimolet was indeed a skilled individual. Quickly selecting the finest horse from among the hundreds available before arriving at the starting line. "Oh!" Corey shrieked, as Silver Lightning reared up on its hind legs, watching Shimolet pull ahead by several lengths. Corey gently patted Silver Lightning. "Stop!" Willie called out sharply, and they both instinctively halted in place. Willie approached Corey with a smile, saying, "Corey, you are cheating." Upon hearing this, Corey dismounted and protested. "Where have I cheated? I even let him start first." Shimolet was equally perplexed as to where the unfairness lay. Willie, stroking Silver Lightning's silvery coat, whispered, "What is this? Is it a horse? This is a holy beast. Although I do not know its name, I have seen one before. This is a juvenile holy beast. The adult possesses wings and sharp horns. It runs as swiftly as lightning, and in maturity, it can even soar through the sky." That I was merely suspicious, but upon seeing the start, it was identical to what I had witnessed before. It turned out that a few years prior, Willie had fortuitously encountered a winged creature with its young. The manner in which that young one ran was indistinguishable from Corey's Silver Lightning. "A holy beast. No wonder it can comprehend my words," Corey mused, unaware that such creatures were not depicted in the bestiary of magical beasts. The revelation that Silver Lightning could understand human speech astonished everyone. Even the unlettered common folk had heard tales that holy beasts were more intelligent than humans, possessing immense abilities, and were thus collectively referred to as holy beasts to distinguish them from magical beasts. However, the exact number of holy beast species and their appearances were scarcely documented. Holy beasts typically did not associate with humans, let alone deign to become their mounts. Silver Lightning neighed, nudging Corey affectionately with its head as a sign of camaraderie. Corey joyfully patted Silver Lightning's head, exclaiming, "Good friend, I never expected you to be such an extraordinary creature." Silver Lightning's neigh resonated throughout the training ground, causing all the horses to pause and bow their heads. "I concede, merely having a holy beast as a mount is a testament to one's prowess." Shimolet's assertion held merit, for within the depths of the forest existed a striped horse, classified as a mid-tier magical beast, renowned for its formidable strength and swift speed. Generals of the kingdom's army took immense pride in subduing such magical steeds, as possessing one would significantly elevate one's status. These magical horses were often commanded to be known as hurricanes, rejecting grass in favor of a carnivorous diet. Upon hearing Shimolet concede, Corey seized the opportunity. "You concede? Very well. Aha." Corey suddenly shouted, "Sooty. Go to the guild immediately and appoint Shimolet as our vice captain." He then turned to Willie. "Brother Willie, you won't mind, will you?" Willie maintained his ever-present smile and replied, "Of course, my brother does not mind. These comrades were once under Shimolet's command, and now they are yours. I also have this for you." Willie produced a green wooden token adorned with several neatly arranged gemstones. A wooden token? What use is it? Corey inquired, fiddling with the object. Captain, this is the token of night rain, crafted from wood that is exceedingly rare, sourced from the Devil's Forest. Possession of this token allows one to summon the entirety of Night Rain's forces at the leader's command, Shimo Light hastily explained. Upon hearing this, Corey immediately returned the token to Willie. Brother, this item is far too precious. I cannot accept it. Willie pushed the token back into Corey's hands. Corey, since we call each other brothers, as your elder brother, I must look after you. Should you ever confront Governor Garanong, my forces will be at your disposal. If you truly wish to express your gratitude, lend a hand to the impoverished. Willie gestured for Shimo Light to step back. Intending to have a private conversation with Corey, the two wandered to the lakeside, where Willie did not express any intent for Corey to join Night Rain, nor did he preach any grand philosophies. Instead, he aimed for one final discussion before departing. Brother, you are leaving? Is my company not sufficient? Corey felt a twinge of reluctance. During these days, he had genuinely come to regard Willie as an elder brother, and Willie treated Corey with the same affection. Corey, I have many matters to attend to and must depart. We will have opportunities to meet again. Now, hand me your sword. Willie elegantly drew his sword, executed a thrust, then sheathed it. Though his movements were not swift, they were extraordinarily graceful. Corey, this is a technique inspired by your swordplay, while I may not wield it as swiftly as you. I have made some improvements. This is the final gift I leave you. Willie was the only one aware that Corey could only perform a single sword technique. Willie had practiced diligently, knowing that Corey would struggle to learn the complete swordsmanship. And at Corey's age, comprehending the entirety of the techniques was daunting. Thus, he dedicated himself to perfecting Corey's singular move. Impressive. Willie understood Corey's mindset well. This move not only increased in power, but also gained an elegance that was unparalleled. Corey was indeed captivated. In less than 20 minutes, Corey had begun to instinctively utilize the newly refined sword technique, particularly relishing the motion of sheathing the sword after a thrust. Willie departed, and Corey accompanied him to the edge of the forest, where he reluctantly halted. I must confine that Garanong in a cage and let him graze like an animal, avenging my brother's grievances, Corey shouted after Willie's retreating figure. Shimo Light and the others clenched their fists tightly. Although the Night Rain organization was numerous, only a select few possessed exceptional skills. While they could contend with minor officials, facing a governor was an entirely different matter. Captain Corey, with a holy beast by your side, I propose we capture a few hurricanes and breed them with ordinary mares. Thus in a few years, we shall possess the strongest warhorses. The Golden Thunder Eagle cavalry would then be qualified to challenge Governor Garanong's army, Shimo Light suggested while kneeling, feeling deeply ashamed that the leader of Night Rain had been captured. Corey quickly assisted Shimo Light to his feet. You are making me feel embarrassed. However, the idea of the hurricanes is excellent. I truly like it. Whether due to Corey rescuing Willie, their fraternal bond, or the presence of the Night Rain leader's token, everyone eagerly followed Corey after he casually declared his intention to confine Duke Garanong in a cage. Captain Corey, I believe we should first procure a substantial number of quality mares to ensure the best offspring, Shimo Light and his elite companions asserted. Any mercenary group would significantly enhance their strength with such individuals. Very well, you decide how to proceed. We have plenty of currency. When purchasing horses, if we cannot discern their quality, we shall buy them all. Surely a few will be exceptional. Corey felt a swell of pride, relishing the respect shown by such formidable individuals. Upon returning to the camp, Corey noticed everyone wore solemn expressions. What is it? Why do you all look so grim? Corey asked, singling one out. Captain, some brothers who went out on delivery reported that Governor Garanong has imposed heavy taxes, and many common folks are struggling to survive. They have decided to share their earnings with the people, even willing to use their own wages to cover that batch of debts. Corey initially assumed it was merely a matter of a shipment. Pathetic. It's just a small sum of money. Come, relay my orders. Produce 2 chests of magic crystal coins and distribute them to the common folk in the name of our mercenary group. Corey waved his hand generously, eliciting excitement among the crowd. Suddenly, Shimo Light interjected, No, we cannot distribute them. The crowd glared at him in anger. Shimo Light remained unfazed and addressed Corey, Captain, please reconsider. If we distribute the magic crystal coins now, it will raise suspicions that I believe we should find a way to convert it into tangible goods, such as food or clothing. This would be a more prudent course of action. Those who had previously been angered by Shimo Light's words found his reasoning sound and quickly apologized, admitting their earlier misjudgment. Then, who has a good plan? Corey recognized that Shimo Light was far more capable than himself and entrusted the brainstorming to them. Soon, after much deliberation, Shimo Light stepped forward to speak. Captain, we have discussed it and propose establishing a commercial enterprise, initially focusing on wild game, followed by food supplies. This would also provide opportunities for those seeking work but without employment, allowing us to aid the common folk in a legitimate manner. A commercial enterprise? Who among us has experience in business? Corey inquired, only to be met with silence. None in the group were seasoned merchants, and Sooty, being a mere amateur, was hardly equipped to undertake such a significant task. Nevertheless, with a crowd, solutions could emerge. Someone soon suggested, Captain, I believe you should appoint someone to manage it, and we can search within the province. There must be individuals who were once merchants but have since fallen into bankruptcy or been wronged by officials. They would likely be eager to join us. Indeed. Many minds working together sparked inspiration in Corey, who felt confident that his mercenary group would grow formidable. What were the renowned mercenary groups compared to him? Corey, would certainly surpass them. Corey leaped onto a platform, laughing heartily. Now, the Thunder Eagle will establish a commercial enterprise. Sooty, you will handle the accounts, while Shimo Light will oversee operations, and security will be entrusted to Vice Captain Blondie. Everyone, let us spring into action. After making the arrangements, Corey returned to his room to sleep. He merely called out a few times, reassured that the specific tasks were in the capable hands of Shimo Light. Thus he need not worry. Such a leader certainly added flavor to the journey. Young master, are you truly going to seek out the hurricane? Will you venture into the depths of the forest, where it is said to be terrifying? Lace asked with a hint of concern. Corey felt no fear of the forest's dangers, reflecting that he had encountered high-level magical beasts before. Lace, there is nothing to fear. It's merely that there are more magical beasts. Stay here and prepare everything for my return, and when I come back, we shall set off for the Royal Academy. Lace nodded vigorously in agreement. Days later, once Shimo Light had organized everything in the camp, Corey's final adventure within the high walls began. The forest grew denser, the trees becoming unusually stout. Towering trees, some reaching heights of 100 meters and several meters in girth, became commonplace. The path gradually became rugged and difficult to traverse, rendering horseback riding impossible. The group could only lead their horses slowly onward. The tall trees, lush with foliage, dimmed the light, making it necessary to use torches even in broad daylight to illuminate their path. Captain, there's south no road ahead, a scout reported as he hurried back. No road. What could possibly be there? Corey mused, unable to fathom a roadless forest, filled only with trees. Urging the others to hasten, he was eager to see for himself. Upon sighting the scene before him, Corey exclaimed in shock. It resembled a cliff, yet it was composed entirely of trees, intertwined with vines. Captain, we've scouted 5 kilometers to the left and right, and it's all like this, another member informed him, feeling a wave of despondency wash over him. Corey sat heavily on the ground and declared, let us rest. We shall set up camp. Given the circumstances, it seemed the only course of action. The group comprised many capable individuals, but faced with this situation, their only option was to establish a temporary camp and take a breather. The team cut down some thick branches and sharpened them to create a makeshift wall, while several members set traps around the perimeter. This was the only means of self-protection in a forest rife with magical beasts. Otherwise, they would be deprived even of pleasant dreams. Corey struck the wooden wall with his hand, then raised his axe and brought it down with force, only to see sparks fly, as though he were striking stone or iron. The pain in his heart was profound. After all, throughout their journey, he had maintained his composure as captain, daring not to voice his hardships, whether from hunger or fatigue, merely gritting his teeth and pressing on. Now, confronted with an impassable route, his last vestige of resolve began to wane. Looking back, he saw his comrades busily constructing the temporary defensive wall and preparing food. Bored, Corey wandered along the wooden wall, hoping to forage some wild fruits. Before he could fully express his thoughts, he slipped and tumbled down a steep slope. Damn this forest. It ought to be set ablaze. Corey cursed, but then his gaze fell upon a door embedded in the wooden wall. Thinking he was hallucinating, he rubbed his eyes and looked again. Indeed, it was a door, complete with a doorbell hanging beside it. Open up, Corey cried, vigorously ringing the doorbell. After a prolonged wait, a frail voice responded. Who is it? Calling at such an early hour? I am Corey. Who are you? Corey shouted back. A hearty laugh erupted from the door, and a face appeared. Ah, I am the door. Do you wish to pass? Then you must answer 3 questions. A talking door. I've never heard of such a thing. Magic, perhaps? Corey mused, scratching the door curiously. The door chuckled. Stop that. It tickles. If you do not choose to answer my questions, I shall return to my slumber. Corey ceased his antics and sat down on the ground. Ask away, since I'm here. I might as well take a look inside. Very well. Here is the first question. The first tree bears 2 fruits. The second tree bears 4. The third bears 8. How many fruits does the 100th tree bear? You have 1 minute to answer. This door appeared for merely a minute each day, and at any position on the wooden wall. Countless wise men had attempted to pass through, yet almost none could calculate the correct number in time. As the door began to fade away, Corey unexpectedly blurted out, 5 fruits. The door creaked twice before another voice inquired, why 5? Of course it's 5. Why shouldn't it be? Corey retorted. The door fell silent, seemingly pondering his response. Hurry up, you're quite dull. Proceed to the second question, Corey urged, convinced of his correctness as he knocked on the door. Ahem. All right, you have passed the first question, the door announced, its voice suddenly booming. Young man. Stop knocking. I might just crumble. Upon hearing this, Corey immediately raised his axe. What do you intend to do, young man? The door squeaked in fear. Corey's lips curled into a mischievous smile as he replied, if a couple of knocks can make you crumble, then an axe should surely bring you down at once. Open the door and let me in. Ha ha. I vanish, the door declared, and then it was gone. Corey swung his axe, only to strike the wooden wall, causing sparks to fly and sending a jolt through his hands. He quickly discarded the axe, crying out, I was wrong. I will never strike you again. Please come back. Hey, young man, listen well to the second question. The door reappeared a meter to Corey's left. He hurried over and gently tapped on it twice. You're quite something, he chuckled. Stop it, young man. Do not touch me again. Listen to the question. The door seemed to be on the verge of anger, prompting Corey to step back, fearing its disappearance. The door continued. For the second question, you must answer within a minute. What is the most precious creature in the world? All are precious, Corey exclaimed without a moment's thought. This question had been posed before, and many self-proclaimed wise men had answered with trees or humans. Corey's answer, all are precious, left the door in hesitation, unable to determine its correctness. I need you to explain your answer, another voice interjected. Without grass, the magical rabbits would starve. Without magical rabbits, the swift wolves would perish. Without wolves, even higher-level magical beasts would die, and the corpses of animals become soil. Without soil, grass cannot grow. Thus, all are precious. Corey's reasoning stemmed from the village elder, a simple man with a basic education. Well spoken. Now I shall personally ask you the third question, another voice declared, evidently convinced Corey had passed the first 2 challenges. Who are you? Corey nearly fainted at such a foolish question. I am Lay Corey. In truth, this question was not as simple as it seemed. Many wise men who had successfully navigated the first 2 challenges believed the final question to hold deeper meaning and feared giving an incorrect answer after overthinking it. The door slowly creaked open, revealing a deep passage. Cautiously, Corey stepped inside, and soon, a bright light appeared ahead. Upon emerging from the cave, Corey was astounded by the sight before him, hardly able to believe his eyes. He found himself in a glade encircled by trees, where vibrant green grass was adorned with a myriad of blossoms, and butterflies and bees flitted among the flowers. At the center of the meadow lay a small lake, its surface dotted with large, round leaves floating atop the water. In the middle of the lake stood a quaint green cottage, as if it had sprouted from the water itself. Taking a deep breath, Corey felt a refreshing coolness fill his chest, invigorating him and dispelling his fatigue. Hey, is anyone there? Corey shouted, but after calling out for some time, he received no response. Calling out several more times yielded only silence, prompting him to circle the lake, convinced that the small cottage at its center must be inhabited by some peculiar individual, perhaps a powerful archmage. If I could learn a few formidable spells, I would surely gain prestige upon my return, Corey mused, refraining from uttering any curses for fear of offending the occupant inside. Suddenly, he noticed that the leaves on the lake began to shift, each moving in different directions and at varying speeds around the cottage. Corey settled on the grass by the lake, his gaze fixed on the moving leaves. After a considerable time, he leaped onto one of the leaves at the edge of the lake. Discovering it could indeed support his weight, he scooped up some clumps of mud from the grass and began tossing them onto the leaves. Before long, Several leaves were speckled with the mud he had thrown. Corey had observed carefully. Not every leaf led to the cottage, and a misstep could result in being spun around the lake. Chapter 12. The enchanted tree king. Corey stepped back 10 paces. His eyes locked onto the mud-covered leaves, and at last, the moment arrived. He sprinted forward, following the sequence he had memorized, and leaped onto the platform of the cottage. "Welcome, my guest," came the voice that had posed Corey's third question. Inside the humble abode stood a diminutive old man with green hair and a beard that cascaded down to his feet. "Welcome." Before he could finish his greeting, the old man took a step forward, inadvertently stepping on his own beard, and tumbled headfirst to the ground. "Ouch, my head. Ha ha ha." Corey laughed heartily, clutching his belly. "Ahem, ahem." The old man cleared his throat twice, tucked his beard into his robe, and then approached Corey once more. "Young man, congratulations on arriving in the kingdom of trees. That I am the Tree King. You're too kind. It seems that entering here is no easy feat. So what is it that one does once inside? Are there any benefits?" Corey mused, reasoning that such a challenging entrance must offer some rewards. The Tree King, astonished, inquired, "You do not know? Then why did you come in?" Corey felt even more perplexed. "Of course I wanted to enter. It's always worthwhile to have a look. Besides, it was that door that initiated a conversation with me. In the thousands of years that have passed, every visitor who sought the door did so in pursuit of the wisdom of the kingdom of trees. Gradually, the door became accustomed to being sought after and began to test those who wished to enter. Corey's arrival was entirely unexpected, a mere coincidence. Ahem, young man, those who come here are all in search of boundless wisdom. They also leave behind their own wisdom for future generations to share," the Tree King slowly articulated, gesturing for Corey to step into the inner chamber, despite the treehouse appearing modest from the outside. Upon entering the inner chamber, one would find an expanse akin to an immense library. This is wisdom, is it not? Corey initially thought there might be some elixir he could consume to gain wisdom, only to be greeted by a library instead. The Tree King stroked his beard and spoke softly. "Indeed, this is wisdom." Corey stood there, mouth agape, staring blankly at the Tree King for quite some time before finally articulating. "You mean to say that I am to read all these books?" The Tree King nodded, and Corey, filled with disappointment, turned to leave. "Wait, do you not desire wisdom?" The Tree King, clutching his beard, hurried after him. Corey lay back on the ground, gazing at the ceiling. "I do not want it. Asking me to read books is akin to asking me to die. I do not want your wisdom." With a wave of his hand, the entire cottage transformed, becoming resplendent and dazzling, with Corey now sprawled upon a heap of treasures. "Then you may choose wealth. Everything here is yours for the taking." Corey cast a disdainful glance at his surroundings, casually seizing a handful of magical crystalline coins and tossing them aside. "I say, Tree King, you truly have nothing of value left. It was a waste of my time to even consider entering to take a look." Corey did not despise treasures. Rather, he felt he lacked the strength to carry much, and he would prefer to raid a governor's tax coffers instead. The Tree King waved his hand again, and they returned to the original cottage. A scepter appeared on the table, and the Tree King pointed to it, saying, "This is called the Scepter of Kings. Its possessor shall become a ruler." The last holder of it was the man later known as King Asur. Corey leapt up and inspected the scepter. So it turns out that Asur did not attain legendary status through his own strength. I had thought him a remarkable individual, but it seems he was merely a fool. After saying this, Corey tossed the scepter back to the Tree King with a dismissive remark. "I do not want it. I have no interest in such trinkets." The Tree King retrieved the scepter and sat in a chair opposite Corey, pondering for a long while before asking, "Then what do you desire?" Corey had been waiting for this question. "I wish to build a small abode here. The scenery is exquisite, the air is fresh, and the water in the lake is sweeter than juice. Living here would be a true delight." The Tree King felt a bit dizzy, unable to fathom that Corey would make such a request. Before he could respond, a bird flew in and perched on his shoulder. After chirping a few times, the Tree King nodded, and the bird took flight once more. "Tree King, you can understand the language of birds. That is truly remarkable," Corey said enviously. The Tree King pointed to the library. "The language of birds is detailed in the books. If you wish to learn, it is not difficult." Corey waved his hand dismissively. "Never mind. I have no interest in reading." "But what did that bird say just now?" "It mentioned that there is a forest on fire, and the flames are quite fierce." The Tree King appeared unperturbed, as if the forest burning held no significance for him. "Do you not care?" You are called the Tree King, the leader of the trees. Is that not your domain that is ablaze? Fate. All of this is fate that I am not only the king of the trees, but also the sovereign of all creatures living in this forest. Yet, nature is impartial. It grants us a space for existence while also presenting us with calamities. The Tree King stroked his beard as he spoke, his demeanor unshaken. Corey looked at the Tree King in astonishment, then turned to leave. Upon seeing Corey's intention to depart, the Tree King immediately stood up. Are you leaving? Are you truly going to walk away empty-handed? Hearing the Tree King's words, Corey glanced back and retorted, You are hardly worthy of being a king. I doubt your gifts hold any merit. Corey had already reached the platform in front of the cottage, preparing to leap back onto the lily pads in the lake to depart. However, as soon as he finished speaking, countless vines surged from the lake, their voices echoing. Lowly human, how dare you show disrespect to the great Tree King? Halt! The Tree King spoke in his calm manner, and the vines that were poised to strike Corey immediately froze in place. It was then that the Tree King inquired, Why do you believe I am unworthy of being the Tree King? I wish to know your reasoning. Corey, having been startled by the rising vines, was taken aback by the formidable power of the trees. Upon hearing the Tree King's question, Corey steeled himself, thinking, if he must die, then so be it, and boldly declared, A king who does not protect his own subjects is no king at all. Attributing everything to fate renders your wisdom unnecessary. Better to simply exist as a tree. The Tree King fell silent. For a tree, enduring a forest fire meant only silently suffering. It was impossible for it to harbor any thoughts of resistance. This was a helplessness, a reality. The Tree King remained silent, and then a voice emerged from the vines. Do you possess a means to extinguish the great fire? I do not know, but at the very least, I can mitigate the damage to the forest. Corey spoke the truth, and the Tree King believed him. It was only then that he said, Very well, if you can quell this great fire, our tree clan shall be grateful to you. Extinguishing fires. Corey had no such capability. Even if he unleashed a basic water spell, it would likely fizzle out before reaching the flames. Tree King. The animals of the forest you mentioned earlier also heed your command, do they not? Corey suddenly recalled the Tree King's earlier words and promptly asked. The Tree King nodded. Indeed, but apart from fire-type magical beasts, others are equally fearful of flames. The fire-type beasts can only consume the fire they unleash. They are powerless against such a large conflagration in the forest. Corey thumped his chest. If I can command these magical beasts, perhaps there is a way. Very well, I agree. The Tree King waved his hand, summoning a rainbow-colored bird that landed on his shoulder. This bird can understand human speech and communicate with magical beasts. Let it assist you. Corey extended his hand, and the rainbow bird alighted upon it. Hello, tiny human. Tiny, where am I tiny? Call me Lay Corey, young master. Corey detested being referred to as small and shouted at the rainbow bird in indignation. Your name is quite peculiar. Rather long. Can I call you Lay instead? Corey thought that it was certainly preferable to being called tiny human and thus acquiesced. Is there a flying magical beast that can take me up to see the fire? Lay Eagle. The rainbow bird summoned a massive bird, and Corey climbed aboard. From the heights, he could clearly observe the rampant destruction wrought by the flames upon the forest. Trees were helplessly facing death, and various animals were desperately fleeing. Even the previously majestic magical beasts depicted in tomes were not immune to the terror of the flames. None dared linger. Corey's eyes brightened as he spotted a great river a few hundred meters away from the burning forest. In moments of defeat, steadiness is key. One must not rush to counterattack. The two pieces of wisdom regarding chess from the old man echoed in Corey's mind. While it may not be easy to extinguish such a vast fire, perhaps it was possible to prevent it from spreading further. Corey contemplated. Let us excavate a trench 50 meters from the fire's perimeter to contain it. The rainbow bird received the command from the Tree King and promptly relayed Corey's words. Do not underestimate magical beasts. Their vast numbers each possess unique strengths. Soon, tens of thousands of creatures capable of digging commenced their labor. Move boulders across the river, and then dig a channel leading to the trench. Corey continued issuing commands. Dozens of massive, high-ranking magical beasts sprang into action in a historic first. The magical beasts united to protect their home as the fire raged on. Corey sat quietly atop the Lay Eagle, observing the busy magical beasts below. Hasten the work on the eastern side. It is lagging behind. The rainbow bird swiftly transmitted Corey's words. and many magical beasts dashed towards the east. Their claws and teeth became tools for labor. The destruction of the forest meant the destruction of the magical beasts' homes. Protecting the forest equated to protecting themselves. Although the wisdom of the magical beasts was limited, they understood this simple truth. Roar, howl. The working magical beasts let out their triumphant cries. Toss the stones into the river to block the flow. Then allow the water to flow into the trench we have dug. Corey shouted. Several water-dwelling magical beasts used their massive bodies to break open the riverbank. The roars of the magical beasts echoed through the forest, causing a moment of tension for those still at the camp of Shimmelet. Everyone began to bolster their defenses. The flames continue to burn, yet they do not spread further. The beasts of the forest lie submissively at Corey's feet. Wise humans, your intellect surpasses that of countless tomes. Please accept my heartfelt gratitude. The Tree King bowed deeply. The forest wishes to express its thanks. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to speak, even if you wish to reside here. You are most welcome. Corey felt an overwhelming joy in his heart, sipping from the lake's waters. How sweet it tasted. He then spoke. Tree King, I wish for the Windrunner to leave descendants in my camp, for I possess a remarkably beautiful mare. Upon hearing this, the Tree King chuckled merrily and spoke to a nearby bird. Soon, a magnificent Windrunner appeared, bowing to the Tree King before nodding towards Corey. This is the Windrunner King. In gratitude for your assistance to the forest, he has consented to your request. However, his kind will only serve as mounts to those they recognize as friends. After the Tree King finished speaking, the Windrunner King nodded once more. Corey felt elated. This was far better than merely capturing one. Friends, indeed, are friends. There will be ample provisions, and protection is the freshest of meats. Corey was so overjoyed he scarcely knew what to say. The Tree King instructed the rainbow bird to accompany Corey, enabling him to comprehend the language of the beasts, at least most of it that moment. Shimmelet had already noticed Corey's absence and was anxiously searching for him. Suddenly, the horses grew restless. Alert! Beasts are approaching. Shimmelet readied his crossbow, commanding the formation of a defensive stance. In the darkness, hundreds of figures began to draw near, and Shimmelet gripped the hilt of his sword tightly. Shimmelet, I have returned, Corey called from a distance, with Silver Lightning being the first to dash out. Shimmelet hurried over as well. The Windrunner, Shimmelet exclaimed in astonishment, unable to believe that Corey rode upon such a towering Windrunner, for none had ever seen one so grand. Even more astonishingly, the exceptionally tall Windrunner lowered Corey gently, first bowing to him, then whinnied twice towards Silver Lightning, who returned the calls. Thank you for escorting me. Windrunner King. Corey patted the Windrunner King's neck, who nodded before swiftly departing. Captain, that is the Windrunner King. This cannot be real. Many members of the team were incredulous. Shimmelet called out loudly to those behind him. What is the matter? The captain's mount is a sacred beast. Over 200 horses followed Corey back to the camp, leaving those in the camp who had some understanding utterly astonished. Corey had promised the Tree King not to divulge the secrets of the tree's paradise to outsiders. So he only informed his team that he had dealings with the Windrunner and that the Windrunner King had sent one of his kin. However, Windrunners are proud beasts, and only those who have proven themselves worthy may befriend them. Practice. Practice, practice, Blondie shouted, brandishing his sword, as the Golden Eagles and Windrunners thrilled the members of the Thunderhawk Mercenary Corps, making relentless practice their top priority. A week later, with the aid of the Rainbow Bird, the mightiest Windrunner of its clan stood at the center of the camp. Shimmelet, you are the strongest in our camp. The Windrunner says that if you wish to befriend him, you must prove your strength. This is merely the strongest of them, setting a good example for all. Shimmelet remained silent, discarding his cloak as he approached the Windrunner, clasping his hands in salute that he now understood that these beasts possessed wisdom, rivaling that of humans. The Windrunner nodded, stamping its hooves twice, signaling Shimmelet to begin. Shimmelet mounted the Windrunner, who immediately galloped off, racing towards the training ground, choosing the most arduous and rugged terrain. They leaped, halted abruptly, and charged with fervor. Shimmelet gritted his teeth, enduring the trial. An hour passed, yet the Windrunner showed no sign of relenting. Shimmelet was drenched in sweat but pressed on, while the Windrunner grew more fervent, reaching its limits and beginning to sweat as well. Finally, the Windrunner slowed, gradually returning to the center of the camp, where it came to a stop. Shimmelet leaped down, his legs nearly giving way beneath him. The Windrunner nudged Shimmelet with its head, a gesture of friendship. Elated, Shimmelet adorned the Windrunner with golden armor. The Windrunner reared back, letting out a triumphant whinny, clearly pleased in its heart. Next, Corey called out, striking a gong. Janutic and Blondie stepped forward simultaneously, both wielding heavy swords, equally matched in strength. They were friends and rivals alike. Begin. The day seemed to pass joyfully, and before long, summer had arrived. Life in the Thunderhawk Mercenary Corps was tranquil and delightful. Countless citizens in the province were aware of the existence of the Thunderhawk Mercenary Corps, and many had benefited from their assistance. Yet, within the Mercenary Guild, the Thunderhawk remained a low-tier mercenary group, classified as a K-level team. Unfortunately, the tasks undertaken by the Thunderhawk did not suffice to elevate their rank. I must take my leave. Please take good care of our mercenary group, Corey suddenly declared to Shimmelet during a dinner, causing some seated to put down their bowls and rise. Shimmelet was particularly taken aback. Why, Captain, our group is now strong enough to rival top-tier teams. Are you truly leaving for the Royal Academy? To pursue a title? Others shared the confusion, for with Corey's current standing, he could command respect anywhere. Corey did not raise his gaze, continuing to consume his meal. For my mother, I must attend the Royal Academy. For the sake of his mother. This reason was unassailable. Anyone in that moment would empathize with Corey's sentiments. Corey then slowly recounted his lineage and life experiences, from his father and mother to his stepmother, all the way to his expulsion. Those dining in the room, all senior members of the Thunderhawk, bowed their heads in disbelief, astonished that a mere 14-year-old had endured so much. I support the captain. We shall escort him to the Royal Academy, one captain exclaimed. Immediately, others chimed in. The Golden Thunderhawk Knights will escort the captain. Excellent. Excellent. Let the nobles of the royal capital not dare to underestimate us. Ha ha ha. Corey, who had just moments ago been downcast, suddenly lit up, for although only a little over 100 could ride Windrunners, it was still a considerable force. The anticipation felt exhilarating. Half a month later, the outskirts of the royal capital buzzed with activity. The Royal Academy lay just beyond the city's edge, and the commotion was not due to this year's enrollment, but rather the appearance of a 100-strong cavalry unit, clad in golden armor. The trio at the forefront was accompanied by a sea of light-colored cloaks, each adorned with a golden eagle, exuding an imposing presence. Windrunners. Those with discerning eyes quickly recognized that this 100-strong cavalry consisted entirely of Windrunners. It was common knowledge that the total number of Windrunners known to the kingdom was nearly 100, yet here was a complete cavalry unit mounted on Windrunners, the guards at the Royal Academy. Initially intent on halting the escort, made way. Unable to discern the identity of such an imposing figure, the mere aura of this cavalry unit instilled fear within them that it was no surprise. For Windrunners were fierce beasts, and to earn their recognition required significant effort. Many here had undergone numerous trials to prove their worth. The gates of the Royal Academy, long dormant, finally swung open as Janutic led the way. Dismounting with a jest, the pride swelling within the Thunderhawk members was palpable, each of them holding their heads high, their gazes almost fixed upon the heavens. Excuse me, where is the registration office? The last member to enter inquired of a guard. I shall guide you, the guard thought to himself. Recognizing the stature of the individual before him and feeling compelled to curry favor, the member smiled and tossed a small pouch of gold coins, saying, "Thank you." The guard, upon seeing the pouch containing 30 gold coins, felt elated as he led the way, thinking, "It is I who should be thanking them. Surely, this is a distinguished figure's retinue. Make way, make way." The guard pushed aside those waiting in line to register. Clearing a path directly in front of Corey's carriage, Janutic signaled for his comrades to dismount and stand in formation along the sides of the path. Lace alighted first, allowing Corey to descend from the carriage at a leisurely pace. Lace draped a cloak over Corey's shoulders, and with one hand resting on the hilt of his sword, he slowly approached the registration desk that as he passed. The members of the Thunderhawk stood at attention in salute. Who is this person? Could he possibly be a prince from an allied nation? He must be a prince. Otherwise, who possesses such commanding presence? Just those Windrunners alone are not something an ordinary person could own. Money cannot buy them. The young men preparing to register began to whisper amongst themselves. Please fill out this form and submit 10 magic crystal coins. This was the standard registration fee at the Royal Academy. Lace promptly produced 10 magic crystal coins and placed them on the table, allowing Corey to inscribe his name, Ray Corey, on the form, writing only those 3 characters. The admissions officer, witnessing this, refrained from further inquiries, reasoning that the individual must wish to keep his identity concealed. After stamping the form, he gestured for Corey to proceed to the examination grounds. He did not mention the Academy's rule against riding horses. For after all, the Windrunners were not mere horses. Initially, Corey intended for Janutic to escort him and then return. However, Janutic insisted on remaining until Corey completed his examination, ensuring his safe return. With no other choice, Corey acquiesced to having his companions accompany him. The first examination item was a magical power assessment. The test of magical aptitude employed a crystal ball, which merely required one to place their hand upon it. The color and brightness of the ball could inherently reveal the properties and intensity of one's magical essence. The crystal ball itself possessed a finite lifespan. Superior ones could endure for several centuries, while even the lesser quality could last over 100 years. As for luck, it was contingent upon the individual, as was evident with Corey. The moment Corey placed his hand on the crystal ball, it erupted, unleashing a dazzling and vibrant display of 7-colored magical light that illuminated the sky. "Magus!" exclaimed the overseeing professor in astonishment. This was merely an ordinary crystal ball. The text indicated that should one's magical power exceed the testing capacity of the ball, it would shatter. The professor's shock was entirely warranted, for in centuries past, only Corey had managed to cause such a spectacular explosion. Who could claim that Corey was unfortunate? While an ordinary crystal ball might merely crack, this one had detonated spectacularly, leaving one to wonder what had transpired, especially as Corey was still diligently gathering his magical energy, his hand yet to make contact with the orb. With a decisive tap, the professor stamped a series of stars onto Corey's form. The greater the number of stars, the stronger the ability indicated. Prior to Corey, the highest recorded was 5 stars. Yet, Corey's form was marked with an abundance of stars in the magical section, so many that they could no longer be added. The first segment of the second part involved martial arts testing. "Ha, the white-backed black bear," chuckled Janutic, as the list of challengers featured the names of various magical beasts, with the white-backed black bear leading the charge. Among the members, Corey's victory over the white-backed black bear had only been hearsay. Now, they had the opportunity to witness Corey's swordsmanship firsthand. "My young master has chosen the white-backed black bear," announced Lace at Janutic's behest. Corey, oblivious and indulging in refreshments within the carriage, remained unaware of the challenge that had just been issued. The arena quickly filled with spectators, for not only was the white-backed black bear formidable, but among the challengers of late, there had been none even 3 levels lower. The white-backed black bear, why is it always this creature? Corey suddenly realized that his opponent was indeed the white-backed black bear. Truth be told, he despised such adversaries due to their sheer size, requiring him to leap merely to strike at its eyes. With this thought, Corey called out, "Is there a saber-toothed tiger to swap in for a battle?" A month prior, Corey had stumbled upon a saber-toothed tiger in the forest, nearly delivering a fatal blow, but the creature managed to escape with injuries, never to be seen again. Each recollection of that magnificent fur left Corey feeling a sense of loss. Now, a sudden whimsy struck him. He yearned to face the saber-toothed tiger once more. The onlookers were left in disbelief, with even the examining professor feeling slightly embarrassed. "Apologies, but this examination is meant for newcomers, and the white-backed black bear is the highest tier available. The saber-toothed tiger is simply too formidable. We fear for the safety of the candidates," the professor clarified. Even he was unsure why he felt compelled to explain so much to a candidate. Blondie chimed in from the sidelines, "Young master, do make do with what you have. Lunchtime is approaching, and I have secured a reservation for you at the Academy's fine dining hall." The crowd gasped collectively. Corey, feeling resigned, nodded in acquiescence. With a flourish, the professor signaled for the cage to be opened, and a heavy object struck the white-backed black bear. Immediately, it set its sights on Corey, roaring as it charged forth on all fours. Corey flicked his cloak and unleashed the sword technique enhanced by Willie, executing a strike that shimmered like lightning, swiftly returning the sword to its sheath, and striking a dashing pose that to date. No record existed of any creature surviving a fatal blow to the brain. The white-backed black bear stumbled a few paces before collapsing with a thud, blood seeping from its eyes as it succumbed to death. With one decisive strike, Corey had slain the white-backed black bear. The arena fell silent, all eyes fixated on Corey, both male and female alike. In dumbfounded awe, suddenly someone shouted, "It's Lay Corey, the slayer of the Swift Wolf King, the heavenly swordsman Lay Corey of the white-backed black bear." A person from Corey's province recognized him immediately. Corey turned and bowed gracefully to the audience before slowly exiting the arena. Wow. I didn't realize I was so famous. Hee, Corey thought, maintaining a calm facade while feeling an internal surge of excitement. The members of the Thunder Eagle team beamed with pride as they escorted Corey toward the dining hall. Aware that more testing awaited them in the afternoon, Corey and his companions soon became a spectacle at the Royal Academy. Wherever they roamed, they drew a crowd. Had it not been for the fearsome gale, many would have rushed to greet them. However, not everyone was enamored. A noble from the Garanong province began to unveil Corey's background, insinuating that Corey was merely the offspring of a lower-tier noble, without a title and expelled from the provincial academy. The afternoon brought the second segment, which was also split into two parts: magical dueling and swordsmanship. Magical duel, match 147, on the left. Scaly, with a magical score of 3 stars, on the right, lay Corey. Magical score is, 1 moment, I must count, the officiating professor announced. Upon hearing this, the audience instinctively recoiled, all minds racing with the same thought. If he needs to count, how many stars could it possibly be? The professor, somewhat slow-witted, took his time before finally speaking. I apologize for the wait. There appear to be 2 stars obscured. I must ascertain whether it is 20 or 21 stars. With a thud, Scaly fainted upon hearing Corey's score. I forfeit, Scaly muttered, shaking his head in resignation when faced with Corey in magical duels. Each participant must win 5 consecutive matches to qualify. Scaly had already claimed victory in 4. 3 stars were indeed a notable achievement for this examination. Yet, Scaly cursed his misfortune inwardly, lamenting that regardless of whether it was 20 or 21 stars, he would have forfeited had it been even half. Corey, still oblivious and slightly drowsy from his earlier indulgence, muttered, "Next one, prepare for battle." The professor uttered this command, yet the queue retreated, no one willing to step up to the challenge. After all, the recruitment handbook contained a cautionary note. Examinations could be perilous, and death was a normal outcome. Who would willingly become a casualty that could elevate Corey's notoriety? The professor surveyed the audience before declaring, "Lay Corey, 5 victories in a row. You have passed." Corey, feeling quite fatigued, glanced at the professor. "Passed? Just like that? Ah, I see." Hearing Corey's tone, the absence of challengers seemed a pity. "I'm so sleepy. Let us move on to the next round." Corey's eyelids grew heavy, as his love for afternoon naps surfaced. The officiating professor, upon witnessing Lay Corey's presence, promptly granted him the first opportunity to compete. Having been present during Corey's earlier triumph over the white-backed black bear, he was keen to observe again. "Such beautiful eyes," Corey remarked. Gazing intently at his opponent. In an unexpected turn, the adversary screamed, "Help, I don't want to die," and fled, leaving Corey baffled. He had merely complimented the opponent's eyes. "They really are quite lovely, a brilliant blue," Corey explained to the professor. Yet, to those present, such words were chilling, for Corey was known for his penchant for piercing the eyes of his foes. The mere thought of Corey's past victories, all involving creatures slain by strikes to their eyes, prompted an instinctive turning away from him. The professor shivered, yet continued, "Lay Corey wins this round. Who is next to step up?" After several calls with no response, it became clear that no one wished to face Corey. With a wave of his hand, the professor declared, "Lay Corey, 5 consecutive victories." The final test was a combined magical and martial assessment. The earlier segments merely selected the most promising individuals. Outstanding performance in any single category could secure admission to the Royal Academy, albeit without eligibility for the magical martial arts class. Lay Corey, Magical Martial Arts Class 1. Classes commence in a week, announced the responsible professor, casting only a cursory glance at Lay Corey without even perusing the form. The other candidates would have to wait a week for their results to in an instant. Lay Corey became a notable figure at the Royal Academy, one of the few students to have succeeded in direct assessments. "My lord, I have inquired thoroughly. There are several types of dormitories available, and I have secured the finest for you, complete with a private courtyard and a 2-story villa. This way, I can remain to attend to your needs," Lace assured him. Having complete faith in Corey's capabilities. As Corey entered the final assessment, she had already approached the Academy's logistics department, and upon hearing Lay Corey's name, they promptly provided accommodation. Janutic, sensing his impending departure, felt a tinge of reluctance. "Do return soon. And be cautious on your journey. Take good care of our home," Corey expressed, feeling a hint of melancholy at their parting. "And regarding that fellow, do not rush." Janutic nodded, Rest assured, my lord, our strength is not yet sufficient. There will be ample opportunities in the future. Should you require anything, do relay the message to us. After Janutic departed, Corey suddenly noticed Monka lingering behind him, along with his Gale. Monka, why aren't you heading back? You are also a vice captain, Corey inquired. Monka shook his head. I will stay with my lord. I am but a source of strength. Corey understood Monka's intention. He was not fit to manage the mercenary group, while Sooty could handle the accounts. Thus, Monka remained. He constructed a small wooden hut in the courtyard for Silverbolt and Gale to reside in. Lace has transformed the small courtyard into a picturesque haven, purchasing new curtains and bed linens, even going so far as to replace the furniture within the little building. She has even commissioned a wooden sign, inscribed with the name Leiku Rue, which hangs prominently on the outer wall of the courtyard. Humph. Arriving at school with servants and maids, thinking oneself a grand noble, grumbled the disgruntled nobles, who had previously been unearthing Kurue's family secrets. However, the students of the academy held a different perspective. Strength was paramount. The girls shrugged off the nobles' gossip, viewing it as beneath them. Yet the boys retorted angrily. If you're so capable, challenge Kurue to a duel. I dare say none of you combined could stand against him. Oh, and your eyes are quite beautiful. This comment sent the girls into fits of laughter. Indeed, whether you have the chance to qualify is another matter, once you become a student of the Royal Academy. Perhaps you can challenge Kurue's sword with those lovely eyes. The students' words infuriated the nobles, yet they remained powerless. Many girls gazed at Kurue with adoration. He had captivated numerous hearts. Chapter 13. The examination of the Magic Academy. Amidst the many girls in the academy extolling Kurue's virtues, there were exceptions. The girl with chestnut hair elegantly twisted her locks up, brandishing a sword as she stepped onto the stage. Her beauty was such that one hesitated to engage her in battle. After effortlessly vanquishing her opponent, she scoffed, "Humph, useless, pathetic man. That Leiku Rue is merely lucky he has crossed paths with me. Otherwise, he would be in for a surprise." It was then that Kurue began to reflect on his examination process, concluding, I, Leiku Rue, am indeed the most remarkable of all. Luck will forever be my ally. The more he pondered, the more elated he became, bursting into laughter, leaving Lace and Monka bewildered as they tidied up the room. The Rue, of course, would not reveal his own shortcomings, for to admit ignorance would surely result in expulsion from the Royal Academy. A week swiftly passed, and the new students for this term at the Royal Academy were finalized. Remarkably, Leiku Rue was an exception among exceptions. He had entered through the standard admission process, not as one of the 100 privileged free recruits. However, the Royal Academy did not verify his intermediate academy recommendation or graduation proof, but they did accept his tuition. Rue preferred not to dwell on such matters, as long as he could attend school. Nothing else mattered. Whether he graduated or faced expulsion again was of little concern. The Royal Academy resembled a semi-adult institution, with far less stringent management than that of the lower-tier academies, and the rules were conspicuously simple, allowing even dueling. Having developed a habit of early rising in the forest camp, Kurue awoke at dawn. Young master, would you like to practice in the morning? Lace had prepared a basin of water for washing and brought it to Kurue's bedside. After dressing, he intended to explore the academy thoroughly. The sound of giggles from girls filled the air, and Kurue felt a rush of confidence in his ears. It was a long-lost sensation. Reminiscent of his days at the intermediate academy, during his time at the camp, aside from Lace and the impoverished girls from the camp, he had encountered no others. He had no desire to bully them, nor could he bring himself to do so. But now, things were different. With narrowed eyes, Kurue surveyed his surroundings, spotting a large tree, which he swiftly climbed to gain a view of a girl's dormitory window. Chestnut hair. Wow! A stunning silhouette clad only in undergarments appeared before him, causing Kurue to drool as he marveled. This is indeed paradise. How could those underdeveloped girls from the intermediate academy compare? Just then, a cacophony of shouts erupted from below the tree. Beat them! Crush these paupers! How dare their filthy bodies touch me! Strike them hard! A youth clad in lavish attire, accompanied by 2 or 3 dozen similarly dressed nobles, was pursuing 5 or 6 boys in commoner's garb, who had found themselves cornered beneath the tree where Kurue was hidden. Humph, lowly peasants, the noble leader scoffed, preparing to order an attack. Rue's mood soured instantly, especially as the boys pressed against the tree, causing him to nearly lose his balance. What nonsense! You disturb my enjoyment. He could tolerate no longer and leaped down, confronting both factions. In that moment, he suddenly recognized a few of the common boys. One was the blue-eyed youth he had complimented, and another was his rival in magic. Ah, it's you. I never imagined you would also be here. Impressive, very impressive. Unbeknownst to Kurue, he had become a unique figure within the academy, allowing those he fought against to retake the examination, thus granting them another chance at education. What are you? How dare you speak to our master like that? He is the son of Governor Garanong. Young Master Garimo, shouted a sycophantic lower-tier noble, puffing himself up. Initially, Kurue intended to depart quietly, fearing the repercussions of being discovered while peeping. However, upon hearing the name Garanong, he turned sharply. Ah, I wondered who it was. So, it's the Governor Ssondo you wish to duel. I, Lei Kurue, will accept your challenge. He lifted his chin, casting a sidelong glance at the 20 or so noble youths, finally resting his hand lightly on the hilt of his sword, fixing his gaze on Garimo's eyes. Feeling a chilling gaze upon him, Garimo instinctively recoiled. Why you wait? In the wake of Kurue's arrogant laughter, Garimo fled faster than a startled rabbit. The common boys immediately bowed in gratitude to Kurue. He glanced at them dismissively. You couldn't even handle a few worthless foes. You truly are inept. The faces of the common youths paled, and one stepped forward. You are quite impressive. I admire you. However, they are nobles, and we are outnumbered. My sword fears no one, except for you. The speaker was the blue-eyed youth. Huh, how intriguing. What is your name? Kurue turned to face them directly. Regardless of strength, he held disdain for those lacking spunk. At least the friends he had made, like Brother Willie and Shimo, were all formidable men, unflinching even with a sword to their throats. Over time, Kurue found himself growing fond of their characters. The blue-eyed youth lowered his head before finally saying, My name is Jack Fried. Just call me Jack. He then introduced Kurue to the others, among whom he recognized the name Scaly. Come, I shall treat you to breakfast. And then I will teach you how to deal with those fellows. Fighting requires strategy. Observing the respect in the eyes of these youths, Kurue felt a swell of pride, despite his youth. He relished directing those older than himself. When Lei saw Kurue return, she hurried to the door to greet him. Young master, breakfast is ready for you. With that, she offered a towel for him to wash his face. Kurue gestured to the group behind him. Prepare a meal for these academy classmates as well. Yes. Lace nodded and withdrew. Jack, upon noticing Kurue dining with Lace and Monka, felt perplexed in his memory. Nobles did not dine with commoners, yet the two appeared more as Kurue's subordinates than friends. Would you like some? Monka asked casually. Noticing their plates were empty, the boys expressed their gratitude, as it was their first experience with such fine fare. This is Scaly, said one. I'm Jack. Both extended hands toward Monka, who, despite being Kurue's servant, was of the same social standing as they were, being commoners. Their tones were considerably more congenial. I'm Monka, he replied, shaking their hands. After breakfast, the boys voiced their concerns. Young Master Kurue, the other party, is the son of a grand noble. Although he fears you, he may resort to other means, while you need not fear him. Please exercise caution. This was the first time Lace had heard of such matters, and she immediately pressed for details. The boys recounted the events in detail. Young master, Monka began to caution, but just then, a voice called from the courtyard gate. The Paya Merchant Association requests an audience with Captain Laying. Upon hearing this, Lace promptly went out to bring the visitor in. The newcomer performed a distinctive bow, saying, I am Paya, here to see Captain Laying, Kurue, Vice Captain Monka, and Miss Lace. Judging by his attire, Paya was not a noble but a figure of significant standing among merchants, yet he addressed Kurue with utmost respect. You may return for now. Come to see me this evening, Kurue instructed seriously. Scaly and the others quickly exited the room, not daring to utter a word. Turning to Paya, Kurue asked, Thank you for coming to see me. Is this at my brother's behest? Yes, please join me at my shop. The leader is there as well. We have come to celebrate your acceptance into the Royal Academy, Paya replied, still bowing deeply. They all recognized Kurue for his rescue of Willie and their fraternal bond, holding him in genuine esteem. The Royal Academy differed from the Intermediate Academy. Attendance was mandatory, with all subjects available for free study. The only distinction was that the number of subjects one could choose varied according to class placement. Students like Corey in the Mage and Warrior class certainly have the freedom to choose from all available subjects. This is not a place for foundational teachings, and everything hinges on one's own diligence. After assessments, those who excel are awarded the Royal Academy badge. while those who merely pass receive a certificate. Before long, Corey arrived at a commercial establishment in the imperial capital, where he found Willie while seated in a pavilion in the rear garden. "Brother Willie," Corey exclaimed, rushing forward with open arms, and enveloped Willie in a tight embrace. Having not seen him for several months, he genuinely missed this erudite and remarkable elder brother. Willie, in turn, admired Corey's exceptional prowess. Monka and Lace remained in the front courtyard. Here, it was just Willie and Corey. After Corey recounted his examination experiences, Willie erupted into laughter, clutching his stomach. "You truly are something else. To have become a legendary figure at the academy. Simply astounding." After a considerable time, Willie managed to compose himself and added, "Yau's power in the imperial capital is at your disposal, and I have already informed the responsible parties here to heed your arrangements. Do not let your cavalry unit appear casually. When they finally engage in battle, they must astonish the entire kingdom." Corey listened intently, contemplating the idea of astonishing the kingdom. It was indeed an impressive notion. And he promptly nodded in agreement, expressing gratitude for Willie's continual support. "Corey, I cannot linger here. There are numerous matters awaiting my attention, but we shall meet again in the future." Willie suddenly rose, placing a hand on Corey's shoulder and reflecting. "You will become an extraordinary individual. Pay no heed to what others think. Simply pursue what you love." Willie did not elaborate, but he had an inkling that Corey would one day transform the entire kingdom. However, such sentiments felt premature to voice at this juncture. Upon hearing that Willie intended to leave, Corey grasped his arm, refusing to accept it. "I wish to spend more time with you, brother. However, the common folk continue to suffer, and I have much to accomplish." Corey smiled faintly, initially wanting to say that the plight of the common people was of no concern to them. Yet, considering Willie's character and the ideals he fought for, Corey settled on saying, "Brother, allow me to offer you 30 large chests of magical crystal coins. It might lighten your burden a bit." Willie, fully aware of Corey's wealth, smiled slightly at this suggestion. "No, brother, the salvation of the people must begin at the root. Merely providing them with money will not resolve the issues. I appreciate your kind intentions. Take care." With that, Willie paid no heed to Corey's reaction and strode towards the front courtyard, flanked by several figures clad in black, vanishing from Corey's sight. Brother Willie, Corey's call lingered unvoiced in his heart as he extended his arm, unable to let it drop. At that moment, Lace and Monka arrived in the rear courtyard. "Young master, shall we return? The carriage is prepared for you. Lord Willie is indeed an extraordinary individual, and he certainly has much to attend to." Corey shook his head. He did not wish to burden himself with such a hectic schedule. Naturally, his passion projects were the exception. After adjusting his hair and surveying his attire, he remarked, "What do you think? Is my outfit suitable for strolling through the imperial capital?" "Of course, young master, you look quite dashing," Lace replied, prompting Corey to break into a joyous smile. "Let us explore the imperial capital and see how it differs from the provincial city." Earlier, Corey had arrived by carriage and, having been preoccupied with thoughts of Willie, had not paid much attention to the city's appearance. Now, he intended to take a good look. How does a provincial city compare to the grand imperial capital? The wide, clean streets were lined with various goods that Corey had never encountered before. Come, let us purchase this," Corey exclaimed, captivated by every item he laid eyes upon, eager to buy them all. That it is often said that girls enjoy shopping, yet Corey felt the same way, especially when he had ample funds to spend. It was not until Monka's load became almost unbearable that Corey's shopping spree came to a halt. As the sky began to darken, he returned with his companions to the Royal Academy. At the courtyard entrance, Sikori and Jack were already waiting, having arrived ahead of time. "Come, each of you choose a gift. Do not be shy," Corey said generously, gesturing towards the mountain of assorted items. The two exchanged glances, and Jack stepped forward. "Thank you, young Master Corey, but we hardly deserve such fine gifts." While they waited, the two had discussed Corey extensively. Rumor had it that he was merely the son of a baron, and a younger son at that, without even the prospects of inheriting a title. Particularly infamous was the tale of his expulsion from a mid-level academy merely a month after its commencement. However, the opulence of Corey's attire was beyond the comprehension of even the most affluent noble offspring. The respectful demeanor of wealthy merchants and the title of commander further mystified them. After deliberation, they concluded that a commoner amidst such noble company would surely be subject to bullying, and perhaps Corey could serve as a protector. "Sit down. I am in a good mood today. Tomorrow, I shall teach that fellow named Garimo a lesson," Corey said casually, nibbling on a pastry, his tone betraying no concern for Garimo. The two stood in trepidation, not daring to take a seat, for they aspired to align themselves with Corey. Hearing him mention a confrontation with Garimo filled them with delight. With young Master Corey's intervention, Garimo is sure to be outmatched. What? When did I say I would take action myself? Corey placed the half-eaten fruit on the table, a smirk gracing his lips. Lace, familiar with this familiar gesture, instantly recognized that Corey had conceived a plan, as he always exhibited such behavior when inspired by a peculiar idea. Does he truly think himself worthy of my direct intervention? You can handle them yourselves. Jack and Corey exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of Corey's intentions. It should be noted that many commoners had allied themselves with the nobles, serving as their underlings. Only a handful, fewer than 10, remained stubbornly resistant to subservience. How could they possibly contend with Garimo and his crew? Corey picked up another piece of fruit, lazily inquiring. The Academy's rules do not prohibit fighting. Do they? Gather your group before dawn tomorrow, and I shall teach you a thing or two to easily deal with those fools. When you come in the morning, bring me a map of the Academy. With a knowing glance, Lace handed over several gold coins to the two. They assumed Corey intended to teach them swordsmanship or magic, expressing their gratitude and assuring their prompt arrival. After all, Corey was currently one of the most esteemed figures in both magic and swordsmanship. With high hopes of achieving a prestigious ranking in the upcoming Academy competition at year's end, the following morning, Corey awoke and practiced his sword technique in the small courtyard. Meanwhile, Monka opened the courtyard door to tidy up the front area, only to find 8 individuals, led by Jack and Corey, standing resolutely outside. You've arrived. Monka greeted them. Upon seeing Monka, Jack recalled the merchant's respectful address of him as Vice Commander Monka and thought him no ordinary individual. He promptly snatched the broom from Monka's hands. We shall handle the cleaning. Indeed, they had been waiting there for quite some time. Though all were commoners, they understood the importance of decorum. Corey's status in their eyes was that of a noble, and they recognized the need for sincerity in their studies, standing at the entrance an hour early and daring not to disturb Corey's rest. Young Master Corey, here is the map. We are eager to follow your commands. The 8 said in unison, bowing in unison, having practiced the gesture that very morning. Corey chewed on a piece of grass, surveying the 8 individuals. During his time with the mercenary group, he had learned from Willie and Shimalet the art of observation. Willie had taught him that the key to utilizing people lies in understanding them. If one cannot see a person clearly, how can they be employed? From their expressions, postures, and gazes, Corey gleaned a general understanding of the 8. Monka had brought a chair for Corey, placing it behind him. Corey nodded in gratitude, taking a seat. Treat your brothers well, and they shall truly follow you, was another lesson imparted by Willie. Indeed, Corey's simple gesture of thanks filled Monka with joy. Monka, please bring forth the gifts I prepared for them, Corey said, resting his hands on the armrests, his gaze fixed on the 8. Now was the moment to apply what Willie had taught him. Soon, Monka emerged, carrying an array of armor, swords, and magical artifacts, all procured from the market the day prior. Choose for yourselves, Monka declared succinctly, after which he fell silent, standing beside Corey, observing that none of the 8 dared to move. Corey turned his head away, encouraging, go ahead, my welcome gift. Surely, it cannot be beneath your notice. At that moment, Corey felt a surge of delight. Indeed, Willie's teachings proved invaluable. Thank you, young Master Corey. Jack and Corey were the first to select their desired items. Corey paid them no mind, focusing entirely on the Academy map before him. Soon, a smile crept across his lips, his eyes narrowing into slits. Come here. Tell me, who among you is the fastest runner? Immediately, one individual stepped forward, exhibiting great confidence in his speed. Very well, you're Lada, correct? Go find Garimo and insult him using your most favored words. Then, follow this route and return here. Understood. Corey indicated the path on the map with his hand. As the crowd looked on, it was as if he had circled the Academy. Just as he was about to inquire why, he caught the gaze of Corey and swallowed hard before stating, I promise to lure them in. Only then did Corey reveal a hint of a smile. Just focus on running. And don't let them catch you. Understood. Hee hee, this is quite amusing. Monka, would you like to join the fun? Corey stood up, adjusted his attire, and glanced at Monka. Without uttering a word, Monka casually picked up his heavy sword. Corey nodded. Let us proceed. It's time for some games. Corey and Jack promptly beckoned the others to follow. In the Academy's upscale dining hall, Garimo was having breakfast with his entourage. The noble followers sat around the table while a few commoners stood to the side, ready to catch any food that Corey tossed carelessly. Garimo, "You filthy pig! You stinking swine, devouring garbage!" The sudden insult startled Garimo. Though not particularly sophisticated, it left Sikori utterly shocked. Turning toward the source of the voice, he recognized it as the impoverished boy he had reprimanded the day before. Beat him to a pulp. How dare a commoner rebel? If he dies, I shall take responsibility." Garimo seethed with rage. Hurling a plate from the table, and his entourage surged forward. The earlier taunt had come from Lada, who had mustered the courage to shout it out from the entrance. Now, upon seeing them pursue, he turned and fled. While Lada's speed paled in comparison to Corey's, his boldness indicated considerable strength. He quickly distanced himself from his pursuers. That moment, Lada felt emboldened, cursing as he ran. Thus, one man fled while a throng chased after him. "Prepare yourselves. When you see them, strike. Ensure they all end up in the Academy Hospital," Corey called out from the treetop, observing from a distance. Monka drove his heavy sword into the ground and picked up a sturdy wooden stick. Although the Academy's rules did not prohibit fighting, causing severe injury was strictly forbidden. Using a sword was too perilous. Should someone be killed, it would bring trouble to Corey. Upon seeing Monka switch to a wooden stick, Jack also sheathed his sword. Corey had chosen a small grove within the Academy, where the trees were sparsely planted, leaving ample space between them. As Lada approached, he found Sikori and Jack standing in a row. Monka swiftly pulled Lada aside, saying, "Go rest at the back," then brandished the wooden stick, ready to strike at the pursuers. They had circled the entire Academy, with Garimo relentlessly chasing after them to vent his frustrations, while his followers, eager to curry favor with him, followed suit. Already out of breath, as Monka swung his stick, Garimo watched helplessly, devoid of any strength to evade the blow, and could only gaze in horror as the stick descended toward his head. "Hit them! Strike!" Corey shouted from his perch, swinging his legs and calling out loudly. Seeing Monka take action, Jack rushed forward, wielding a short stick in each hand, while the magically inclined Sikori unleashed various spells. 8 against 37. One could say 8 vigorous individuals against 37 utterly exhausted ones. With no energy left to dodge, how could they retaliate? Initially, Sikori and Jack had held back their strikes, being aware that their opponents were nobles, but upon witnessing Monka's brutal tactics, they followed suit. Monka was merciless, and Garimo was already covered in blood. Had he not feared killing him, Monka would not have relented. Monka thought to himself, "We don't even regard your father. If we could handle your captain, what do you think you are?" "Ah!" Monka suddenly let out a loud cry, unmistakably a sound of delight. Jack, no longer holding back, struck with each blow drawing blood, relentlessly beating the 37 until they were left in a state unrecognizable. Only then did he cease. Corey jumped down from the tree, placing his foot squarely on Garimo's face. "Humph, you're not even worthy of my effort, you worthless fool." Corey wiped the blood from his shoes on a clean patch of Garimo's attire and tossed his hair back, declaring, "Hang them from the trees, that let's see who dares to act arrogant again." The 8 glanced at one another, all contemplating that the most arrogant in the Academy at present was none other than Corey himself. With a resounding thud, a bag of gold coins landed in Jack's arms. "Spruce yourselves up a bit, look the part, then return to class. Remember to practice diligently." With that, Corey left, taking Monka with him for breakfast. Young Master Corey is truly extraordinary. Following him is undoubtedly the right choice, Jack remarked as he divided the coins among the 8. Everyone has seen it. Young Master Corey possesses strength, intelligence, and generosity. The group nodded in agreement, comprehending Jack's implication. Among them, Jack and Sikori were the strongest, and since they were willing to follow Corey, no one voiced any objections. Moreover, being with Corey ensured they would not be bullied. Fighting was a common occurrence at the Royal Academy. But an 8 against 37 scenario that left everyone hospitalized was a first. Upon returning to their respective classes, the students regarded them with a mix of fear, anxiety, and envy, while no one understood why Corey had chosen to stand up for them. It was evident that he had taken action. The name Corey had transformed into a figure of terror. Although many were unconvinced, the elite refrained from confronting him until they had fully grasped his capabilities, for the consequences of failure could be dire. "Today, we shall study the art of the magical sword," Corey announced in the training ground, which served as the classroom for the Royal Academy. Here, foundational knowledge was eschewed in favor of technique. A teacher produced a sword, channeling magical energy into it, causing it to glow. With a slow swing toward a 10-meter-wide pillar, the pillar shattered upon impact. The swifter the strike, the more potent the effect. The teacher's demonstration aimed to convey that even a slowly delivered blow infused with magic could possess formidable strength. How intriguing, Corey mused, stroking his chin as he contemplated the method. He recalled how an old man had once advised him during a game of chess to concentrate his power for the strongest attack. The teacher's lesson on the magical sword echoed this sentiment: concentration, focus. While others practiced or sought the teacher's guidance, Corey sat alone, engrossed in his study. At that moment, a girl with chestnut hair frequently glanced in his direction. Celia, that was her name, the same girl who had felt slighted during the exam and had been the object of Corey's morning observation. Corey's magical prowess was limited. The fireball spell was his strongest magic. Infusing the entire sword with magic was an impossible task for him. Yet, Corey was clever. He only needed to channel his magic into the tip of the sword, in the practice of the magical sword. Everyone else infused magic throughout the entire blade, a method long established. Moreover, those capable of wielding such sword techniques typically possessed high magical capacity. Ha ha, I've succeeded. Corey suddenly erupted into laughter, leaping up and thrusting his sword toward the nearby wall. With a sizzling sound, the wall was pierced, leaving behind a glittering hole. The teacher, who had been explaining to other students, was taken aback. After all the buildings at the Royal Academy were protected by magical defenses, and to pierce one with a single strike was unfathomable. However, it was not as daunting as it seemed. That a punch against the wall might not cause any damage, but focusing the force of that punch onto a needle would allow it to pierce through. Corey had inadvertently employed this principle. Aware of his limited magical ability, he concentrated all his energy into the tiny tip of the sword, resulting in an astonishing display of power. Corey had little interest in other methods of application. Even if he listened, it would be of no use, as he only mastered this one sword technique and had no interest in learning fighting techniques. After adjusting his attire, he departed from the training ground. The teacher said nothing. In his view, Corey's strength surely warranted a place in a higher-level training arena. In truth, this was the only skill Corey had acquired during his time at the Royal Academy. Future subjects would either be incomprehensible to him or beyond his grasp. Or perhaps out of boredom, he would cease further learning altogether. Yet, that one strike had catapulted Corey's reputation to new heights. To pierce a wall fortified with magical defenses and special materials was no feat for an ordinary expert, prompting those who had planned to challenge Corey to reconsider. Young Master Corey, you are truly remarkable. Jack was the first to rush over and congratulate him, a swordsmanship major. He was naturally intrigued by Corey's technique. Corey laughed heartily. Of course. Who am I? I am Lay Corey. Rather than perceiving Corey's boastfulness as arrogance, Jack interpreted it as confidence stemming from great strength. Please, young Master Corey, impart your wisdom to me. I desire to improve. Corey's smile faltered. What could he possibly teach? Stunned, he stammered. Well, your foundation is somewhat lacking. I'm afraid you won't be able to grasp advanced sword techniques. Corey chuckled awkwardly. Jack immediately knelt, saying, Young Master Corey, I will strive to learn diligently. Please instruct me on how to practice. I shall reach the level you describe. At that moment, Corey approached, quickly understanding Jack's demeanor, and also knelt, requesting Corey's guidance. Ha. Corey felt a headache coming on. Whenever he encountered such situations, he would first laugh heartily to mask his true thoughts. After a few chuckles, Corey abruptly halted. All right, I will teach you a method, and you shall practice it. I guarantee it will elevate you to mastery. However, Corey hesitated, as he had no ideas for a feasible method. Master Kyrue, you may command us as you wish. We shall certainly heed your words. The two responded in unison. Kyrue, feeling somewhat helpless, resolved to concoct some peculiar methods. With this in mind, he declared, however, whenever there is a need for action, you shall stand in front. I prefer to avoid trouble. The two immediately expressed their agreement. First and foremost, you two must practice in coordination. Corey will primarily focus on magic, while Jack will hone his swordsmanship. In the initial exercise, Corey must unleash as many fireballs as possible to strike Jack, who must evade the fireballs and strike the water balloons with his sword. Corey is to utilize other forms of magic as well. In short, both types of magic must be employed simultaneously. Kyrue was merely speaking off the cuff, yet the two interpreted it differently. Corey believed that Kyrue intended for him to train his magical control and mental fortitude, while Jack thought Kyrue aimed to improve his speed, vision, agility, and precision in attacks. Both were ecstatic and expressed their gratitude to Kyrue. Thus, their practice commenced at the entrance of Kyrue's small courtyard. Kairoe had initially been speaking nonsensically, for such training methods were unheard of. After an afternoon of practice, Sikori found it impossible to cast two types of magic simultaneously, and Jack had no idea how many times he had been singed. Nevertheless, they both concluded that it was merely due to their inadequate skills, prompting them to practice even harder. As night fell, Sikori and Jack continued their relentless training. Kairoe had prepared a room for them, as there were plenty of vacant rooms in the small building, and he was indifferent. When everyone had retired for the night, Kairoe once again began to act. He swiftly navigated the winding paths of the academy and returned to the window of Cilia. This time, Kairoe was not there to spy. He intended to stealthily enter the room. How beautiful! Kairoe couldn't help but exclaim, gazing at Cilia's serene face, adorned with a sweet smile, her chest gently rising and falling under the moonlight. All thoughts of mischief evaporated from Kairoe's mind as he pulled up a chair and sat by Cilia's bedside, resting his chin on his hand, simply watching in silence. Goddess. This was the sentiment that stirred within Kairoe's heart at that moment. Suddenly, a highly discordant sound shattered Kairoe's tranquil mood. Turning around, he saw that it was Cilia's roommate. A girl snoring. How disappointing, Kairoe muttered to himself, yet his admiration for the beauty had waned. His gaze swept across the room and quickly settled on the desk by the window, where several pens lay. Kairoe, he carefully picked up a pen and began to draw on the face of the snoring girl, pausing occasionally to admire his handiwork. Before long, a charming pig face had been sketched. Just as Kairoe was about to burst into laughter, he suddenly realized he was in a precarious situation, hastily covering his mouth with his hands, his eyes darting around the room at the peacefully sleeping girls. Only then did he exhale deeply and relax, his gaze shifting to the girls' wardrobes. Kairoe squinted, a smirk gracing his lips. He stealthily retrieved a glove from his pocket, which he had stuffed with hardened grass. He gently pressed the inky glove onto the chest of the snoring girl to leave a handprint. This was a trick Kairoe had devised after being discovered at the Intermediate Academy. The glove's print was large enough that even if someone were to verify it, it wouldn't lead back to him. He then opened Cilia's wardrobe, took out a silk undergarment, wiped it across his face, and tucked it into his pocket. Kairoe's ambitions extended beyond this one room. This was merely his favorite game. Over the course of a single night, he stealthily infiltrated more than 30 girls' dormitory rooms. Chapter 14. The Rogue with Purity written across his face. Sitting on a garden bench beside the girls' dormitory, Kairoe chuckled, relishing the startled cries that were his favorite sound to hear. After leaving the Intermediate Academy, he hadn't heard such shrieks in nearly a year. Time to head back for breakfast. Kairoe fondled the silk undergarment hidden in his pocket, contentedly striding toward his small courtyard. By this time, Sikori and Jack had already risen to practice. Upon seeing Kairoe return, they hastily greeted him. Master Kairoe, have you been out for your morning exercise? Kairoe nodded, a sunny smile gracing his face. The morning air is delightful. It's perfect for training. Progress will come swiftly. The two nodded in agreement, believing Kairoe was referring to magic and swordsmanship. Given Kairoe's prowess, they thought it wise to practice in a secluded spot. Little did they know, Kairoe was honing his skills as a thief, specifically targeting the undergarments of beautiful women. All right, I'm about to begin. Are you ready? Sikori exclaimed with enthusiasm, striking a pose as he shouted at Jack, who, inspired by Kairoe's diligent demeanor, responded with a shout of his own. Bring it on. Kairoe turned away, a smug smile creeping across his face as he slipped back into his room. Locking the door from the inside, he retrieved Cilia's undergarment, inhaling its scent before carefully placing it in the wardrobe. At that moment, the girls' dormitory was in chaos, with at least 40 girls sporting black handprints on their chests and faces, their wardrobes in disarray. The girls huddled together, discussing the incident, only to discover that Cilia was the only one who had lost an item of clothing. The others merely found their wardrobes ransacked. Could it be a ghost? One girl, who had locked her doors and windows tightly for the night, wondered aloud, perplexed by how they could have been opened without a sound. Upon hearing this, dozens of girls turned pale, instinctively clutching their chests. For ghosts were the most terrifying of entities. Ghosts, as the tales go, originated from the demon realm, transformed from vengeful spirits, and subsisted by feeding on human essence, appearing as grotesque as one could imagine. No. It must be a person. It's definitely a student from our school, and likely a new student this year. Cilia, who had been lost in thought, spoke up. Everyone, think about it. These incidents have never occurred at school before. And if it were truly a ghost, no one would have been harmed. This is a prank. a particularly vile prank he will return, and when he does, I will make him pay. Upon hearing Celia's words, the girls found some logic in her reasoning. They all expressed a desire to teach this prankster a lesson. That day, Kairoué skipped class, taking a nap in his room. It was only after lunch that he made his appearance in the academic area. Strolling through the kingdom's most prestigious academy, feeling quite pleased with himself. However, his primary objective for this leisurely walk was to eavesdrop on the discussions regarding the events of the previous night. Hey, have you heard? Last night, a thief broke into the girls' dormitory and looted their undergarments. What a shame. We lack the skill and courage for such deeds. A group of students whispered, their words reaching Kairoué's ears. Yet the subsequent remarks took a turn for the alarming. Many were discussing the incident, but the content of their discussions left Kairoué feeling dizzy. I heard that last night, a thief entered the girls' dormitory and assaulted over 40 girls. Nonsense. I heard it was more than 100. You all have incorrect information. The latest news is that this guy has at least slept in the beds of 10 girls, and Kairoué felt a surge of anger rising within him. If this continued, he might not dare to listen any longer. Humph, I will drag all the boys in the school down with me. Let us see what you do then, Kairoué thought to himself, aside from Celia's group of girls feeling a bit anxious. The others remained unconcerned, even mocking the situation, believing the girls were merely daydreaming about boys seeking them out. Back in Kairoué's courtyard, he gathered a plethora of paper and some carrots, clumsily carving words into the carrots. In truth, his carvings were quite simple, consisting of only a few words. Want the girls' undergarments. Come to the northern woods of the academy on the night of the full moon. As night fell once more, Kairoué feigned the need for an early night, locking his door before leaping out of his window. The crescent moon hung in the sky as Kairoué glanced upward, wrapping a scarf around his face, a prize from his earlier escapades. Under the cover of darkness, a shadowy figure darted through the academy at an astonishing speed, eluding the notice of the patrolling guards. Upon reaching the pink building, Kairoué paused to look up from his observations over the past few days. The boys' dormitories were either gray or black, while the girls' dormitories boasted a myriad of colors. Oblivious to the lurking danger, the girls continued to dream of their princes, while Kairoué stealthily infiltrated their quarters. This time, he refrained from causing any mischief to the girls, though he couldn't resist the urge to touch the beautiful ones. The locks, such trivial things. Could they truly deter Kairoué? Although he lacked prowess in magic or martial arts, his lock-picking skills were second only to those of the Thieves' Guild. Kairoué first noted the names of the girls on the door plates before categorizing their belongings in their wardrobes. 1 room, 2 rooms. Kairoué systematically plundered the girls' dormitory until the weight of his bag began to impede his movements, prompting him to finally halt. Under the moonlight, a round object moved swiftly, its form revealed to be Kairoué's feet. Overjoyed, Kairoué let out a triumphant howl into the moonlight before continuing his journey through the academy, undetected by the dozens of patrolling guards. Tonight's haul, just as Kairoué jumped back into his room through the window. He was struck dumb. Preparing to celebrate his success, he found Monka, Sikori, Jack, and another girl all gathered in his room. Kairoué was flabbergasted, his grip loosening as the heavy bag fell to the ground. Scattering the girls' undergarments everywhere, the 4 stared wide-eyed. Monka, having never seen a girl's undergarment before, his face instantly flushing crimson. While Sikori and Jack were at the academy during the day, they heard rumors of an intrusion into the girls' dormitory. However, they never anticipated that it would be Corey, whose image in their minds was shattered in an instant. Cough, cough, what brings you all here? Corey quickly scanned the expressions of the 4, coughed twice to mask his embarrassment, and then resorted to his usual tactic of raucous laughter. Ha, young master, Lace called softly. Corey ceased his laughter, adopting a facade of righteous indignation that he sat down, arms crossed, eyes fixed on the 4, and said, I know what you are all thinking. However, I must inform you that you are mistaken. Do you understand my intentions behind this? Can you grasp the deeper meaning? As Corey engaged with the 4, he was simultaneously racking his brain for the words he was about to utter. Monka and Lace seemed indifferent. After all, Corey remained Corey, regardless of the circumstances, but Sikori and Jack were taken aback, unable to fathom that Corey's nighttime escapade into the girls' dormitory, where he had pilfered a considerable amount of lingerie, had any profound significance or rationale. The 2 quickly adopted serious expressions as they regarded Corey. First and foremost, this is a method of training, Corey began, having run out of options. and he started to fabricate his reasoning. Upon hearing that it was a method of training, Corey and Jack's attention became sharply focused. Corey continued, "Speed and agility are essential skills, indispensable for both swordsmen and mages, and they are of utmost importance." The two comprehended his words and nodded vigorously. Observing their reaction, Corey grew more confident and elaborated. "Evading the academy guards and swiftly navigating through the grounds while bearing such heavy items is indeed training. The handprints I left on many girls that first night, those were not my handprints. And there is, of course, deeper significance." As he spoke, Corey tossed out the glove smeared with ink. Upon learning that the prints were made with a glove, the two regained their positive feelings and trust in Corey. Jack remarked, "Corey, we are rather dim-witted. We cannot discern your deeper meaning. Please, just explain it directly." Corey took a sip of water and then slowly articulated, "Having ambushed the girls twice, they are bound to be on their guard. They will likely set traps near the dormitory and remain vigilant while they sleep, perhaps even assigning someone to keep watch at night. This escalates the difficulty of our next endeavor. However, we must not retreat but rather press forward. We must evade these traps and be exceedingly cautious not to alert the watchful eyes. Would you not agree that this constitutes a form of training?" The two nodded vigorously, their minds racing with the realization that Corey's formidable prowess stemmed from a uniquely unconventional training method. Yet, Corey's subsequent words left them in awe. "If we succeed once more, the girls' defenses will be heightened. We will need to employ even stronger tactics to ensure safe ingress and egress. Thus we must continuously challenge ourselves until we reach our limits." At this moment, Corey had risen to his feet, his fists raised in a fervent display. Corey and Jack couldn't help but join in, raising their fists and shouting, "Challenge the limits." Corey secretly reveled in his triumph, feeling a swell of pride. "Furthermore, my nocturnal visits to the girls' dormitory are not solely for this reason. Another purpose is to provide aid to the impoverished and the common folk." This declaration was rather grandiose, and Lace could hardly contain herself, turning her face towards the wall to stifle her laughter. She found it utterly absurd that Corey had linked his escapades to rescuing the needy. However, Corey, Monka, and the others were entirely convinced by Corey's words. "Consider this, everyone. The girls' dormitory is filled with nobility. To them, a piece of clothing is of little consequence. Therefore, please observe." Corey produced a prepared flyer. "This is what I intend to post on the boys' dormitory. The boys will purchase these items, and the proceeds will be used to aid the impoverished. Naturally, the self-proclaimed gentlemanly nobleman will present gifts to the charming young ladies, perhaps even offering lingerie. Then we can retrieve them. Why not profit from the wealth of these noble science?" Corey grew increasingly animated as he spoke, ultimately standing atop a chair, his hands gesticulating fervently to amplify the impact of his words. This rhetoric left Corey and Jack utterly thunderstruck, their gazes now filled with adoration. "All right, everyone, it's time to rest. We have training in the morning, and if you wish to join me in this grand endeavor, prepare yourselves tonight." Corey, having successfully deceived the three, hurriedly ushered them out. "Stop laughing," he admonished, having noticed Lace's suppressed mirth, eager to keep the others from witnessing her amusement. "Young master, you are quite the rogue." She finally allowed herself to laugh once the room was devoid of others. Corey scoffed lightly. "Do you not know who I am? I am Ray Corey." As Corey and Jack anticipated, another night arrived. The two donned the black garments Corey had prepared for them, wrapping their heads in black cloth as well. "Though this is your first operation, I shall assign you a simple task. Take these flyers and plaster them all over the boys' dormitory. Then return directly, ensuring you are not discovered. Remember, to cultivate superior agility and speed, give it your all." Corey spoke to them with utmost seriousness. They both nodded in agreement, declaring in unison, "We will strive, we will strive." Corey and Jack had harbored dreams since childhood and had trained diligently. Their skills were far from ordinary. Besides, the boys' dormitory posed no significant defenses, allowing them to complete Corey's task with ease. Upon their return to the courtyard, Corey was already back, having brought with him a sizable bundle of lingerie, labeled with names on slips of paper. "Oh, splendid. After causing this commotion for 3 nights, the girls will undoubtedly become anxious. We shall rest for 2 days, allowing them to set their traps and defenses, and then we will act." Corey's expression remained unchanged, his eyes devoid of any flicker, a testament to his remarkable ability to fabricate lies with ease. "However, this training method is one I have invented. Since I have shared it with you, you must not disclose it to others. Do you understand?" "Understood, young Master Corey. Rest assured, we will train diligently and will not divulge your methods to anyone. Sikori and Jack promptly assured him that in that moment, Monka suddenly comprehended the gravity of the situation. Though he remained silent, it did not imply ignorance. He realized that once the two ventured into the girls' dormitory alongside Corey, there would be no turning back, even if they were to have second thoughts later. It would be too late. Monka and Lace would not be surprised by any of Corey's actions, whether it be robbery or embezzling taxes from the governor. Compared to such deeds, infiltrating the girls' dormitory seemed trivial. As long as Corey was pleased, that was all that mattered. This time, the girls genuinely began to take the matter seriously, gathering all the female students in the grand hall of the academy for a meeting, with the institution symbolically dispatching several female professors to show their support. Fellow female students, a madman has emerged within the academy. A dangerously deranged individual. He disregards decorum and disrupts our lives in the most vulgar manner. Posing a threat to our safety. We must apprehend him and ensure he faces the consequences of his actions, declared a female member of the student council from the stage. The girls in attendance murmured among themselves. The pampered young ladies seemingly indifferent to the student council's existence. Had it not been for their own interests, many would not have bothered to attend. Observing their lack of engagement, the student council vice president raised her voice. Listen. We must organize defenses and prepare traps and magical arrays to protect ourselves. We thought there would be something more interesting. This is what we convened for. How dull. Some girls began to feel the meeting was pointless and gradually left to return to their dormitories. Wait a moment. I have not finished speaking. The student council vice president noticed the exodus and attempted to intervene, but more and more girls began to depart. The notion of setting traps was something they could conceive without needing a meeting. They had expected her to propose something more innovative. Fearing that the girls might devise formidable methods to counter Corey, Lace had hidden in a corner of the venue, but upon witnessing the scene, she hurried back to inform Corey. Ha ha ha, what did we expect? There is no creativity whatsoever. Corey dismissed the entire affair with a wave of his hand, turning to fall into a deep slumber, preparing for the night's escapade. Corey felt as if he was born for the night, as darkness fell. He found himself invigorated, his eyes gleaming like those of a magical eagle. Remarkably, his vision remained unaffected in the night, a miraculous phenomenon that delighted Corey immensely. That he sprinted ahead, with Sikori and Jack trailing behind. At that moment, both were filled with profound shame and an invigorating sense of ambition. The reason was simple. Corey's rapid movements were awe-inspiring, and Sikori, well versed in magic, sensed no magical fluctuations. He understood Corey was relying solely on his physical prowess. Observing this boy, who was 2 or 3 years their junior, left them feeling embarrassed, as if they had not exerted themselves at all. Shoo! Corey came to an abrupt halt mid-sprint, raising a hand to signal the two to stop their movements. Be cautious, we are about to enter the trap zone. Within the next 50 meters, we must navigate at least 10 traps to pass safely. Sikori and Jack followed Corey's gesture, seeing ahead a garden about 3 or 4 meters wide, followed by a gravel path lined with small pools. Upon traversing the pebble path, they arrived at the base of the nearest building to the girls' dormitory, where climbing plants flourished along the walls. However, after a prolonged examination, the two could only discern a scant few traps. The ground exhibited signs of disturbance, indicating that someone had tampered with the vegetation. You two should be wary. The garden conceals an unknown multitude of plant-based binding arrays, crafted directly from flora. The fence bordering the garden has been rigged with sound-triggered traps. Any approach within 2 meters will activate them. Some of the pebbles on the path have been rearranged, and the thorns present are part of a deadly formation. As for the water features, they are even more formidable, each enhanced with water-based offensive magic. The final challenge lies beside the staircase. It is none other than my favorite freezing spell. The more he observed, the more Corey relished the moment. Reminiscent of days gone by, he recalled how the old man Beigel often engaged him in such games. Over the past 3 years, their home had been riddled with countless traps of varying types. Although the Royal Academy boasted numerous skilled individuals, they paled in comparison to the prowess of old man Beigel, which was no surprise to Corey, given his current delight. Corey's revelations astonished the two. One must understand that Scally had profound knowledge of magic and an exceptional grasp of magical arrays. Yet he could not perceive the multitude of traps Corey described. Corey then proceeded to identify numerous mechanical traps, leaving Jack feeling embarrassed, as mechanical traps were a fundamental aspect of swordsmanship training. My apologies. Master Corey, we truly failed to notice them, the two admitted, their faces flushed with shame. Corey feigned surprise, for he knew the Royal Academy had a dedicated training ground for trap studies, given their status as high achievers. How could they be oblivious to such matters? Moreover, these traps were crafted by students that Corey's astonishment only intensified their embarrassment. Observe this. The climbing plant should have developed in this manner, yet its appearance has altered, Corey pointed out. Tossing a small stone that precisely struck a trap, there was no sound, just a faint flicker of green magical light as the plant surged uncontrollably, ensnaring everything in its vicinity. Traps need not be grand nor overwhelmingly powerful. The greater the concealment, the less likely they are to be discovered. That is the essence of advanced trapcraft. Corey unwittingly recited words once imparted to him by Old Man Beigel, and upon realizing it, he was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating that he had absorbed so much during their playful encounters. Scally and Jack shared in his astonishment, as they had always learned that trapcraft was characterized by sheer power or rapid activation, while the instructors at the Royal Academy emphasized speed and effectiveness. This was a stark contrast to Corey's assertions. However, upon reflection, if traps could be easily detected, what purpose would they serve? Perhaps the instructors deemed such fundamental theories unworthy of discussion. Yet few students paid heed to this crucial aspect. I shall make my entrance now. Take your time. This is but one of the training exercises, Corey declared, leaping over the garden and dashing towards the dormitory. Scally and Jack exchanged incredulous glances, beginning to question the actual existence of traps in the area. As Scally became preoccupied with watching Corey, he inadvertently stepped forward, ensnaring his foot in a mechanical ring suspended from a tree. Fortunately, he managed to stifle a shout just in time. Jack leapt up to sever the rope, rescuing him. Phew, that was a bit frightening, Scally said with a wry smile. Jack nodded in agreement. It appears we have much to learn. Our skills are still far from adequate. Both Scally and Jack, distinguished individuals in their respective realms, had gained considerable notoriety during their studies at the Intermediate Magic Academy. Yet, upon arriving at the Royal Academy, they found themselves overshadowed by Corey, evoking feelings of profound embarrassment. Be cautious. That is a freezing array, Scally warned as he pulled Jack aside to avert disaster. Each step they took was laden with caution as they scanned their surroundings, their level of vigilance rivaling that of their most significant exploratory endeavors. However, the truth remained that their intention was merely to stealthily enter the girls' dormitory. Ah! Corey exclaimed softly, leaping down from the fourth-floor window. Scally and Jack looked up to see the moon casting Corey's silhouette against its luminous backdrop. After a few agile movements, Corey joined them, glancing back to see they were still less than 10 meters from their previous conversation spot. He shook his head, disregarding them as he hastened towards his small courtyard. Scally and Jack exchanged rueful smiles, both feeling that their training was insufficient and that they needed to exert themselves far more. As dawn broke, Scally and Jack engaged in a sparring match at the courtyard entrance. Their resolve to double their efforts spurred on by the previous night's humiliation. How dreadfully dull, Corey lamented, reclining on the windowsill with a sigh. I expected more excitement upon arriving at the Royal Academy. It seems I am simply not cut out for academic life. He rolled over, propping himself against the sill as he observed Lace busily organizing his room. The initial enthusiasm he had felt upon entering the Royal Academy had long since dissipated. Lace continued her tasks undeterred. Master, if you do not attend classes daily, it is only natural you would feel bored. Look at the others. They are either practicing or attending lectures, so they hardly experience such tedium. Classes, bah, Corey scoffed. For studying was his most detested activity, and he wished to avoid any mention of it. Master, do you truly intend to sell these items on the night of the full moon? Lace inquired, gesturing towards the piles of girls' undergarments heaped in the corner. Upon seeing them, Corey's mood brightened instantly. Of course, in such a monotonous existence, one must seek amusement. These self-important nobles shall come to know the true nature of Master Corey. Corey had never revealed to anyone that. Due to familial circumstances, he had often been the target of bullying by noble children, enduring derogatory labels such as bastard, trash, and fool more times than he could count. Despite being a noble heir, his life was scarcely better than that of affluent commoners. His disdain and resentment towards those arrogant nobles were deeply ingrained, compelling him to seize any opportunity to outwit them. Alas, how dull. Corey sighed again, for he was at a loss for how to inject some excitement into his life. Lace paid him no mind, as such behavior was typical. In fact, Corey's sudden calmness only made her feel uneasy. After breakfast, Corey strolled alone through the academy, surrounded by students hurriedly making their way to training grounds or classrooms. Their conversations often revolving around the recent events at the girls' dormitory. A bunch of fools, Corey chuckled inwardly as he eavesdropped on their discussions. Corey, the headmaster wishes to see you. A tutor suddenly interjected. Blocking Corey's path, Corey was taken aback, not due to the tutor's abrupt appearance, but rather from the fear that his recent escapades might have been uncovered. As Corey made his way to the academy's senior administrative area, his anxiety intensified, and he felt as though the specter of his expulsion from the intermediate academy loomed once more. Little did he know that the senior leadership of the academy seldom concerned themselves with trivial matters, and his presence here was likely to herald good news. Good day, esteemed dean and headmaster, Corey greeted, bowing respectfully upon being introduced to the two prominent figures seated in the office. Indeed, quite impressive. A promising youth. Indeed, the dean remarked, stroking his beard with a chuckle as he appraised Corey from head to toe. Over the past month, the dean had taken note of Corey's remarkable exploits and was well aware of his reputation. It was the headmaster who had suggested Corey to the dean, and witnessing the dean's approval elicited a few commendations for Corey. The purpose of your summons is to assign you some minor tasks, which will serve as a means of honing your skills, the dean continued, placing a document on the table. Corey, eager to demonstrate his diligence, carefully cradled the document in his arms. That moment, the headmaster affixed a badge to Corey's chest, and the tutor accompanying him remarked, "You should express your gratitude to the dean and headmaster. To receive a badge symbolizing the most outstanding student in your first year is a testament to their care for you." While Corey graciously conveyed his thanks, inwardly he berated the tutor for being a sycophant. "Very well, you may take your leave. Once the documents have been delivered, you should focus intently on investigating the incident of the intruder in the girls' dormitory." The dean gestured with his hand, signaling that Corey could take his leave. Corey, with a forced grin, felt 100 reluctances in his heart. He mused that the leadership of the academy must have deemed him too idle, thus employing him as a free laborer. However, the other students held a different perspective. Merely the badge upon Corey's chest was enough to evoke envy in countless peers. The Prime Minister's office was situated adjacent to the royal palace. Within the capital, Corey dared not ride the Silver Lightning, nor even take a carriage, opting instead to walk to the capital. The Prime Minister, amiable in disposition, upon learning that Corey was sent by the Dean of the Royal Academy, not only lavishly praised his youthful accomplishments, but also rewarded him with 2 magic crystal coins. Naturally, Corey accepted the coins with a smile, showering a few compliments in return. "The Prime Minister is quite the character. I must find a way to play a game of chess next time," Corey mused as he exited the Prime Minister's office. Just as he stepped outside, a shrill voice rang out. "Pervert! It's that pervert who runs faster than a magic rabbit." Turning around, Corey saw a girl in red lunging toward him, drawing the sword from the waist of a nearby warrior. He scratched his head, suddenly realizing that this was the girl he had spied on during his last encounter with Warner. With that thought, he took off running. "Stop! You better stop! Let me slash you twice!" Princess was shouted, sword in hand. Pursuing him, a few warriors were poised to teach Corey a lesson, but was interjected. "Do not interfere with this princess. Retreat to a distance." The warriors sheathed their swords, thinking that the princess had encountered a playmate, and stepped back. Despite her young age, Waz had received focused education from the royal grand sorcerer. With a quickening spell cast upon herself, she hastened after Corey, wielding her small light sword. Good heavens! What a fearsome little girl! How could I encounter her here? Corey thought as he ran. "Stop right there. You scoundrel, stand still so I can slash you." Waz continued her pursuit, her voice ringing out. Corey turned and made a face at her. "Are you joking? Stand still? In your dreams, I'm not foolish enough to let you hit me." As he spoke, he quickened his pace, abandoning the street to leap over walls and onto rooftops, disappearing from Waz's sight in a few agile moves. I will surely catch you," Waz fumed, throwing her light sword to the ground. That moment, the warrior following her picked up the sword and said, "Your Highness, he bears the attire of a Royal Academy student, complete with the badge of an exceptional student." The warrior did not intend to reveal Corey's identity, but rather meant to convey that it was no surprise the princess could not catch an exceptional student from the Royal Academy. Waz's expression immediately shifted from one of frustration to a smile. "Humph, let's see how far you can run." She had firmly resolved to go to the Royal Academy to teach Corey a lesson. Meanwhile, Corey remained oblivious to Waz's royal status and her intentions to confront him. When he descended from the rooftops, he found himself in a place resembling a marketplace, albeit one filled with individuals shackled by iron chains. A slave market. Corey quickly pieced together the grim reality before him. Although it was his first time witnessing it, he had heard numerous accounts before. "Young master, what kind of goods would you like to see?" "I have beautiful ones, strong ones." A slave trader approached Corey with a disingenuous smile. Ignoring him, Corey aimed to leave the place as soon as possible. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to a pair of striking eyes, deep and calm like a tranquil lake, though the moment was fleeting. They soon fell back into stillness. Following the gaze, Corey scrutinized the slave huddled in the corner, their body riddled with wounds and infested with insects, trembling as though gravely ill. What was the essence of that gaze? Corey closed his eyes, contemplating. Though the slave's transient gaze was brief, it was far from ordinary. Unlike the profoundness of Old Man Bajar or the tranquility of Brother Willie, it was evident that this individual was exceptional. Someone who could have once sat at the same table as Brother Willie. "How much for that slave?" Corey inquired, pointing to the person in the corner. "Young master, you jest. What worth does a half-dead creature hold? What use could you possibly have for them?" The trader chuckled, attempting to dismiss Corey's interest in response. Corey produced a pouch of gold coins and tossed it to the trader, his eyes never leaving the slave. "Bring me a carriage. I want this person." The trader, indifferent to the slave's fate, was quick to comply as long as there was money involved. He promptly prepared the paperwork and summoned a carriage, instructing several slaves to carry Corey's chosen individual onto it. Slaves bore no names. If they did, it was bestowed by their masters, but Corey was unwilling to name this slave. Soon, the carriage arrived at the Paya Commerce Guild. "Fetch President Paya for me." Corey displayed his badge, and the staff rushed inside to summon Paya. "Young Master Corey, what brings you here? How may I be of service?" Paya inquired. Sensing the urgency, Corey wasted no time, pulling back the curtain of the carriage. "Heal him with the finest medicines available." The moment Paya laid eyes on the identity of the person on the carriage, he was taken aback, but quickly regained his composure, though he did not understand Corey's motives. He instructed a staff member to summon the best doctor in the capital. They then carried the slave into a room. The slave had kept his eyes closed since being placed in the carriage, allowing others to handle him without protest. The doctor arrived promptly, and upon seeing the patient, turned to leave. Corey blocked the exit with one hand, holding out a pouch of magic crystal coins with the other. "Heal him. And this is yours." The doctor hesitated at the sight of the coins. As a nobleman, he had always treated only those of his own class and could hardly accept treating a slave. He is a nobleman, merely a victim of unfortunate circumstances. Paya interjected swiftly. The doctor nodded. He had heard tales of nobles being captured by bandits, only to be ransomed and sold to slave traders. Realizing this was indeed a nobleman and with such a hefty fee, the doctor donned his attire and began the treatment. "This individual is not severely injured, merely superficial wounds. Although some have worsened, I possess excellent remedies, and combined with my treatment, he will recover swiftly." As the doctor spoke, he cleaned the slave's wounds, applying medicine while reciting incantations. The sphere of white light appeared above his hands, and under the combined effects of medicine and magic, the wounds healed rapidly. The doctor took the pouch of coins, packed his belongings, and announced, "He is fully healed. With a few days of rest, he will completely regain his strength." Paya hurriedly escorted the doctor out. "Master." The slave crawled to the ground, kneeling before Corey without uttering a word of gratitude, his expression unchanged. "Bring him some clothes, fine clothes," Corey commanded loudly. The staff, well aware of Corey's status, quickly procured the best garments in the shop. "Young Master Corey, we have prepared a bath for you." Corey nodded, signaling for the slave to follow the staff. The slave, unhesitant, took the clothes and followed to the bathing area. With his hands supporting his face, Corey pondered the true identity of this slave. Just then Paya entered. "Young Master Corey, this individual is no ordinary person. He is likely of military origin and must have held an officer rank." Seeing the confusion in Corey's eyes, Paya elaborated. "I once served in the military. Although this person tries to walk like a slave, he cannot conceal his noble aura. Young Master Corey, your insight is indeed remarkable." Corey had merely sensed the slave's gaze as unusual and had not observed the details as closely as Paya had. It seemed he still had a long way to go. "How about we outfit him with a fine set of warrior armor? It would be quite imposing," Corey suggested suddenly. Paya agreed, quickly locating a splendid full suit of armor, accompanied by a matching sword and shield. Soon, the slave emerged from the bathing area, freshly clothed. Both Corey and Paya were taken aback. Truly, one's appearance is transformed by attire, for he bore no resemblance to a slave. He resembled a nobleman of the highest order. How should I address you? Corey inquired, adopting a tone of equality. The slave hesitated, taken aback by the respectful treatment, and knelt on one knee. You may call me Amu, my master. Both Paya and Corey recognized that this was likely not his true name, but chose not to pry further. For everyone harbors their own secrets, and in these times, it was not uncommon for a high-ranking noble to become a slave overnight. Let us return home. After thanking Paya, Corey instructed Amu to don his armor as they made their way back to the academy. This is Amu, my friend. Corey introduced him to those in the courtyard. Upon hearing this, Amu's eyes brightened momentarily before returning to their usual stillness. Monka, suspecting he might be part of the night rain group, refrained from asking further questions. Meanwhile, Lace busied herself preparing a room for Mu upstairs, which deeply touched him. As a slave, having a room was a luxury, let alone receiving such treatment. Only when the room contained just Corey did Mu kneel, saying, "Thank you, my master." Corey helped him up with a grin. "No need for master or my master. From now on, just call me Corey, or you may refer to me as young Master Corey like the others. Whatever you require. Do not hesitate to inform Lace, the young girl you just saw. She will prepare everything for you." Having settled Amu, Corey proceeded to the director's office to report, upon his return to the courtyard. The time for practice had arrived. Mu was leaning against the courtyard wall, observing with keen interest the training methods of Sakali and Jack. Although Amu found these methods rather peculiar, he also perceived them as intriguing and effective. However, upon spotting Monka, he could not help but frown slightly. This subtle gesture caught Corey's attention. Is Monka's swordsmanship lacking? Corey leaned against the wall beside Amu. Amu quickly straightened up to pay his respects. But Corey gestured for him to remain as he was. Mu then remarked, "I believe that although Monka's swordplay is indeed crafted by a master, it does not suit him. Monka possesses not only great strength, but also remarkable speed. His training and fighting spirit is fairly standard. It is merely a pity that his swordsmanship does not allow him to fully exploit his innate talents." Amu's words took Corey by surprise. In truth, Amu spoke so freely because Corey had treated him kindly. Corey suddenly straightened up, and Amu's thoughts deepened, knowing he was not an ordinary person. Yet, he hesitated to inquire further, for Willie had once said that true friendship lies in mutual understanding. When a friend wishes to share, they will do so without prompting. Reflecting on this, Corey finally said, "Would you mind offering some guidance to Monka?" Corey's tone was more of a request than a command. Mu bowed his head in contemplation before addressing Corey. "Yes, young master." He called for Monka to bring 2 heavy swords, both meant to be wielded with 2 hands. Mu held one in each hand, and, after a gentle surge of energy, a faint red glow flickered briefly around him. He began with a series of sweeping strikes resembling the motion of wheels, followed by thrusts and slashes, culminating in a double strike. As Mu executed these movements, Jack immediately sensed the mark of a master swordsman. Amu's dual swords danced faster and faster, the leaves within a 10-meter radius swirling in the gust generated by his swordplay. Suddenly, perhaps due to the long absence from wielding a sword, an exhilarated Amu let out a mighty shout, and a radiant glow enveloped him. Hundreds of sword energies shot out in all directions, resulting in a cacophony as every tree and wall within a 50-meter radius, save for the direction of the courtyard, toppled. Amu, witnessing this devastation, was taken aback, hurriedly passing the swords to Monka and approaching Corey. "Young master, Before Amu could finish, Corey interjected, "Your secret is safe with me, do not worry." Amu then rushed back into the courtyard. "Everyone, listen, Amu is a friend. I shall take responsibility for today's destruction, so please do not speak of it." The 3 nodded in understanding. Sakali and Jack thought to themselves that an outsider causing damage to the Academy's premises would surely be expelled. They soon noticed the emblem on Corey's chest and understood his intentions. Such an incident would likely incur no penalties for him, especially since they believed Corey possessed even greater strength. After all, Jack too could unleash sword energies up to 50 meters, albeit without such devastating impact. Indeed, it was not long before a squad of Academy guards arrived. "What has transpired here? Why does it look like this?" The guards observed Sakali using magic to restore the severed trees, noting that they had been cleaved by sword energies. "Well, I was practicing swordplay and accidentally caused this. Corey feigned innocence, gazing up at the guard captain with a pitiful expression. The captain glanced at Corey's emblem, then surveyed the chaos around him. He mused that it was not surprising for an exceptional student to possess such prowess. You are to pay a fine of 50 magic crystal coins to cover the damages. You need not worry about the trees. The Academy's guard will handle that. In the future, if you intend to use powerful techniques while practicing, be sure to do so in the training grounds. Yes, I will certainly pay heed. Corey thought it was merely a fine and promptly called for Lace to bring forth 2 pouches, each containing 30 magic crystal coins. The guard captain pinched one of the pouches, a smile creeping onto his face, though he quickly returned to a serious demeanor. Such incidents must not occur again. Next time, the penalty will not be so lenient. Phew, Corey sighed. I was expecting something far worse. Had I known it was just a fine, I would not have been so anxious. The guards took over the task of reviving the trees, and after a considerable effort, Sakali and Jack finally gathered around Corey. Young Master Corey, your friend is truly formidable. Who is he? Ah, he is a friend. He is being pursued by enemies and cannot disclose his identity. You must keep this confidential. Corey quickly fabricated a narrative that would convince the two, who nodded in agreement, though they both mused that such a powerful individual, hunted by foes, must have exceptionally formidable adversaries. As Sakali and Jack resumed their training, Corey took a seat on a stump of a fallen tree, chewing on a blade of grass, contemplating the true nature of AMU. Among Corey's acquaintances, he had not witnessed Willie's prowess firsthand, but he knew that the skills of others like Shimmelet were far inferior to AMU's. Young Master, are you pondering about AMU? Monka sat beside Corey, still holding the 2 swords. Seeing Corey nod, Monka proposed, how about I invite Mr. Shimmelet for a visit? Corey waved his hand dismissively. Trust in AMU, he is our friend. Do not pry, but you may allow him to teach you during your free time. Speaking of teaching Monka, Corey grew enthusiastic. Monka, if you could wield dual swords in such a manner, it would be incredibly impressive. I imagine ordinary folk would think twice before approaching you. Seeing Corey animatedly gesturing, Monka chuckled, his heart filled with joy at the thought of emulating such skill. With this in mind, Monka promptly procured some money from Lace and returned from the Academy's upscale dining hall with several bottles of fine wine. Grinning broadly, he found Corey still in the courtyard, having merely shifted from the stump to a chair, holding up the bottles of wine. Corey responded with a victorious gesture, and Monka entered the courtyard. At that moment, MU was tending to the small garden within the courtyard. Monka knelt before MU. Please teach me the art of swordsmanship. He placed the wine bottles before AMU, respectfully requesting his guidance. AMU was taken aback, staring blankly at Monka. Monka remained silent, kneeling and awaiting MU's response. Although MU had only just arrived, he sensed through the conversations that, despite Monka addressing Corey as young master, their relationship bore a resemblance to that of brothers. Besides, even if Monka was a servant, MU himself was merely a slave. Suddenly, MU's eyes glistened with tears, and he trembled. The last remnants of his wariness toward Corey vanished in that moment. MU wept, tears streaming down his weathered face. 3 years of servitude had stripped him of his bravado and slowly eroded his dignity. As the tears flowed, MU instinctively straightened his back. He lifted Monka with both hands. I, MU, am no longer a fallen man. If Brother Monka does not mind, call me Elder Brother, and I shall impart to you all that I have learned. Monka, with his head bowed, failed to notice MU's expression and repeatedly bowed 9 times. Elder Brother. I pay my respects. Outside the courtyard, Corey sat with one leg propped on the chair, cradling his head in his arms, chuckling softly at that moment. He became increasingly convinced that MU was no ordinary individual. However, how powerful he truly was remained a mystery to Corey, though he believed that if Willie were present, he would surely discern it. Young Master, dinner is ready. Shall we return to eat? Lace's arrival interrupted Corey's thoughts. He nodded and made his way inside, the dining table. Corey sat at the head, with Lace and Monka on either side, while Sakali and Jack occupied the lower seats. MU stood to the side, believing himself unworthy to sit as a slave. Noticing MU standing, Monka rose and pulled a chair over for him. Elder Brother, please sit. At that moment, Corey suddenly slapped himself lightly and stood up, guiding AMU to the secondary seat. AMU attempted to protest, but Corey did not allow him the opportunity. Today's roast chicken is Lace's specialty. You must eat plenty. At Corey's behest, Lace set a complete silver set of cutlery before AMU. While only Corey used silverware at the table, AMU smiled, a genuine smile springing forth that it was the first time in 3 years that he had smiled. But after the laughter, he did not merely shed 2 tears as before, he broke into heart-wrenching sobs. The first tears he had shed in 3 years. Corey signaled for everyone to let AMU cry freely, allowing him to release his emotions. Thus, AMU alternated between tears and joyous laughter, repeating this cycle numerous times. Until nearly an hour had passed before he finally regained his composure. "I apologize, young Master Corey. No," the old man once said, "heroes bleed, but do not weep, for the time for sorrow has not yet come. I never understood the meaning of those words until now. Let us eat. I am famished. Lace, please serve the dishes." Corey spoke solemnly at first, but suddenly his demeanor shifted, calling out to Lace in a cheerful tone. AMU laughed, genuinely delighted, feeling more human than he had in years. Sakali and Jack witnessed the scene and, upon hearing Corey's words, nodded in agreement, impressed by his insight. Etiquette held great importance at the dining table. Sakali and Jack were both oblivious to how many times they had heard Corey's reprimands. As they sat down for a meal, their minds were not preoccupied with the taste of the food, but rather with the appropriate and inappropriate behaviors expected at the tiger's table. In contrast, AMU exuded an air of nobility with every gesture he made. I almost forgot to inform everyone that the dean has assigned me a task to uncover the identity of the individual who trespassed into the girls' dormitory," Corey announced. A peculiar smile briefly flickered across his face, prompting Sakali and Jack to hastily cover their mouths, fearing that laughter would cause them to spew their food. Their expressions twisted into an array of oddities. After swallowing his food with great effort, Sakali finally spoke. "So, Corey, what do you intend to do?" "Naturally, I plan to eliminate the intruder from the girls' dormitory," Corey replied, a smirk creeping onto his lips as he uttered the word eliminate. "Listen closely. I have devised a plan." Corey had spent the entire day contemplating this matter and was now eager to share every detail with his companions. Laughter erupted around the table, shattering any semblance of decorum. Jack, ever the jovial one, pounded the table to express his exuberance, and even AMU, who had only just grasped the situation, joined in the merriment. "Gallagher, let us see how you enjoy being expelled from the academy," Corey said coolly. Under the cover of night, Sakali, Jack, and Monka, laden with all of Corey's spoils, approached the boys' dormitory, while Corey stealthily positioned himself beside the girls' dormitory. As he watched the lights within the building extinguish one by one, Corey slipped into the girls' dormitory once more, with AMU stationed in the nearby woods and Sakali and Jack infiltrating the boys' dormitory. 2 hours later, Corey called out to Sakali and Jack, who were nearing the girls' dormitory. "Is everything ready?" The two nodded in affirmation. "Rest assured, Master Corey, we have followed your instructions meticulously." "Excellent. Let us commence." Corey stepped aside as Sakali and Jack exchanged knowing glances and began to engage in combat, their strengths evenly matched, allowing them to fight with full vigor. The sounds of their altercation quickly drew the attention of the girls' dormitory, and soon all the lights within the building illuminated. Corey gestured. "All right, next step." The two immediately ceased their brawl, with Sakali stealthily darting towards a small courtyard while Jack sprinted towards the boys' dormitory. With Corey trailing behind, shouting as the lights in the boys' dormitory flickered on, Jack pivoted and dashed towards the small courtyard. What on earth is happening? Why all this commotion? The 3 guards were roused, rushing to investigate the source of the ruckus. They found Corey standing beside the fountain near the boys' dormitory. Corey slightly bowed and explained, "The dean instructed me to deal with the intruder in the girls' dormitory, and I pursued them here." The individual vanished into the adjacent building. He gestured towards the high-ranking noble's accommodation, which, while smaller than the individual courtyard where Corey resided, still housed 4 noble students per building, each with private rooms and shared facilities. When another team of guards reported finding signs of a struggle in the woods next to the girls' dormitory, along with a plethora of women's undergarments scattered about, the captain of the guards standing beside Corey immediately declared, "We must report this to the supervisor." The guards lacked the authority to enter the noble district. Soon, the supervisor arrived, accompanied by guards. Corey promptly bowed. "Well done. If you've managed to track them this far, I doubt they will escape now. Men, seal off the boys' dormitory area." The first statement was directed at Corey, while the latter was for the guards. The supervisor personally led the team into the noble district, while the guards conducted inspections in the ordinary dormitories. Soon, numerous flyers were uncovered by the guards. Clearly, these had been prepared by Corey, advertising the sale of women's undergarments during the full moon. Although the noble offspring were displeased, they complied as the supervisor oversaw the inspections, each opening their doors for examination. "What is this?" the supervisor exclaimed as he stepped on a small piece of turnip. He picked it up for a closer look. "Bring me that flyer." Someone promptly handed him a flyer, and upon comparison, the supervisor's face paled, realizing it was the very item being used to print the flyers. "Search this room thoroughly." Previously, a cursory glance had sufficed when entering the noble rooms. Now, under orders, the guards turned the entire room inside out, uncovering a vast quantity of women's undergarments, banned literature, and other materials used for printing flyers, all piled in the center of the room. This isn't mine." Gallagher felt as though he were on the brink of madness. How could these items possibly be in his room? How could he possibly explain this? The supervisor waved his hand dismissively, indifferent to Gallagher's frantic protests, as the guards escorted him away, taking all the evidence wrapped in bed linens. Hidden in the shadows, Corey couldn't suppress his laughter. "Corey," the supervisor called out, causing Corey to quickly mask his amusement and adopt a respectful demeanor before the supervisor. "You handled this matter excellently. I shall petition the dean to reward you. You are to report to the dean's office for your reward at lunch tomorrow." "Yes," Corey bowed in response. The supervisor paid him no further heed and departed with the guards. Upon returning to his small courtyard, Corey found Sakali and the others waiting in the common room, their eyes filled with anticipation for the outcome. Corey made a victorious gesture, prompting a chorus of laughter. "Just wait. Tomorrow the results will be revealed." "Huh. I doubt the academy will let him off easily. Tonight, I plundered the noble district, where there must be some young ladies of dukes and earls." Haha. Corey chuckled gleefully, a grin that evoked thoughts of a devilish nature in Sakali and Jack. The following morning, Corey received notification that he need not go to the dean's office, but rather directly to the grand hall of the academy. He donned an exquisite outfit in preparation for the accolades, as this would mark the first time he had received such recognition since enrolling, recalling his days in the junior and intermediate academies. He remembered a time when he had been singled out as a negative example, a representative of misbehaving students. "Students, today we honor Corey Ray," the speaker announced as Corey walked forward, his heart swelling with pride. So many people, he thought. Elated, adjusting his attire in preparation for his moment on stage. The dean, the vice dean, and other high-ranking officials stood upon the platform. Corey felt increasingly smug. The dean commenced his speech, initially droning on about matters Corey found utterly tedious, before abruptly shifting to discuss the importance of the Royal Academy's 300th anniversary celebration, emphasizing the need for grand preparations to commence at the end of the winter holiday, after what felt like an eternity. The supervisor stepped forward. "Now, we present the list of commendations for the second half of the academic year." At long last, Corey heard words that stirred his interest, yet he felt tears welling up as the supervisor read off over 100 names, concluding with a statement recognizing those students but omitting any mention of Gallagher's incident. Corey's face fell, and he kicked a pebble along the path as he ambled slowly back to his small courtyard, his spirits utterly crushed. "Ray Corey." A mentor happened to be approaching Corey's small courtyard and encountered him at the entrance. "Here is a task assigned by the dean, and you are excused from participating in the upcoming month-end assessments, as the dean has already granted you excellent marks." The mentor instructed Corey to sign the task assignment on his documents before departing. "Ah, a task. Humph, no benefit whatsoever," Corey grumbled as he tore open the envelope. As he read further, his gloomy spirits lifted. "Oh, splendid. Ha ha ha." This time, Corey's assignment was to travel to the Galan province and deliver invitations to 3 provincial intermediate academies. Additionally, he was to conduct preliminary assessments for prospective students aiming to enroll in the Royal Academy, allowing him to select up to 3 companions to accompany him. Haha. Corey chuckled foolishly as he entered the room. Lace helped Corey remove his cloak, puzzled as she inquired, "Master, what has made you so joyful?" "I'm going home. This is enough to let me hold my head high," Corey replied, handing the envelope to Lace. Upon inspecting its contents, she discovered a certificate of appointment as a special envoy of the Royal Academy, 3 red invitation letters, and a plain sheet detailing the task. Lace remained somewhat confused, asking, "Master, what good are these?" Corey merely chuckled, not answering her, as his mind replayed the introduction on his Royal Academy appointment document. Ray Corey, a first-year student, admitted to the Royal Academy with the highest marks, having gained the recognition of numerous professors for his astonishing abilities during his studies, and having completed a task of considerable difficulty, making him a source of pride for the Royal Academy. Just based on those few lines, Corey felt sufficiently proud for several days, not to mention that he would be returning to the intermediate academy he once attended as an examiner. The thought made him feel positively euphoric. Monka, summon Sakali and Jack, and show them this. Tell them to join us. Also, request Mr. Paya to send someone to look after our small courtyard. Lace, pack our belongings. We shall prepare to depart tomorrow morning. After arranging everything, Corey strutted about, brimming with self-satisfaction, planning to explore the academy thoroughly so as not to misrepresent the Royal Academy when recounting his experiences. Suddenly, an instinctual sense of danger washed over him, and he executed a graceful backflip. Upon landing, a fireball erupted precisely where he had been standing. Do not dare to evade. Allow me to strike. A delicate voice echoed, and upon seeing the speaker, Corey felt a chill run down his spine. Recalling the previous year when he had merely stolen a glance, he was now being pursued to this very place. Corey turned and fled. Alas, the academy was not like the streets, where one could simply scale walls or traverse rooftops. The academy was replete with trees, but hiding among them would undoubtedly lead to capture. Was had spent the entire night consulting the Royal Grand Magus, who taught her magic, and diligently practiced the art of rapid movement. Though Corey ran with great speed, Waz was ever at his heels. Suddenly, the figure of the dean appeared ahead, and in his moment of alarm, Corey lost his footing and slowed down, while Waz, undeterred, lunged directly at him. Fireball spells, lightning strikes, and daggers, Waz employed every weapon at her disposal. Realizing escape was futile, Corey resorted to using the street-fighting techniques of a rogue to defend himself against Waz. When the knights arrived, they hastily separated the two. The dean, recognizing the emperor's beloved jewel, refrained from intervening directly, instead feeling curious as to why the princess was engaged in combat with Corey, who appeared to be refraining from using magic or swordsmanship in retaliation. Little did the dean know that Corey had exerted his utmost in defense. The sight of Waz, her hair disheveled, hairpin lost, clothing torn, and face smeared with dirt, contrasted sharply with Corey's own plight. His hair stood on end from the lightning strike, clothing riddled with numerous burns, and his face bore the mark of Waz's fierce punch. Boldly, how dare you lay a hand on Princess Waz? Seize him, commanded the captain of the knights protecting the princess. As 4 burly knights moved to apprehend Corey, the dean, believing Corey had not dared to retaliate, was about to speak in his defense when Waz interjected. Stop, who permitted you to seize him? At the princess's words, the knights retreated. Waz picked up the dagger that had fallen from Corey due to his torn clothing. Any discerning eye could tell it was a royal artifact. Corey, still in a daze, thought to himself that he was doomed, certain that he would either be executed or conscripted. Gripping the dagger in one hand, Waz tugged at Corey's ear and pulled him aside. Tell me honestly, where did you acquire this dagger? If you do not speak the truth, I shall have you sliced into 18 pieces. Who do you think I am, Master Corey? You wish to steal my dagger and kill me. This is a token exchanged with my sworn brother, Warner. Corey thought to himself that death was inevitable. Having struck a princess would surely lead to execution, and it was better to go down in a blaze of glory. Appearing valiant and cool, this left Waz momentarily speechless. If earlier Corey had fought her without knowledge of her royal status, now that he was aware, his defiance intrigued her. Waz had never encountered someone like him, nor had anyone ever spoken to her in such a manner. Her spirits lifted. She tightened her grip on Corey's ear. No, you have torn my clothing. You must compensate me. Tomorrow, I shall seek you out. You will entertain me, or else you shall face my wrath. Waz had no intention of revealing that Warner was her brother, as it was evident Corey was unaware of Warner's identity. Otherwise, why would he not mention it to protect himself? Moreover, Corey had failed to invoke Warner's name in defense, leaving Waz feeling that Corey was truly unique. Unlike the noble scions who bowed and scraped before her, Corey's demeanor was refreshingly different. Ah, is that so? I will gift you a splendid outfit tomorrow. However, I cannot play with you as I have tasks to attend to, Corey lamented, feeling exasperated by the whims of this peculiar princess. As he spoke, he attempted to make his escape, but Waz clung to his clothing tenaciously. The dean and the knights had noticed the dagger, yet they speculated it must have been a gift from Waz, as otherwise, Corey would have faced punishment for their altercation. Your Highness, please accompany this old minister to rest and change your attire. The dean finally approached, having observed the disarray of the princess's garments, which marred the royal image. Meanwhile, Was noticed Corey's lingering gaze upon her, and upon glancing down at her subtly rising bosom, she recalled Corey's previous quip about her being flat-chested in a fit of rage. She unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks at Corey, who dared not retaliate, merely dodging about. Producing a bright red magic core from his pocket, he presented it to her. "This is for you." Was seized the magic core, admiring its vibrant hue. "No, you must procure for me one that is even more exquisite. Otherwise, I shall not spare you." "Very well, consider it done," Corey replied, relieved when Was finally released her grip, allowing him to bolt away. By the time Was realized what had transpired, Corey had vanished from sight. Enraged, she stamped her foot and shot a glare at the dean. The dean, startled, promptly divulged all of Corey's activities at the academy, including the tasks assigned to him. Upon returning to his small courtyard, Corey found Scaly and Jack waiting for him, while Paya had dispatched someone to oversee the courtyard during Corey's absence. "Hurry. Gather your things. We must depart before dawn," Corey urged the others. Scaly and Jack exchanged glances, and Jack stepped forward to inquire, "Master Corey, the academy has not mandated an immediate departure." Just as Corey was about to divulge the incident with Princess Was, he hesitated, fearing it might alarm them. "Do not ask questions. Pack up immediately. We must leave before dawn tonight." Seeing Corey's urgency, the others ceased their inquiries and began preparing their belongings, including the carriage, provisions, and water. Under the moonlit sky, as silence enveloped the academy, Corey hastened the busy group to load their things onto the carriage, eager to set off. "Master Corey, you are worried about Garimo, aren't you? That fellow has been confined to the Black Room by the academy, and it is rumored he will be held for at least a month," Scaly remarked after finishing his loading. He believed Corey was anxious that Garimo's predicament would be discovered. Once the carriage left the Royal Academy and hit the main road, Corey finally exhaled in relief. "What is Garimo to me? Why would I fear him?" This time, Corey's words trailed off as hundreds of cavalrymen suddenly blocked the path ahead, with a large contingent of horsemen surrounding them from the rear. "The Royal Knights," Jack exclaimed, recognizing the elite knights of his dreams at a glance. An officer clad in light armor approached the carriage. "Is this the carriage of the Royal Academy's special envoy to Garlino Province, Master Ray Corey?" Upon hearing his name, Corey realized this was undoubtedly the work of that troublesome princess, and it seemed escape was futile. Observing Corey's expression in the imposing presence of the Royal Knights, both Scaly and Jack were gripped by fear, while Amu quietly grasped the hilt of his sword, ready to rescue Corey at a moment's notice. "Ray Corey, please wait here. His Majesty the Emperor has decrees for you that will be delivered shortly." The lead officer's words finally eased the tension among the others in the carriage. At that moment, Princess was throwing a tantrum in the palace. "Father, I am no longer a child. Brother Warner is merely a year older than I, and he is off inspecting the borders. I too wish to contribute to the kingdom. I shall go to Garlino Province to extol your greatness, father." Was perched on the Emperor's lap, exuding an air that suggested if he did not acquiesce, she would refuse to return to the palace that night. The Emperor, helpless, could only smile wryly at the Prime Minister, who had rushed over. Was shot a glare at the Prime Minister, silently conveying that if he dared oppose her, she would wreak havoc at his residence, burning his garden and damaging his antiques. The Prime Minister, understanding the fearsome nature of the little princess, knew that if she caused a scene, even the Emperor would be at a loss. He quickly stepped forward. Bowing deeply, "Your Majesty, I believe the princess's intentions are admirable. Garlino Province has faced numerous calamities in recent years, and allowing her to demonstrate the kingdom's concern for its citizens would be beneficial. It would also provide an opportunity to investigate the veracity of reports from local officials." The 16th chapter. The endearing yet troublesome Princess Was. The Prime Minister lifted his gaze, noting the smiles on both the Emperor and the Princess, and continued, "I have heard that a distinguished student from the Royal Academy will be dispatched to Garlino Province. He could be tasked with ensuring the safety of Her Highness. This individual, whom I have encountered, achieved top marks upon admission to the Academy and easily pierced the Academy's training ground wall with a single sword strike, demonstrating considerable prowess." The Prime Minister was well aware of the scuffle between Was and Corey, and he knew that if he did not curry favor with the princess, the Emperor would surely send another escort, and he would bear the brunt of her wrath. Moreover, Garlino Province was only a 3-day ride from the capital. With no border issues to consider, the governor of Garlino was consistently rated as excellent in terms of stability. The Emperor pondered for a moment before responding, "Indeed, The ability to pierce the magically protected wall constructed of adamantine is indeed impressive. Exactly. Let me go, let me go. Princess was insisted, vigorously shaking the emperor's arm. Very well, you may go. Now release me. My old bones cannot withstand such shaking. The emperor, overly indulgent of his little daughter, would have granted her request immediately were it not for safety concerns. Bring forth the decree. What is that young man's name? The emperor suddenly recalled that he had not asked. The prime minister promptly replied, Your Majesty, his name is Recruitment. Indeed, grant me a royal sword and a token. Instruct him to ensure the safety of princess during her travels, should danger arise. The token may be used to summon nearby officials to dispatch troops for her protection. Upon finishing his decree, the emperor promptly dispatched a courtier to make the necessary arrangements. Thank you, father, exclaimed joyfully as she leaped from the emperor's lap and dashed out. At this moment, the prime minister discreetly wiped the sweat from his brow. Observing this, the emperor burst into laughter, remarking, This girl has spoiled me and caused you all headaches. Please have some compassion for this old man. She truly is my treasure. The emperor was aware that princess often caused chaos among the noble families in the capital, and he could not help but offer words of comfort to loyal old ministers like the prime minister. Hearing this, the prime minister immediately knelt, exclaiming, Your Majesty, I am filled with trepidation. Who among us does not possess a parent's love? I too have children and grandchildren. Such affection is universal. Well then, it is late. I find myself somewhat weary. You should return home to rest as well, the emperor said, making his way to the inner hall. Only then did the prime minister dare to rise, wiping his brow as he returned home. Meanwhile, another individual was also wiping sweat. It was winter, and a captain of the royal cavalry was perspiring. He could not help but ask, Captain, are you feeling hot? The captain sighed deeply. Alas, you do not understand. This operation was undertaken without higher approval. Princess threatened that if I did not intercept she would poison my horse. Upon hearing this, the royal knights around the captain felt a sense of shame. Every noble in the capital had experienced the terror of princess, and compared to that, the punishment from their superiors seemed trivial. What they feared most was that the princess would not arrive or that the emperor's orders had not been issued. Captain, a carriage approaches, bearing the royal insignia, a keen-eyed soldier announced. Finally bringing relief to everyone. You cannot escape my grasp, declared as she leapt from the carriage, ready to seize by the ear. Deftly dodged her advance. Do not come near me, you bite. As she spoke, her teeth ground together ominously. The royal knights wished to laugh, but restrained themselves. Boldly took a seat on's carriage, glaring at, who immediately bowed and said, I am honored to meet the princess. Upon realizing that was made, decided not to hold it against her. Everyone returned. None shall follow. The princess commanded her maid and guards. They all immediately knelt, fully aware that disobeying would surely incur the emperor's wrath, and they risked execution. Just as prepared to unleash her anger, seeing the plight of her entourage, remarked, My carriage is too small for all your belongings. Bring them along to assist you. Otherwise, you will have no change of clothes. Having discerned temperament, understood that the only way to deal with her was through gentleness rather than force. You are clever, conceded, urging to board the carriage while turning to her guards and maid, You may follow behind. But should anyone dare to speak out of turn, I shall dismiss them. Upon hearing this, the entourage cast grateful glances at. They ultimately left 2 elder guards and 4 maids behind, ensuring there would be an explanation for their return. The 2 elder guards exchanged glances, recognizing the figure of on horseback as someone familiar, yet they could not identify the face. May I inquire your name? The 2 guards asked. He returned the greeting, stating, I am the protector of young master. The guards introduced themselves in turn, and led the way, with the 2 guards trailing behind. The royal cavalry, feeling as if they had been granted a reprieve, swiftly vanished into the distance. Meanwhile, was in despair. To follow this formidable princess could very well cost him his life. It seemed imperative to find a way to tame her. Otherwise, his days of ease would come to an abrupt end. You must understand, if you wish to indulge and enjoy, you cannot do so in the guise of a princess. Consider this. When others learn of your royal status, they shall fear you, and what joy can be found in that? As thoughts raced, a clever idea quickly formed. Upon hearing this, pondered, realizing that during her time as a princess, she was indeed feared by all, which deprived her of any real enjoyment. With a decisive clap on shoulder, she exclaimed, You are indeed wise. I shall heed your counsel. What do you suggest we do? Secretly signaled a victory gesture, thinking to himself that this Navi princess had fallen for his ploy. With a chuckle, he replied, In the presence of officials, you are a princess. In ordinary places, don the attire of a common noble or even that of a peasant. You see, the most delightful experiences are found among the common folk. Let them address you as Miss rather than Princess. Do you understand? With each of statements, nodded in agreement. Soon enough, shared a series of bizarre tales, and became his eager echo. The carriage journeyed through the night, and the group eventually found a lush area to rest for half a day before continuing on. As they traveled, spun tales that kept engaged, and the road remained relatively peaceful. On this day, the convoy reached the border of. Young master, some villagers have come to welcome us, called back to the carriage. And immediately understood. It must be people responding to his summons. Upon disembarking, he encountered two horsemen who were being held at bay by. Greetings, young master. We heard of your return and came to escort you, they said. Nodded and inquired, is all well in the village? How's the harvest? Everything is well. Do not worry, young master. If you need anything prepared, we shall return to arrange it at once. Tapped his head. Reflecting on his original plan to return to the encampment, but with the addition of a princess, it would now be quite inconvenient. He pulled the two aside and whispered, return and dispatch a small team to follow me discreetly. I have the princess with me. Do not let her discover it. After explaining the situation, the two, who were brought by, immediately grasped the gravity of the matter and replied, young master, we shall return at once and inform the lord that we will be home in a month. They presented themselves as mere villagers, yet recognized that they were anything but ordinary, noting their exceptional horses, far superior to what common nobles would possess. If not for their discretion, they would have donned warrior armor for simplicity. What is your home like? It must be quite beautiful, inquired, captivated by the arrival of family friends. Mentioning his home caused a shadow to cross his face, and he fell momentarily silent. Noting his expression, turned to for answers, aware of her place. Hesitated but replied, Princess, while those individuals are from our village, they are not from young master's family. Then proceeded to recount childhood and everything she knew about him. The revelation left in tears, feeling immense pity for. However, was not in the mood for sentimentality. His mind was consumed with the troublesome reality of having the princess accompany him, which impeded many of his planned actions. Inform everyone to avoid the provincial capital and head directly to decided. Thinking it would be better to return to his original mid-level academy and assert his presence there. With this thought, he strapped the royal sword bestowed by the emperor to his waist and instructed to retrieve the most exquisite outfit for him. As darkness began to envelop the sky, the group found themselves still several dozen kilometers from, and approached to ask whether they should push through the night or find a place to camp. Just as the convoy slowed its pace, a band of armed men erupted from the woods, surrounding the two carriages. Halt! Surrender your valuables, and we shall spare your lives, the leader bellowed, brandishing his blade. Ah, this proclamation sounds familiar, thought. Suddenly recalling that he had once issued similar threats during his own robberies. When it came to robbery, only he, could claim supremacy. Who would dare to rob the governor's tax convoy? As his thoughts raced, he stood atop the carriage. Meanwhile, and the princess's guards had already formed a protective circle around the carriage. Just as was about to utter a taunt to intimidate the thieves, they shouted first, those who know their place should quickly relinquish their valuables. I dare to rob even the governor's tax convoy. And today I am in a generous mood. I do not wish to spill blood. Ha ha ha, laughed heartily, not because he was out of options but rather because the bandits had mentioned targeting the governor's tax convoy. Boy, what are you laughing at? The leader of the thieves barked angrily, pointing his knife at, coldly huffing, was about to mock the thieves when tugged at his arm, gesturing towards the princess, who was peering out from the carriage door. Realizing he had forgotten that was present, he lightly chastised himself at that moment. Several lights flickered in the distance. These were the distinctive signals of the mercenary group, indicating an impending assault. Scanning the surroundings, he noticed several horsemen appearing behind the bandits, just a few hundred meters away. Young master, we suggest you protect the princess as we hold them off, the guard suggested, retreating a few steps, leaning against the carriage. Their eyes fixed on the encroaching bandits, Corey pondered. It must be that Shimo Light had learned of his arrival with the princess and secretly dispatched someone to protect them. The mere 30 or 40 thieves before him posed little challenge. Gaining confidence, he addressed his guards. My men are nearby. These petty rogues are of no concern. After speaking, Cora gestured towards the distance where, despite the encroaching darkness, silhouettes could be faintly discerned moving slowly. Lord Corey, It is indeed wise of His Majesty to entrust the princess to you. These miscreants claim to be the thieves who robbed Governor Galanong. If we capture them, it would be a significant achievement, for they are wanted criminals in the kingdom. The guards believed Kore's words, reasoning that since the emperor had entrusted the princess, he must have confidence in the situation. As for addressing him as Lord, that was merely due to Kore bearing the sword granted by the emperor. Hearing the guard's remarks, Kore felt a surge of ambition. Achievements, after all, were splendid treasures. Perhaps he could even glean some additional benefits. More importantly, he could shift the blame for his own past misdeeds onto others. It seemed that in the future, he could always find someone to bear the brunt of his wrongdoings. Heh, Kore chuckled to himself, growing increasingly amused by his own thoughts. Waz, noticing Kore's mirth, seized his ear and warned, "You better come up with a plan. If I get hurt, I'll make sure father punishes you severely." "That hurts," Kore protested, pulling away from Waz's grip, reflecting on how the punishment had escalated from 18 strokes to 36. He wondered if the next time it would double again. This princess certainly had a sharp tongue. What are a few petty thieves? Watch as I deal with them. Upon hearing this, Amu unsheathed his twin swords, prepared to charge in. Amu, do not engage. Focus on ensuring the safety of the carriage. Kore wished to keep Amu's skills concealed. Amu, complying, took a few steps back and positioned himself protectively in front of the carriage. Kore produced a bamboo tube from his pocket and, pulling it sharply, sent forth red and blue orbs of light soaring into the sky. Following this, an eerie chorus of shrieks erupted as the horses hitched to the carriage grew restless. In an instant, dozens of cavalrymen charged into the bandit ranks, a flash of blood marking their swift attack. "Leave the bandit leader alive," Kore shouted triumphantly. From start to finish, he hadn't even taken the time to sip a cup of tea. And the cavalry had already completed their task, vanishing once more into the night. The princess's guards hadn't even caught a glimpse of the cavalry's faces, let alone a complete silhouette. 2 guards rushed forward to bind the bandit leader. You dare to rob me, Le Kore? Kore exclaimed, striking the bandit leader's face repeatedly with his whip, who, now thoroughly terrified, could hardly muster a response. Scaly and Jack were astounded. Recalling how Paya had referred to Kore as captain, the depth of Kore's prowess only intensified their desire to follow him. "Lord Kore, we should take the heads of the deceased bandits. It would serve as proof to the local officials that you have eradicated the bandit group." Kore, initially unfamiliar with such practices, agreed only after the princess's guards echoed the sentiment. Despite her youth and gender, Princess was seemed remarkably unfazed by the notion of beheading, even taking the knife herself to strike a few blows. Murmuring, "This is for robbing me, for making me afraid." Suddenly, she turned to Kore with a smile. "With you by my side, I have nothing to fear." Dazed, Kore could only feel a swirl of confusion. In the woods, several knights bowed to Shimo Light, dressed in white. "Deputy Captain, the mission is accomplished." Shimo Light nodded slightly. "Your squad continues to protect from the shadows. Without Captain Kore's orders, do not reveal the identity of the Thunder Hawk." "Yes," the leader replied, bowing low. "Princess, Captain Kore truly is remarkable." Shimo Light mused inwardly, then ventured deeper into the forest alone. "Lord Kore, we should hasten our journey through the night and request the mayor of Corona to welcome us. After all, carrying these heads is quite troublesome," Mu suggested, gesturing towards the severed heads hanging from the horses. Kore nodded. Although he was not well versed in such matters, he trusted Mu's judgment. "Jack, take my documents and the gold medal bestowed by His Majesty, and summon the mayor of Corona to greet us." Upon hearing this, Jack promptly dismounted, kneeling on one knee to respectfully accept the gold medal. "Lord Kore, I advise you to ride," one of the princess's guards whispered. Kore understood that regardless of his status, sharing a carriage with the princess was a perilous affair. Not only could it tarnish her reputation, but should the emperor seek accountability, his own life could be at stake. Fortunately, Princess Waz was remarkably composed in this regard, maintaining her dignity as she sat in the carriage, adjusting her attire. The moon gradually ascended into the sky, and Kore lost track of how long they had been traveling. Suddenly, a blaze illuminated the night as hundreds of soldiers, torches held high, rushed toward them. Among the mounted figures was Jack. "Greetings," the mayor began, but Kore swiftly interrupted, raising his whip. "The princess is traveling incognito. Do you know your place?" The mayor, realizing the gravity of the situation, fell silent, bowing respectfully and standing to the side. "And who might this esteemed individual be?" This humble official wishes to convey my respects, the mayor inquired quietly, regardless of Core's previous station. Wielding the emperor's gold medal elevated him in rank. Heh, do you not recognize me? Core waved his hand, and a soldier brought forth a torch. The mayor nearly fainted at the sight. The notorious Core, known as the rogue noble of the city, was infamous in Corona for his misdeeds. It was common knowledge that Core had once destroyed the mayor's most cherished flower in his garden, resulting in the mayor administering 10 lashes. Though at the time, Core had been under 10 years old. Had he been an adult, the punishment would have been far more severe. Lord Core, this is. The mayor stammered, at a loss for words. Core smirked, let bygones be bygones, but if I could borrow a finer sword, I believe I could forget them more swiftly. Core was aware that the mayor possessed a fine pair of swords. And with Monka lacking suitable weapons, now was the opportune moment to procure something of value. The mayor sighed. It was merely a pair of swords after all, better than losing his position. Who knew what kind of relationship Core and now had with the royal family? It was wise to curry favor. I am weary and need to rest, Core declared. Yawning, the mayor promptly led the way, clearing out the best room in his estate for Core and his companions. After a long day, the exhausted princess soon fell asleep. The men gathered in Core's chamber, where a brocade box sat upon the table. Inside lay the coveted black swords. Though Core did not know their true worth, he had observed the mayor's keen interest in them when he had once sneaked a glance into the mayor's quarters, concluding they must be treasures of great significance. Monka, these swords are yours. See if they suit you, Core offered. Monka, not one to refuse, opened the box and attempted to lift the swords, only to be taken aback by their weight. In fact, all present were astonished. Monka struggled to raise them, indicating their extraordinary heft. Winslayer, forged from the finest black iron by a master craftsman, weighs 3 times that of a normal heavy sword and is valued at 1,000 magic crystal coins. Who would have thought such treasures lay in the hands of a mere city mayor? AMU remarked disdainfully, implying that the mayor was unworthy of such fine weapons. The 2 guards approached for a closer look. Yet even their discerning eyes could not appreciate the sword's uniqueness. AMU effortlessly lifted the sword, blade pointing upward, and dropped a strand of his hair onto the seemingly blunt edge. In an instant, the hair was severed, falling to the ground. And thus, the name Winslayer, he explained. Everyone stared in astonishment. In battle, facing such a weapon, evasion would be the only option or death would surely follow. Brother, I cannot wield this sword. You should keep it, Monka said. Fully aware of his own limitations, AMU shook his head, replying, using this sword requires special training. Just because you cannot wield it now does not mean you won't be able to in 3 years. Trust me, brother, I will ensure you can wield it by then. At this moment, Core was not paying attention to their conversation, his gaze fixated on Winslayer, hands rubbing together. Drooling at the prospect, he contemplated how to extract further benefits from the mayor, wondering what other treasures might be hidden. Lord Core, the guards called repeatedly until he finally snapped back to reality, wiping the drool from his chin, eyes still gleaming with desire. The guards, well aware of Core's intentions, whispered, My lord, if you wish to extract more from the mayor, I have a suggestion. Speak quickly. I shall share the spoils with you, Core urged, his eyes gleaming like a ravenous wolf. My lord, under the mayor's management, there are thieves hiding who have robbed the governor's taxes. If this is pursued, he could lose his position, or worse. The guard mimicked a beheading gesture. Core, unfamiliar with such political intrigues, had never heard of this before and nodded eagerly for the guard to continue. Meanwhile, AMU and Monka harbored no fondness for the mayor and were disinterested in this conversation, their focus solely on studying Winslayer and its wielding techniques. The guard remarked, My lord, if we were to present this matter as a success, for instance, with the substantial assistance of the Lord of Corona, in eliminating these brigands, the kingdom would undoubtedly reward us. Should not the Lord express gratitude towards you? Of course, we must make him aware of the implications. The balance of cause and effect. The guard chuckled coldly. Core also laughed, rubbing his hands together eagerly, saliva pooling at the corners of his mouth, while Core possessed an abundance of magic crystal coins. He had only heard tales of treasures such as this. You shall handle this matter. I have no interest in magic crystal coins. Instead, I shall reward you with them for the items you procure. The better the items, the greater the reward. Whatever treasure it may be, I desire it. Yes, rest assured, my lord, this task is entrusted to us. We shall see it through. The 2 guards exchanged smiles, bowed, and exited the chamber. Armu cast a disdainful glance at their departing figures, but his expression grew complex upon seeing Corey, as he found himself perplexed by Corey's true nature and character. The night had deepened. Yet Corey showed no inclination to rest, for the following day he would return to the Corona City Intermediate Academy, where he had endured much humiliation. Corona City, the fourth largest city in the Galanon province, was also the most distant from the provincial capital. Consequently, the territory governed by Corona alone accounted for a quarter of the province. Most notably, this region was renowned for its abundant grape production, and its wines were celebrated throughout the kingdom. Young Master Corey, we have successfully incarcerated the leader of the brigands, and the carriage is ready, Sakali and Jack reported as they concluded the tasks Corey had assigned. This. Jack trembled, slowly reaching for the blade named Winslayer resting on the table. What a magnificent sword! Jack recognized at first glance that this was no ordinary weapon, imagining how the next day would unfold. Corey chuckled. This sword is called Winslayer. It is indeed a fine piece. At that moment, Arma interjected, Monka, go find a blacksmith in the city to forge several heavy iron swords for you. Each one to be a standard two-handed sword, but twice, thrice, 4 times, and 5 times heavier. Begin by practicing your arm strength. I believe you may achieve small progress within a year. Hearing Armu's words, Jack, who was preparing to grasp Winslayer, realized that the sword was intended for Monka, as it would require all of his strength to lift it. Corey had no interest in the sword, yet he felt delight at Monka's beaming smile. He took out a chessboard and began to play alone. Strike like a keen blade. Array like twin arms, defend like a steel barrel. Truly remarkable chess skills, Arma said, suddenly captivated by Corey's game. Staring blankly for a while before speaking, Corey was equally surprised, sensing that Arma seemed to possess considerable knowledge. Shall we play a game? Corey invited Arma over. Arma hesitated, glancing at the chair opposite Corey. Corey smiled, rising to pull Arma down into the seat. As dawn broke, Arma and Corey found themselves evenly matched at chess. Monka and Jack were still buzzing with excitement over Winslayer after a night of study, while only Sakali had fallen asleep on the sofa. My lord Corey, 2 guards knocked and entered, bowing before stating, breakfast is prepared, and we have discussed the matters you instructed with the lord of the city. He is quite moved and will likely present you with gifts tonight. Hee, you have done well. Ha ha ha, Corey replied, fully aware of the implications and feeling increasingly cheerful. After enjoying breakfast, Corey felt invigorated and prepared to strut his stuff at the Intermediate Academy. Observing Corey's demeanor, Arma fell into a contemplative silence. Just as Corey was about to depart, Arma stepped in front of the carriage, saying, Young Master Corey, I have something to say, even if it displeases you. I must speak. Corey paused, jumping down from the carriage. What is it? Speak freely. I will not be angered. Armu knelt on one knee. Young Master Corey, I am aware of your circumstances at the academy. However, I believe that humility is essential in times of success. It helps to temper one's behavior. Arbitrarily creating numerous enemies will not bode well for your future. Upon hearing this, Corey's expression darkened. Noticing the shift, Armu transitioned from one knee to both, prostrating himself on the ground. After a long moment, Corey's face finally regained its calmness. He helped Armu to his feet, and then instructed Monka, change course, head to the right. I have a place to visit first. Just as Corey stepped onto the carriage, he turned to Jack, saying, you go ahead to the Intermediate Academy and prepare them. No need for any welcoming ceremony. Just inform the candidates to get ready and do not mention my name. Jack, though puzzled, nodded and headed towards the academy upon seeing Corey's serious expression. The carriage soon arrived at a deserted alley in the eastern part of the city, where Corey instructed everyone to wait, grateful that Princess was still dreaming and that the others were compliant with his wishes. Corey walked to Behar's doorstep, and the guard recognized him immediately. Bowing, Young Master Corey, you have not visited in quite some time. I shall inform you immediately. Behar, as usual, was practicing in the garden. Upon hearing Corey's arrival, he was overjoyed and hastily summoned someone to escort Corey to his study. Old man. Heh, I have come, Corey exclaimed, placing the prepared gift on the table and jumping into a chair opposite Behar. Remarkable. When did you acquire the royal sword? Behar scrutinized Corey from head to toe. Corey, smiling, removed the sword from his waist and handed it to Behar. This was bestowed upon me by His Majesty the Emperor. I was simply fortunate. However, I have yet to lay eyes on His Majesty, although I wish to meet him. A look of longing crossed Corey's face, as every citizen of the kingdom took pride in meeting the Emperor. His Majesty is a kind-hearted man. I hope he is in good health these days, Behar mused. Speaking to himself, Corey sprang to his feet. You have met His Majesty? You certainly do not seem the type who has held office. Corey continued. I have come to visit you, but I also have a matter for which I seek your counsel. Well then, do share, Behar replied with keen interest. Corey recounted the conversation he had with Armu that morning. Behar burst into laughter, prompting Corey to reach for Behar's beard in exasperation. Finally, Behar said, All right, allow me to speak. Follow your own path. There is no need to overthink. When dealing with others, remember 2 words, sincerity. The rest, you must contemplate yourself. Corey held his head, pondering for a long while. I understand. I must take my leave now. This is for you. He handed Behar a token bearing the emblem of a golden eagle. This is my mercenary group, should you need assistance. They will undoubtedly heed your command. It is free of charge. Haha. With that, Corey dashed away. Young Master Corey, who resides here? It seems hardly anyone dares to ride through this street. Sakali inquired curiously upon Corey's return. Corey rolled his eyes. In any case, he is a significant figure. Let us proceed to the Intermediate Academy. At that moment, the Academy's principal and all senior staff stood in a line at the entrance. Upon seeing Corey's carriage approach, they instinctively straightened their posture. Ray Corey, the principal exclaimed in astonishment, rubbing his eyes, then looking again to confirm he was not mistaken. The principal struggled to comprehend how a student with such poor performance could gain entry into the Royal Academy and arrive here in the capacity of a special envoy for the entrance examination. So many questions perplexed him. Corey approached the principal, lifting his head abruptly. Just when everyone in the academy expected Corey to mock them and belittle the faculty, he bowed deeply. Greetings, esteemed principal. The principal stood frozen, while Corey maintained his posture, inwardly scolding. This old fellow, I show him respect, yet he does not even offer to help me up. I suppose I shall rise on my own. Just as Corey was about to straighten up, the principal, being the principal, quickly beamed and helped Corey to his feet. I did not expect this. It seems my eyesight has failed me. Hearing the principal's self-deprecating laughter, the surrounding teachers joined in the merriment. However, one individual remained an exception, the very teacher who had given Corey a book when he was expelled. The principal had already heard that the individual arriving was a distinguished student, highly praised by many teachers in the Royal Academy. Upon seeing the royal sword adorning Ray Corey, the principal was further convinced that Corey must have encountered some extraordinary fortune during his time away from the Intermediate Academy, as such a weapon was only granted to elite individuals. The examination is in your hands now. I have other matters to attend to. Corey did not even enter the academy, but turned to bow to the teacher who had once offered him a book, then departed with Manka and Armu towards the Lord's manor. Time was of the essence, as Princess Was would soon awaken, and Corey planned to soothe her before sneaking home. The principal and the teachers were relieved that Corey did not enter the academy, for this expelled student was notorious, and his presence in charge of assessing applicants for the Royal Academy could cause a ruckus and embarrassment for the institution. Upon returning to the Lord's manor, Corey indeed found Princess Was awake and in a fit of rage, displeased with everything in sight. That in Corey's room, she had nearly dismantled the place, destroying everything she could. The lord of the city stood at the entrance, drenched in sweat, hesitant to step inside, not daring to utter a word. Upon seeing Corey's return, he felt as though he had encountered a savior. Even the fool could discern that the relationship between Corey and the princess was anything but ordinary. Tiana. My new clothes, my cloak, As Corey entered the room, he nearly fainted from the sight before him. Princess was ruthlessly destroying all the items he had brought with him with a small knife. Corey dashed forward, first checking the small box where he kept his chessboard. Relieved to find that Was had not yet wreaked havoc there, he let out a sigh of relief. You ran off to play by yourself. Why didn't you take me with you? Was exclaimed, perched on Corey's back, pounding him with her fists. If you dare to leave my sight for even a minute, I will set the entire city of Corona ablaze. As she spoke, a fireball appeared in Waz's hand, ready to be hurled out the window. Corey turned his head, his eyes narrowing as he looked at Waz. Well then, you can't let me leave when you bathe or sleep. I have no objections. Corey had struck at Waz's vulnerable spot, causing her face to flush a deep crimson, and suddenly, she bit down on his exposed neck, exclaiming, You lecherous fool, you wretched Corey. Chapter 17. Homecoming. Corey cried out in pain. Throwing Waz to the ground, he touched his neck and felt blood where Waz had bitten him, and in a fit of fury, he pinned Waz down, preparing to retaliate with a bite of his own. Waz, frightened, shut her eyes, her porcelain skin exuding a faint fragrance, causing Corey to hesitate. "I want to visit your home," was suddenly declared. That Corey's expression dimmed as he sat down, silent, cradling his head in his hands. Was, unwilling to relent, shook Corey's hand. "I just want to see that white-backed black bear you caught, please." After a prolonged entreaty, seeing Corey remain unresponsive, she had a sudden idea. "If you take me, I will ask my father to confer upon you the title of Viscount, and then your mother will be the Viscountess." This proposition stirred Corey's heart immensely. The elevation of his own status mattered little, but the thought of his mother receiving a title would transform her standing within the family. Yet, Corey's face bore no smile, a hint of sadness clouding his features. Was, perceiving Corey's inner turmoil, spoke gently. "Your mother is so wonderful. She deserves to enjoy the kingdom's rewards." After addressing Corey, Princess Was shouted towards the door, "Get in here. You eavesdroppers." The Lord glanced around, and aside from the 2 guards of the princess, he found himself alone, scrambling in. "Your Highness, I assure you, I did not dare to eavesdrop." Princess Was, accustomed to dealing with sycophantic officials, scoffed. "Corey's mother deserves a title. Come up with a good reason." When it came to seeking rewards, those skilled in flattery were always adept. Immediately, one of them grinned. Lord Corey's mother should indeed be honored for raising someone as talented as Lord Corey. That alone suffices. "If your Highness does not mind, I would gladly draft a report to His Majesty on your behalf, and all you need to do is sign it." Was, pleased with this arrangement, nodded, recognizing that having the Lord's recommendation was indeed advantageous. He promptly stepped outside to confer quietly with the 2 guards. They initially considered consulting Corey for his input, but upon observing his somber expression, they decided to take it upon themselves to include some of his contributions in the report. Before long, the report was drafted, detailing Corey's valiant efforts in protecting the princess against bandits, followed by a list of the misdeeds committed by the bandit group, including their robbery of Governor Garanong's taxes. It concluded with the Lord's dispatch of troops, successfully eradicating the entire bandit group, capturing their leader alive, and executing 25 of the bandit leaders. The report was filled with grandiloquent praise, culminating in a request for substantial rewards for both Corey and his mother. Along with a list of those who contributed to this endeavored in summary. When it came to seeking rewards, listing one name was as good as listing 10. The Lord was astute enough not to read the entire report to the princess, only choosing the portions he knew would please her. Exasperated, Was snatched the report from him and signed her name. The Lord, inwardly jubilant, promptly dispatched a swift horse to the royal capital with the news. That very evening, the Lord sent Corey a multitude of gift boxes filled with various delightful items. Corey also rewarded each of the princess's guards with 100 magic crystals, perhaps in anticipation of the emperor's forthcoming conferment. Was refrained from troubling Corey with visits to his home for a few days, instead demanding that he take her out for entertainment, leaving the matters regarding the Intermediate Academy's assessments entirely to Scaly and Jack. Fortunately, they possessed sufficient capability. Otherwise, it would have been quite embarrassing. "Corey, what about the gifts you promised me? Where are the fun things?" There was little of particular interest in Corona City, and after a few days, the princess grew weary and lost her desire to venture out, neglecting her meals. Corey wore a pained expression, as he dared not take the princess to places like gambling dens, which only exacerbated her complaints. With no other option, he gritted his teeth. "Was, I will take you to a wonderful place, but you must promise not to mention it to anyone. Otherwise, even if you command the emperor to take my head, I will ignore you." Upon hearing of a delightful adventure, Was immediately ceased her antics, her eyes sparkling with curiosity as she gazed at Corey. "You all stay here. I will ensure the safety of Her Highness," Corey instructed the 2 guards, who nodded eagerly, thinking that their modest abilities were hardly necessary, and that their absence would matter little. Moreover, they had not had the chance to relax after days of following her around. "Young master, are you planning to go home?" Lacey quickly surmised, realizing Corey intended to visit the camp of the Thunder Eagles. Otherwise, he would not have asked the guards to remain behind. Corey nodded and instructed Lacey to contact the team in the city to prepare for their departure. This time, Corey did not take a carriage but rode out of Corona City on horseback with the princess. Accompanying them were Amu, Monka, and Lacey, along with members of the Thunder Eagles discreetly ensuring their protection. After a long day of travel, as they left the main road and entered the forest, Corey said to Was, "Once we arrive, you must not reveal your identity as a princess, nor throw tantrums." Was, seemingly fatigued and distracted, nodded repeatedly, eager to see what lay ahead. At that moment, dozens of figures emerged from the woods, all bowing in respect upon seeing Corey. Captain Corey of the 3rd Division, 4th Squad. At your service. One of them stepped forward and announced, "Lead the way, everything at home is well." In response to Captain Corey, "All is well at home, that we have recently undergone renovations and discovered a nearby dormant volcano. Thus, we have improved the camp, making it a veritable paradise of springtime." The squad leader's words brimmed with pride and joy. "How much farther? Let us hasten our pace." Upon hearing this, Was urged the leader on. The leader glanced at Corey, who gave a slight nod, before bowing again. "It will take 2 more hours. Please dismount, and we will carry you in, milady." A small sedan chair was quickly prepared, and while the horses in the woods could not move quickly, Corey's Silver Thunder was an exception. The other horses, however, could only proceed at a leisurely pace. "Captain Corey, milady, please take a seat." Was, seeing such a contraption for the first time, excitedly climbed aboard. Corey, however, declined their generous offer. "I will run alongside. Lacey is a lady. You ought to carry her." Everyone regarded Lacey as a little sister, and none objected to this arrangement. Corey dismounted from Silver Thunder and swiftly dashed ahead, moving with unparalleled agility through the forest, followed closely by AMU and Silver Thunder, while Monka and the squad members lagged behind. "Hurry up. Corey is getting far ahead." Was clapped her hands from the sedan, urging them on. When it came to MU's agility, Corey admired him greatly. His movements were graceful, far beyond Corey's own capabilities if they were to compete. Corey was confident that AMU would surpass him by a wide margin. With this thought, Corey gradually increased his speed, sprinting with all his might. Yet MU showed no signs of lagging behind, maintaining a distance of just a few meters. Soon, the gates of the camp appeared before Corey. What once had been a simple wooden entrance was now a grand stone structure, adorned with a golden eagle poised in flight at the top. "Captain Corey has returned! Captain Corey has returned!" The sentinels shouted loudly into the camp. Shimmelet was the first to rush out, hurrying to the square to greet Corey. "Captain, you have returned." Suddenly, Shimmelet's gaze fell on AMU standing behind Corey, and her eyes flickered with surprise and sorrow. "General, you are alive." Typically fastidious about her appearance, Shimmelet disregarded everything else at that moment, throwing herself to the ground and clutching AMU's legs tightly. AMU, moved, helped Shimmelet to her feet. "Shimmelet, is that you? Quick, prepare a room. You two return first." As Corey saw the sedan approach the camp, he knew that the scene before him was not one for the princess to witness. Despite his awareness of AMU's background. "Hurry," Corey exclaimed, grasping each of them by the arm and leading them toward the nearest wooden cabin. When Corey emerged from the cabin, Was had already entered the camp. Initially irritated that Corey had dashed off ahead, her frustration dissipated upon witnessing the idyllic beauty of the camp, rendering her utterly astonished. "It's so beautiful," Was exclaimed, overwhelmed by the breathtaking scenery. The camp is nestled by the mountains and encircled by a serene lake, where verdant hills kiss the azure waters, and the line between the white snow and the clouds blurs into a seamless horizon that a myriad of colorful birds flit about the campsite that a few newly born magical rabbits, not yet days old, hop onto Wazi's feet, prompting her to joyfully scoop one up. "Ah, ah," she exclaims as a rainbow-hued bird alights upon Corey's shoulder, chirping a few calls in his direction. Wazi reaches out to touch the vibrant bird, but it flutters upwards, teasingly calling, come catch me, come catch me." Enraged, Wazi throws down her long shawl and skirt, charging after the direction the bird has flown to. That moment, Corey arrives at the small dwelling where AMU resides. Upon entering, Shimmelet rushes towards him, kneeling before Corey to bow. "What is the matter? Quickly, rise," Corey insists, pulling Shimmelet to his feet. Only then does Shimmelet explain. "Captain, you saved the general, as if you rescued my father." Confused, Corey listens as Shimmelet recounts a tale from many years past. AMU's true identity is revealed to be the former Northern General, Mulin. Shimmelet, once a street urchin, was saved by AMU, who took him under his wing, teaching him swordsmanship and bestowing upon him his current name. Thereafter, Shimmelet followed Mulin as a loyal attendant. However, the honest Mulin, due to his treatment of border citizens, found himself at odds with many ministers in the imperial capital, and over 3 years ago, he refused to pledge loyalty to the current crown prince. In his own words, Mulin stated, "I owe my allegiance to the kingdom and His Majesty the Emperor." Consequently, he was wrongfully accused, although he managed to escape after enduring more than 2 years of inhumane treatment. He fell into slavery. His family perished without exception, along with their attendants, bodyguards, and servants, over 3,700 souls. The northern general, Mulin, the shield of the kingdom's north, guarded the northern borders for 13 years, deterring any who dared to encroach upon his territory. The stability of the borders and the prosperity of the citizens prompted many from neighboring lands to immigrate. It was the neighboring nation to the north that harbored the greatest desire to eliminate Mulin. Yet he ultimately fell victim to his own kin. Legends tell that upon hearing of Mulin's demise, the emperor of that neighboring country wept inconsolably, personally erecting a tombstone for him at the border. Inscribing words of respect from dozens of generals on the reverse, the southern marshal of that era lamented, "Mulin, I have long wished for your swift demise. I have never won a battle under your command. Yet all I desire is for you to fall by my sword. Such a death for a hero is beneath you." After uttering these words, the southern marshal wept bitterly. Subsequently, the citizens of the northern borders spontaneously organized memorials for Mulin, only to be suppressed by troops dispatched by the newly arrived Walji. In that tumult, Shimolet seized the opportunity to escape, eventually joining the Night Rain organization. Le Corey, shall avenge you. The blood feud of brothers is now my own, Corey declared. He had heard of Mulin's name, one of the few generals praised by Bejar, whose integrity garnered admiration from countless heroes. Perhaps Mulin had been too heartbroken or had suffered too many blows over the years. For he calmly responded, "Young Master Corey, I appreciate you calling me AMU. Let us see. Speaking of revenge, Mulin is no more, and only AMU remains." "General," Shimolet attempted to speak, but Mulin halted him with a wave of his hand. Then sighed deeply. His Majesty the Emperor is advanced in years. He had Prince Walj at the age of 40, and with only 2 sons, the young prince is yet a minor. The throne will undoubtedly belong to Prince Walj. Seeking revenge is tantamount to opposing the kingdom and brings no benefit to the people. Allow my personal vendetta to plunge the kingdom's citizens into turmoil is not my desire. At that moment, Corey began to grasp the essence of what it means to be a hero. Mulin was indeed worthy of the title. Just as Corey was about to speak again, he heard Wazi calling for him in the square. Fearing she might cause a scene, he quickly rushed outside. There stood Wazi, her clothing torn, hair entangled with branches, and grass clinging to her. In her hand, she clutched the rainbow-hued bird, which was now missing a considerable amount of feathers, its tail resembling a sad tuft. Ha ha! Corey forced himself to dismiss thoughts of Mulin, laughing heartily. Infuriated, Wazi struck Corey a few times, tearing a piece of her clothing to bind the vibrant bird. Lace approached with some ordinary garments, and Wazi huffed at Corey, "Once I change, you must prepare a meal for me." She then followed Lace to change. Corey waved his hand, summoning several team members who had already surmised Wazi's identity as a princess, though none dared to speak of it. "Tonight, let us organize some activities. That wild woman can sleep until tomorrow afternoon. Rest assured, young Master Corey, we will make arrangements promptly. Tonight, we shall have a bonfire gathering with roasted meat, dancing, and revelry. How does that sound?" "Excellent. Let it be so." Corey gestured for the team to disperse. Soon, Wazi reappeared in simple attire, her jewelry tucked away. Meanwhile, the camp inhabitants began transporting copious amounts of wood to the center of the square. "What are they doing?" Wazi inquired, sitting beside Corey and linking her arm with his. "Tonight, there will be a celebration prepared just for you. You must promise not to reveal your identity as a princess upon your return. Do not mention this place. This is my only home. Without it, I would be left homeless." Corey feigned a pitiful expression, gazing longingly at Wazi. Suddenly, she leaned in and kissed him on the cheek, saying, "Do not worry. I won't tell a soul. I know you care for me the most." Corey was taken aback by the unexpected kiss, stumbling back and landing squarely in the pool. "Hiki," Wazi clapped her hands in delight, while Corey, begrudgingly, crawled out and retreated to his cabin to change clothes, gently touching his cheek, where Wazi had just kissed him, feeling an indescribable sensation within INMU's humble wooden cabin. "General," Shimolet began, but AMU interrupted, saying, "Call me AMU. Henceforth, do not speak the title general or mention Mulin. I do not wish for others to know of vengeance. Do not even entertain the thought." Shimolet bowed his head in silence, and after a long pause, he recounted how he came to know Corey in the Lightning Eagle Mercenary Corps, as well as his affiliation with the Night Rain organization. The fire crackled to life, various meats sizzling above the flames. Many shared their musical instruments, wine, and joy, creating a jubilant night. Yet Amu and Shimolet remained inside the wooden cabin, untouched by the festivities. Wazi, unaccustomed to such revelry, danced, sang, and laughed exuberantly in the firelight, ultimately resting her head against Corey's shoulder as she fell asleep. For 3 consecutive days, the nights were filled with revelry until dawn, with even teams on missions returning to join in the celebration. Corey and Wazi spent their days fishing, hunting, and boating, delighting in their time together. On the 6th morning, Corey reluctantly prepared to return with the cherished Wazi to Coronaro City. As they walked, Mu, his expression stern, advised Shimolet, "Do not dwell on those unrealistic notions. Focus on the present. Do not forget." Shimolet nodded, his heart heavy with sorrow. Upon reaching Coronaro City, 2 royal attendants awaited them, having stood vigil for an entire day. As Corey entered the Lord's manor, one attendant attempted to assert his authority, but the other, quick to act, tugged at his sleeve, gesturing towards Wazi, who rode on horseback and still clung to Corey. Both men inhaled deeply, lowering their heads in deference. As Corey approached, one attendant finally spoke aloud. "Lay Corey. His Majesty the Emperor has a decree for you." Corey swiftly knelt, and those around him followed suit. The attendant then produced a scroll. "By the Emperor's grace, recognizing Lay Corey's loyalty to the kingdom and his valor in vanquishing a band of thieves, he is hereby bestowed the title of second-class Viscount. Upon his return to the imperial capital, he shall meet with the Emperor to receive his title personally. Lay Corey's mother, having raised him well, is elevated to the status of third-class Viscountess. A golden scepter shall be granted, along with a 3-year tax exemption." Corey felt as if he had received the greatest news imaginable. Expressing his gratitude fervently, he snatched the scroll affirming his noble title from the attendant's hand. Along with the scepter, the glance exchanged with Lace signaled her to deliver a bag containing 100 magical crystal coins. Initially, the attendants perceived Corey's demeanor as brusque, but upon opening the bag, their expressions transformed into smiles. "Thank you, Viscount Lay Corey, for your generosity." Wazi coldly interjected, "Begone, there is no need for you to convey that decree." Wazi referred specifically to the decree meant for Corey's mother. The attendants, fearing the princess's wrath, hastily departed without even bidding farewell to the Lord. "Monka, prepare for my return home," Corey commanded, clutching the scroll of nobility with palpable excitement. Monka, understanding Corey's elation, responded boisterously, "Yes, my Lord Viscount." Though Monka was unfamiliar with noble customs, the Lord was an old aristocrat. He quickly arranged for a mid-tier noble carriage and addressed various noble protocols, such as the number of guards, attendants, and the proper attire for them, with the Lord's assistance. Everything was prepared within 2 hours. The Lightning Eagle Mercenary Corps had ample personnel, easily assembling a 30-member guard for the return journey, a triumphant homecoming that Corey had long dreamed of since leaving home. As he realized this dream was within reach, Corey felt immense gratitude towards Wazi. "Thank you, Wazi." A flush crept across Wazi's face as she entwined her arm around Kurue's, gently resting her head upon his shoulder. Kurue, too bashful to protest, remained silent as they sat together in the carriage, making their way toward Kurue's village. Menka rode ahead, taking the lead. Upon spotting Menka and the splendid carriage, the village's youth quickly discerned that Kurue had returned, and they rushed to inform others. All the villagers, save for Kurue's family, flocked to welcome him as they reached the threshold of his home. Kurue signaled Menka to distribute some gold coins to the villagers. Then, accompanied by Huazi, he approached the entrance, where the household servants, upon recognizing him, hastily opened the grand door. Irue's sisters were the first to emerge, and upon seeing him, they responded with cold remarks, hurling unkind words at both Kurue and Huazi. Huazi's expression darkened, and she let out a disdainful huff. In retaliation, 2 of the princess's guards swiftly dealt a series of resounding slaps to Kurue's sisters. It was only then that Kurue's father appeared, having overheard the guards' chilling words. To insult a princess is a capital offense. Huazi straightened her posture, her demeanor frigid. Although she had intended to teach a lesson to those who had bullied Kurue for years, she was taken aback by their sheer audacity, igniting a murderous rage within her. "Your Highness, the fault lies with my inadequate upbringing. I beseech your forgiveness." Huazi's expression struck terror into Kurue's father, who knew his daughter well. Her words could be described as cutting, if not vicious. The others quickly knelt, while Kurue's sisters trembled in fear. Irue made his way toward his mother, intending to assist her. But Huazi, ever observant, was quicker and helped Kurue's mother to her feet, leading her inside. Kurue then turned to assist his father and his visiting brother, guiding them into the house. Just as they neared the entrance, Kurue signaled the princess's guards, who then instructed the others to rise. Kurue's elder brother, Man Kuenai, had recently joined the military and had received the title of a third-class lord. Though it was the lowest rank among the nobility, he took pride in it, having earned it through his own efforts. Should he inherit his father's title in the future, it would be augmented by his current status. "Lord Kurue," exclaimed a member of the mercenary group, emphasizing his words as he presented a brocade box containing a scroll and a golden scepter. At that moment, Wazi was delighting in a taxidermy specimen of a white-backed black bear. Hearing the mercenary's words and witnessing the astonished expressions of Kurue's family, she opened the box and retrieved the scroll and scepter. "Aunt, you are now a third-class viscountess, and this scepter is a personal gift from His Majesty the Emperor. Let us see who dares to disrespect you now." Upon concluding her statement, Wazi cast an assertive glance around the room, causing several women to instinctively take a step back, not due to the ferocity of her gaze, but rather the overwhelming magnitude of her newfound status, which left them momentarily speechless. Irue's mother was utterly flabbergasted, forgetting even to express her gratitude, as she trembled while accepting the scroll and scepter. After placing the items down, Huazi rushed back to embrace the taxidermy bear, marveling at its exquisite craftsmanship and pleasant aroma, which delighted her immensely. The first to regain composure was Kurue's father, who immediately knelt with his family, expressing gratitude to the emperor for his generosity. "Kurue, I want you to give this to me," Huazi declared, her grip on the bear tightening. Kurue hesitated, feeling a pang of reluctance, but was unsure how to appease Huazi. At that moment, a mercenary approached, producing a cloth bag. "Young Master Kurue, I crafted this. Perhaps the princess would prefer it over the bear." Kurue silently admired the mercenary's cleverness as he opened the bag to reveal a soft, plush item made from the fur of a long-haired magical rabbit, which felt delightful to the touch. The rabbit's eyes were replaced with rubies, adding to its charm. "Huazi, I present this to you. The white-backed black bear is a gift from my father." As a young girl, Huazi found the rabbit irresistibly adorable and snatched it away, pouting, "No, I want both. I want them all," just as she was about to indulge in her whims. Kurue's father, astonished by his son's casual address of the princess, quickly bowed and said, "It is an honor for a humble servant if it pleases your highness. I shall have this specimen carefully packaged." "Do not. I wish to hold it while I sleep," Huazi insisted, rubbing her face against the specimen, making it clear how much she cherished it. "Prepare a room for me, and fill the bath, too," she commanded, abruptly turning to glare at Kurue. "Kurue, you are forbidden from peeking." "Humph." With a toss of her hair, she strode toward her inner chamber. Kurue's face flushed crimson, while it may have been inconsequential elsewhere. His mother was nearby, leaving him feeling quite embarrassed as he scratched his head. Lace and the princess's maid followed her inside to attend to her needs, leaving only Kurue's family in the living room. His stepmothers and sisters wore smiles, each attempting to curry favor with Kurue's mother. But it was evident to all that the princess and Kurue shared a unique bond, and the princess's demeanor toward Kurue's mother was surprisingly amiable. Particularly, Kurue's second mother, Mankane's birth mother, knelt to assist Kurue's mother with a leg massage, all in the interest of her son's future. Kurue shook his head and wandered into the garden. "Elder brother." "It has been far too long," Kurue remarked, for it was Mankuenai who had always cared for him the most. Mankane's gaze fell upon the royal insignia adorning Kurue's sword belt, stirring a multitude of emotions within him. The family could not accommodate Kurue, yet he had forged his own remarkable path. "Rei, I am truly delighted that you are faring well." Kurue understood that Mankane's words were sincere. Unlike those of his sisters, drawing Mankuenai to his cart, he opened the boxes, revealing treasures acquired from the city lord. "Elder brother, please take your pick of any item you fancy." Mankuenai did not hesitate. "Very well. I shall choose one." As Mankuenai selected his gift, the villagers gathered at Kurue's doorstep, expressing their gratitude for the gold coins he had bestowed upon them. Mankuenai felt a swell of emotion, having never witnessed such appreciation from the villagers toward his family in all the years spent at home. "Have you made your choice, elder brother?" Kurue gestured for the mercenary team to attend to the villagers. Noticing that Mankuenai had finished selecting, he inquired, "Is it this sword?" Mankuenai lamented, "Currently, my salary cannot afford a better blade." He smiled wryly, aware that as a low-ranking nobleman, a mere captain, His earnings were barely sufficient for his own sustenance, let alone the social obligations that came with nobility. Bring me 1,000 magic crystal coins. Although Kurue was unfamiliar with Man Kuni's current income, he could tell from his brother's attire that he was not well off. Soon, a small chest was placed in Man Kuni's hands. Astonished, he asked, "Ray, how did you acquire such wealth? Is it from the princess?" Kurue burst into laughter. "That wild girl has spent over 1,000 magic crystal coins of mine this past month alone. And I was wondering if I could seek reimbursement from His Majesty. Fear not, elder brother, I have plenty of magic crystal coins." Upon mentioning the magic crystal coins, an idea struck Kurue, prompting him to call over the mercenary who had previously gifted him the magical rabbit specimen. "Is it difficult to produce that item?" "Young Master Kurue, it is a simple task. Many in our group possess the skill. What I made was merely ordinary." Kurue's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Hurry back and instruct the team to mass-produce those items. The more exquisite and lavish, the better. Do not concern yourself with the cost. By the time I return to the imperial capital, I want at least several hundred of them. Not limited to just the magical rabbits. See what else can be crafted. Now go." Though the mercenary was puzzled by the need for so many items, especially for courting the princess, he understood that Kurue's words were commands and swiftly rode back to the camp. "Ray, what are you planning?" "Manka and I inquired. Kurue shook his head. "A secret, which I shall reveal later." With that, he donned a mysterious smile. Meanwhile, Princess Huazi, while bathing, gazed out the window, reminiscing about their first encounter. She imagined Kurue appearing outside among the trees, but was also embarrassed at the thought of him catching her in such a vulnerable moment. However, after finishing her bath, Kurue did not appear. When Huazi returned to the room prepared for her, she found Kurue's mother tidying the bee. Kurue's family had truly spared no effort to present her with their finest belongings. "Thank you," Huazi said, displaying rare politeness, a testament to her regard for Kurue's mother. Kurue's mother, coming from humble beginnings, possessed little knowledge of noble etiquette. Had it been anyone else, they might have already knelt in gratitude. But she did not. Instead, she addressed the princess. "This quilt is crafted from feathers, light, comfortable, and warm. Though this velvet may not rival the opulence of silk, it is quite pleasant to rest under. Give it a try." As soon as the princess heard this, she shed her garments and burrowed beneath the quilt. "It is truly delightful. Will you gift it to me? I wish to take it back to the imperial capital." Kurue's mother merely smiled and nodded before exiting the room and extinguishing the light. In truth, the quilt was a labor of necessity for Kurue's mother. With her stepmother having claimed all the silk and similar materials, she had no choice but to weave fabric using remnants and other materials. Incorporating feathers to fill the quilt. To her surprise, it turned out to be remarkably warm. Originally intended for Kurue, it was now bestowed upon the princess. After Kurue's mother departed, the princess leapt out, lit the lamp, and examined the quilt. Noticing that the corner was embroidered with the name Leiku As Huazi reflected on the frail figure of Kurue's mother, with her calloused hands and furrowed brow. She couldn't help but ponder the hardships she must have endured over the years. Having encountered numerous noble women, Huazi noted how they possessed smooth skin and rosy complexions, contrasting starkly with Kurue's stepmothers. Her fingers traced the embroidered name, Leikwari, on the quilt, a poignant reminder of the preparations made by Kurue's mother in anticipation of her son's return. The more she contemplated, the more sorrowful she felt for Kurue and his parents, leading her to shed tears. Initially lurking outside the window to frighten Huazi, Kurue, upon witnessing her distress, felt a wave of sadness wash over him. Seated alone on the rooftop, he gazed at the moonlight. Daylight has arrived. With a buoyant spirit, Kurue stealthily entered Huazi's room and bellowed in her ear, jolting her from her sweet dreams. "You scoundrel, Kurue, I will kill you." Huazi leapt from her bed. Charging after Kurue, who had already made a swift escape, clad in her nightgown, she pursued him through the estate for over half an hour until Kurue finally carried her back inside. Upon noticing his father in the living room, Kurue simply stated, "Father, I shall depart today. I have much work to complete." After saying this, he retreated to his room with Huazi, who shivered in the chilly air due to her night attire. Kurue's father hesitated to voice his thoughts. Sensing that Kurue had matured and was no longer the mischievous boy he once was, as Huazi prepared to leave, she orchestrated a grand heist within Kurue's household. Loading up the carriage with treasures, including the specimen of a white-backed black bear and an array of handmade crafts created by Kurue's mother. "Hand over the magic crystal coins," she demanded. Unabashedly extending her hand towards Kurue, Lace promptly opened the chest containing the coins, as Huazi filled several sizable bags and placed them before Corey's mother. "These are for your use," she declared, her demeanor shifting to one of icy resolve as she addressed Corey's stepmothers. "Treat her well, or you shall face the consequences." Humph. With that, she pulled Corey towards the carriage. Upon their arrival, the entourage had expanded from 2 carriages to 3, a testament to the bounty that Princess Huazi had amassed. Meanwhile, Corey and Jack had completed their assessments at 2 intermediate academies and awaited Corey on the road to the provincial city, which marked Corey's final destination before returning to the imperial capital. Delivering Huazi home earlier would also alleviate his expenses and concerns. "Master Corey, congratulations on being bestowed the title of second-class Viscount. Few among the students of the Royal Academy achieve such honors during their studies," Jack remarked, his face brimming with envy. Corey merely smiled faintly, for the title held little significance to him. "Come here." Corey beckoned one of the mercenary group's subordinates, whispering a few instructions in his ear. The member of the Lei Ying team promptly departed, and Corey then announced to the group, "Set up camp here. We shall spend the night." Corey and Jack were puzzled, as they could have easily reached the provincial city before nightfall. The princess shared their sentiments, perplexed by Corey's decision to halt their journey, with a wry smile. Corey explained, "I had a rather severe altercation with Governor Garino's son, and after 3 days of recovery in the hospital, who knows if that old man holds a grudge? If he were to confront me again, it would be quite dreadful." Upon hearing this, the princess pouted, "What's the big deal? Get me into the city. I want to see that old fool try anything." With her command, the caravan resumed its movement. In truth, Corey's apprehension stemmed not from the confrontation with Garimo, but from the matter of tax collection. Though he had found a scapegoat, he remained uneasy, fearing the potential for unforeseen complications that could jeopardize his life. Thus, he planned to discreetly arrange things and enter the city unannounced, ensuring his own peace of mind. Upon reaching the vicinity of the provincial city, they were greeted by Governor Garino, who had come out 10 miles to welcome them with his guard. The news of their arrival had evidently spread swiftly, sending a chill down Corey's spine. Upon spotting Corey, Garino momentarily paused before redirecting his horse to stand beside him. What a pleasant surprise to see a familiar face. Even as a Viscount, your bearing is exceptional. Come, let us proceed into the city together, he said, clasping Corey's hand and walking ahead. Corey's heart raced with unease, a feeling he could not articulate. Upon reaching the entrance of the governor's mansion, several guards opened the carriage door for the princess, who craned her neck to observe Corey engaged in conversation with Governor Garino. With a frown, she called out, "Corey, come here. Carry me down, quickly." As Garino witnessed the princess perched atop Corey, tugging at his ear, he contemplated and summoned a servant, whispering a few instructions. "Enough of this nonsense. Can't you see how many people are watching?" Corey gently admonished Huazi, who retorted defiantly, "Who dares to look? I'll gouge out their eyes." At this, onlookers turned away, and Huazi proudly lifted her chin, while Huazi prepared for her bath. Governor Garino approached Corey's resting quarters. Corey and the others promptly rose to pay their respects, for Garino was a second-class duke, a high-ranking noble. Garino quickly stepped forward to assist Corey, laughing heartily. "There's no need for such formality here." With a wave of his hand, a few guards entered, bearing several gift boxes. "Just a small token. Dear Viscount Corey, please do not refuse it," he insisted. Casting a glance at Corey and Jack, who instinctively stepped back in alarm, Corey, quick-witted as ever, recognized that failing to appease Garino at this juncture would forfeit any future opportunities. He promptly bowed deeply. "Apologizing, on behalf of my subordinates who had a conflict with your son, I offer my sincere apologies and request your forgiveness." These words were indeed imparted to him by Amu as anticipated. Garino appeared taken aback before bursting into laughter. "Children fighting is of little consequence." Corey seized the moment. "If there is anything you require of my assistance, please do not hesitate to ask." Garino waved dismissively. "Oh, no, 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 Viscount Corey, you are too kind, and I merely wish to befriend you. Your talent at such a young age is truly admirable." Garino exuded delight, eager to curry favor with Corey, believing that his connection to the princess was significant and that befriending such a young viscount would yield only advantages. Just as Corey opened his mouth to respond, a maidservant rushed in. "Master Corey, the princess requests your presence." Corey offered an awkward smile, turning to Garino. "Governor, I must take my leave." The princess, concerned that Garino might trouble Corey, had sent for him. "Has that old man given you any trouble?" Corey shook his head. I truly don't understand it. I nearly beat his son to death, and he still smiles, claiming he wants to be friends. If it were me, I would have acted differently, he chuckled mischievously. The princess, equally bewildered by the intricacies of court politics, shook her head in contemplation. That I suggest we leave soon. I find this place rather unsettling. That man is not to be trifled with, Corey remarked, and the princess nodded in agreement, trusting Corey's judgment. After dinner, as the princess returned to her quarters, others gathered in Corey's room. Corey voiced his inner doubts, prompting laughter from the two guards. Master Corey, you are unfamiliar with the ways of the court. Such occurrences are common. For the sake of greater interests, individuals who were at odds yesterday may embrace as brothers today. Greater interests? What do I have to offer? Corey mused aloud. Before examining the gifts left by Garino, the two guards understood that Garino's desire to flatter Corey was likely due to the princess. But they dared not voice this, aware that discussing such matters could be perilous. Corey, disinterested in lingering over the topic, decided to accept the gifts and instructed Monka to store them away before sending everyone off to rest. In the dead of night, the governor's office remained illuminated. Garino sat beneath the light, a glass of wine in hand, as two individuals knelt before him while another stood at attention. Incompetence, you cannot even manage such a trivial task, he exclaimed, hurling the wine glass at the two kneeling men, who remained frozen in place as the shards rained down upon them. The standing figure, sensing the governor's displeasure, stepped forward. Sir, I believe that ignoring this matter might prove more beneficial. Garino raised an eyebrow, coldly inquiring, what do you mean by that? Sir, regardless of whether young Garimo was framed or not, he is currently imprisoned in the Royal Academy's confinement chamber. I believe this incident involves numerous noble ladies, and the Academy's headmaster must be feeling overwhelmed by the pressure from the aristocracy. Perhaps you could pen a couple of letters of apology, one to the Crown Prince and another to the headmaster of the Royal Academy. Garino, intrigued by this suggestion, nodded thoughtfully. Go on. What advantages might this approach offer? The individuals standing nearby observed Governor Galino with keen interest, visibly relieved as one of them spoke. My lord, we are members of the Grand Prince's faction. If the young master has erred, a firm yet just reprimand from you will suffice. At this juncture, it is paramount to ascertain the demeanor of the ministers supporting the second prince. If you voluntarily acknowledge the mistake, they would find it difficult to report your failings to His Majesty. At this point, he hesitated momentarily. The governor's expression softened. Speak freely. If you err, I shall not hold it against you. Indeed, my lord. I have heard that the young master's confinement is linked to Viscount Corey, as the head of the Royal Academy assigned him to oversee this matter, resulting in the young master's imprisonment. It appears that Viscount Corey is well aware of the circumstances, and it is evident that he shares a remarkable bond with Her Highness the Princess. Should His Majesty, in his affection for the beloved princess, align with the Grand Prince, then our ambitions may come to fruition. Upon hearing this analysis, Governor Galino nodded in agreement. He was acutely aware of Galimo's shortcomings and recognized that it was not unusual for one to fall victim to Corey's schemes. However, the pressing concern was not personal grievances but rather the deteriorating health of the king. Only two individuals were deemed worthy of the throne, the Grand Prince, Walge, and the second prince, Warner. None other held the qualifications to compete. Warner, known for his humility, garnered the support of the old nobility, while some neutral factions subtly leaned towards him, albeit for their own interests. Had the Grand Prince successfully engaged in state affairs over the years, he would have likely faced suppression long. As a loyal member of the Grand Prince's faction, Galino mused that if the Grand Prince ascended the throne, he too would secure a position of at least a duke. You too may rise. I trust in your loyalty to me. I shall note your shortcomings in this matter, Galino declared with a wave of his hand, allowing the two kneeling figures to stand. Expressing their gratitude profusely, they procured paper and ink for Galino, who swiftly composed 2 letters. After reviewing them, his aide proposed several suggestions, which Galino deemed reasonable and incorporated. You two shall be responsible for delivering these letters. Should any mishap occur, be prepared to pay with your heads. Rest assured, my lord, we shall exert every effort to serve you diligently. After bowing, the two exited the room. Galino exhaled deeply, while his aide promptly poured him a glass of wine. Do you believe the Grand Prince will heed my advice? Galino inquired, referring to his counsel for the Grand Prince to remain vigilant of Corey and seize the opportunity to cultivate an alliance. Fear not, my lord. The Grand Prince is indeed a patron of talent. We can only hope that Viscount Corey recognizes the gravity of the situation. Galeno nodded thoughtfully, contemplating that if the Grand Prince were to adopt his counsel, he would undoubtedly earn favor in the Grand Prince's eyes. Unbeknownst to Corey, who was oblivious to the machinations unfolding against him, he summoned Scaly and Jack the following morning to replace him in conducting admissions assessments at the Intermediate Academy. Meanwhile, he and Princess was changed into civilian attire, intending to indulge in the culinary delights of the provincial capital. Come and witness the most exhilarating competition, the most thrilling gladiatorial battles. Those who wager over 50 gold coins may spectate for free. A group of individuals called out from a cleared area to the east of the city. Surrounded by fabric, I want to see. Upon hearing of the intriguing event, Waz's curiosity piqued, and she clamored to attend. Corey exchanged glances with Monka, who tossed a pouch of gold coins to the shouting crowd. Upon witnessing Corey's generous gesture, the individual hastily escorted him to the finest seating available. In truth, the setup was merely a simplistic platform, and the so-called prime seating consisted of a canopy with soft cushions. Young master, which side do you wager on to win? Corey then turned his gaze to the arena, where he observed a muscular man clad in tattered rags standing in the center, while on the opposing side, a dozen ravenous swordback wolves glared hungrily from their cage. Though the swordback wolves lacked the speed and ferocity of standard wolves, their spines bore rows of sharp spikes, allowing them to roam in sunlight. Young master, that man is of military descent. He bears marks from his service, and his swordplay suggests he possesses some skill, AMU remarked, demonstrating keen insight. Corey chuckled heartily, pointing at the man in the arena. He is the one. The individual responsible for collecting wagers presented Corey with a token, which documented the amount of gold he had staked and his intended target. Once all bets were placed, a sharp whistle pierced the air, followed by the opening of the cage, unleashing the swordback wolves upon the man in the arena. He bellowed, drawing his sword to confront the foremost wolf, swiftly dispatching it. The remaining wolves, witnessing the man's prowess, hesitated, encircling him instead. As the man felled the third wolf, he was bitten on the left leg, while another wolf's claws grazed his arm. Corey, it seemed the contest should conclude. Yet, the crowd's fervor intensified, and the organizers showed no inclination to end the spectacle. Blood splattered as the man's left leg was savaged, severely impairing his mobility, forcing him to kneel and fight for his life against the pack. Waz screamed, unable to bear the sight any longer. The man, sword in hand, struggled as the wolves lunged, and soon he was reduced to a heap of bones. Corey stood in shock, grappling with the nature of this competition. Shortly thereafter, the surviving swordback wolves were confined once more, and the arena was cleared for the next pair of combatants, one wielding a sword and shield, the other brandishing a two-handed axe. The collector approached Corey again, but MU, noticing Corey's stunned expression, gestured for him to leave. The two new fighters clashed fiercely, but it appeared only one would emerge alive. What sort of competition is this? Corey exclaimed, pulling one of his mercenary team members aside. The mercenary, seemingly well-informed, replied quietly, Young Master Corey, this is unique to the Galeno province. 6 months prior, condemned prisoners were sent to fight, but now that the supply of prisoners has dwindled, they have resorted to using slaves. Recently, foreign captives have been purchased and specifically trained for these bouts. The more Corey listened, the more horrified he became, his mouth agape in disbelief. As the scene unfolded, one of the fighters fell lifeless to the ground, prompting Waz to squeeze her eyes shut, urging Corey to leave quickly. Corey, lost in thought, wandered the streets, his mind replaying the grim events. Why must it be like this? Corey suddenly cried out to the heavens, his eyes bloodshot, his teeth grinding in rage. Waz, frightened by Corey's demeanor, hid behind lace. Young Master Corey, are you all right? Several mercenary captains gathered around him, and Corey exhaled deeply. I am well now, thank you. Please relay a message to Shimmelet. I want him to employ every means necessary to rescue these individuals. Whether through purchase or force, I do not care. Just ensure their well-being. Understood. One captain bowed and hurried away. The Lightning Eagle's mercenary corps, having experienced hardship, viewed such competitions with a mix of helplessness and sympathy. Upon hearing Corey's directive, they were eager to assist in rescuing those in peril. Waz, however, found Corey's resolve puzzling, questioning the worthiness of the individuals he sought to save. Yet, seeing Corey's expression, she refrained from voicing her thoughts. Corey suddenly broke into a chilling laugh, his eyes narrowing, the corners of his mouth curling upward. Lace instinctively sensed that Corey was plotting something nefarious. Convinced that someone was destined to suffer. Over the next 3 days, Corey relished the culinary delights of Galeno City. While Scaly and Jack completed their assessment duties on the final day, Corey visited an intermediate academy to review the list of qualified candidates. As he departed Galeno City, his entourage had expanded to 5 carriages. One for himself, one for the princess, one carrying gifts from Corey's family, and 2 filled with treasures he had acquired from the local nobility. Upon reaching the border of the imperial capital, Shimmelet's team awaited them. "Young Master Corey, I have arranged everything you requested and prepared wooden cabins for them in the camp. However, young Master, given our resources, we cannot rescue them all." Corey nodded, letting out a sigh. "Let us save as many as we can. Have you prepared the items I asked for?" Shimmelet unveiled a carriage, revealing an array of magical beast specimens, all crafted to appear endearing. Even the fire boar was made to look quite charming. Satisfied, Corey nodded, playfully examining a magical stag and a red mountain cat, appreciating the craftsmanship. "Return those 2 carriages. They are treasures I acquired from Galeno. Keep a close eye on that fellow's movements. I have a feeling he harbors ill intentions towards me. You may return now. The imperial capital is safe, and it would be inconvenient for me to have so many people around." Shimmelet bowed slightly and acknowledged MU from a distance before leading his team away. At that moment, Corey noticed the sheer number of carriages Shimmelet had brought, over 20 in total. "This is for you. Do you like it?" Corey tossed the magical stag and red mountain cat plush toys to the princess, who beamed with delight, nuzzling them against her face. The journey from the border to the imperial city took merely half a day. When they were still 30 miles from the city, Corey summoned Monka. "Monka, ride ahead and summon Paya to meet me. I have matters to discuss with him." Monka nodded in understanding and set off at a brisk pace. Having not ventured far, Sikori suddenly rode back from the front, exclaiming, "Young Master Corey, there are royal banners ahead." Upon hearing this, Corey was taken aback and, employing a mix of persuasion and urgency, hastily sent Was back to her own carriage before donning formal attire and mounting Silver Lightning to guard the princess's carriage. Ahead, a handsome young man was seen atop a white steed. Upon noticing the procession, he waved his hand, causing all those behind him to halt, as he approached Corey's convoy alone. "I pay my respects to His Highness the Crown Prince." The guards of the 2 princesses, having received numerous favors from Corey, were concerned that he might not recognize the prince and cause some trouble. Thus they performed an exaggerated gesture of respect, subtly informing Corey that this was Crown Prince Walsh. Corey, not lacking in wit, promptly dismounted and bowed, unwilling to incur punishment over such a trivial matter. MU, filled with resentment, gritted his teeth but knelt in the rear. "Rise, please," Walsh said, his face brightening upon seeing Corey. And then casting a glance at Was, whose face was flushed, confirming his suspicions, he swiftly dismounted and grasped Corey's arm, saying, "Corey, you must be the most outstanding talent among the youth of the kingdom. I have heard of your exploits in vanquishing the bandits to protect my sister. This merit shall surely be presented to my father on your behalf. Come, let us enter the city together." Corey pondered, wondering if it was merely his good looks that garnered such courtesy from everyone, sighing inwardly that being handsome had its unavoidable consequences. However, Walsh, you are doomed to die. Corey shall eventually settle the score with you for MU's sake. Though these thoughts crossed his mind, Corey maintained a respectful demeanor as he followed closely behind while Walsh led Corey along. He glanced at Corey's companions. When he spotted AMU, he paused momentarily, feeling as though he had seen him before, but was suddenly startled by the neighing of his white steed. Upon closer inspection, he realized that Monka had ridden closer, riding a fine breed. He was puzzled as to why he would be frightened. Upon further scrutiny, Walsh was utterly astonished, for Monka was astride Gale. He marveled at how such a young child could handle such a magnificent creature, and then looked at Corey, who merely rode a petite, beautifully colored horse. Walsh could not help but display an envious glint in his eyes, though he could not fathom how Corey's attendant could possess Gale. It was indeed Gale. To avoid misidentification, he summoned a few of his attendants. "Everyone, take a look. This is Gale." The flattery from his entourage was incessant, affirming Walsh's discerning eye. Corey discerned from the tone of Walsh's entourage that they implied he should offer Gale to the prince, and he could not help but curse silently. However, given his current status compared to these individuals, he felt exceedingly insignificant. Considering this, Corey could only smile ingratiatingly, saying, Your Highness, you possess remarkable insight. However, once Gale recognizes its master, it shall never change owners until death. I do have a horse at home that is no less exquisite than Gale, and I humbly request your Highness to graciously accept it. Ah, but how could that be? I should be thanking you for taking care of Waz. How could I accept your gift? Walj thought to himself that Corey was quite clever and articulate, quickly feigning modesty. After several requests from Corey, Walj reluctantly accepted the offer. Corey inwardly cursed the prince for his shamelessness. It was evident he desired the horse, yet he insisted on maintaining a facade of politeness. He then called over a mercenary driving a cart, saying, "Listen, when you return, bring me one of Gale's foals, preferably the most fierce one. The wilder, the better if it bites. That would be even more delightful." The mercenary also cursed Walj silently, but understood Corey's instructions immediately. Leaving the horse cart with Monka and riding back, Corey smirked, envisioning how Walj would handle such a wild steed. Upon returning to the camp, Corey became aware that some foals born from Gale and its dam were virtually impossible to tame. Dubbed mad horses by Shimelet, Walj, however, perceived Corey's gesture as a sign of allegiance, believing Corey was willing to offer a gift as a token of goodwill. If what Corey claimed about the horse being no less than Gale was true, it would be a treasure in any noble household. Walj exchanged more pleasantries with Corey, complimenting him further before taking Waz and departing for the palace to tea. That moment, Paya, who had already arrived, approached. He had been hiding at the back of the convoy while observing the prince. "Paya, heh, let us team up for a lucrative venture. Did you see what the princess was holding?" Corey said with a mischievous grin. Paya nodded. At first glance, he thought the princess was cradling a living magic rabbit. But upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a doll. Corey pulled back the cloth from the cart, and being a merchant by trade, Paya quickly grasped Corey's intent. Since the princess favored such items, they would soon become fashionable among the noble maidens, and he need not set the price himself. Before anyone else could react, he would have made a fortune. "Young Master Corey, you surely earn more than I as a merchant," Paya remarked, picking up one of the dolls and giving it a gentle pat. Finding it quite delightful, Corey laughed heartily. "Heh, these shall be entrusted to you. Do not hesitate to extract every coin from those noble maidens. If you manage to sell them for over 1,000 magic crystals, I shall treat you to drinks." Paya chuckled as he cupped his hands in farewell to Corey and led the cart back toward the royal city. At that moment, Corey turned to Amu, saying, "That Walj fellow is quite obnoxious. I can't wait to see him break a leg or an arm for your sake." Amu's expression remained unchanged, merely smiling faintly. When Corey returned to the academy to report, Waz had also returned to the palace. Corey's old horse cart followed him in, as Waz forbade anyone from touching the items aboard. "Father, I have returned," Waz announced. The emperor, who was in the study discussing matters with several ministers, immediately brightened upon seeing Waz and lifted her onto his lap, saying, "Let me see, has my little princess lost weight?" Waz presented the magic rabbit she was holding to the emperor, saying, "Look, isn't it beautiful? Isn't it adorable?" The rabbit, with its pure white fur and ruby-red eyes, contained spices within, making it quite endearing. The emperor chuckled heartily. Waz gestured to her maidens, who began moving all the items she had brought back into the emperor's study. As the emperor's most cherished youngest daughter, Waz caused the ministers to postpone their discussions on state affairs. "Ah, such a remarkable item." The prime minister was captivated by the white-backed black bear, particularly by the 2 broken swords lodged in its eyes. "Impressive, isn't it? This was done by Corey. To ensure the bear looked splendid, he only pierced its eyes, but unfortunately, the swords were of poor quality and broke," Waz proudly informed the assembled ministers, as if she had been the one to slay the creature. "Astounding, truly astounding," the kingdom's marshal remarked, immediately recognizing that the 2 broken swords were merely ordinary iron swords, imagining the ferocity of the battle that had occurred. And this, Waz proceeded to showcase the valuable items she had acquired from Corey, revealing nearly 10 magic crystal necklaces among them. Naturally, the pitiful rainbow bird was also present, having followed Waz after she promised it plenty of delicious treats. The ministers, seasoned individuals, were intrigued upon hearing about the rainbow bird that had quarreled with the princess. Speculating on the value of these items, not to be underestimated, a quick calculation shocked them. The prime minister estimated the total value of these items to be no less than 30,000 magic crystals, not including the rainbow bird. "Your Majesty, I believe we should reward Corey generously." These items are of considerable worth and are indeed rare treasures, the Prime Minister advised. Following his statement, several other ministers felt regret for not having spoken first. Realizing they had squandered a splendid opportunity to curry favor with the princess, the emperor, of course, was aware that these items were exceptional, though for Corey, they were merely commonplace. Indeed, it is only fitting. This lad has also eradicated the bandit group. Prime Minister, please arrange for a substantial reward, the emperor commanded. Upon hearing this, the Prime Minister eagerly promised to consider the matter of the reward thoroughly, recognizing that further deliberation on state affairs was futile at this point. The Prime Minister exchanged glances with several ministers, and they all promptly took their leave at once. The Prime Minister received the documents for the title of nobility and a full chest of crystal coins, along with several treasures, and proceeded to the Royal Academy. Corey, having met with the Prime Minister, quickly invited him inside to enjoy some fine wine, which he had acquired from Galanon, initially intended for MU, but now borrowed for the occasion. Young Viscount Corey, you are quite the prodigy. Remarkable, truly remarkable, the Prime Minister exclaimed after reading the Emperor's decree, bestowing upon Corey the title of first-class Viscount. Then, he settled in, showing no intention of leaving, and began to converse with Corey. After some light banter, the Prime Minister finally remarked, "The gift that Viscount Corey presented to Her Highness the Princess is quite unique. I wonder from where it was obtained, particularly that magic rabbit. That was crafted by someone from my village. It's a trivial item." "Not worth mentioning," Corey replied, perplexed as to why the Prime Minister, an elderly gentleman, would have any interest in such a trinket, especially compared to the white-backed black bear or the saber-toothed tiger. The Prime Minister chuckled awkwardly. "I have a mischievous little granddaughter who would love to have one to brighten her day." So, noticing the Prime Minister's embarrassment, Corey quickly interjected, "I have some small items, lace work, bring them forth so the esteemed gentleman may choose." Then, Corey set up a chessboard, saying, "Sir, you mentioned a desire to play chess with me last time." "Very well. Let us have a game," the Prime Minister replied, being of the amiable sort. Had it not been for the Emperor's prohibition, he would have long returned home to enjoy his grandchildren. Initially, the Prime Minister merely intended to pass the time with Corey. But after just a few moves, Corey's chess skills astonished him, prompting him to sit up straight, abandoning his wine glass to focus intently on the chessboard. The purpose of forging a connection with the Prime Minister is paramount for Corey. As upon his return, AMU meticulously analyzed the influential ministers of the court for him, offering valuable insights. Now that Corey has entered the political arena, it is essential for him to safeguard his interests. And the affable Prime Minister is undoubtedly the most advantageous acquaintance to cultivate. However, the Prime Minister occupies a lofty position, while Corey, being merely a young viscount without any official title in the court, finds it rather challenging to establish such a connection. To Corey's surprise, the Prime Minister approached him directly, and he knew he could not let this opportunity slip away. "What a splendid game! Remarkable!" the Prime Minister exclaimed, raising his thumb in approval as he set up the chessboard for another match. Corey had initially intended to let the Prime Minister win to ingratiate himself, but to his astonishment, despite his full effort, he found himself at a loss and soon forgot about the need for camaraderie, hastily arranging his own pieces instead. When Lace returned, she discovered Scally, Monka, and the Prime Minister's attendants standing in the courtyard. Monka gestured for Lace to remain silent and pointed towards the room. The Prime Minister had made a mistake in his previous game and wished to replay it. Corey, unwilling to concede, argued with the older man. And ultimately, the Prime Minister, having no intention of retracting his move, began to play with full vigor. At that moment, Corey stood atop a chair, his feet propped on the table. The Prime Minister tossed his coat to the ground, clambered onto the table, and, brandishing a bottle of wine, gleefully declared to Corey, "Huh, you are about to lose." The more anxious Corey became, the less coherent his strategy became, causing him to tug at his hair in frustration. "Huh, observe this move. What will you do next?" Corey exclaimed, animatedly gesturing. The Prime Minister, now feeling a headache coming on, alternated between sitting and standing. The onlookers in the courtyard dared not breathe a word, for he was indeed the Prime Minister, one of the kingdom's 4 chief ministers. Who would dare to interrupt him? Only MU secretly chuckled, understanding that Corey's natural demeanor had already achieved the goal of befriending the Prime Minister. Eventually, the game concluded with a stalemate due to a single misstep by the Prime Minister. Despite his vigorous counterattack, yet he still held a high regard for Corey's chess skills. "Young man, impressive. The Prime Minister's praise was genuine, devoid of politeness. In the Prime Minister's eyes, he had no rivals in chess. Save for Belle, who had once bested him. That moment, Lace entered the room, unveiling a cloth bag filled with dozens of various magical beast figurines. Ah, so many. How exquisite. It seems the princess did not strip you bare after all, the Prime Minister remarked with a smile. Corey's expression suddenly turned somber as he replied. Fortunately, I hid them well, but she has already thoroughly rummaged through my belongings. My favorite multicolored magic core necklace was snatched away, along with the rainbow bird. Corey's lament was sincere. As he felt a pang of loss, the Prime Minister laughed heartily. Recognizing these items as familiar to him, he mused that any other noble would consider it a stroke of luck to have the princess seize their possessions, indicating that Corey and the princess shared a close bond. Corey, my boy, I must take my leave. Thank you for your gift. Visit my residence again. We shall play several more rounds, the Prime Minister said. Addressing Corey with a newfound familiarity, Corey hurriedly escorted him to the door, preparing to head to the Royal Academy. The Prime Minister waved his hand dismissively. No need to see me off. Remember to come and play chess with me another day. The Prime Minister's attendants were left astonished, realizing the unique status Corey held in the Prime Minister's eyes, prompting them to consider contacting him in the future. Once the Prime Minister had departed, Mu bowed and said, Congratulations, Master Corey. The Prime Minister now regards you as a cherished grandson. Such affection surpasses mere acquaintance. Corey was taken aback, realizing that his efforts to befriend the Prime Minister had yielded unexpectedly profound results. So, that means I can act a bit recklessly, perhaps bully a few nobles, and not face repercussions? Corey inquired tentatively. Mu nodded. As long as you do not go too far, you may lose your title, but your life will remain intact. Excellent. Ha ha. Scally Jack, you two find a sizable open space within the academy and rent it out. I want to create an arena for combat. Any funds needed can be taken from Lace. Corey had long harbored plans since his arrival in Kalanong City and was now ready to put them into action. Master Corey, what exactly are you planning? Scally asked, somewhat puzzled. Corey grinned mischievously. Let us have some fun with these nobles that will set up fights for them to engage in, and we'll watch and place bets. Huh. Mu shook his head, pondering whether Corey was merely seeking to vent frustrations on the nobles or had other motives. Scally and Jack refrained from probing further, as they were enjoying their newfound status alongside Corey. Quickly leaving to gather the common students of the academy. Given their elevated status and Corey's wealth, many commoners sought to align themselves with him, though Corey remained indifferent to their interest as a result. Many commoners, including lower-tier nobles, shifted their focus to Scally and Jack. Once Jack and Scally called for a gathering, over 100 individuals promptly arrived to heed their summons. The two were cautious, keenly aware that they had yet to fully grasp Corey's background, and sensed that he had a formidable support system behind him. The recollections of their previous encounters with bandits, the guards assigned to him after becoming a viscount, and the individuals he had encountered at the borders of the royal city all indicated a significant power backing Corey. Not to mention, they had witnessed the Prime Minister, the Princess, and the Prince themselves. Chapter 19. Noble Combat. Jack, what are we doing with all this? During a break, a common student seated beside Jack inquired, pointing to the partially constructed arena. With the assistance of the Paya Merchant Guild, the circular stands capable of seating over 1,000 spectators had taken shape in just a few days, with the common students merely tasked with tidying up. Even if they were unclear about Corey's intentions, they diligently continued their work. Corey sat atop a large tree by the stands, contemplating how to attract the offspring of high-ranking nobles to participate in the fights. At that moment, Monka approached Corey, whispering a few words in his ear. The horses had arrived, not only the wild stallions Corey requested but also several meticulously selected fine specimens, with all the wild horses currently stabled at Paya's secret warehouse. Leaving only one of each type at the academy, a good horse and a wild one. Corey slapped his thigh, suddenly struck by a brilliant idea. Jack, come here and fetch the Crown Prince, telling him that his gift has arrived. Jack, engaged in conversation with other students, immediately complied and dashed off. Scally, instruct our people to prepare for the combat. Once the Crown Prince arrives, have someone spread the word throughout the academy that he is here. It doesn't matter how it's phrased, as long as we draw a crowd to watch the matches. After receiving the orders, Scally bowed and exited. Corey then changed his attire and returned to his courtyard, directing the servants to conceal the docile steed in the back while displaying the wild stallion in front. This fellow doesn't seem nearly as ferocious as you described, Corey remarked. Pacing around the enclosure, observing that the wild stallion merely kicked about a few times without exhibiting any truly wild behavior, the squad leader from the mercenary group produced 2 vials from his pocket. Master Corey, I bring you excellent items. The red vial contains powdered toxin derived from a specific mushroom. Once inhaled, it renders the victim temporarily weak. Though recovery is swift, it can prove invaluable in life and death duels. The white vial holds a special herb juice intended for the wild stallion. A single drop will send it into a frenzy for an hour, allowing it to go wild as desired. Splendid. These are excellent items, Corey replied with a grin, tucking the vials into his garment. The squad leader continued. We understand that Master Corey is quite skilled with the sword, but should you face any unforeseen circumstances, the mushroom powder may come in handy. The squad was concerned that Corey might misinterpret their intentions, hastily clarifying their position. These are indeed valuable tools, and they will certainly be put to good use. Now, let us get that stallion riled up. Upon hearing this, the squad leader hurried off to make the necessary arrangements. Once the Crown Prince learned that Corey's gift had arrived, he immediately understood what it entailed and promptly made his way to the Royal Academy with his entourage. Upon arrival, he found a cage, 2 meters wide on each side, situated at the entrance of Corey's courtyard, containing a black and white striped stallion. Technically speaking, while the wild stallion was a magical beast, it still belonged to the equine family. As modern horses were merely domesticated versions of once mythical creatures, the wild stallion was already beginning to feel the effects of the potion, gnashing its teeth against the wooden cage, causing the thick wooden slats to crack audibly. Suddenly, it kicked backward, sending 2 wooden posts flying. Quick, reinforce the cage, the squad leader shouted in mock panic. The stallion had previously damaged the cage, so it was capable of easily breaking a few more slats. 7 or 8 men rushed to retrieve additional wooden planks and began to resecure the enclosure. The wild stallion became increasingly agitated, even managing to bite through one of the wooden beams, making the entire cage sway precariously. The squad leader cast a furtive glance at the Crown Prince's expression and then at Corey. Recognizing that their plan had succeeded, he then shouted, "It's no use. Prepare the smoke." Immediately, someone ignited kindling beside the cage and added a specially concocted powder, causing the wild stallion to calm down and gradually drift into slumber. How terrifying, Corey exclaimed, patting his chest as he approached the Crown Prince. Your Highness, I apologize for my rudeness. I did not notice you had arrived. The Grand Prince, indifferent to these trivial understandings, ordered the removal of the hay beside the cage, then scrutinized the now slumbering wild steed. Gale wind. Good, 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 the Grand Prince uttered thrice, revealing the depth of his excitement. At that moment, Corey exchanged glances, prompting the squad leader to approach and kneel. Your Highness, this creature abhors confinement. As long as it is not within the cage, it will not go mad. The squad leader, displaying cunning, knew that one must deceive with finesse. The Grand Prince nodded thoughtfully. With a wave of his hand, a servant placed a pouch of gold coins into the squad leader's palm, saying, "This is a token of appreciation from the Grand Prince. Quickly express your gratitude." The squad leader gestured, and everyone nearby knelt to thank the Grand Prince. Bring this back for me, and allocate a specific area for its proper care, commanded the Grand Prince. With that, he turned to Corey, a gleeful smile gracing his face. This gift is quite substantial. What should I reward you with? Corey had anticipated this question. After bowing respectfully, he replied, It is an honor for a humble man to receive the Grand Prince's favor. I have a request. I am organizing a martial arts tournament and would like to invite your Highness to attend and offer guidance. Ha! Splendid. I shall come and see. Lead the way, replied the Grand Prince. Corey discreetly waved his hand, and soon word was sent out to the competition venue at that moment. Aside from Corey's subordinates, only a handful of idle students occupied the stands. Hurry, it has begun. Corey signaled, then shouted in a booming voice, the finals commence. His announcement reached the Grand Prince's ears just as he ascended the stands, noticing numerous individuals tending to their injuries at the arena's edge. While 2 combatants engaged vigorously in the center point, one wielded a rapier, swift and graceful, while the other employed a 2-handed broadsword, its weight and might generating a fierce wind with each strike. This was the duel between Monka and Jack. The 2 were evenly matched, their combat a captivating spectacle, both possessing formidable skills. The Grand Prince watched with keen interest, applauding enthusiastically. Below, Jack and Monka initially intended to merely play act, but as the excitement mounted, they lost control and engaged in earnest combat. Ultimately, Jack proved to be slightly more adept, landing a thrust aimed at Monka's wrist. Monka evaded lightly, but unexpectedly, Jack followed up with a kick that sent the broadsword clattering to the ground. Bravo! What an exhilarating match, the Grand Prince exclaimed, rising to his feet in applause. Just as he prepared to commend the victor, Corey interjected, "Your Highness, I am planning to hold an even grander competition soon. And for the finals, I intend to present a fine sword as a prize that I humbly request that Your Highness personally award the champion." As Corey spoke, Sikori approached with the exquisite sword he had already procured. The Grand Prince, in high spirits, glanced at Corey's sword, which was merely an ornate longsword, and waved his hand with a smile. "Viscount Corey, I shall certainly attend." He then instructed his attendant, "Prepare to return to the palace. Fetch the Thunderstrike sword from my treasury to present to Viscount Corey as a prize for the tournament." "Yes." "Your Highness." The attendant bowed and retreated. The Grand Prince, with his cloak billowing, swiftly made his way to his horse and rode off, his thoughts occupied with plans to observe gale wind and attempt to tame it. As the Grand Prince's figure faded from view, Corey let out a cold laugh and turned to his companion Mu, asking, "Do you think the Grand Prince can tame that horse?" "It is possible," Amu replied with conviction. Hearing this, Corey felt a wave of dizziness, almost toppling from the stands, but Mu continued, "Taming such a horse offers but one opportunity. One must either subdue it with overwhelming force or earn its trust. Aside from that, there are no alternatives, and should the first attempt fail, the chance may be lost forever, for this horse has inherited Gale Wind's wildness without an ounce of reason." Corey was taken aback. Harboring a hint of regret, as he had deemed the horse to be worthless, "What do you think are the odds of successful taming?" he inquired. Amu pondered for a moment before responding, "With my abilities, I estimate a mere 3 in 1,000 chance of success. As for the Grand Prince's strength, I cannot ascertain." "Huh. Well, that puts my mind at ease." Corey chuckled mockingly, convinced that the Grand Prince could never match Mu's prowess. At that moment, Jack and Sikori approached. "Well done, both of you. Once the Thunderstrike sword arrives, ensure it is well publicized throughout the Royal Academy, proclaiming that I, Thunder Corey, am hosting this martial arts tournament. Each day, 16 participants shall be allowed to sign up, with the top 2 each day qualifying for the weekly championship. The top 2 weekly champions will then compete in the quarterly championship, culminating in the annual Grand Champion, who will be personally awarded the Thunderstrike sword by the Grand Prince." As Corey spoke, Sikori diligently took notes. Upon completion, Sikori asked, "Master Corey, may we participate?" "Of course. Anyone may sign up. Those who lose can re-enter daily. Additionally, spectators will be charged an entry fee ranging from 1 to 10 gold coins. And I will award 100 magic crystals to the daily champion. The quarterly champion will receive 1,000 magic crystals." Upon hearing this, the surrounding commoner students gasped in astonishment that it was not just them. Even nobles would find 1,000 magic crystals a considerable sum. A common student stealthily approached Jack and whispered a few words, causing Jack's expression to turn sour. "Master Corey, if you participate, no one will stand a chance at victory," Jack lamented with a wry smile. Corey momentarily froze, thinking that with his limited skills, he would likely be soundly beaten, yet he maintained a facade of grandeur. "Rest assured, I promise not to compete." "Excellent." The common students cheered upon hearing Corey would not participate, their collective hope hinging on the chance to claim the prize. Overnight, the Royal Academy buzzed with excitement, as everyone discussed the tournament Corey was organizing, the most enticing aspect being the Grand Prince's personal bestowal of a sword to the victor. While some may have disregarded the sword itself, the prospect of gaining the Grand Prince's favor was irresistible to many. Naturally, a few lesser nobles and impoverished aristocrats were drawn by the substantial prize money. Come place your bets. Who will emerge victorious today? The mercenary team members decided to remain at the venue, assisting Corey with the arrangements, secretly delighted that while some profited from slave fights, young Corey had turned noble combat into a lucrative venture. A large sign was displayed at the entrance, listing the names of the 16 competitors, their academic standings, preferred weapons, and skills, along with the odds. Today's favorite, Magic Sword Class 3, Long Benny, is at 3-1. The squad leader announced from the stage. Initially, the students had merely intended to observe, but upon seeing names they recognized, many placed small bets on their friends. However, as interest grew, individuals motivated by a desire for profit began to wager on likely winners. Soon, nearly everyone in the stands held a small betting slip, indicating their chosen amounts and targets. Ha ha ha. What a fortune. Corey marveled at the box filled to the brim with coins, silver, and magic crystals, secretly calculating the total. Ahem. Bring me some refreshments that I've been shouting for ages, and my throat is dry. The squad leader instructed a nearby team member. Corey paused, then chuckled at the remark. Someone, contact Paya and arrange for an abundance of food and drink to be sold here. The spectators will surely want refreshments. A team member swiftly departed to carry out the order as dusk approached. Corey instructed others to prepare torches and magical orbs to illuminate the venue. The competition officially commenced. And as the two contenders assumed their stances, Corey rallied the spectators to cheer for the participants. This encouragement sparked enthusiasm among the friends of the competitors, followed by those who had placed bets, creating a fervent atmosphere even before the match began. Master Corey, you resemble a brilliant merchant more than a talented swordsman, AMU murmured to Corey. Corey chuckled in response, choosing not to reply. Meanwhile, the Grand Chancellor was boredly pacing in his home. The kingdom peaceful and prosperous, while his subordinates thrived. His favorite granddaughter, usually eager to play, was currently engrossed with a toy gifted by Corey, refusing to leave her room. My lord, wine. A servant presented a cup. The Grand Chancellor took a sip and remarked, He found the wine lacking in quality. Is this wine spoiled? The taste is rather unpleasant. The servant, alarmed, immediately knelt. The steward approached, taking the wine glass to inspect it, before stating, My lord, the wine appears to be fine. I shall prepare another glass for you. The Grand Chancellor waved his hand dismissively. No need. Prepare my carriage. I am going to the Royal Academy. The steward, understanding the command, retreated to make the necessary arrangements. Corey, my boy, Corey. The Grand Chancellor, not waiting for an announcement, pushed open the gate to Corey's courtyard. Only Lace was present, and upon seeing the Grand Chancellor, she quickly ran to the entrance. My lord, the young master has gone to the tournament grounds. Tournament grounds? The Grand Chancellor was unfamiliar with such a location at the Royal Academy, surprised as he inquired further. Lace then provided a detailed explanation. The Prime Minister chuckled heartily. Very well. Lead me to see it, Doe, and do bring me a bottle of that delightful wine. It is truly exquisite. Lace emerged from the room holding a bottle. My lord, this wine is brewed in my village. We place a variety of fruits in a hollow tree, where a magical monkey ferments them, and after a few months, it transforms into this wine, which we call Monkey's Delight. Monkey's Delight, what a splendid name, remarked the Prime Minister, as he opened the bottle and took a whiff. Pondering why the wine at home had seemed so lackluster today, Lace continued, That magical monkey only needs to take a small sip to be intoxicated for an entire day. Yet it incessantly brews more wine, hence the name Monkey's Delight. Ha! Splendid. Quickly take me to the arena. I wish to see what it is like. The Prime Minister urged Lace as he savored the wine. Upon entering, the arena still bore the semblance of a noble gathering. The spectators in the stands were fervently cheering for their favored contestants. Suddenly, one individual lost, and an avalanche of fruits and tokens rained down upon the defeated. Foolish. Just now, he should have kicked with his legs instead of fixating on his sword, scoffed Corey, with one foot perched upon the front row seat. Beside him, someone held a basket filled with berries, as Corey relentlessly hurled them at the unfortunate loser. Such a waste to throw them. These fruits taste quite good, someone behind Corey remarked. Without turning around, Corey picked up 2 more and tossed them down, stating, For every fruit I throw, I earn a silver coin from that young master. These noble lads should shower me with an entire basket. Corey felt emboldened in this arena, for it was filled with his own people. However, he suddenly noticed the accent of the person who had spoken earlier was unfamiliar, prompting him to whip around. Prime Minister, wretched fool that I am. You, lad, certainly have some charm and no need to keep addressing me as Prime Minister. Calling me Uncle Mora would not be amiss, the Prime Minister responded, enjoying Corey's mischievous demeanor. Upon hearing this, Corey's face lit up with a grin, and he obediently called out, Uncle Mora. At that moment, MU discreetly whispered a few words to Monka, who then slipped away. The Prime Minister found himself captivated by the fervor of the scene, feeling a surge of youthful enthusiasm welling up within him. Just then, a young noble clad in white armor knocked down his opponent, who fell heavily injured to the ground. Fortunately, Corey had already arranged for a healer to stand by, and under the combined effects of magic and herbal remedies, as long as one was not killed on the spot, they could be safely treated. Corey had also enforced the rule that no one was to be killed during the matches. The young noble in white armor was preparing to return to his resting area. as the next match would be the semifinals, and he needed to recuperate his strength and magical energy. Young man in white armor, what is your name? At the Prime Minister's signal, an attendant stood up and called out loudly. Only then did the crowd notice the numerous military officers present in the stands. The white-armored youth hesitated, but, as a noble, quickly recognized that the questioner held a significant rank, and he promptly bowed, stating his name. The officer then returned the gesture. My lord, he intended to repeat this, but the arena abruptly fell silent, allowing the Prime Minister to hear clearly as he waved a hand to halt the report. The Prime Minister simply remarked, well fought. The white-armored youth was still pondering who had spoken when the officer barked. Do you not kneel and pay respects upon seeing the Prime Minister? The youth then realized, kneeling and exclaiming, thank you for your praise, my lord. I shall vow to seize the championship today. Good, Corey, keep an eye on him. Inform me if he performs well, the Prime Minister instructed, signaling for the officer to step down. Corey took this opportunity to shout to the white-armored youth. Did you hear? You must achieve great results to honor Uncle Mura's recognition of you. Thank you for your acknowledgement, my lord. I shall exert myself to the utmost. With the match underway again, Corey's cheers reignited the fervor of the crowd. However, the discerning observer might notice a stark intensity in the competitors' gazes, steeped in murderous intent and battle spirit. As the white-armored youth took to the stage once more. Striving for victory, both he and his opponent's eyes blazed with determination. Neither wished to concede defeat, especially with the Prime Minister watching from above. Winning would afford them the chance to be remembered by him. Kill. Hundreds of sword shadows surged into the opposing magical array. In the back-and-forth exchanges, the stands closest to the arena were caught in the fray, with shavings flying through the air. Remarkable, don't you think? The Prime Minister inquired of his captain. The captain bowed in response. My lord, they are performing admirably. Such skill at their age is commendable. The Prime Minister nodded. Recalling a notice he had seen upon entering, he turned to Jack, standing behind Corey, and asked, I noticed a notice at the entrance stating that Corey would not be competing. What is the reason for that? Jack hastily knelt before replying, My lord, if Master Corey were to compete, there would be no challengers. No one wishes to face Master Corey. The Prime Minister nodded, having heard of Corey's prowess, yet unaware of its magnitude. He was astonished to learn that no one at the Royal Academy dared to challenge Corey. Very well. Young man in white armor, inscribe your name upon the notice board. Corey observed as the competition concluded, and indeed, the white-armored youth was crowned champion. Though he bore 3 injuries, he paid them no heed. First inscribing his name in blood upon the prominently displayed board before bowing to the Prime Minister. Well done, well done. The Prime Minister's simple commendation was enough to send the white-armored youth into a state of exhilaration that would last through the night. Completely oblivious to the blood still flowing from his wounds at that moment, Monka returned, stealthily slipping a small vial into Corey's hand while nodding toward Mu. Corey quickly grasped the situation. Uncle Mura. UVE had a few months of monkey's delight. Now, savor this 3-year-old vintage that we jokingly refer to it as aromatic intoxication. As Corey spoke, he accompanied the Prime Minister slowly away from the stands, leaving behind a sea of envious gazes. The Prime Minister opened the vial and inhaled deeply, a look of rapture crossing his features. What splendid wine! He then cautiously tasted a drop before promptly sealing the vial. Indeed, fine wine. Merely the aroma is worth it. Corey, if you have good wine, do procure more for me, and I shall compensate you. Amu, overhearing this, fervently shook his head out of the Prime Minister's sight. Corey followed suit, shaking his head slightly. The Prime Minister, taken aback, asked, What, not for sale? Not at all. Uncle Mura.it seems rather inappropriate for a nephew to charge his uncle for a bottle of wine. Corey feigned innocence. Adopting a charming, obedient demeanor, the Prime Minister chuckled inwardly. Quite right. I was being too formal. Instantly charmed by Corey's blend of sweetness and mischief, the Prime Minister developed a fondness for the boy. After the Prime Minister departed, Amu and Corey found themselves alone in a room. Master Corey, your rapport with the Prime Minister has flourished. There is no need for further pretense. Maintaining this relationship suffices. I have conveyed to my family to send any extraordinary items to the capital to aid you in establishing a network here, Amu advised. Corey merely chuckled for a while before replying, I just received word that the Crown Prince has broken his leg. It was a fall. Amu paused, then burst into laughter. The wild stallion was not easily tamed. It seemed the Crown Prince was in for more trouble. Amu, Why did you refuse a steed? Corey recalled when AMU had adamantly declined one at the camp. AMU shook his head. Master Corey, I am not one who can be seen. While I do admire the wild steed, it is far too conspicuous. If my identity were to be discovered, it would place you in danger. Corey nodded contemplatively. Meanwhile, the crown prince, Walji, receiving treatment from a physician, was not at all disheartened. Rather, he was exhilarated. Extolling the virtues of the horse, Daiti was sufficiently spirited as a young colt. He mused about how majestic it would be once it matured into a full-grown stallion. Bring me the finest horse trainers, he commanded. Suddenly, Walji seemed to recall something and gestured for everyone to leave the room, instructing his confidants. Do everything in your power to capture Corey for me. The matters of the horse and Corey must remain hidden from my brother. Huaner understood. Yes, your highness, rest assured. The second prince is still at the northern border. It will be at least 6 months before he returns, providing ample time. The crown prince nodded, waving his hand lightly. You may go. I need to rest. At that moment, Huaner remained oblivious to his sworn brother Corey's rise to prominence in the capital, just as Corey was unaware that Huaner was indeed a prince. Paya had monitored the crown prince throughout the night and worked tirelessly for the organization until the early hours of dawn before finally succumbing to sleep, only to be jolted awake by a tremendous uproar below. Who goes there? What is happening? Paya, disturbed from his slumber, flung open the door and bellowed at the innkeeper. A managing attendant hurried over. My lord. There are countless carriages blocking the entrance, all filled with noble ladies clamoring to purchase our dolls. I have already raised the prices several-fold as per your instructions, yet the buyers have not diminished. In fact, there are even more. The capital's guard has arrived, but they are at a loss with these ladies. Paya donned his attire and attempted to step outside, but it was impossible to reach the door. With no choice but to rush to the second floor facing the street and take a glance outside, I was taken aback by what I saw. The thoroughfare was lined with an array of carriages, while at its center stood the entrance to my own shop. Miss, you wish to purchase too, but this is the last white rabbit plushie we have. That we do have other merchandise. Would you consider a different choice? The shop assistant had barely finished speaking when the noble lady purchasing the item slapped him across the face. Do you take me for someone of lesser status? Bring me two at once. Before she could complete her demand, another noble lady swiftly tossed a pouch of magic crystal coins. I don't want it, but I do. And add another one of those magical deer for the princess. Upon witnessing her prize snatched away, the first lady hastily attempted to reclaim it. The shop assistant wore a look of despair, glancing at Paya, who mirrored his concern. They were powerless in this situation. The two noble girls soon found themselves in disarray, their hair tousled and garments torn. The guards, initially reluctant to intervene, stepped in front of their respective mistresses, unsheathing their swords and preparing for a standoff. Meanwhile, at the center of the shop, a charming red-eyed white rabbit continued to sit, its tongue lolling out. This is a headache. Captain of the city guards, do something, or my little shop shall be dismantled. Paya lamented to the approaching royal guard officer. The officer's expression was no less grim than Paya's. If he were not in the royal city, he would be a high-ranking official. However, among the countless upper-class nobles present in the royal city, both ladies hailed from prestigious families, and he dared not offend either. Did he merely watched helplessly. Captain, perhaps it would be prudent to notify the families of the two ladies? Should either sustain any injuries, it would reflect poorly on us, Paya suggested quietly. The captain, finding merit in her reasoning, promptly dispatched someone to inform their families. Observing the escalating tension, Paya felt a twinge of worry. Should a calamity occur, it would not affect her directly, but if it were discovered that this was a stronghold of the Night Rain organization, it would spell disaster. With this thought in mind, she rushed to the center of the shop and scooped up the white rabbit. Ladies, please temper your tempers. Someone, prepare refreshments for our esteemed guests. Both ladies scoffed, but did not divert their gaze from the white rabbit in Paya's grasp. Sweat trickled down Paya's face as she pondered the background of these two noble women and when their families might arrive. Esteemed ladies, this item is unique to our shop, and its creation is intricate. Please, allow me half a month to deliver it to your residences. The two were not insistent on acquiring the white rabbit, as there were plenty of other delightful items available. However, with one princess cradling a rabbit and the granddaughter of the prime minister doing the same, it had turned into a matter of pride. Just as Paya felt her legs weaken and the guards on either side sensed their hands growing numb, a commanding voice called from outside. Sheath your swords. What kind of spectacle is this? Two elegantly dressed individuals, accompanied by a throng of guards, entered the shop. The other noble ladies glanced briefly before returning to their selection of adorable toys, even in the absence of the white rabbit. There were myriad charming items to choose from. Upon seeing one another, the two newcomers were momentarily taken aback. "My sincerest apologies, my young lady, if I have offended you," exclaimed one, and the other quickly chimed in, "No, it is I who should apologize. You are too gracious." The guards finally found a way to de-escalate the situation and retreated to the sides. That Paya's legs buckled, and she sank to the floor. Feeling utterly drenched, after several deep breaths, she instructed someone to fetch a selection of other plushies from the back. "Ladies, please accept these, that I deeply regret the inadequacy of our offerings." While Paya spoke, a glint of cold determination shone in her eyes. The tray she held was filled with unique plushies, none of which were duplicates. The two noble women, although smiling at each other, refrained from reaching for the toys, simultaneously restraining their daughters from doing so. One of them tossed down a pouch of magic crystal coins. "These are lovely. I have matters to attend to. Please deliver 3 to my home this evening." The other followed suit, placing her pouch and uttering the same request. Once they departed, Paya instructed a shop assistant. "These two are cordial in appearance but harbor discord. Keep an eye on them." In a single day, the shop sold out of all its plushies. Leaving behind a multitude of orders. As Paya closed the shop doors, she exhaled a long sigh. "Alas, Master Corey truly possesses foresight. In but a day, we've uncovered numerous relationships among the ministers that would otherwise remain obscured." One of the shop assistants interjected, "Master Corey is indeed remarkable. The leader of the Willy organization would not commend someone unworthy. Should we inform Master Corey that we are out of stock and inquire about his next steps?" Paya nodded. "Then you must make the effort to visit the Royal Academy. See what Master Corey has in mind." At that moment, Corey was reveling in a mountain of coins. Over the past few days, silver and gold coins had accumulated into small hills, along with a modest chest of magic crystal coins. "Master Corey, shall we count this?" asked Scaly. Corey had no interest in counting. He merely delighted in the sight of the piled riches. Just then, a shop assistant from Paya's establishment arrived. Upon seeing the heaps of coins in the sitting room, he was momentarily stunned before bowing and saying, "Master Corey, all the plushies have sold out." "So soon? Unexpected indeed. Haha, splendid." Corey rubbed his hands together, his spirits buoyed further. "You arrived just in time. Please help me move this money, as I will handle the plushie arrangements myself." "Yes, Master Corey." The assistant quickly realized that the coins had not yet been counted. With the assistance of Scaly and Jack, they began loading the coins onto the cart. Noticing the presence of individuals affiliated with the Night Rain organization, the assistant remarked, "Master Corey, we have seized this opportunity to clarify many unstable relationships among high-ranking nobles. Here is the list." Corey did not take the list. He was still processing the implications of the situation. AMU accepted the list, examined it thoroughly, and then incinerated it. "I have arranged for more supplies to be brought. In the future, do not prepare such lists. Should they be discovered, it could prove perilous." "Understood. You are right." Although the assistant did not comprehend AMU's significance, anyone who could speak on behalf of Corey was surely no ordinary individual, prompting him to speak with newfound respect. At that moment, Scaly and Jack entered, announcing that the cart was ready. MU instructed that they escort the assistant out, but quietly conveyed further instructions as they left. Soon, a week had passed. The morning court had just concluded, and several ministers were preparing to share a drink when a keen-eyed individual noticed the prime minister departing in haste. Curiosity piqued, they approached to intercept him. Why the rush? What could be so pressing? The kingdom's marshal inquired first. The prime minister paused in surprise. "You old codgers, weren't you off to drink? Why must you bother me now?" This remark was seized upon by the Minister of Internal Affairs, who chuckled. "Old fellow, you were the most spirited during our last drinking session. What has changed now? Have you sworn off alcohol?" "Not at all. This old rascal must have something good going on. If you don't share it with us, you won't be leaving today." The Prime Minister, resigned, shook his head and muttered, "You cunning old fools. Fine, follow me. But let it be known that you must not frighten my dear nephew." "Nephew? Who is that?" "You'll find out when you arrive. I assure you there will be fine wines and delightful entertainment." With the Prime Minister's invitation, the group of elderly gentlemen followed, chuckling merrily. Meanwhile, Corey was overseeing the construction of a new combat arena outside the academy. The previous arena, built from timber, had proven flimsy and was easily dismantled by a group of unruly individuals. Now, with funds at his disposal and pious manpower, Corey had erected a new stone arena in just a few days. With an even larger one underway, Chapter 20, Corey assumes office while Jack was giving instructions from a distance. He spotted 4 or 5 exceptionally ornate carriages approaching and quickly notified Corey. As the carriages drew near, Corey stepped forward. "Uncle Mura, I have prepared the finest viewing platform for you." Upon seeing the dignitaries disembark from the other carriages, Corey was momentarily taken aback, then quickly knelt at the roadside, recognizing them as high-ranking officials of the kingdom. "Get up, young Corey. These old fellows are merely intimidating in their attire." The Prime Minister chuckled, prompting the other ministers to recognize that this was not merely a platform, but rather a gathering of genuinely enjoyable events. They laughed and affectionately ruffled Corey's hair. Still uncertain of their personalities, Corey kept his head down and led the way. Since the weekly competition had yet to commence, the contestants rested in one corner of the arena, while spectators deliberated on their betting choices and refreshments. At AMU's suggestion, the viewing platform had been expanded to include an additional entrance, specifically intended for the Prime Minister. Though the arrival of so many high-ranking officials had not been anticipated, the platform had been prepared with an upscale seating area facing the competition arena directly, and a magical barrier had been erected in front for the protection of the attendees. Tables adorned with fruits and fine wines graced the seating area, engaged in state affairs or leisurely pursuits such as reading and hunting. This was the minister's first experience with such an event. Observing Corey's meticulous preparations, they nodded in satisfaction. The Prime Minister occupied the front row, while senior attendants stood behind them, with other guards positioned on either side. Corey gestured, and Jack, overseeing the event, rushed over from the resting area. "You come here, greet the Prime Minister." The young knight in white armor felt a surge of elation, regardless of the reason for the Prime Minister's presence. He felt compelled to pay his respects, especially after the praise he had received previously. "Ah, perform admirably. Bring forth a wager of 100 magic crystal coins, placing your bet on his victory." The Prime Minister's unassuming words bolstered the spirits of the young master in white armor, who promptly bowed in gratitude. Observing the perplexed expressions of several other ministers, Corey swiftly prepared all the competitors' information for today's match, including their remarkable achievements during the championship. At that moment, MU summoned Jack and conveyed a few instructions. "Listen closely, everyone. Today, the Prime Minister, the Minister of Internal Affairs, and several esteemed officials of the kingdom are here to witness your contest. You shall take turns to introduce yourselves and showcase your finest martial skills before the competition commences." Upon hearing Jack's words, none of the contestants voiced any objections, as this was a splendid opportunity to display their talents before the kingdom's highest officials. Jack, noticing the absence of dissent, quickly jogged to the VIP section. "Young Master Corey, they are all prepared and can now take the stage to present their impressive skills to the esteemed guests." Corey, being astute, immediately grasped the meaning behind this, with a clap of his hands. The contestants began ascending the stage one by one, introducing themselves to the ministers and demonstrating one or two of their signature moves. "Well, I shall place a bet as well, 200 magic crystal coins on contestant number 10. The Marshal of the Kingdom found the proceedings rather entertaining and remarked to his attendants, "You may also place your bets. Let us all enjoy this spectacle." Several ministers nodded in agreement, prompting their attendants to join in the wagering. Corey, observing the substantial pile of magic crystal coins in the box, felt a surge of delight in his heart. The first match, contestant number 7 versus contestant number 11, Jack announced loudly. The previously tranquil venue erupted into cheers, the atmosphere electrified with enthusiasm. The Prime Minister, concerned that some ministers might find the scene unbecoming, was about to clarify a few points to avoid any misconceptions about Corey. However, the Marshal of the Kingdom burst into laughter. "This is delightful. I feel decades younger. I almost wish to take the stage myself. Let us settle this through competition." Contestant number 7, a swordsman, declared, drawing his sword and pointing it directly at his opponent. Unfazed, the challenger gracefully ascended into the air, a magical defensive shield materializing around him, and scoffed, "Come forth. Let us see who is superior." With that, dazzling waves of magic split into 3 layers and surged toward contestant number 7. With a mighty roar, contestant number 7 unleashed a flurry of sword blossoms, deflecting the incoming magical assault and countering with 2 thrusts of sword energy. While seasoned fighters often sparred, the fiery ambience and the crowd's fervent cheers ensnared even the elite guards of the ministers. who could not help but applaud. The ministers, caught up in the excitement, rose from their seats, applauding as well. How amusing, the marshal of the kingdom remarked, settling back down after the match. Yet the aftermath left him astonished. Thousands of small placards rained down upon the defeated contestant, alongside an assortment of berries and other items. What is this? The marshal inquired, perplexed. The prime minister chuckled. This, my lord, was Corey's ingenious idea to motivate the contestants. Those who lose are ridiculed, which will surely spur them to train harder. Corey stifled a laugh, appreciating how the prime minister was defending him. The fruit throwing was intended to profit him, while the placards were of no use to the defeated. Yet, the marshal perceived wisdom in the prime minister's words and stood to address those preparing to exit. You may have lost, but you fought valiantly. There is no shame in that. Return and train diligently for the next challenge. His encouraging words sparked a chorus of praise, and the defeated contestants wept tears of gratitude. Hearing the crowd's acclaim, the marshal felt a surge of joy and added, You too must strive in the next match. Yes, the victorious contestants responded, their spirits high as they knelt in gratitude. Corey felt elated, envisioning the prospect of the entire Royal Academy participating and the potential for even greater earnings. He promptly offered the finest refreshments to the esteemed ministers, ensuring even their attendants received generous portions. Exquisite wine, truly exceptional, the marshal commented, eliciting nods of approval from the ministers, thereby significantly enhancing Corey's standing in their eyes. The weekend's competition took place in the afternoon, and as twilight descended, the outcomes were determined. Corey, now holding a specially crafted medal and a small box of magic crystal coins, declared, Esteemed ministers, please present the rewards to our champion. The ministers exchanged polite remarks before ultimately deciding that the prime minister would bestow the honors upon the victor. Although each minister had lost at least a couple of hundred magic crystal coins, they regarded this modest sum as a fair trade for an afternoon of enjoyment. After inquiring about the rules of Corey's competition, they unanimously expressed their desire for reserved seats at the monthly championship. This sentiment quickly spread among all the students of the Royal Academy, prompting a surge in participants eager to showcase their skills before the kingdom's dignitaries. Faced with the increasing demand, Corey found it necessary to amend the registration rules, limiting each individual to one entry per year, while the students of the Royal Academy vied for the opportunity to compete. The Marshal of the Kingdom returned to his residence. Awaiting him in the reception hall were several individuals, who promptly stood and saluted upon his arrival. Please, everyone, take a seat. Thank you, Marshal. After taking a sip of water, the Marshal slowly addressed them. I summoned you urgently for a pressing matter. It has come to my attention that Lay Corey, a scion of a lowly noble family, has been generously distributing magic crystal coins, thousands of them, gifting them to the young princess, the White Bear Black, and the Crown Prince, Gale, as well as presenting the Prime Minister with invaluable trinkets. Furthermore, he appears to have developed close relationships with the three individuals. Upon hearing the Marshal's account, one individual stood and spoke. Marshal, are you concerned that this young man may interfere with your grand plans? The Marshal nodded in approval, appreciating the insight of his astute subordinate. The individual, encouraged by the Marshal's approval, continued, I believe it prudent to infiltrate his inner circle and gather intelligence on him. Should he prove uncooperative, we must. He gestured in a manner indicative of execution. Sound reasoning. But how shall we arrange for someone to infiltrate? The speaker had evidently already devised a plan. Marshal, I have heard that Miss Sylvia, the daughter of Count Kroller, is currently studying at the Royal Academy. Renowned as the Academy's most beautiful woman, she would be ideal for this task. Splendid. Throughout history, heroes have often faltered before the charms of fair maidens. This suggestion is excellent. Count Kroller, what say you? The Marshal regarded Sylvia's father with a smile. Count Kroller shot a venomous glare at the speaker yet quickly transformed his expression into one of delight. Marshal, it would be my daughter's honor to serve you. I shall make arrangements immediately. Very well. Upon successful completion of this task, I will bestow rewards accordingly. Just as the Marshal and Count Kroller were discussing the finer details, at the Royal Academy, Corey, as was his routine after dinner, took a stroll. As he ambled along the Academy's pathways, he encountered Sylvia, who was approaching with a few female companions. Her flowing hair and delicate fragrance captivated Corey's attention, and he found himself entranced by her graceful figure, a smile inadvertently forming on his lips as drool trickled down the corner of his mouth. He, Corey chuckled foolishly, his hand instinctively reaching towards Sylvia's bosom. While Sylvia was engaged in conversation with her companions, initially dismissing the seemingly foolish lad, The moment Corey made contact with her, she reacted instinctively, swinging her bag at him in retaliation, focused solely on Sylvia. Corey was caught off guard, sent sprawling against a tree with a heavy thud. "Humph, lecherous scoundrel," Sylvia remarked, casting a disdainful glance as she continued on her way. Meanwhile, Corey rubbed his face, lifting his right hand in reflection of the sensation he had just experienced. A wicked grin still plastered across his face. All of this transpired unnoticed by Lacey, who had been quietly following Corey. Upon Sylvia's return to her dormitory, she found a crowd gathered at her door. "What is happening? Is there a problem? Someone is looking for you." The individuals at the entrance parted to allow Sylvia passage as she arrived. As Sylvia entered the room, she beheld a delicate-looking young girl cradling a legendary cat bear plush toy, seated gracefully upon a chair. This cat bear, known to all, is merely a few inches tall and appears irresistibly cute. However, when sensing danger, it transforms into a raging fireball, relentlessly attacking its foes until either the enemy is vanquished or it is reduced to ash. Thus, capturing one alive is nearly impossible. Currently, only one known plush toy crafted from cat bear fur exists, and it is in the possession of Princess Wazi. "Miss Celia, my young master extends his apologies for the earlier rudeness. This is a gift from him. Please accept it," spoke the young maid, Lace. She had noticed Corey's fondness for Celia and sought her out on his behalf, wholeheartedly committed to his desires. Celia, however, declined the gift and merely inquired, "Who is your young master?" "My young master is Corey." Corey. Celia was momentarily taken aback. But the girls gathered at the doorway, drawn by the allure of the cat bear plush, erupted into excited shrieks. In Celia's mind, her family's expectations loomed first, followed by her impressions of Corey, and after a prolonged pause, she finally responded, "I accept your apology, but this gift is far too extravagant. Please take it back." Lace placed the cat bear plush into Celia's hands. "Miss Celia, all the plush toys in the royal capital are crafted by my young master. This one is merely an ordinary piece. I hope you will enjoy it. Tomorrow evening, I would like to invite you to dinner with my young master." With that, Lace bowed and departed. Ordinary indeed. Did you all hear that? What could possibly be extraordinary? A few meddlesome girls began to bicker, insisting that Celia must see for herself if there were any better items. Having completed her task, Lace returned to the courtyard. Her heart lightened with a joyful skip. The cat bear plush was nothing but a fabrication. A clever invention by a skilled artisan in the camp, utilizing various common magical beast hides, treated and adhered together. This method produced many exceedingly rare magical beast toys, and the adhesive seams were undetectable to the naked eye. "My lord, look at your current state. I have arranged for Miss Celia to join us for dinner tomorrow night," Lace announced. "Really splendid," Corey exclaimed, rubbing his hands together, saliva pooling at the corners of his mouth. His eyes narrowed with delight. Lace produced a handkerchief to wipe his mouth, chiding, "My lord, you mustn't behave in such a manner. One must exhibit gentlemanly decorum to win a lady's favor. Who would want to be pursued by someone who is so brazen as to grope at a woman's bosom upon seeing her beauty?" Corey felt a flush of embarrassment at Lace's words. Scratching his head and chuckling sheepishly, observing this scene were several common students, carrying a chest full of coins, preparing to load it onto a cart destined for the Paya Merchant Association. Their curiosity piqued. They turned to Jack and asked, "Jack, who is that Miss Lace? What is her relationship with young Master Corey?" Jack shook his head. "I can't say for certain. I once inquired, and Miss Lace claimed to be the maid of young Master Corey. However, the more I observe, the stranger it seems. Many who come here, like that little squad, are indeed subordinates of young Master Corey, yet they treat Miss Lace with utmost respect. Furthermore, I know that all the coins are managed by Miss Lace, even when the Paya Merchant Association accounts are settled. They only seek her out." Others chimed in, sharing their own observations of the peculiarities surrounding her. "Well, I believe that even a sister could not wield such power. If she were a lady, she would not possess such authority. Let us cease speculating. In any case, Miss Lace is one of young Master Corey's most trusted individuals, so let's refrain from further discussion," Scaly declared, putting an end to the discourse on Lace. In truth, it was not just them. Aside from the members of the Laying Mercenary Corps, no one could fathom or comprehend the true nature of the situation. Corey had not considered Lace's identity, for in his heart, she was akin to family. Regardless of her origins, she had stood by him during his most arduous days, and that was sufficient. The following day, Lace ventured into the royal capital to procure provisions for dinner and to verify accounts at the Paya Merchant Association. She also sought ways to transfer funds to the mercenary group's account via the kingdom's bank. Meanwhile, His Majesty the Emperor donned common attire and stealthily exited the palace through a side door. Wishing for a brief reprieve and to experience the lives of his subjects. It seemed Warner had also learned from the Emperor, relishing in secret escapades. As the Emperor wandered the streets for the first time alone. Despite having previously donned disguises accompanied by attendants, their incessant reminders of what one could or could not do had always proven irksome. "Ah, this is delightful," he remarked, casually picking up a snack from a vendor and taking a bite. Praising its flavor, the vendor, eager to please, responded, "Of course, esteemed guest. How many would you like?" "I'll take a bag," the Emperor replied, pointing to a paper pouch. The vendor, grinning widely, filled it to the brim, declaring, "That will be 4 silver coins." Yet before he could finish, the Emperor had already turned to leave, having never encountered such a payment process before. "Hey, you there. Stop. You must pay for your purchase." The vendor grasped the Emperor's clothing, and soon a crowd gathered, some shouting for justice while others suggested leniency towards the elderly. However, the Emperor's next words united the crowd in outrage, as he exclaimed, "Pay? Why must I pay?" In truth, the Emperor did not comprehend the concept of payment. Yet, to those surrounding him, he appeared as a mere rogue. And shouts arose demanding he be punished. "Stop. What honor is there in bullying an old man?" Lace rushed forward, positioning herself protectively before the Emperor. A few members of the mercenary corps drew their swords, forming a protective circle around her. Noticing Lace's attire and the armor of her guards, those with discerning eyes concluded that she must be a young lady of high nobility. Meanwhile, the Emperor continued to mutter to himself. Perplexed about the need for payment and why he was being confronted, his lack of understanding stemmed not from foolishness but from his unfamiliarity with such situations. He had always taken what he desired. With others handling the aftermath, Lace, interpreting the old man's confusion as a sign of delirium, tossed him a gold coin and instructed others to assist him into a carriage, observing that, though his clothing was not of noble quality, it was nonetheless clean and tidy. She asked, "Where do you reside? I shall escort you home." At this moment, the Emperor regained his wits, realizing his previous behavior was not typical. He surmised that Lace must consider him a senile old fool. With a playful spirit, he feigned forgetfulness, replying, I seem to have forgotten. It is to the east, I believe." The Emperor gestured toward the palace, causing laughter to erupt among Lace and the others. The east could only refer to the palace. Indicating the old man must indeed be daft, Lace instructed the squad leader, "Please make arrangements to locate this elder's home." "Yes, Miss Lace," the squad leader responded, galloping off to the royal capital. There were 2 squads of the mercenary corps, totaling 100 members, who were tasked with transporting local specialties to the capital for sale, including members of the Night Rain organization. A few inquiries would likely uncover the whereabouts of the missing elder. The Emperor, meanwhile, discreetly observed Lace, unable to discern the value of her attire, yet recognizing its opulence, he deduced she must belong to a wealthy or noble family. "Miss, which family do you belong to?" he inquired. Lace smiled gently. "I am not a lady. I am merely a maid. You may call me Lace, dear elder." "A maid? Impossible. Such fine clothing." The Emperor feigned surprise, maintaining an air of confusion, as he had never encountered a maid dressed so splendidly. While it paled in comparison to the princess's attire, it was certainly on par with that of noblewomen. As they approached the Royal Academy, Lace remarked, "I was once a slave, won by my young master." She gestured toward the Royal Academy, where the Paya Merchant Association was bustling with preparations for Corey's grand event. Today's competition was about to commence, and Corey, seated upon a large stone, basked in the sun while playing chess alone. "My lord, I have returned. On the way, I encountered an elderly gentleman who seemed somewhat disoriented. I have already sent someone to locate his family," Lace informed Corey. Upon hearing this, Corey looked up. "Disoriented? He is merely pretending. He is at least of noble birth, or perhaps resembles a retired general." The mercenary corps members immediately gathered around Corey, one shouting, "Who are you? Why have you deceived us with your charade?" Corey waved his hand dismissively. "Stand down. He likely bears no ill intent. Perhaps he is simply seeking amusement." Clap, clap, clap. The Emperor applauded thrice, exclaiming, "Impressive. At such a young age, you possess this level of insight. "In a wonder Princess Wazi is fond of you." Having previously seen Corey's portrait, the Emperor approached him slowly, his gaze commanding the surrounding mercenaries to part. "Come, let us play a game. Allow this old man to witness your prowess." The Emperor exuded confidence in his chess skills, radiating an air of invincibility. Corey nodded in agreement. The mercenaries resumed their tasks, while only Lace remained to fetch juice for Corey and wine and fruit for the Emperor. The atmosphere crackled with tension as Corey sensed the formidable presence of his opponent. Though somewhat apprehensive, he composed himself and began to strategize on the chessboard. "Huh, I thought you were truly formidable," Corey exclaimed, leaping up after several moves and mocking the Emperor without reserve. That it was no surprise, who would not afford the Emperor a degree of leniency in their games. The Prime Minister had played against the Emperor for decades, yet they remained evenly matched, highlighting the difficulties of governance. Meanwhile, the Emperor's face fluctuated between shades of red and white, gradually losing his composure. Although he was aware that his ministers often made concessions for him, he had not anticipated being outmatched by a mere boy of 14 or 15. "I shall not continue. Your skills are woefully lacking." "Old man, do enlighten me as to your identity," Corey declared, pushing the chessboard aside and stepping onto a round stone. The Emperor laughed heartily. "Must one inquire about a friend's identity to ascertain if they are of equal standing?" The Emperor intentionally steered the conversation towards matters of noble rank, refraining from mentioning names or identities. Corey, momentarily taken aback, replied, "Indeed, you have a point. Allow me to treat you to dinner and witness the match." "Very well, I appreciate it if you are well acquainted with a noble in the capital. Please convey a message to my family to ease their concerns." The Emperor's inquiry stemmed from necessity. If he were not familiar, the message might be intercepted by servants. "Uncle Mura and I are the best of friends. His chess skills are exceptional," Corey divulged without hesitation. The Emperor smiled faintly and requested Corey's attendant to fetch paper and pen. He penned a letter, placing a gemstone from his possession upon the envelope. "This is for your Uncle Mura. I happen to know him as well. Ensure it is delivered directly to him. Rest assured, Monka, you shall personally deliver it. It must reach the Prime Minister's hands." As the Emperor and Corey walked together to Corey's courtyard at the academy, Celia had already arrived. Upon seeing Corey, she shot him an icy glare that quickly morphed into a complex expression, her gaze eventually lowering. Remaining silent as Corey conversed with the Emperor, neither noticed the subtle shifts in Celia's demeanor. "Sir, shall I instruct the kitchen to serve the dishes?" Lacey whispered nearby. Corey nodded, inviting the Emperor to take a seat in the guest position. Although he did not recognize the Emperor, Corey sensed that he was a person of significance, at least in the past, given the Emperor's eloquence and insight throughout their journey. "Miss Celia, I must apologize for any offense caused the other day. I was quite enraptured by your beauty," Corey said, gesturing for her to sit. Celia remained silent, gradually taking her place at the dining table. At that moment, Monka had arrived at the Prime Minister's residence. Upon recognizing Monka and knowing he was delivering a message from Corey, the guards promptly ushered him into the inner chamber. The Prime Minister accepted the letter, astonished by the gemstone affixed to the envelope. Politely, he dismissed Monka, allowing everyone else to exit the room before opening the letter. Upon reading the note, he confirmed it was indeed from the Emperor. The letter stated that the Emperor's identity had not been disclosed to Corey and urged the Prime Minister to maintain discretion. "Bring forth the carriage. I must go to the palace." The Prime Minister, neglecting his dinner, prioritized stabilizing the Emperor's situation. The Emperor sliced a piece of meat from his plate and tasted it. This is quite unique. It does not resemble beef." After merely a bite, he sensed its distinctiveness. You have never encountered this, have you? This is meat from a magical stag, specifically from its back muscle. It must be from a live-caught stag, with the meat taken immediately after its demise and preserved using freezing magic to retain its exquisite flavor. Perhaps even your majesty has never had the pleasure of tasting it, Corey boasted with a hint of arrogance. The Emperor mused that indeed, he had never tasted such a dish. Yet Celia interjected, "Nonsense, His Majesty's esteemed status renders him above such trivialities." This marked Celia's first utterance of the evening, her subconscious discontent with Corey prompting her to disparage him. Corey remained unfazed, chuckling, "Your Majesty has yet to encounter many wonders." For instance, he contemplated briefly, retrieving a red fish encased in ice from his underground storage, alongside a bottle of wine. "This fish, I have learned, is exclusive to me, young Master Corey." He then turned to Lacey, instructing, "Prepare a dish to showcase for them." As Lacey entered the kitchen with the fish, Corey poured 2 glasses of wine, placing one before the Emperor and the other before Celia. Do taste this. Young Master Corey assures you it is the finest on the continent, brewed from magical beasts. Upon hearing this, both the Emperor and Celia were skeptical. However, after a tentative sip, they were both astonished. Ah! Just then, Amu entered the room, exclaiming in shock and dropping to his knees as he prepared to pay his respects. He suddenly noticed the Emperor was in plain clothes, and Corey was casually resting his hand on the Emperor's shoulder. He quickly corrected himself, addressing Corey, "Young Master Corey, the new arena will be completed in 13 days. Perfectly timed for the monthly championship. The match tonight begins in an hour. Will you be attending?" As Amu spoke, he adjusted his posture, as if greeting a superior. "Amu, did I not say you need not bow? Come, sit, and enjoy a drink. Lacey has prepared the red fish." Corey beckoned, pulling Amu to the table. This gesture struck both the Emperor and Celia as peculiar. Amu clearly resembled a servant, so why did Corey treat him with such courtesy? Celia pondered the oddity of Corey's demeanor, noting how he treated Lacey and now Amu with the familiarity of family. Amu averted his gaze, fearful of the Emperor recognizing him, while the Emperor was engrossed in conversation with Corey. Oblivious to Amu's presence, a serving of magical stag meat was placed before Amu, and the red fish was divided into 4 portions, one for each person at the table. It melts in the mouth. This is no ordinary meat. Surely, the Emperor has never tasted such a delicacy. The Emperor suddenly erupted in laughter, while Celia glared defiantly at Corey, though the exquisite flavor of the red fish was unfamiliar to her palate. Corey divided his portion of red fish, placing half onto Lacey's plate. Lacey smiled sweetly, taking a bite of the fish. A mere maid, I refused to believe that a lecherous fellow like Corey would not make a move on her. Her attire rivals that of a princess. Is she truly worth such investment? Celia mused to herself. Yet, as Lacey stood to replace the candles on the table, Celia noticed a red mark on Lacey's arm, instantly recognizing it as a sign of virginity commonly marked on young girls in the kingdom. Regardless of their social standing, Celia was taken aback. Though Lacey was young, it was common for girls aged 15 or 16 to marry, and 14 was hardly considered too young. However, being in the presence of Corey, a wolf in sheep's clothing, left Celia feeling disoriented. "Old man, would you like another drink?" Lacey's sweet voice endeared the Emperor, prompting him to eagerly lift his glass. "One more, please." As the Emperor grew intoxicated, Mu carried him upstairs to the guest room, then turned to Corey. "Young Master Corey, do you know this man's identity?" Corey shook his head. Mu, having deduced the truth, remarked, "From his demeanor, he is no ordinary individual." Amu refrained from disclosing the Emperor's identity, although he had entrusted his life to Corey. He remained loyal to the kingdom and the Emperor deep down. Corey chuckled, patting Mu on the back. I too recognize he is no ordinary man. It matters not who he is. Let us proceed to watch the match." "Miss Celia, please." Corey extended his hand, and after a moment's hesitation, Celia accepted, allowing him to lead her to the viewing platform. However, she soon became aware of Corey's gaze repeatedly drifting to her chest. This was unavoidable. As Lacey and the princess were still quite youthful and unremarkable, while Celia had matured into a young woman, her prominent figure naturally capturing Corey's attention. "Could you refrain from staring?" Celia protested, covering her chest with her hand. Prompting Corey to swallow hard and redirect his gaze to the match, Celia brandished a dagger, holding it tightly. Only Corey's restless hand provoked her to strike, but fortunately, Corey reacted swiftly, avoiding injury. Corey's focus on the match waned. His thoughts fixated on Celia as he pondered how to engage her in conversation. Meanwhile, Celia clenched her jaw, enduring the situation. Though Corey could not access other parts of her body, his hands incessantly roamed her own. I must take my leave," Celia declared, shaking off Corey's hand and departing without a backward glance. Mu observed, "Young Master Corey, pursuing a lady should be conducted with grace, not so brazenly." Corey shook his head, whispering, "She approaches me with ulterior motives, hence my behavior. I am curious how long she can endure." As he spoke, Corey handed Mu a note he had received just before arriving at the match, which explained the disparity in his treatment of Celia during dinner. Mu unfolded the note, realizing it was a message from Paya, detailing Celia's conversation with her father, yet the orchestrator behind it all remained unknown. He was also unaware of the events surrounding the marshal's estate, and it dawned upon him why Corey had acted as he did towards Cilia. Chapter 21. The eccentric old man turns out to be the Emperor. Someone is coming. The Emperor awoke from his slumber, realizing he was not within the palace, but rather in the small courtyard of Corey. Once more, prepare. A cold, detached voice echoed from outside the window. It was still far from dawn, yet the Emperor stealthily approached the window, where he beheld two figures standing beneath the moonlight, approximately 7 or 8 meters apart. Mu, with all his might, hurled a stone towards Corey. This particular stone was significant. Among 10 ordinary stones, one bore a small red. Corey's figure swayed, evading the 10 common stones, then swiftly drew his sword to strike the one marked with red, only to return the blade to its sheath in a flash. Ouch, Corey yelped, clasping his ear, as the last ordinary stone, though seemingly evaded, grazed his ear. The weather had turned cold, and a blow to the ear was certainly unpleasant. Mu displayed no sympathy, his voice remaining icy as he commanded, once more. Prepare. Corey understood that Mu had yet to throw his final projectile, and promptly adjusted his stance, bracing for the next wave of assault. After observing for a while, the Emperor suddenly noticed lights spilling from the room below into the courtyard. Both Corey and Mu executed a nimble leap back through the window above. The Emperor returned to his bed, unaware of how much time had passed until he was awakened by voices outside his door. Young master, you are sleeping in again. Hurry and rise for breakfast. Another voice chimed in. Young Master Corey, we have never seen you practice your skills. Your martial prowess will surely decline. Haha, I am a genius. Geniuses need not practice nor study. The Emperor chuckled, shaking his head. Genius, indeed. Haha, such a genius. While having breakfast, the Prime Minister arrived. Haha, my old friend, I worried you throughout the night. The Emperor greeted the Prime Minister with a smile. Not at all. I merely wished to come to Corey's place for a bottle of wine. The Prime Minister tactfully avoided mentioning his concern for the Emperor. He then turned to Corey, saying, Thank you for taking care of my old friend. Corey waved dismissively. It's nothing. Uncle Mura is quite terrible at chess yet insists on presenting himself as the world's best. Upon hearing this, the Prime Minister wore an expression of helpless amusement. Choosing not to respond, he took the Emperor and departed. In recent days, the busiest seemed to be Prince Walj, who was preoccupied with the wild steed. Frenzy. Apart from sending a sword to Corey, he had nearly forgotten about him. Meanwhile, Warner had just reached the final stop of his inspection, planning to stay for 10 days before returning to the imperial capital after 2 months. However, chaos erupted in the Galan province. What began with a handful of villagers killing a tax officer gradually escalated to looting government warehouses and assassinating the city lord. Ultimately, hundreds of thousands prepared to besiege the provincial capital. Yet, Galan failed to report such a dire situation, fearing for his own position amidst the turmoil. A riot. Splendid. Mu, what do you think of having Shimolet seize the opportunity to plunder Galan's warehouses? The rioters will grow hungry. Once they've had their fill of chaos, they will still need to eat. Besides, spring is approaching, and without seeds, they will starve. Corey mused, discussing the fate of Galan as nonchalantly as if deciding what to have for dinner. Mu pondered briefly before nodding in agreement. Young Master Corey, I believe we should find a way to inform the imperial capital, applying pressure on Galan. Very well, arrange it. Today marks the commencement of our martial arts tournament's monthly championship. I intend to earn a handsome sum, Corey exclaimed. His spirits high. The recent establishment of a new arena had cost him dearly, causing him some heartache. Just as Corey approached the Royal Academy, a cavalry regiment from the imperial capital came into view. The Royal Knights. Surely not. She's back again. They caused enough trouble just the other day. Why are they here again? Those following Corey understood he was referring to Princess Was. Days prior, she had nearly turned Corey's courtyard upside down. His Majesty the Emperor has arrived. Kneel to welcome. The herald's voice rang out, and all spectators preparing to enter the arena fell to their knees. Corey remained in a daze, unable to believe the Emperor had come, and only upon seeing Jack and Scalia did he realize he should kneel. Hours earlier, within the palace, the kingdom's marshal had reported the unrest in Galan province, clamoring for Galan's execution, only for the faction supporting the crown prince to stand up and argue that Galan, wishing to spare the emperor worry, had single-handedly confronted the rioters and deserved a reward. The two factions became embroiled in a heated debate, while the neutral faction, led by the prime minister, observed the spectacle. With supporters of Prince Warner aligning themselves with the neutral camp, the emperor grew more incensed with each passing moment, fully aware that this was not a discussion of state affairs, but rather a factional struggle. Helplessly, he leaned back on the throne. Your Majesty, I believe it would do you good to take a stroll. That I have heard that Corey's martial arts tournament has a new venue, and today's championship will be quite splendid, the Prime Minister suggested quietly. Approaching the emperor, a smile immediately graced the emperor's face. Excellent idea. Let us go at once. The Prime Minister disregarded the bickering factions and called out, His Majesty the Emperor is embarking on a royal tour. This announcement quickly set preparations in motion. Haha. Young Corey, rise and accompany me inside, the Emperor declared as he dismounted his carriage, gesturing for Corey to stand. Recognizing the familiar voice, Corey looked up, startled, and fell back onto the ground. Why are you still on the ground? Lead the way. The attendants, observing the Emperor's jovial demeanor, understood he was not reprimanding Corey and stood back. Corey hurriedly rose to his feet, guiding the Emperor into the arena. Meanwhile, Scalia and Jack, quick-witted, rushed inside to make arrangements. Greetings, Your Majesty. The competitors lined up in the arena, quickly kneeling to pay their respects upon the Emperor's entrance. That moment, Corey's thoughts of profit vanished, replaced by anxiety and fear, knowing he had once patted the Emperor's shoulder and even called him a fool. He had no idea how many times his head might roll. The matches were intense, and the audience was fervent. Corey seized the opportunity to excuse himself to arrange the tournament, escaping the Emperor's side. The Prime Minister then began to introduce the martial arts tournament to the Emperor. While Corey was lost in thought at the competitors' bench, the 4 finalists were already determined. Your Majesty inquires their names. The 4 finalists were ecstatic. Knowing that many returning from the battlefield might earn the Emperor's recognition, they eagerly announced their names. The Emperor rose, gesturing for the semifinals to commence. The 4, their eyes blazing with determination, exuded an air of defiance. However, both semifinal matches ended in a draw, as all 4 were injured and carried off the field, unable to continue to the finals. Cough. Children, you fought valiantly. You displayed great spirit. I hereby bestow upon each of you the title of third-class baron and the rank of squad leader, with the option to join the army from this day forth. The Emperor's words made the 4 forget their pain, kneeling in gratitude, elated by the Emperor's favor. Corey. The Emperor's voice suddenly rose in volume. Corey's heart sank. He feared retribution. Scrambling into the arena and kneeling before the 4 finalists, the Emperor waved his hand, and an attendant stepped forward, bearing an edict. By the Emperor's command, Corey is to establish a martial arts tournament for the benefit of the kingdom and shall henceforth strive even harder. He is hereby granted the title of second-class Earl, the rank of division commander, and appointed as the commander of the kingdom's 3rd Field Army, 2nd Division. He is to lead his troops to quell the Galan provincial uprising, with full authority over life and death. Corey was utterly dumbfounded. An elevation to Earl and a military position. What kind of world was this? The 4 men kneeling behind Corey were not foolish. One nudged him. Quickly express your gratitude. You wouldn't want to anger His Majesty. Corey hurriedly offered his thanks. The Emperor, chuckling, descended from the platform and personally handed the insignia of the division commander to Corey. Young Corey, do well. Anyone who disobeys shall be executed. The Emperor left the arena. His laughter echoing, Corey plopped back down onto the ground, exhaling deeply. I shall serve under Division Commander Corey. The 4 finalists knelt before Corey, all of them astute enough to recognize that following Corey, who was favored by the Emperor, promised a bright future. Rise, let us attend to your wounds first. Corey waved his hand, and after expressing their thanks, the 4 departed. Scalia, Jack, had I known, I would have had you compete as well. But no matter, you are now the captains of my division. Monka, you shall be my bodyguard. Is that acceptable? Corey's earlier fear had vanished, replaced by exuberance. Thank you, young Master Corey. Monka remained nonchalant, but Scalia and Jack were bursting with excitement, knowing that with a little merit, they could smoothly ascend to nobility. That moment, Lace rushed over. Young Master, your elder brother has arrived. While others were puzzled, Corey and Monka understood it meant Willie Wallace had reached the imperial capital. Wonderful. I have missed my brother dearly, Corey exclaimed, pulling AMU along. AMU, let me take you to meet my brother. He is quite an impressive figure. Corey then instructed Scalia and Jack to organize the personnel to oversee the martial arts tournament, ensuring that everything adhered to the captain's orders. With the captain present, Corey felt utterly at ease. Corey dashed into the courtyard, and upon seeing Willie, he leapt forward, exclaiming, "Brother!" Willie tightly embraced Corey and bowed to AMU without uttering a word. AMU noticed Willie's momentary surprise but quickly responded, "Brother Willie, it has been many years since we last met. Elder brother, what brings you to the imperial capital?" Corey inquired as he entered the room. While Willie's men and the mercenary group positioned themselves around the small courtyard, it concerns the Galanon uprising. This insurrection has taken us by surprise. If the kingdom dispatches a large army, countless innocent lives will be at stake. Willie expressed his concerns. Corey chuckled heartily, slapping the insignia of the division commander onto the table. "Elder brother, this is precisely the reason for my deployment to quell the uprising." "Quell, not annihilate," Willie asked urgently. "Indeed, elder brother, is there a difference?" Willie burst into laughter, taking some time to compose himself. "Brother, did you not proclaim your intent to deal with Galanon? This is your opportunity if you sever Galanon's head. The rioters will disperse, thus achieving a semblance of peace. However, with General Mullen by your side, I have no cause for concern." Corey pondered for a moment, then exclaimed, "No wonder His Majesty said, life and death are at his discretion. It seems the Emperor wishes to see Galanon dead." MU shook his head. "Not necessarily. Perhaps His Majesty merely seeks to test your capabilities. One must recognize that to deal with 100,000 rioters, 10,000 regular troops would suffice. Yet the Emperor has allocated 30,000, one complete restructured division. What could his motives be?" Corey racked his brain in vain and, in a fit of frustration, slammed his hand on the table. "Regardless, Galanon is as good as dead." Willie smiled faintly and snapped his fingers. A member of the Night Rain organization entered the room. "Relay the orders. Brother Corey will lead the troops to suppress the Galanon provincial uprising. It is time for the Galanon province to adopt a new name." The newcomer paused momentarily but quickly regained composure and exited with a smile. The kingdom's provinces are named after their governors. Yet families often retain the same name for centuries. Thus, a name change signifies the end of the Galanon family. "Corey, I must take my leave to make preparations for you." Willie suddenly announced his departure, causing Corey's spirits to plummet. Sensing Corey's disheartened gaze, Willie gently patted Corey's shoulder. "Good brother, you are exceptional. I am proud of you. A man must accomplish great deeds without being overly sentimental." Willie pushed Corey aside and extended his hand towards MU. "I entrust Corey to your care." MU nodded. "Go to the military camp and take command of my army." As Corey watched Willie leave, his mood soured, prompting him to shout. At that moment, Jack and the other top 4 from the martial arts competition awaited outside, responding in unison to Corey's call. "Yes, Commander Corey." Silver Lightning and Gale were pulled out from the backyard. "Lord Corey, Aldando, Myga, Phylan, and Mikal are at your service, ready to follow your commands." The 4, having healed from their injuries, stood neatly before Corey. However, Corey, still troubled by Willie's abrupt visit and departure, waved his hand dismissively, and the 4 men followed suit. Meanwhile, in the division Corey was about to assume command of, Deputy Division Commander Lachi Ao awaited at the camp's entrance with numerous officers. "Heh, a little squirt is coming to command our division. I wonder what skills he possesses," one general whispered. Another chimed in. "Heard that lad has ingratiated himself with the princess. Our Deputy Division Commander is known as the Executive Killer. Let us see him fare against that." As a few officers continued their chatter, Lachi Ao shot a cold glare over his shoulder, silencing them instantly. They dared not even lift their heads. This division had been without a commander for 3 years, managed solely by Lachi Ao. The prior division commander had been executed by Lachi Ao himself, and since then, no one had dared to take up the position. Consequently, this division had remained inactive, becoming the most idle of all divisions. Even superiors were reluctant to oversee it. Just then, Corey and his entourage gradually approached the division's camp. "Master Corey, this division is a formidable force, contrary to the disparaging rumors circulating outside," AMU whispered in Corey's ear, though Corey lacked military knowledge. The soldiers' disciplined appearance and determined expression spoke volumes of their strength. "Present arms to Commander Corey," Lachi Ao commanded as all officers knelt in unison. "All troops, prepare to march," Corey ordered loudly, having first received a quiet prompt from AMU before vocalizing the command. Lachi Ao hesitated, quickly bowing and saying, "My lord, the military supervisor has yet to arrive." "Decapitate the military supervisor," MU subtly advised Corey. Shortly thereafter, Dust kicked up on the main road as a carriage approached the military camp. A portly middle-aged man, visibly inebriated, clumsily dismounted, exclaiming, "Ha! My friends have come to see me off. I'm a bit late." Judging by his insignia, the man was a marquis. MU exchanged glances with Corey, who smirked. "Where is the military judge?" "My lord," an officer stepped forward from the ranks, "for delaying the army's departure." "What punishment does a latecomer inebriated incur?" Corey inquired loudly. The military judge stood at attention, coldly articulating, "Decapitation." Upon hearing this, all the officers turned their gazes toward Corey, eager to see how he would handle the situation. Decapitation. Corey, without a moment's hesitation, waved his hand. Monka was launched from his horse, swiftly unsheathing his heavy sword, executing a swift maneuver in midair. Monka returned to Corey's side. "My lord, the offender has been executed." "Humph, raise the banner and march out," Corey commanded. Not even glancing at the corpse on the ground as he turned his horse to prepare for departure, the soldiers were awestruck by Corey's formidable presence, rushing to hoist the military supervisor's head upon a flagpole before rejoining the ranks as the army commenced its march. Although this was merely a division, it comprised 30,000 regular troops, including 6,000 cavalry, 18,000 infantry, 6,000 crossbowmen, and 3,000 logistics personnel, the latter entirely made up of female soldiers. Lace, aside from attending to Corey, spent her time among the female troops on a distant hill. The emperor observed the advancing division alongside the prime minister and several high-ranking officials. The emperor nodded in approval, recognizing that Corey's execution of the military supervisor not only established his authority, but also invigorated the troops' morale. "Your Majesty, the military supervisor has been executed," an attendant reported, as the supervisor's followers had fled to relay the news. Such occurrences are noteworthy. Elaborate," the emperor commanded. The attendant, understanding the need for thoroughness, dispatched individuals to gather comprehensive information. "Your Majesty, Baron Corey's actions were commendable. They served to intimidate the army and uphold military law." The marshal declared first, not only because Corey's actions were justified, but also due to the fact that the executed individual was aligned with the crown prince. Members of the Warner faction, who had little justification to oppose, also voiced their approval. "Indeed, this lad possesses some talent. Ha ha ha." Returned to the palace, the emperor waved his hand, prompting a chorus of praise from the ministers as they left. The army did not halt until 30 kilometers away from the imperial capital, where they set up camp, having departed on the same day as the emperor's decree. "I wonder if they will resent me for my decisive actions," Corey queried MU in a hushed tone after settling down. With decades of experience leading troops, MU understood these men well. "Master Corey, permit me to share a few words. Do not complain of fatigue before the camp is established, nor of thirst before the fire is lit. You will truly command this army. Observe closely during this journey. This division is a strong force. Each soldier has undergone rigorous training. While I cannot explain the lack of tasks over the past 3 years, please trust my judgment." Haha, your insight is always reliable. Did you not see how the officers admired your camp layout earlier? Corey chuckled, thinking it would be a folly to doubt the judgment and strategies of the kingdom's finest general. Mullen, AMU laughed in response. "Master Corey, please conduct a camp inspection before dinner to enhance the soldiers' regard for you. Let us go." Corey grasped AMU's hand, and together they departed the central command tent. AMU currently served as Corey's personal advisor, often obscuring his face with his hair, thus remaining unrecognized. Yet, Lachi Ao was the sole individual who perceived AMU's extraordinary nature. "This item appears quite delectable," Corey remarked. "This wall is excellently constructed. It is both swift and sturdy." Under AMU's guidance, Corey began to explore the camp. Regardless of the circumstances, Corey was still the division commander. The soldiers initially witnessed his stern demeanor, followed by a more amiable side, which gradually fostered goodwill as AMU had planned. "My lord, this new division commander is quite a formidable figure," many officers gathered in Lachi Ao's tent remarked. Lachi Ao nodded. Though he had not seen AMU instructing Corey, he deeply believed that AMU was even more inscrutable. Thus, the army entered the Galanon province's border 5 days later. "Commander Corey, according to intelligence, the rioters are expected to gather 200,000 strong and launch an assault on the provincial capital within 10 days. Report to the division commander. Scouts have detected numerous bands of bandits at the border, totaling over 20,000. Came another report from the intelligence officers. Corey furrowed his brows at the news. While 20,000 bandits may seem like a disorganized rabble, their potential for ambush could pose significant trouble. Lachiao, what is your perspective on these bandits? Kurue could hardly conceive of such troublesome matters, opting instead to pass the burden onto Lachiao. Meanwhile, Lachiao was keen to assess Kurue's capabilities, thus he replied, "This subordinate shall heed the arrangements of my lord." Kurue inwardly cursed, but found himself with no alternative, so he stated, "Intelligence officer. Ascertain the precise location, troop strength, and movement direction of the thieves. The entire army shall set up camp here in a circular formation." With no other choices, Kurue recalled Mu's advice that, when faced with indecision, one should first dispatch scouts for intelligence before adopting a defensive formation. As Kurue sat in the grand tent, Mu merely cast a glance at the terrain map. "Young Master Kurue, we could practice our troops, consider this, and this." With 5,000 soldiers at his disposal, Mu felt no fear of the thieves, especially with 30,000 regular troops and 6,000 cavalry at his command. To him, these thieves were hardly worth the mention. Mu spoke. Kurue nodded. "Indeed, it is akin to a game of chess, dismantling the enemy's strength and eliminating them one by one." "Precisely, that is the essence of it," Mu affirmed with a nod of approval. "Summon the deputy division commander and the commanding officers of each regiment to my grand tent." The messenger swiftly conveyed the order. And soon, all officers above the regiment level had gathered in the camp. Each regiment comprised 3,000 men, with a total of 10 regiments in the division. Each regiment was further divided into 10 battalions. Each battalion consisting of 300 soldiers, 6 companies, and each company comprising 50 men, with squads of 10. Upon entering, the officers were greeted by a large map that had been meticulously laid out, adorned with numerous small flags. "I do not care whether these thieves have intentions against us, but since they are hindering our march, they must be eradicated. It shall also serve to invigorate the soldiers," Kurue declared. Beginning to outline his battle strategy on the map, 1st and 2nd regiments charge straight ahead and sever the connection between these thieves. 3rd and 4th regiments attack from both flanks to scatter them. 5th regiment launch a full assault, and the cavalry shall be divided into small squads to eliminate the fleeing thieves. 6th regiment and the crossbowmen will form a defensive line to guard the camp. The officers were taken aback. Such an almost flawless arrangement left them in disbelief. Lachiao sighed softly. "My lord, I must speak. Your tactics are nearly impeccable, but what you may not realize is that our division possesses the engineering corps, which bears the combat strength of infantry. Even our logistics personnel can contend with the enemy, let alone these thieves. I urge you to reconsider." Kurue understood that Lachiao was merely suggesting that there were additional forces available. Having grasped the essence of tactics, Kurue decided to bolster the attacking strength. 9th regiment. "The crossbowmen shall follow the 1st and 2nd regiments in their assault. Deploy 900 engineers to construct defensive fortifications behind the thieves' forces, while half of the 6th regiment assists, leaving the other half to guard the camp. The order is clear: completely annihilate the thieves." "Understood." The officers, having not engaged in battle for 3 years, were nonetheless filled with spirit, even if it was simply against thieves. These bands of thieves had originally scattered across the Garalong province, but upon the emergence of the mob, they were filled with fear. The mob was a dark tide of tens of thousands, causing the thieves to flee and regroup in hopes of finding refuge in another province. Thus they congregated here. Little did they expect to encounter Kurue's grand army. "Brother, do you think that army is here to exterminate us?" one thief anxiously inquired. Several band leaders were engaged in discussion, some asserting that the army must be there to suppress the mob, while others suggested they assess the situation further. Despite their trepidation, the majority opinion led them to comply. "This is bad. The army is attacking us." A terrified thief scout burst into the meeting of the band leaders. The bloodstains on his clothing convinced the leaders that this was no jest. "Damn it, we have more than 20,000 men. We shall fight back." A hot-headed thief brandished a large knife and charged out, prepared to confront the army. At this moment, the 6 individuals from the Royal Academy, each commanding a battalion, were executing their assault orders. "Jack, that one appears to be a big boss," Scaly whispered to Jack while directing his soldiers. Military command was a mandatory subject at the academy, and leading 300 men into battle provided them ample opportunity for practical training. Jack spurred his horse, darting forward with remarkable speed. "Watch the blade." Jack had learned from Kurue that idle chatter was futile. The most straightforward approach was to eliminate the enemy leader. Before the thief chief could utter a curse, His head was already rolling on the ground. Jack hung the chief's head on his horse's neck, shouting, "Charge! This is the thieves' stronghold." The soldiers were no fools. Noticing the superior equipment of this band of thieves, they intensified their assault. "Hey, Jack, you're too fast. Leave some for us." Milga, who had rushed in, called out. Jack smiled and waved his hand, making way for Milga to lead the charge. Within the camp, Kurue continually received reports from the front lines. With no other officers present, Mu casually guided Kurui.K. Irue incessantly issued new commands, and within less than an hour of combat, they had completely encircled the thieves. "Surrender, we surrender." Seeing the tide had turned against them, the thieves fell to their knees in capitulation. K. Irue smiled, surprised to find that combat was even more exhilarating than chess. The soldiers shared in the joy, having achieved a flawless victory. The division suffered not a single casualty, and they captured a staggering 18,000 thieves. Such was the power of morale. When it reached its peak, the enemy would tremble, losing their will to fight, rendering further conflict unnecessary. "My lord, what shall we do with these thieves?" Kurue felt a headache coming on. He had aimed to quell the uprising, but now nearly 70% of the thieves had surrendered. "I do not know," he admitted. The officers awaited his response, not daring to belittle him this time, for orchestrating such a brilliant victory had elevated Kurue's standing among them. Moreover, managing prisoners of war was not a task for regular troops, so the inability to address it was not a grave matter. "My lord, I propose we dispatch 3 regiments to escort these thieves back to the capital to showcase your achievements," La Chiao suggested. Kurue glanced at Mu, who merely smiled wryly, realizing this was the only viable solution. Executing all the prisoners would bring infamy, while transporting them would invite too much trouble. Thus, sending them back to the capital was the only course. "Very well. Let us proceed with that arrangement. First, send word back, and then the army shall rendezvous with the royal troops en route. Lhao, you shall personally oversee this matter." "Yes, my lord, I shall make the arrangements immediately." With that, he produced a report detailing the battle achievements. K. Irue glanced over it and signed his name. The 6th Regiment performed commendably in guarding the camp, and the engineers constructed fortifications swiftly, facilitating this successful assault. As for the logistics personnel, the officers were not dim-witted. They understood Kurue intended to credit everyone. Noticing that Kurue seemed to overlook the contributions of the logistics troops, one officer promptly stood up, declaring, "The logistics personnel advanced into the front lines to deliver crossbow bolts in a timely manner. They too deserve recognition." "Excellent. Who proposed that?" "Add it to the report and then submit it to the military headquarters." Immediately, an officer stepped forward to amend the report according to Kurue's instructions, inflating the enemy casualty figures. As with 18,000 prisoners, no one would notice if they added another 12 or 20,000 to the count. Hee. That is how it should be. There will be rewards for all. We all fought hard, Kurue remarked, eliciting laughter from the officers, who began to appreciate him more. As Kurue's army advanced at a slow pace towards Garalong province, the governor of Garalong sent 3 messengers daily urging Kurue to expedite his march. Yet Kurue paid them no heed, as night rain had yet to finalize preparations. However, the 3 regiments escorting the prisoners encountered the Royal 4th Cavalry on the way, dispatched by the Emperor himself to greet them after hearing the battle reports. "Are you Deputy Commander La Chiao?" An officer from the Royal Cavalry rode forward, executing a standard military salute. In the eyes of soldiers, heroes who had decisively triumphed over more than 40,000 thieves were worthy of respect, even if the numbers were exaggerated. This was the first time La Chiao had received such recognition in 3 years, causing him to straighten his posture as he rode forward. "Congratulations. His Majesty the Emperor was very pleased to hear the reports and has commanded me to relay his message to Commander Kurue to continue the good work. Upon your return to the capital, His Majesty shall personally commend your division." Upon hearing this, La Chiao was overwhelmed with emotion, kneeling on the ground in the direction of the capital and proclaiming, "Thank you, Your Majesty. We shall endeavor with all our might for the kingdom." The soldiers behind him echoed his sentiments loudly. The officer of the Royal Cavalry signaled for his men to take charge of the prisoners, and soon hundreds of wagons were brought forth. "This wine is a gift from His Majesty. Take it back with you. May you achieve even greater military accomplishments." After the officer bowed and departed with his subordinates and the captives, La Chiao exclaimed, "My lord, we have truly brought honor to ourselves this time." Indeed, order a rapid pursuit of the main force. We shall set out immediately, La Chi Ao commanded, and the 9,000 men of the 3 regiments erupted in a fierce roar. Meanwhile, within the grand camp, Kurue had already arranged for the troops to set up camp that a few regimental officers approached Kurue's tent. My lord, I do not understand why we are not advancing at full speed to encircle the mob before they arrive, one officer inquired cautiously. The map remained spread before Kurue, and he had long contemplated his response to such a question. When faced with unarmed civilians standing before you, could you bring yourself to strike? Kurue inquired slowly. The officer pondered for a moment before replying, for the kingdom, I could do so. Yet his words lacked conviction. Carrie laughed heartily, exclaiming, Can you truly bring yourself to slay 100, or even 1,000? His gaze fixed intently upon the officer. The officer lowered his head, replying, I cannot, for I am a soldier, not a butcher. The other officers also bowed their heads in agreement. Thus, His Majesty speaks of quelling unrest, not extermination. One must comprehend the emperor's benevolence towards his subjects. I shall devise the necessary arrangements. And you are to follow my orders. Carrie invoked the emperor's authority, knowing that the officers genuinely found it difficult to harm the innocent populace. It was clear that the soldiers, being of common birth, would struggle with such a task. As they exited Carrie's tent, the officers returned to their respective camps. That a few soldiers approached a battalion commander, inquiring, Sir, what orders do you have from the division commander? The battalion commander suddenly recalled Carrie's earlier question and retorted, What would you do when faced with unarmed civilians? The soldiers fell silent, realizing that their assignment was to suppress a rebellion, yet they had not considered that they would confront defenseless commoners. Previously, dealing with bandits had been easier, as they were armed and despised. Now, however, they faced innocent civilians. Leaving many soldiers in contemplative silence, one junior officer stepped forward, standing tall, and declared, We fight for the kingdom. It is our duty as soldiers. The battalion commander chuckled wryly, thinking this man mirrored his earlier sentiments, and further probed, What if you were commanded to butcher 100 or 1,000 civilians? The junior officer fell into silence, recognizing that soldiers are not butchers, they fight for the realm. The battalion commander waved his hand dismissively, saying, I cannot bring myself to do it either. Return to your training. The division commander will have his own plans. With that, he retreated to his quarters. Despite being a noble who looked down upon the common folk, he knew they were still human. No one could slaughter another without hesitation. Yet, if given an order, even a reluctant soldier would be compelled to execute it. One must ponder, which senior general in the entire kingdom would dare bear the guilt of slaughtering innocents. Setting aside how the populace would perceive such actions, the opposing factions within the kingdom would undoubtedly use this as leverage against them. Bring them in. Carrie, growing impatient in his tent, called out. A soldier promptly entered, saluting, Division Commander, deploy all recon troops to scout the entire Galeno province. Carrie intended to treat the entire province as a grand chessboard. The soldier swiftly relayed the command, and soon thousands of reconnaissance cavalry surged forth from the camp. At that moment, several carriages and a small entourage gradually approached Carrie's main camp. Halt! Who goes there? The patrolling soldiers immediately blocked their path, and a squad leader stepped forward to inquire. The foremost individual dismounted and presented an official document, which was indeed a message from Galeno. This individual was Carrie's elder brother, Mankini, who now served as a captain in the Galeno provincial garrison, a position afforded to him by Galeno's favor. Please come this way. After verifying the documents, the patrol team cleared the path to a messenger. Mankini followed the guards into the central camp. At that moment, Carrie was engaged in a game of chess with Amu. Upon seeing Mankini, Carrie paused momentarily but quickly regained his composure. Brother, you've arrived. Mankini, adhering to military decorum, saluted. Division Commander Carrie, I am here on the orders of the governor of Galeno, bearing a message for you. Brother, what is this about? Please rise. Carrie, indifferent to the significance of military etiquette, instructed the attending soldiers, prepare some refreshments. This is my brother. The soldiers, recovering from their astonishment, hurried to fulfill Carrie's command. Mankini, having completed the formalities, stood up. Ray, there are indeed protocols within the military. Though we are brothers, we must not disregard the rules. However, I never anticipated you would become a division commander and account at that. Observing the reunion between the brothers, Amu discreetly excused himself from the tent. Soon, food and drink were served. Brother, I do not drink. You may indulge. Carrie poured a full glass for Mankini. But how did you come to serve in Galino province? Mankini, reassured by the absence of outsiders in the tent, settled into a chair opposite Carrie, taking a sip of his drink. Ray, this matter dates back to your last return. After you left, the governor of Galino visited our home, bearing many gifts, and both I and our second brother were promoted 3 ranks, becoming officers in the Galino provincial garrison. Our family has also been well treated by the governor. However, our father is reluctant to leave the village. Otherwise, we would have relocated to the provincial capital. Suddenly, Mankini's spirits lifted, his face radiating excitement. Ray, the entire province is abuzz with tales of how you annihilated nearly 100,000 bandits with your division. And miraculously, not a single soldier was lost. This is an extraordinary achievement. I had no idea you possess such remarkable command abilities. 100,000? It was not that many. Moreover, while no lives were lost, we did have 37 severe injuries, and we are uncertain if they will recover. The medics are working tirelessly to treat them, and it is already known that 4 will be permanently disabled. Carrie mused that it must be Knight Rain and his mercenary group spreading such tales. Otherwise, it would not be spoken of so widely. However, it was fortuitous, for if the capital heard of this rumor, no one would question the reported figure of over 40,000 enemies slain in his report. Mankini, filled with envy, offered further praise before steering the conversation back to business. Ray, the governor of Galino has sent some gifts for you, hoping you will expedite your advance. With your current reputation, the mere 20,000 rioters should pose no challenge. Brother, do you consider them mere rioters? Carrie's previously cheerful demeanor suddenly darkened. Mankini sighed. Alas, I cannot say. The officials have driven the people to revolt. Upon hearing Mankini's words, Carrie's smile returned. Brother, what kind of gifts? Have them brought in. I wish to see. Mankini nodded and stepped outside. Carrie called out, AMU, are you there? AMU, hearing his name, entered the tent. Carrie inquired, shall we accept the gifts? Yes, we must accept them. Otherwise, Galino may grow suspicious. Seeing Carrie nod in agreement, AMU discreetly exited. Meanwhile, Mankini returned with the gifts and 2.5 exquisite young women were brought into the main tent, accompanied by a chest of jewels. Ray, these girls are all of noble birth, slain due to their associations with the rioters. I hope you find them to your liking. Carrie scrutinized the 5 young women. They were not only beautiful, but also possessed an undeniable grace. Albeit with expressions of melancholy, it seemed they had already come to terms with their fate and the uncertain future awaiting them. These jewels are splendid. I like them. Inform the governor of Galino that I shall arrive before the rioters assault the provincial capital. Carrie accepted the gifts without hesitation. Mankini, receiving Carrie's response, dared not linger and hastily returned as night descended. The 5 young women stood quietly in Carrie's resting tent. Carrie sat at the table, delightedly examining the jewels, while Lace silently arranged the bedding. Young master, do you wish to rest? Lace, fully aware of the reason the young women had been sent, inquired. Upon seeing Carrie nod, Lace assisted him in removing his outer garments. Simultaneously, the 5 young women began to undress. When Carrie turned around, he found them standing before him, completely nude, using their hands to shield their modesty. Lace, seemingly unperturbed, commanded them to lower their hands and asked Carrie, Young master, do you wish to keep one, or shall I prepare all of them? Carrie, having turned his back, gently pulled Lace close and whispered, Tell them to put their clothes back on. Lace smiled slightly and conveyed Carrie's message to the 5 women. However, none of them dared to don their garments again, instead kneeling on the ground. They fully understood that if Carrie deemed them unworthy, an even grimmer fate awaited them. Put on your clothes. Do you hear me? Carrie's voice boomed with authority. The 5 young women, shedding tears, trembled as they hastily clothed themselves. Young master, Lace called softly. Carrie ignored her, his gaze fixed on the expansive bed. Fetch AMU for me, and bring 5 bags of magic crystal coins, Carrie instructed quietly. Lace quickly acknowledged and dashed out. The 5 young women remained silent, their tears flowing down their faces. As Carrie slowly made his way outside, he paused beside the 5 young women, saying, Wipe away your tears immediately. When I return, present yourselves beautifully. Believing Carrie had further tasks to attend to before selecting a favored companion for the night, the 5 hurriedly began to prepare themselves. MU had just completed his rounds in the camp when he saw Lace searching for him and promptly arrived at Carrie's tent. AMU, you are a hero in my eyes. You stand alongside my brother, Willie, I hold great respect for you. I have a favor to ask. I have heard that beauties are well suited for heroes. So you must accept 2 young ladies to attend to you. Carrie spoke with utmost seriousness, though he could not suppress a smile at the end. Young Master Carrie, what is this? AMU asked, puzzled. Lace, bring forth the 2 on the left, Carrie commanded. Soon, 2 young women were presented. Carrie took their hands and placed them in AMU's. You 2 must take good care of him. One day, you will realize there is no injustice in this arrangement. He then placed 2 bags of magic crystal coins in the young women's hands. Young Master Corey, I am but a servant. AMU hesitated to accept, kneeling on one knee before Corey. Servant? AMU, you are mistaken. From the very first moment I laid eyes on you, I recognized you as an extraordinary individual. A true hero. These 2 young ladies are unfortunate souls. Their association with you is indeed a fortuitous circumstance. And you, too, require someone to care for you. You look down upon me, believing me to be merely a child. Or something else altogether. Upon hearing Corey's words, MU bowed his head, at a loss for words. The 2 young girls suddenly felt immensely fortunate. Regardless of their fate, it was infinitely better than being treated as mere playthings. And they both knelt in gratitude for Corey's great kindness. Enough, rise. Go back and rest now. Corey suddenly pulled AMU aside and whispered, it has been quite some time since you have been in the company of women. Have you forgotten something? AMU chuckled. Thank you. Young Master Corey, I shall take my leave. Corey, witnessing MU's long-awaited smile, felt a warmth spread through his heart that in Corey's eyes. A hero like MU should never endure an unhappy life. Corey personally went to the large tent and brought forth the tallest girl. Without uttering a word, he headed toward a nearby tent, declaring, Monka, this girl is entrusted to you. See to her well. He handed the girl a pouch of magic crystals, saying, this is for my brother. It is not too much to ask. Monka was yet to comprehend the situation when she beheld a beautiful girl kneeling at her feet. Alas! Corey suddenly sighed. Young master, what troubles you? Lace inquired with concern. Corey gazed at the moonlight and slowly remarked, that girl's bosom is so pert and adorable. I regret not having touched it. After saying this, Corey mischievously flashed a smile at Lace. Lace's face turned crimson. Young master, you are so wicked. If you wish to touch. Lace gently grasped Corey's hand. Her intentions unmistakable. She was willing to fulfill his desires at any time. Corey drew Lace into his embrace, and she immediately closed her eyes. Yet, Corey did not violate her. He merely held her tenderly, saying, my Lace is the finest. Those 2 girls are entrusted to you. Let them care for you. You already bear the burden of looking after me, and I would hate to see you suffer. Young master. Lace, moved, found herself speechless. Suddenly, she broke free from Corey's embrace. Young master, I do not understand why you do not want them. Lace recalled how Corey had once enjoyed sneaking glances at girls changing clothes and often secretly entered the girls' dormitory, always appearing somewhat lewd. Yet now, when the opportunity presented itself, he had turned so earnest. I detest bullying the weak. They are already pitiable. Hence, I have no interest. However, if it were the daughter of Galing, I would certainly not let her slip away. Corey suddenly burst into laughter. Upon returning to the large tent, Corey instructed the 2 young girls to take good care of Lace and to heed her words, before sending all 3 away. Once they departed, Corey found himself unable to sleep. Having played the role of the good person left him with an odd feeling in his heart, while Corey tossed and turned. A familiar sound of footsteps approached the tent. Realizing it was Lace, he feigned sleep. Lace slowly undid her garments and slipped under Corey's covers. After the 2 girls had left with Lace, they arrived at her tent. Lace refused to allow them to treat her with any master-servant formalities. I, too, hail from a slave's background. Young master saved me. Thus, we are the same. The 3 young girls, of similar age, quickly became acquainted, with Lace's kindness facilitating their bond. One girl suddenly remarked, had I known young Master Corey was such a wonderful person, I would gladly accompany him. However, I believe young Master Corey must be unable to sleep now. Why is that? Lace inquired. The 2 girls' expressions darkened, clearly recalling unpleasant memories. After a moment, they continued, the young master must be restless after seeing our bodies. I remember my deceased brother, who at the age of 16 often summoned the maidens to his bed. Boys at that age are. The girl's face flushed with embarrassment, unable to finish her sentence. Lace understood the girl must be recalling her executed family members. Miss Lace, you should go and accompany young master. He surely needs someone by his side right now. And besides, we are unworthy. The girl did not elaborate on their unworthiness, and Lace did not ponder it further. Thus, Lace quietly made her way to Corey's large tent. The guards, aware of Lace's unique status, did not dare to impede her. Lace, you. Corey felt Lace's silk-like skin against him. Though she was merely 16, it was enough to set his blood ablaze. Lace blocked Corey's hand as he reached for the lamp, embracing him tightly. Her soft bosom pressed firmly against him, causing Corey to become disoriented and instinctively hold her close. As he gently caressed Lace's body for the first time, the closeness ignited a rapid rhythm of his breath. His body responded almost immediately. Yet, Corey was uncertain of what to do next, and Lace was equally unsure. They spent a moment in mutual affection, embracing tightly until they unknowingly drifted into slumber. In the morning, the two girls responsible for serving Lace prepared breakfast and washing water. Both Lace and Corey felt a touch of embarrassment, and after the two girls exited, they finally dressed. Corey, unable to look at the two girls, seized the opportunity of inspecting the camp at dawn to escape the tent. Miss Lace, your hand. The two girls suddenly noticed the virgin's veil still grazing Lace's hand. They hurriedly inquired about how last night had transpired. Lace, her face aflame, recounted the events, causing the girls to chuckle in surprise at the innocence of both Lace and Corey regarding matters of intimacy. One girl, possessing more knowledge, quietly explained the intricacies to Lace. After breakfast, Corey was occupied with military affairs for the day. Meanwhile, the five girls, regarded as gifts, gathered within Lace's tent. One girl, her face radiantly flushed, became the subject of playful teasing from the other four. Yet, when the conversation turned to Corey and Monka, the girls wore peculiar expressions, realizing that Monka had spent the night with a girl without even donning a garment. Due to the girl's shyness, even if they understood, they certainly could not take the initiative with Monka. Commander Corey, 30 men claiming to be your servants have arrived at the camp gate. They are mounted on Stormwind steeds, clad in golden armor, with cloaks embroidered with a golden eagle, a guard announced as he entered the meeting tent. The mere mention of Stormwind caused a stir, as all 10 were Stormwinds in golden armor. This revelation astonished many officers, all eyes turning to Corey. My Golden Thunder Eagle Knights have arrived. Let them in at once. Corey surmised that the mercenary group had arranged everything in advance to report to him. The arrival of the 30-man squad sent ripples through the entire camp, 30 Stormwinds in unison, all clad in golden armor. The sheer presence of it caused the cavalry within the camp to bow their heads. Young Master Corey, the 4th squad of the Golden Thunder Eagles stands ready to heed your command. The 30 knights dismounted in unison, kneeling beside their steeds. Khan, I did not expect you to be leading the squad. Rise, how is everyone at home? Corey felt a surge of excitement upon seeing his comrades, the very knights he had established himself. Khan, having learned military etiquette from Shimalit, was determined not to let anyone underestimate him, conducting himself with the poise of a soldier. Young Master Corey, I was the first to arrive here. The 10th squad and the 9th squad will be arriving shortly. Is there any new intelligence? Corey inquired. Khan produced a scroll, which Corey recognized as something Shimalit had prepared. After reading it, he handed it to AMU, who quickly scanned it before incinerating it with a fireball. Then, he pulled Corey aside and spoke softly. Corey gestured toward Khan, and AMU approached to whisper to him as well. Once AMU had finished, Khan bowed and departed the camp with his knights. Relay the order for all officers of camp rank and above to convene, Corey instructed as he turned to the large tent. Initially, it was merely a few military advisors analyzing intelligence with Corey at his behest. They unfurled a map of the entire Galing province. When can we expect the return of the convoy carrying the prisoners of war? Corey inquired. One officer stepped forward. My lord, they have dispatched a messenger and will return tonight. After the officer reported, he withdrew. The officers now regarded Corey with newfound respect, for they had just learned about the 10th squad, which implied Corey commanded at least 300 knights mounted on Stormwinds. Not to mention the capabilities of the knights themselves. The mere presence of 300 Stormwinds was a formidable force. Excellent. Instruct the logistics camp to prepare. Upon their return, have dinner ready for them, and ensure they rest well. We will break camp at dawn, but we will set up 5 encampments within 100 kilometers of Galing Province City, with each camp spaced 10 kilometers apart. Corey concluded, indicating several positions on the map. The officers were momentarily taken aback. This arrangement resembled a strategy for assaulting Galing Province City rather than mere defense. My lord, where should we position the crossbow teams? One officer inquired. Corey smiled, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. What is your suggestion? The officer, seeing Corey smile yet maintaining a serious demeanor, responded, facing Galing Province City. The expressions of all the officers grew grave. It seemed everyone had come to understand this point. Not entirely correct. The focus should be on the gap between the two camps, as there will be no enemies on either side. Corey pointed to the 10-kilometer gap between the two camps. Originally, the officers believed that the city of Garalong had succumbed to chaos, which led the strategist Corey to adopt a seemingly siege-like posture. However, in retrospect, it appeared rather ambiguous, leaving everyone puzzled about Corey's rationale for such a formation. Secretly amused, Corey thought, if you could comprehend MU's tactics, you would all be capable of commanding a legion. AMU, having no opportunity to elucidate the strategy to Corey, intended it primarily as a deterrent against both the rioters and Garalong itself. There would undoubtedly be speculation regarding the purpose of this formation. But the more one contemplated it, the greater the anxiety it would evoke. Everyone just needs to follow orders. His Majesty the Emperor's rewards will be most generous, Corey remarked, noticing the bewildered expressions on the faces around him, prompting him to mention the rewards. Meanwhile, the messenger from Rakiao had already relayed the Emperor's verbal commendation. Upon hearing Corey's words, the crowd ceased further inquiries. Corey elaborated on some details before commanding everyone to disperse. As preparations began in the camp for breaking camp, 2 maidens attending to MU had already prepared food and were waiting for his return. My lord, the 2 maidens respectfully greeted MU with a bow. Rise. There is no need for such formalities in the future. Take note, AMU said gently. The maidens then stood and set the food upon the table. You should sit and eat as well, AMU gestured. Suddenly, he noticed that the maidens seemed to have something on their minds. Do you have something to say? The 2 maidens exchanged glances, and the elder one finally spoke. My lord, it concerns young Master Corey. Last night, after the maiden recounted the events between Lace and Corey from the previous night, AMU found himself at a loss for whether to laugh. His expression fluctuated in an amusing manner. This. AMU struggled to find the right words. The 2 maidens' faces flushed red. My lord, shouldn't you? The maiden intended to suggest that AMU should offer some guidance to young Master Corey, yet the words faltered on her lips. Indeed. He should. The young master is already 16 and ought to understand certain matters. But how does one teach such things? It is a delicate subject, AMU lamented, losing his appetite as he paced the tent. After a considerable time, he finally halted, declaring, I must go find young Master Corey. Without waiting for the maiden's reactions, he strode directly to Corey's grand tent. At that moment, Corey was preparing to dine and stood upon seeing AMU enter. Would you like to join me? I can have Lace prepare another portion. AMU shook his head. Young Master Corey, I have some matters to discuss with you. AMU's gaze briefly swept over Lace, who, interpreting MU's demeanor as pertaining to military affairs, dutifully excused herself. AMU found it difficult to broach the subject. Young Master Corey, AMU stammered, beginning to articulate thoughts that made Corey's heart race. After MU took his leave, Corey remained seated, somewhat dazed. Young Master, your food has gone cold. Lace gently nudged Corey upon noticing his distraction. Finally returning to his senses, Corey caught Lace's eye and chuckled, devouring his meal with fervor, leaving Lace bemused. Report, Sir Division Commander. A messenger from the governor of Garalong requests an audience. A soldier suddenly called from the entrance. Observing Corey engrossed in his meal, Lace interjected. Count Corey is currently dining. Let him wait. Yes, the soldier affirmed before retreating. After Corey finished his lunch, indulged in dessert, and enjoyed a glass of juice, he signaled for the messenger to enter. This messenger had departed Garalong on the 3rd day following the departure of Mancini, hurrying along the way and arriving the very next day after Mancini's arrival. My lord, in light of the friendship between our governor and yourself, please dispatch troops at once. The messenger pleaded, immediately kneeling and weeping profusely upon entering the grand tent. Corey, meanwhile, was occupied selecting fruits from his plate, seemingly indifferent to the messenger's plight. The messenger endeavored to approach Corey while still kneeling. 2 soldiers interposed with their pikes. My lord. On the day the messenger arrived, Garalong had already received a response from the imperial capital. After a desperate appeal for assistance, Garalong had sent 2 additional messengers, only to receive the same reply. The emperor had decreed that the situation in Garalong was to be handled exclusively by Count Corey. Thus, even the military headquarters would not issue orders to compel Corey to advance. Moreover, the kingdom's marshal would likely prefer the rioters to decimate Garalong first before Corey intervened. Enough, There is no need for such lamentation. You may retire and rest. We shall mobilize at dawn tomorrow. Corey finally spoke after selecting a delectable piece of fruit. The messenger expressed endless gratitude as he withdrew. Corey then commanded the soldiers to open 2 large chests. The chests brimmed with magic crystal coins, and one contained a smaller box crafted from a solid piece of jade. My lord. It seems the governor of Garalong is indeed anxious, one soldier remarked quietly, aware of Corey's amiable nature and feeling emboldened to voice his thoughts in the absence of outsiders. Corey nodded, casually grabbing a handful of magic crystal coins. Disperse these among yourselves, and summon the captains of each regiment to me. As for this small box, present it to Lace. Corey tossed the 2 handfuls of magic crystal coins into the soldier's arms. Showing no inclination to open the smaller box, even with Corey's small hands, 2 handfuls of coins amounted to 50 or 60 pieces, while his personal guard comprised only 40 men and his elite guard totaled 500. Each of these guards received a monthly salary of 10 gold coins, meaning that 40 individuals could easily share more than 1 coin each. As the soldiers reveled in their fortune, Corey continued to distribute more coins, tossing additional handfuls onto the ground. These are for the elite guard. Thank you, my lord, thank you. The soldiers bowed before they dared to collect the coins from the ground. Quickly, summon the captains of each regiment to see Count Corey. The soldier who exited the grand tent instructed those at the entrance, emphasizing the urgency in his tone. He then unwrapped the coins concealed in his clothing, remarking to another, leave 40 pieces for our comrades. The rest should be shared among the elite guard. Another soldier promptly opened his own attire to gather coins for the guards before finding a cloth to wrap the remaining coins. My lord, what are your orders? Several captains arrived breathlessly at Corey's grand tent. With a wave of his hand, Corey gestured towards the 2 open chests. Distribute these among the entire army. Each person shall receive a share. This. The captains hesitated, glancing at the abundance of magic crystal coins, unsure if they should take any. Even as a reward, this seemed excessive. A common soldier would be fortunate to receive 2 gold coins per month, let alone magic crystal coins. Is there a problem? Corey, unaware of the soldiers' monthly wages and the captain's concerns, questioned. An elder captain stepped forward. My lord, the kingdom offers substantial rewards for commendable soldiers, while we receive a mere 10 magic crystal coins as our monthly salary. The entire regiment's annual salary barely amounts to one of these chests. Thus, we find ourselves puzzled, though we would never doubt your generosity. Oh, I see. Corey finally comprehended, realizing that he had never concerned himself with finances and was oblivious to the significance of the chest contents. Regardless, I have declared a reward, and so it shall be. At that moment, AMU and several advisors entered. Having overheard the captain's remarks, AMU quickly interjected, does young Master Corey mean to prohibit the soldiers from seizing spoils? Although Corey did not yet understand the implications of taking spoils, he felt reassured by AMU's authority. Yes, that is my intention. Relay my orders accordingly. The captains acknowledged their understanding. Once everyone departed, AMU elaborated. Young Master Corey, the soldiers' primary sources of income are from military rewards and spoils. This mission differs from external warfare. If they were to seize spoils, it would likely be from the common people and aristocrats of the province, which could incite further insurrection, potentially leading to bloodshed. Corey admired AMU's foresight. With these rewards, it seemed the soldiers would refrain from seizing spoils. Young Master Corey, it would be prudent to issue a stern decree stating that any violation of your orders, particularly harassment of the locals, shall be met with execution, AMU suggested. Corey nodded, agreed, let this command be issued in my name. Yes, my lord, I shall attend to it at once. Soon, every soldier and officer received a reward equivalent to 2 years' wages. Nevertheless, in each regiment, Corey's elite guard posted new orders. While the soldiers murmured among themselves, they remained compliant, having already received their rewards. Moreover, military orders were to be followed regardless of the rewards, with the only variation being the potential for resentment. That night, Rakieo returned to the camp, bearing wine bestowed by the emperor. The soldiers he brought also received their share of the rewards. Seal the wine. The entire army will enter a state of heightened readiness and mobilize before dawn. Corey's command swiftly spread to every corner of the camp, and all soldiers understood that a great battle loomed. Though the identity of the enemy remained unclear. 30,000 troops, with 1,000 cavalry leading the way, followed by infantry, logistics, and engineering units, with 2,000 cavalry guarding the rear. The remaining 3,000 cavalry were distributed along the flanks, providing protection. Accelerate the march. The order-bearer galloped back and forth to relay Corey's commands. 3 days later, at noon, Corey's army appeared 100 kilometers outside Garalong. Each regiment took positions according to Corey's prearranged strategy. Governor, the army has arrived ahead of the rioters, but the enemy's formation is beyond my comprehension, a subordinate reported. Within the city of Galanong, an officer was reporting to the governor. The officer's gesture, someone brought forth a map. My lord, please observe, the army is divided into 5 battalions, among which 3,000 cavalry serve as the mobile force. Stationed at the central main camp, from a strategic standpoint, it is less about defending Galanong and more about preparing to launch an offensive against us. Moreover, if the intent were merely to secure Galanong, there are 2 possible strategies. One is to enter the city and defend it alongside the stationed troops, and the other is to directly assault the rioters. Considering Count Corey's capability to annihilate nearly 100,000 bandits without a single casualty, these few rioters would merely enhance military achievements. Chapter 23. Conspiracy and Deceit. The more the officer analyzed, the more uneasy Governor Galanong felt. No, I have a different opinion. Another officer stepped forward, under Galanong's indication. The officer continued, from Count Corey's campaign against the bandits, it appears he is a master tactician and a compassionate commander, unwilling to incur unnecessary losses. Thus, he adopts this defensive formation, aiming to send the mob away empty-handed. Even wishing to avoid conflict altogether, Galeno sensed the validity in both men's arguments, yet neither offered him any comfort. Just as discussions about Count Corey's formation were underway in Galanong, Corey was in the main camp, organizing his equipment in preparation for departure. My lord, this is utterly perilous. You must negotiate with the rioters. I am willing to go in your stead. Rakio genuinely admired Corey and wished to shield him from any danger. Corey glanced at the sky. Rest assured, I shall not encounter any danger. Moreover, I am accompanied by 9 guards. Corey replied with a grin. Leading the group were Mu, Monka, and Lace, along with several members of the Thunderhawk mercenary group, totaling 10 individuals. Remember, until I return, no one is to engage in any offensive actions, nor is anyone permitted to enter the camp, including Governor Ga Linning. Do you understand my meaning? Understood. I shall safeguard the camp. However, my lord, Rakio hesitated, contemplating the danger. Corey laughed heartily. You all remember to eat well and rest adequately, so you are in good spirits. I am off. Corey's speed was nothing short of extraordinary, as he swiftly covered several hundred meters, vanishing from the plain. It was only then that Mu and the others caught up. Meanwhile, on the side of the so-called rioters, various resistance leaders had gathered together, as the notorious Wheelie Hualai made his appearance in their camp. Leader Wheelie, please lead us in overthrowing Governor Galanong. All knelt in supplication. Suddenly, a nervous little chief dashed out. This is bad, very bad. An army has encamped 100 kilometers from Galanong, and a group is advancing towards us. Prepare for battle, commanded a burly man. Before inquiring, how many are there? 10 in total. Leading them is a boy on a silver horse, galloping at great speed. Fool. The burly man shoved the little chief to the ground. Upon hearing this, Wheelie recognized it was Corey. Do not panic. It is my brother. Lay Corey, the leader of the Thunderhawk mercenary group. Wheelie understood that although the Thunderhawk was a low-tier mercenary band, its reputation in the Galanong province was significant, having rescued countless civilians. Lay Corey opened the gates wide to welcome the leader of the Thunderhawk mercenary group. Lord Lay Corey. The burly man had also received aid from the Thunderhawk, harboring gratitude in his heart. As Corey approached the camp, he slowed his pace. Lace, are you afraid? Lace shook her head. She would not fear as long as she was with Corey. Suddenly, a thunderous cheer erupted, a sound that could only be achieved by tens of thousands shouting in unison. We welcome the leader of the Thunderhawk mercenary group. This startled even Corey, who had merely intended to visit his brother Wheelie. He had not anticipated the immense fame of the Thunderhawk. Brother, I am quite startled. So many voices together are truly intimidating. Corey chuckled, patting his chest. Wheelie laughed heartily, pulling Corey into the camp. Several organizers approached Corey to pay their respects. And despite noticing Corey's noble military attire, they had absolute faith in Wheelie Hualai. My subordinates have gathered intelligence indicating that these towns are quite secure, with little unrest. As Corey entered, he got straight to the point. One organizer stepped forward. Commander Corey, these town lords are all excellent individuals who care for the common folk. One lord was hanged at the city gates for arguing against the governor's excessive taxation. and his body still hangs at Galanong Dwi. We must kill Governor Galanong. Many around clenched their fists in anger. Kill Galanong? That won't do. Corey suddenly interjected, causing everyone to pause in confusion. Had Wheelie not been present, someone might have erupted in outrage. Yet Corey continued, I promised Brother Wheelie that I would have Galanong underfoot, but that must be done while he is alive. If you kill him, I cannot fulfill my promise to my brother. Seeing Corey's serious demeanor, the room was filled with a mix of laughter and disbelief. Ha ha ha. Good, then I shall wait for that moment. Let everyone have a turn to trample him as well. Wheelie's hearty laughter shifted the atmosphere. AMU unfolded a map on the ground, and Wheelie realized AMU's presence indicated a matter of great importance, silencing the surrounding laughter and gesturing for the vigilant Night Rain to pay attention. Galanong City is easy to infiltrate, but capturing Galanong and all his accomplices in one sweep poses a significant challenge. Galanong City has 3 subsidiary towns, and it is rumored that Galanong often uses doubles. Capturing him in person will also be difficult. Moreover, as Count Corey, now a noble and brigade commander, killing Galanong is not a concern, but a valid reason must be presented to provide an explanation to His Majesty the Emperor, as AMU spoke. Wheelie nodded continuously. The organizers, all former soldiers, understood a bit, but knowing their own limitations, they refrained from speaking, especially upon hearing that 30,000 regular troops were coming to deal with Galanong, which only silenced them further. This is tough. Exceedingly tough. Corey felt a headache coming on. Had I known I would need 100,000 troops, we could have easily razed Galanong City. Yet with only 30,000, even if successful, there would still be considerable casualties. It is indeed challenging, one of the lesser individuals interjected, since Galanong executed a lord. Several others have shut their gates tight and refused to meet with Galanong's envoys. Hearing this, Wheelie was struck with inspiration. He had been aware of this information, but hadn't connected the dots earlier. I have an idea. We can secretly unite with these lords as long as they testify. Galanong can be lawfully dealt with by Corey, providing a reasonable explanation for His Majesty the Emperor. Corey, what you are suggesting? Wheelie spoke in a hushed tone. Only for AMU and Corey to hear. Ha ha ha. How amusing. I like it. Let us proceed with this plan. AMU, let us depart. Corey disregarded the other individuals in the room, pulling AMU as they headed outside. AMU bid farewell to Wheelie before leaving with Corey. Though the organizers did not hear the plan, they could tell from Corey's expression that Galanong was in for a grim fate. Indeed, a very grim one. Corey quickly returned to the military camp. Bring me word. I command 1,000 cavalry to accompany me. After Corey's orders were issued, someone swiftly took charge of assembling the troops. Corey then pulled Rakio aside. I believe this uprising is extraordinary. I intend to tour several towns. You are to guard this place, allowing no one to breach our defenses, no one. My lord, rest assured, no one shall pass. Rakio glanced at Galanong City as Corey chuckled. Knowing Rakio understood his intent, Corey then confidently led 1,000 cavalry towards the towns that had not yet experienced unrest. Open the city gates. Brigade Commander Lay Corey has arrived. A cavalryman shouted before the tightly shut gates. This city was of medium size, and all the guards had readied their crossbows atop the walls. Upon seeing the kingdom's regular cavalry and hearing the cavalryman's announcement, one rushed to inform the lord. Upon hearing this, the lord gritted his teeth and personally led a group out of the city. Count Corey, I apologize for not welcoming you properly. Forgive my rudeness. The lord exchanged pleasantries. Corey chuckled, and the two strode toward the city. Corey noticed the streets were teeming with people, primarily itinerant merchants. Upon entering the lord's manor, Corey signaled for his guards to withdraw. The lord, not being foolish, also dismissed his attendants, leaving only Corey, the lord, and AMU in the room. My lord, I wonder what your thoughts are regarding this uprising. Corey initiated the conversation. The lord, taken aback by Corey's directness, scrutinized him closely. He was aware of Corey's status as a beloved count under the emperor, but he pondered whether his response would satisfy Corey or if Corey's inquiry was at the behest of the emperor. The lord's mind raced. The rioters merely wished to fill their stomachs. Noticing the lord's hesitance to respond, Corey added, the rioters are a reflection of our failure as subjects, and we must apologize to His Majesty the Emperor. This left Corey momentarily speechless, despite AMU's prior guidance on what to say. He had not anticipated the lord's cunning retort. Corey discreetly glanced at AMU, signaling him to devise a plan. My lord, would it be possible to arrange for Brigade Commander Corey to rest, given his long journey and fatigue? AMU understood that Curry could not contend with the lord of the city. So he took the initiative to speak up. The lord picked up a bell from the table and shook it twice. A steward entered, saying, "Go, escort Count Curry to rest." After the steward left, AMU whispered in the governor's ear, "Perhaps your excellency could seize this opportunity for promotion. I speak out of turn." Curry did not hear AMU's words and had already followed the steward out of the room. The lord observed the retreating figures of the two, momentarily uncertain whether AMU's comment was merely his own presumption or Curry's suggestion. In his mind, Curry must surely have the emperor's secret decree, as a solution had already been devised for the unrest in Galan province. With this thought, the lord summoned his advisers. "Gentlemen, the turmoil in this province has lingered for quite some time. His Majesty has dispatched Count Curry with a division to quell the unrest. However, after defeating the bandits at the provincial border, Count Curry is yet to engage the rioters. Now that Count Curry has arrived in the city, what are your thoughts?" The lord did not employ formal speech but directly expressed the purpose of summoning his advisers. The advisers began to discuss amongst themselves in hushed tones. One advisor stood up. "Your Excellency, I believe Count Curry's aim is directed at Governor Galan." This statement shocked the assembly, and even the lord found it hard to believe. "That is impossible. Governor Galan shares no animosity with Count Curry, and the relationship between Governor Galan and Count Curry's family is amicable. Your assertion is unfounded. I believe Count Curry is merely seeking a scapegoat to negotiate with the rioters, thus resolving the matter." Another advisor rose to voice his dissent, a sentiment that garnered agreement from several others. "Your Excellency, allow me to analyze the situation." The young advisor attempted to speak again, but the lord waved his hand dismissively. "Enough. You are still young and do not understand the intricacies of the court. Count Curry has won the emperor's favor and is referred to as uncle by the prime minister. The methods employed in the political arena are beyond your comprehension." The young advisor, seeing no further opportunity to speak, retreated into silence. "Gentlemen, we believe we should cooperate with Count Curry, perhaps even align ourselves with him. We unanimously agree that supporting Count Curry in this matter will surely align with His Majesty's wishes." The lead advisor summarized the group's consensus. The lord found this perspective quite agreeable. "Prepare a banquet. Tomorrow at noon, we shall welcome Count Curry." The lord immediately made arrangements. While the lord and his advisors were deliberating, Curry was conversing with MU in another room. "Young Master Curry, earlier, as I was leaving, I left a message for the lord, inquiring if he would be willing to seize this opportunity for advancement, that I merely wish to exploit the universal desire for promotion and wealth." MU said somewhat helplessly. After all, he was a martial general. When it came to outsmarting foes on the battlefield, he was a master, but in the realm of courtly intrigue, he felt he still had much to learn. Curry paced the room, and even with his wisdom, he could not devise a good plan even until dawn. "Your Excellency, a person claiming to be a lord's advisor seeks an audience," reported a guard from outside. Curry and AMU exchanged glances, both pondering the purpose of the lord sending an advisor at such a time. AMU nodded slightly, indicating they should admit the individual, and Curry said, "Let him enter." The advisor who entered was the young one who had previously been disregarded. "My lord, I, Phi Attorney, wish to pledge my allegiance to you and serve you faithfully." Upon entering, the advisor knelt on the ground, leaving Curry momentarily stunned. It was AMU who first broke the silence. "What talents do you possess?" Phi Attorney kept his head bowed. "If you wish to deal with Governor Galan, I have strategies to propose." Phi Attorney was taking a gamble, betting on Curry's appreciation for talent. From the moment Phi Attorney first laid eyes on Curry, he harbored a peculiar thought. While it was widely known that Curry excelled in swordsmanship and magic at the Royal Academy, Phi Attorney was not entirely convinced. Given Curry's age, he was credible as a master, but the notion of dominating the Royal Academy seemed to stem from factors beyond mere swordsmanship and magic. Moreover, he noticed Curry's seemingly intentional attention towards the tall man beside him, particularly during his declaration of loyalty. This further solidified Phi Attorney's belief that Curry's achievements were a result of surrounding himself with capable individuals. Stealthily, Phi Attorney lifted his head slightly, his eyes searching for Curry's reaction. When he saw Curry glance once more at the tall man, Phi Attorney's heart swelled with satisfaction. "Humph, I am friends with Governor Galan. What do you imply by that?" Curry shouted angrily, and AMU called for the guards to enter, who positioned their blades against Phi Attorney's throat. Unperturbed, Phi Attorney maintained a calm demeanor and said, "Your army is arrayed before Galan, yet has not entered the city nor engaged the rioters. Instead, you have come to a city devoid of unrest. If you require grounds for removing Governor Gallon, I know of 3 lords who have gathered evidence against him. This evidence is sufficient to sever Gallon's head 10 times over. Huh, how intriguing. Withdraw and prepare for the evening. Curry waved his hand, dismissing the guards, who retreated while releasing Phi Attorney. Soon, Curry's chamber was adorned for the evening, and Lace presented a set of magical crystal coins to Phi Attorney. Phi Attorney hastily knelt, swearing an oath of loyalty to Curry before accepting the coins. Curry did not introduce MU and Lace's identities, merely stating their names. What methods should be employed to gather evidence? Open theft or stealth? Curry mused, knowing others possessed valuable resources and initially leaning towards the idea of stealing, but now considering outright robbery due to the military's presence. Phi Attorney, not daring to criticize Curry's thoughts, quickly explained, young Master Curry could collaborate with several lords that I wonder if you would be interested in my analysis of the current situation. Curry nodded, gesturing for Phi Attorney to continue. Phi Attorney, self-assured in his erudition yet perpetually overlooked, felt invigorated that someone sought his insights. Young Master Curry, there are currently 4 factions within the court. If we were to divide power into 10 parts, the Crown Prince's faction would hold 4. Next, the kingdom's marshal controls the military, comprising 3. The second prince's supporters account for 2. And finally, the completely neutral faction led by the Prime Minister holds 1 part of the power. This was the first time Curry had heard of such matters. Piquing his interest as he rested his chin on his hand, his eyes fixated on Phi Attorney, while AMU had been absent too long and was eager to grasp the current situation, with Lace simply enjoying the spectacle. Young Master Curry, where do you believe you currently stand? Phi Attorney inquired softly. As for my position, I am merely a minor figure. Hee, Curry chuckled. Phi Attorney, however, remained serious. Young Master Curry, you are mistaken. Your relationship with the princess is no longer a secret. It is said that you refer to the Prime Minister as Uncle Mora. Furthermore, as the commander of a division, you command 30,000 troops. You also gifted the Crown Prince a windstorm warhorse. Therefore, your current strength will likely attract the 3 factions, excluding the Prime Minister. The direction you take will depend on your decisions. That I had not considered, Curry candidly admitted. Phi Attorney thought to himself that Curry's lack of prior contemplation was evident. Had Curry been strategic, he would not be engaging with multiple factions simultaneously. And Curry was not one to be cunning. If you desire an easier path or wish to observe the situation, I have a suggestion. Curry gestured for Phi Attorney to continue. Your Excellency, since the unrest in Gallon Province, all provinces have been conscripting soldiers in large numbers. While it appears to be for the sake of maintaining provincial security, it is quite the opposite. The kingdom's regular army consists of 4 major legions and the Royal Knights, totaling over 300,000 soldiers, with each division comprising 18,000 men. Only your army, young Master Curry, is uniquely larger, numbering over 30,000 due to special circumstances. Meanwhile, each general at the borders commands upwards of 150,000 troops, if not more. The current large-scale conscription across provinces has resulted in guard forces numbering not in the tens of thousands, but rather in the hundreds of thousands. Phi Attorney paused suddenly as he noticed a change in MU's expression. The armrest of the chair was crushed in MU's grip. A northern general. AMU understood that such a quantity of troops across provinces posed a significant threat to imperial authority. While they might not dare to declare independence outright, they could nonetheless exert immense pressure on the kingdom. Tio put it more starkly. If a provincial governor were to disobey the emperor's commands, there would be little recourse for the emperor. Curry also noted MU's reaction and placed his hand on MU's. Young Master Curry, this situation is merely my conjecture. Should a truly alarming day arise, it is likely still a decade away. However, my current advice is to preserve your strength. Young Master Curry could divide Gallon Province, transforming it into numerous independent cities. With your merit in quelling the unrest, you could claim 1 city for yourself, ensuring at least your self-preservation in such an eventuality. Curry and AMU remained silent, while Lace clapped her hands in excitement. Young Master, you could have a city. We should aim for Cornan City. It is close to home. Phi Attorney, who had always regarded Lace as merely a maid, was taken aback by her sudden involvement. Very well, I also like that place. That is a splendid idea. I accept it. Phi Attorney, initially astonished by Lace's enthusiasm, began to outline his detailed plan. The following morning, accompanied by Monka, Phi Attorney departed the city with 100 cavalry under Curry's banner. Your Excellency, I wish to inquire about a certain individual. In the early hours of the day, when Corey accompanied the city lord for breakfast, he broached the topic of Fiatni. Naturally, the city lord was reluctant to introduce such a minor character and was more than willing to dismiss the matter. With a wave of his hand, Corey signaled for his guards to step outside. The city lord, not lacking in intelligence, promptly ordered his own guards to leave as well. My lord, the tax collected here each month by Governor Galino surely amounts to 80%. Correct? Corey had gleaned this figure from Fiatni. The city lord nodded. It is 75%. However, the esteemed governor must remit 50% to the imperial capital. The city lord divulged the precise numbers. Corey erupted in laughter. 50%. Ha! That old rascal Galino only sends 3/10 to the imperial capital, and 1/10 of that is for the crown prince. For the first time in front of outsiders. Corey refrained from using honorifics when referring to Galino. The city lord was momentarily taken aback. He was aware that Galino had been falsifying accounts and inflating taxes, but he had not anticipated such a significant discrepancy. What astonished him even more was Corey's boldness toward Galino. Was he truly preparing to confront the governor? Contemplating this, the city lord inquired, Count Corey, should we collaborate? What must I do to reap the benefits? Corey felt a surge of delight. Precisely as Fiatni had predicted. From now on, the taxes you remit to the kingdom will only amount to 50%. What you must do is prepare evidence and ensure that the Governor Galino is rightfully apprehended. Is this the Emperor's intention? The city lord was baffled as to why Corey would wish to target Governor Galino. Corey's smile vanished in an instant as he coldly stated, This is my intention. He placed the sword and gold medal bestowed upon him by the Emperor onto the table. The city lord hastily knelt, paying his respects to the gold medal and sword, knowing that they were personally granted by the Emperor, signifying Corey's authority to act unilaterally. 50% tax. Count Corey speaks with conviction. Conviction indeed. What assurances do you require? Shall we draft a contract? Upon Corey's suggestion, the city lord felt dizzy. Such clandestine dealings hardly warranted a contract, and he swiftly expressed his agreement. The city lord promptly produced the evidence he had long prepared, along with a list, and drafted a report detailing the reasons for the unrest, primarily attributing it to Governor Galino. Corey had also prepared an analytical report regarding the situation. Together, they dispatched a trusted aide to deliver these documents to the Prime Minister. Count Corey, when do you intend to act? The city lord asked. On the night of the full moon. Corey replied with a smile. The city lord calculated. There were still 5 days remaining, just as he was about to inquire what further actions were required of him. Corey added, I must return to the camp, guard your city well, and capture anyone attempting to flee from Galino. Then I wish Count Corey swift victory, the city lord remarked, summoning a gift prepared for Corey. Corey mounted his horse and departed, returning to the military camp that very night. Convey my orders. All officers above the rank of camp leader are to gather in my tent for a meeting. Corey commanded as he rode. Addressing his trusted guards, upon entering the main tent, Corey was astonished to find Governor Galino himself present. Galino, upon seeing Corey, quickly rose. Count Corey, we have been anxious for your arrival. Why do you not rest in my city? You toil endlessly with military affairs. Corey swiftly grasped the unexpected encounter. Esteemed governor, I shall rest in the city tonight, please. He turned to Mu and said, Inform them that I will be resting in the city and that they should manage the soldiers diligently. Mu nodded, observing the two depart and signaling to a member of a mercenary guard, who promptly rode off in another direction. After Corey and Governor Galino left, Corey found himself uncertain whether the governor present was the real one or merely an imposter. Nevertheless, entering the city was imperative. Corey brought along 3,000 soldiers, including 500 cavalry and 500 crossbowmen, all carefully selected, as well as 6 members from the Royal Academy. The officer Lachi Ao also arrived at Corey's tent. Count Corey intends to eliminate Governor Galino and capture him entirely. Does anyone have anything to say? Amu spoke for the first time as an advisor in front of the assembled officers. His sharp gaze and the suppressed commanding presence he exuded captivated the officers. Fighting for the kingdom is our duty. Since Commander Corey has made this decision, we shall advance courageously, the officers acknowledged, fully aware that Corey wielded the Emperor's bestowed sword and possessed the authority to act independently regarding Governor Galino. Moreover, engaging with the governor's guards was far preferable to attacking innocent civilians. Amu nodded and produced the pre-prepared map of Galino's city along with 3 maps of defensive outposts. May I inquire your name? Lachi Ao respectfully addressed Amu. for the sheer force of AMU's presence led him to suspect that AMU was no ordinary individual. AMU hesitated, uncertain how to respond. Revealing himself as merely a servant might lead to disregard from the officers, while disclosing his true identity could jeopardize Corey. Lachi Ao, as the deputy commander, stepped forward and fixed his gaze on AMU. "General, we are soldiers as well. We possess honor and will not divulge anything that ought not be spoken. Please, General, assign us our tasks." AMU was taken aback, sensing that Lachi Ao had surmised his true identity. "Officers, upon exiting this door, none shall mention Brother AMU until he dons his battle armor once more," Lachi Ao declared to the assembled officers, who all nodded in agreement. AMU clasped his fists in gratitude. "Thank you all. My plan is as follows." It was not until the late hours of the night that AMU completed his detailed plan, providing explanations and analyses for each arrangement, apart from employing the simplest methods. Meanwhile, within a covert underground chamber in Galeno City, Governor Count Corey has entered the city. The army is advancing toward Galeno City, and the vanguard has established a defensive camp 3 kilometers outside the city. A figure cloaked in black reported softly from the shadows, with only his eyes visible in the light. Galeno nodded slightly. "Have Mankney go to welcome Corey, and arrange for him to meet his family as a gesture of my concern. Also, instruct the imposter to find a reason to leave, so that Corey remains unaware." "Understood," the shadowy figure responded before vanishing. Galeno was left alone in the secret chamber, pouring himself a glass of wine that he picked up the cup, only to set it down repeatedly, pacing the room with a growing sense of unease. Corey was already aware of his family being brought into Galeno City, as it had been clear since Mankney delivered gifts. Corey had no choice but to acquiesce, otherwise, Galeno would suspect foul play. "Ray, will you reside at the governor's residence or return home?" Mankney, responsible for the reception, had not arranged any banquets as the crisis had yet to be resolved. Corey did not respond, continuing to ride forward until he reached the governor's residence. "There," he finally said, "Elder brother, let us return home for a visit." Corey's guards changed course accordingly. Along the way, Corey halted 3 times, and when he was but a few hundred meters from home, he gestured for them to stop. "Reese, I wish to change into ordinary clothing." Corey, clad in the military uniform of a division commander, though still youthful in stature, appeared quite imposing nonetheless. Reese promptly retrieved the attire Corey had worn upon arriving at the Royal Academy. It was merely ordinary noble clothing, distinguished only by its elegance. Mankney observed Corey changing and realized at that moment that Corey had matured, no longer the child in need of protection. Upon reaching the family home, Corey signaled for his guards to remain silent, so as not to disturb his family. He walked alongside Mankney into the small courtyard arranged by Galeno. Corey's parents were in the hall, and upon seeing him return in plain clothes, they were momentarily taken aback. "Father, Mother, I have returned." Corey bowed respectfully and stood to the side. There were empty chairs in the hall, but Corey did not take a seat nor greet anyone else. I shall prepare dinner for you and arrange a bed," Corey's mother exclaimed joyfully, simply delighted to see her son return home. Corey interjected, blocking his mother's intent to busy herself. "Mother, there is no need for preparations. I have only come to see you." He inhaled deeply. "And you, father?" Corey's father stood up, and the several stepmothers who had intended to speak were forced to sit back down. "Corey, his father stammered, unsure of what to say. Corey turned and slowly walked toward the exit, pausing at the doorway to say, "It is quite chaotic lately. It would be better for you to stay home. Should you need anything, have my elder brother inform me." With that, Corey departed without looking back. The guards, upon seeing Corey emerge, swiftly mounted their horses, escorting him back toward the governor's residence. Corey's family watched him leave, each harboring different thoughts. Pride and happiness radiated from his father and mother, while envy and jealousy emanated from his stepmothers and sisters, who could not fathom how Corey at such a young age had attained the title of count and become a general commanding formidable forces. "I am so hungry. Let us hasten to the governor's residence for a good meal and then rest," Corey thought, shaking off the earlier somber mood as he urged his horse forward at a gallop toward the governor's residence. Suddenly, several individuals appeared on the street, prompting a few guards to swiftly draw their weapons and position themselves protectively in front of Corey. "Shimo Light, you have arrived as well," Corey exclaimed joyfully upon recognizing that these were members of the mercenary group. He eagerly dismounted from his horse and approached them, simultaneously gesturing for the guards to stand down. Shimo Light offered a slight bow, responding, Young Master Corey, I could hardly miss such an intriguing event. While Gary Long was escorting your family into the city, we managed to blend in as well. He spoke softly to Corey, his eyes darting around attentively. Suddenly raising his voice, he declared, Young Master Corey, our establishment has acquired some new game. You must try it this time. Corey, ever astute, quickly grasped the implication and replied loudly, Absolutely. Let us go at once. He signaled for the guards to return to the governor's mansion while he, accompanied by the mercenary guards, followed Shimo Light to a tavern. Shimo Light was, of course, the proprietor of this establishment, but that was merely a fade. The others were directed to the main hall. While Corey and Shimo Light retreated to a private room. Have you just seen my elder brother? Corey inquired as he settled into his seat. Shimo Light closed the door and instructed the staff to bring the dishes before responding, Indeed. I have. Initially, I planned to stir up some trouble on the periphery, but I could not bear to leave your family unprotected, so I brought my men along. Corey remained silent, yet his gratitude was evident on his face. Shimo Light produced a map, stating, Young Master Corey, this is a layout of the secret passages we uncovered in Gary Long's domain. Moreover, I can assure you that the Gary Long you encountered during the day was an imposter. If we wish to capture this individual, it will undoubtedly require considerable effort. Corey gazed at the intricate map of the passageways, feeling a wave of frustration wash over him as he looked at Shimo Light, silently hoping for a brilliant suggestion. However, Shimo Light wore a similarly helpless expression.